hot that night. I wanted to grab a beer and turn in early. So what happens? I get my beer, but with it comes a gunshot, a beautiful woman in trouble, and murder.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime mystery, CBS presents his most famous character, brought to you now in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. With Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's unusual story, Red Wind.
There was a rough desert wind blowing into Los Angeles that evening. It was one of those hot, dry Santa Anas that come down through the mountain passes and curl your hair and make your nerves jump and your skin itch. On nights like that, every booze party ends in a fight, and meek little housewives feel the edge of a carving knife and study their husbands' necks. Anything can happen when the Santa Ana blows in from the desert. I closed up my office early. I got tired of reading Philip Marlowe, private investigator, backwards on the ground glass of my office door. So I locked up and decided a nice cold beer would taste good before I went up to my apartment.
Killer up again, Mr. Marlin?
Marlowe.
Marlin.
Yeah, Marlin's a fish.
Yeah, I know.
Marlin's also the name of a lady on the radio. Marlin, Mary, the story of.
Yeah, my wife listens to it.
Yeah, good for her.
Hey, you bartender. Another rye.
Yeah, that drunk again.
What do you expect in this business? Autograph hounds?
Make it sappy. You hear?
Be right with you, sport. Gotta draw this man a beer. Crying out loud, these stumblebums.
Hey, Bud.
You got another customer, Backus?
Hey, Bud, you seen a lady in here lately?
A lady?
Tall, good-looking, brown hair, a print bolero jacket, and a blue silk dress.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Nobody like that, Spinion.
All right, straight scotch, fast.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
As the man drank, I noticed the drunk was grinning at him. And then, without changing his grin, the drunk swept a gun from somewhere so fast it was just a blur coming out. Made a couple of hard snaps and a little smoke. Very little.
You other guys, don't move. So long, Waldo. Don't move, you two. Poor Waldo. I bet I made his nose bleed. So long, boys. Drink up.
Get on the phone, kid. I'll get his license number.
Holy smoke.
Too late. He drove away in the dead guy's car.
Maybe he ain't dead.
No, he's dead, all right.
Oh.
That guy was using a .22 target pistol.
Yeah.
When they use that kind of gun, they don't make mistakes. Where's your phone? This is for the police. Prowl car boys were there in 5 minutes. Waldo was out of business, all right. Nothing in his pockets told who he was, but he had about $700 on him. And with that kind of heavy coin, you can buy a good 1910 automobile even today. Well, I told the cops what I knew, including about Waldo's brown-haired, pretty girl in the bolero jacket. It was about 9 o'clock when I stepped out of the elevator in my apartment house and almost walked right into a brown-haired, pretty girl in a bolero jacket, waiting for the elevator on my floor.
Oh, excuse me.
Just a minute, lady.
What is it?
I'm a great admirer of bolero jackets.
What?
Now, take the one you've got on, for instance.
I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry.
No, wait.
If you'll be good enough to let me... Oh, you've made me miss the elevator.
It's just as well.
What?
Well, it's better you don't go out in those clothes.
Just what do you mean?
Tall, good-looking, bolero jacket, blue silk dress. Mm-hmm. Lady, might I take the trouble of telling you that you're in trouble?
Trouble.
Yeah, the cops are looking for you. In those clothes.
I haven't done anything.
Maybe not. But if I were you, I'd have a little talk with me.
I've all the
I'm in
nerve...
room 41 across the hall. And I know things about you.
Well...
Good girl. Come along. It took a firm grip on her arm, but I managed to get her to my room. I rustled up some drinks, but when I turned to give her hers, I saw she held a small automatic. She looked at me steadily. I put down both glasses slowly so I wouldn't be misunderstood. Look, sister, I know it's hot tonight and heat does funny things to people, but let's put that little thing away and have a nice cool drink, huh?
Don't move.
Oh, I'm strictly frozen in my tracks.
Stay that way.
Okay. But wouldn't you like to know that I'm a private detective?
Private detective?
I can prove it if you'll let me. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I don't like those things pointed at me.
I'll have that drink.
Oh, good. I don't often give good liquor away like this. I can't afford it.
Why are they after me?
Well, a man was just shot in a bar down the street. Before he got it, he'd been asking about a tall, pretty girl with a bolero jacket.
What did he look like, this man?
Oh, he was tall, about 5'11", slim, dark brown eyes with a lot of glitter, dark suit, white handkerchief in the breast pocket. And he must have seen you early at night to know how you were dressed. Am I getting anywhere?
He used to be my chauffeur.
You had an appointment with him, didn't you?
I...
He asked for you, didn't he?
Yes, I had an appointment with him. He'd stolen something from me when he left 3 days ago. I was going to buy it back from him.
Why didn't you tell the police?
I couldn't tell him.
It was valuable, wasn't it? Valuable enough for Waldo to steal.
$15,000.
Peanuts.
But it wasn't the value. You see, it meant something to me. The man I loved gave it to me. And now he's dead. He was shot down over Germany. Now go back and tell my husband that. He probably hired you.
He did? How much is he paying me? And where is this husband of yours?
He's at a meeting.
This late at night?
He's a very important man. The hydroelectric engineer.
Never mind about him. What about Waldo? Why was he knocked off?
You mean he's dead? Waldo is dead?
Yes, sister, he's dead, very dead. Screaming won't bring him back.
I'm not going to scream. Who would that be?
There's a dressing room behind the door. Hide there. Take your glass with you.
All right.
I went to the door, making a loud, yawning sound. Foolishly, I didn't have my gun. That was a mistake. Because when I opened the door, the guy on the other side certainly had one. A .22 target automatic that had already killed one man that night. And I knew the bald head, the flat, shiny eyes, and the face like a poisonous lizard. Baldy put the muzzle of his gun lightly against my throat. I backed into the room, and Baldy kicked the door shut.
You alone?
Look for yourself.
I'm asking, not looking.
I'm alone.
You and that dumb bartender saw me dust off Waldo.
What did Waldo do to you?
Who's asking?
Just making conversation.
He stooled on me on a bank job we did together. Got me 4 years in Michigan Penn. How is he?
Dead.
Well, I'm still good. Drunk or sober. Tell me why I came here, pal.
You heard the barkeep and me talking. I told him my name and where I lived.
That's how, pal. I said why.
Skip it. The hangman won't ask you to guess why he's there.
You're pretty tough at that, ain't you, pal? But you're slamming off.
All right. But, could you get that gun out of my neck and try somewhere else? Just any place.
This better? This suits you all right?
Yeah, just so it isn't my neck.
Say when, pal. It's your party.
I leaned against the gun weakly. The door of the dressing room showed a crack of darkness. The crack widened. I began to shake a little in spite of the heat. The girl came quietly into the room, but there was white all around her irises. She was scared. She had a gun in her hand, but I was sorry for her. Dead sorry. She tried to make the door a scream. Either way, it would be curtains for both of us.
Scared, mister? Worried about any little thing?
I couldn't talk. The girl floated in the air somewhere behind Baldy. And her horrified face was drifting toward us. My mouth was as cold and dry as yesterday's toast.
Well, kid, how's it feel? You ready yet? Say the word.
Well, don't take all night about it. If you're going to do something about it, do it.
Why not, pal? I like this.
Suppose I yell.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Put up your hand.
Hey, look! Thanks, sister. That buys me. Everything I have is yours, now and forever.
Is he dead?
Flatter me, no end, lady. I only punched him. Now get out of here while I call the cops down on this killer.
Yes. Good night.
Wait a minute. That jacket marks you for the cops. Leave it here. You don't need it in this kind of weather.
Oh, yes, here.
Okay. See you again?
Why?
I don't know. Who am I to be the rival of a dead flyer and things like that? Now, on second thought, forget the whole thing. I'll see that the police get Jesse James here. Good night, lady. Yeah? You mean me?
Yes, please.
Oh, you again.
Get in. I want to talk to you.
You want to know what happened at headquarters?
Yes.
I went down to headquarters with the law and gave them the story. I left you out of it.
Oh, thanks.
And you saved my life. So no one knows anything about you. Incidentally, neither do I.
My name is Mrs. Frank Barsley. 212 Fremont Place. Olympia 24596. That what you wanted?
I guess so.
Well, there it is.
Now, why'd you really come back?
I wanted my pearls.
Oh, no. Pearls, too?
Yes.
All right, tell me about the pearls. We've had a murder, a beautiful mystery woman, and a sadistic killer, and an heroic rescue. Now we will have pearls.
I was to buy them back from the man called Waldo.
Well, I saw everything that came out of his pockets. There weren't any pearls.
Could they be hidden in his apartment?
It's possible.
Waldo lived on the same floor you do, in this apartment house.
And why didn't I know him, at least by sight?
Well, he just moved in last week. He managed to get a sublet.
Sort of amateur magician on the side, huh?
It's, getting rather late.
Yeah. What about your husband this hot, mysterious night?
He's still at his meeting.
Good.
Why did you say that?
I didn't have any answers. We just sat there looking at one another. I was suddenly aware of the hot desert wind stirring up the night. I took hold of her and I kissed her. She sat very still. I was shaking when I let go of her. Her voice trembled a little when she spoke.
I meant you to do that. Oh, I wasn't always this way. Only since Johnny Dalmas was killed in the war. He gave me those pearls. 41 of them. With a diamond propeller clasp. I'd have loved them if they were wooden beads because he gave them to me. I loved Johnny. The way you love just one time. You understand that?
Yes, I can. What I don't understand is how you could explain a $15,000 pearl necklace to your husband.
Told him they were imitation. That I bought them myself.
How did Waldo latch onto them and what they stood for?
When my husband was in Argentina, Waldo and I would go for long drives. I was restless and wretched because of Johnny. Sometimes Waldo and I had a little drink together. But that was all.
But you confided in Waldo about those pearls.
Yes.
And when your husband came back, Waldo stole the pearls and offered to sell them back to you. He'd tell Papa.
Oh, I was a fool.
And now you think the pearls are upstairs in Waldo's apartment.
I suppose it's a lot to ask.
I've been paid. I'll go look. Wait here. Was I gone long,
No.
Lola?
Well,
No.
no pearls?
No pearls.
Oh,
There was a man in Waldo's room.
man.
You know a guy named Leon Velasanos?
No, not by name. I don't know him.
Mexican, South American, about 45, small, iron gray hair, very neat. Fawn-colored suit, wine-colored tie.
No, I don't think I know such a man. You say he was in the room?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Very little. In fact, nothing. He was dead.
You are listening to the adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by one of America's most outstanding writers of crime and mystery fiction, Raymond Chandler. Our story for today, The Red Wind, continues in just a moment. But first, a message of interest for all young men. How would you like to be up there in the wild blue sky, flying America's mightiest bombers, fastest fighters, and newest jet jobs? Believe me, it's a great feeling to know that you have the skill, the courage it takes to become a pilot officer in the United States Air Force, the Air Force that's second to none. Keep your eye on the local newspapers and your nearest Army Air Force recruiting station. An aviation cadet recruiting team will be in your community soon. If you're between the ages of 20 and 26 and a half years of age, single, and a high school graduate, plan to see the aviation cadet interviewing team. If you pass the mental and physical examination, you'll be accepted for the 52-week aviation cadet training program. When you graduate, you'll be a second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force, the mightiest of all. And now, back to the adventures of Philip Marlowe. With Gerald Moore as our star, we continue today's adventure.
I sat with Lola Bosley in her car, listening to the hot wind gallop around in the midnight streets. I just told her about the Latin-looking man I'd found in Waldo's room in a very dead condition. I held her hands until they stopped trembling, and then I gave her the few remaining details. He had a gun in his shoulder holster, but someone had strangled him before he could set up in business with a gun.
Someone? You mean Waldo?
Maybe. You see that convertible coupe 2 cars ahead of us?
Oh, it's been there for hours. It's there before I parked here to wait for you.
Well, Leon, the guy in Waldo's room, came in that car. But according to the key container he carried, it isn't his car.
Well, whose car is it? And does it matter?
Yeah, it belongs to a lady, according to the tag on the car keys. Eugenie Kolchenko, West Los Angeles.
Never heard of her.
Mm-hmm. Well, you better go home now.
What are you going to do?
I'll drive that flossy convertible around and wave at my friends. Impress people. You run along now. Me, I've got another date.
Yes. What is it, please?
Miss Eugenie Kolchenko?
Yes. What is it?
Did you lose or misplace a pigeon gray convertible coupe?
What are you saying?
Now, don't be alarmed. I found it, brought it home to you.
Oh, come in, please. It is a reward you wish. Shall we say...
Snap out of it, dragon lady. Who was he?
Who was who?
The little guy, Leon. You loaned your car to. He's dead. Who was he?
Oh, no. No.
Eugenie,
Darling, come here, please.
What's the matter, my dear? Who is this man?
I came about Miss Kolchenko's car.
What about a car?
Well, the gentleman who borrowed it couldn't return it on account of he isn't alive.
He's dead, darling. He is dead.
That's putting it more bluntly, of course.
Dead, huh?
Yeah, completely.
Who are you?
Philip Marlowe, private investigator. My card.
Have you told the police yet?
Never do at once what can be profitably deferred pending negotiation. Aesop.
I might negotiate.
Peachy.
Just what do you know, Marlowe?
Well, a man named Waldo was shot in a bar tonight. I happen to have the inside as to who he was, and when I visited his apartment tonight, I found this Leon Velasanos dead.
He wouldn't have had $500 in 20s on him, would he?
No. But this Waldo had over $700 on him when he was killed in that cocktail bar, mostly in 20s. Is there a basis for negotiation yet?
Very well, Marlowe. There were certain bills for some stuff Miss Kolchenko here had charged to my account.
But, darling, you told me I might charge to your account.
All right, my dear, so I wasn't bright.
That might be the understatement of the decade, but go on.
I had the bills safely in my briefcase. Somehow, this Waldo had a chance to steal the briefcase. I hired Leon, gave him $500 to buy back those bills from Waldo.
Instead, Waldo took Leon's coupons, was forced to kill Leon in the process. Then he went out to keep another date and walked into an old pal hostile enough to blow him down, huh?
Then somebody still has those bills, and I'm in for a divorce suit, huh?
The man who shot Waldo got away in Waldo's car with your briefcase in it, could be. Cops caught him.
And the police have the briefcase?
Maybe. But the police are interested in solving crimes, not in tossing mud for the benefit of sensation eaters. I have a friend or two at headquarters. Let me see what I can do.
It's worth $500 to me, Marlowe.
Then that's what it'll cost you.
All right. Good luck, and thank you, Mr.
Marlowe. Philip Marlowe, remember?
Marlowe. My name is Frank Barsley.
Barsley? Oh.
And just what does that mean?
The big hydroelectric engineer.
Yeah. Yes, how'd you know?
Never mind. May I use your telephone? Someday I must tell you about Ibarra. Oh, he's a salt of the earth, Ibarra. Detective lieutenant over at Central Homicide. Well, I phoned Ibarra from Miss Kolchenko's house and told him where he could find a well-dressed cadaver named Leon and furnished a few small details. I gave Ibarra time to check my tip, and then I went down to see the good lieutenant and told him why I'd been up in Waldo's room, only to find Leon instead of a certain lady's string of pearls.
Pearls, eh?
Yeah, I thought Waldo might have had them up there.
Whose pearls were they?
The ladies?
Go on.
Or they might have been in Waldo's car that Waldo's killer drove away in.
Yeah.
What, yeah?
They might have.
Yeah. Also, a batch of bills charged to the account of a certain Frank Bosley.
Yeah.
The police aren't interested in domestic scandal. They want to prevent or solve crimes, right?
So?
So, I've got $500 for the police fund. If those pearls and those bills are returned to their rightful owners.
Quit your kidding.
It's a valuable necklace.
Yeah. There's your necklace. Take it away.
On the level, Ibarra?
Just tell me straight what it's all about. All I ask.
Sure. Well, you see, this Waldo was blackmailing a wife with the pearls and her husband with the bills. Bosley, that's the guy's name, sent Leon to get the bills from Waldo. Waldo killed him and then stepped out and got nailed by that guy in the bar he'd stool pigeoned against once. Well, if Bosley's name stays out of the papers, I get $500. It goes to the police fund.
Thanks. We'll keep 'em out.
I'm not in this case for money. I just want to get back the bills and the pearls.
Sure. And like you say, Marlowe, the police aren't in business to sling mud.
Look, you can deliver the pearls to the lady yourself if you like.
No, you better take them to her, Marlowe. You see, except for that diamond propeller clasp on them, they're phony.
Phony?
But look, Marlowe, I know pearls. Real pearls feel gritty between the teeth. These are hard and glassy. Try.
Yeah.
They're phony. All but the clasp, Marlowe. All but the clasp.
I took the pearls and had them appraised the next morning at a gilt-edged place in Beverly Hills. Phony all but the clasp. An imitation as good as these couldn't have been made that fast. These were the pearls that Waldo had stolen. I took the glass pearls to a dive on Melrose and had them duplicated for $20. I had the jeweler attach the diamond clasp to the $20 duplicate string of pearls. Then I called up Lola. Hello, Lola. Okay, you're in?
Oh, Mr. Marlowe. Yes, it's okay here.
I have a string of pearls for you.
Oh, really, Philip? Really? Did you get...
Now, wait a minute, Lola. Waldo was getting set to gyp you. We sold the real pearls and made up a string with the diamond clasp.
Oh. Well, may I at least have the clasp?
Sure. Meet me at 4 at Nikolaev's.
Nikolaev's at 4. I'll be there.
There you are, Lola. These are the pearls the police found in Waldo's car.
You were right. They're not my pearls.
I'm sorry, Lola.
No. I still have the clasp that Johnny gave me.
Well, I'm happy if you are.
Happy? No, not quite happy. See, this morning my husband told me we're to separate.
No, I'm very sorry, Lola.
You've been very kind.
That's all right.
This is goodbye, I suppose.
Yeah. You'll never get over Johnny Dalmas. Goodbye, Lola. And if anybody ever bothers you again, let me know, huh? Name's Marlowe. Philip Marlowe.
I'll remember. Philip Marlowe.
I drove almost to Malibu. And then I parked. And then I walked. Way out on a rock cliff, jutting into the Pacific Ocean. And then I reached into my pocket and dug out the string of bohemian glass pearls that Lieutenant Ibarra had found in Waldo's car. I cut the knot at one end and slipped the pearls off, one by one. One by one, I flipped them into the water. Should have seen the gulls swoop down on them. Then they flapped up again, screaming indignantly. Phony pearls. They'd fooled Waldo and Lola Barsley. But they couldn't fool a seagull. I said aloud, to the memory of Johnny Delmas, just another four-flusher. I listened a while to the wheeling seagulls. All at once, I realized that the wind had died. The Santa Ana had blown itself out. The red wind was done. It was over. It was cool again.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. In tonight's story, Red Wind, Lola was played by Peggy Weber, and Barry Kroger was Baldy. Joan Banks played Eugenie Kolchenko. Jeff Corey was Lieutenant Ibarra. Parley Bear was Barsley. Lou Krugman was Waldo, and Wilms Herbert played the bartender. The special music was conceived and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. Philip Marlowe will be back in just a moment. Young man, be a Marine. Combine travel, adventure, and education at no expense to yourself. When you're a Marine, you can travel to the far places of the earth and carry on at the same time your own educational program through free Marine Corps Institute correspondence courses. You have plenty of courses to choose from, and an ideal way of studying geography or history is to take a course dealing with the background of the area in which you are stationed, or any of the more than 160 Marine Corps Institute courses. Thanks to this Marine Corps Institute, thousands of Marines are making continual educational advancements during their service in the U.S. Marine Corps. That opportunity, upon becoming a U.S. Marine, is yours for the asking. Check with your nearest Marine Corps recruiting office tomorrow for complete information. Next week at the same time, be sure to tune in for another adventure of Philip Marlowe, when Marlowe says,
I was low, very low the night I set out searching for the girl with the strange hazel eyes. The fog which hung over Los Angeles didn't help. And I felt even worse when I found her. For by then I had death on my hands.
If you like your laughs mingled with spicy music, be around tomorrow to hear the premiere of Alka-Seltzer Time, featuring Herb Schreiner and Raymond Scott's quintet. There'll be guest stars, too. Here's a show that's guaranteed to keep Monday from being blue. It's coming your way Mondays through Fridays over most of these CBS stations. So consult your local newspaper for the time of Alka-Seltzer Time. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
So you think you're going to keep Tom away from me, do you, Barbara?
Yes, I do, Florence. Or am I supposed to call you Miss Wells because you're the star of the show?
You should be glad I'm a star. I'm the kind of star who packs the house. Or you'd be just another chorus girl looking for work.
I'll be a star myself someday.
What are you going to use for talent?
You were a chorus girl once, remember?
I don't like remembering, so don't get me started, Barbara. But you remember something. Tom belongs to me and me alone.
Tom loves me, not you.
Loves you? Don't make me laugh.
But he does. He told me so.
Oh, you're not that naive. You couldn't be. What makes you think he can see anything in you when he compares you with me? Why, next to me, you're practically a schoolgirl.
I still say Tom is in love with me, and he's going to marry me.
Well, that isn't what he told me on the phone last night.
Tom didn't call you last night. He wasn't even in town. And he isn't in town now.
Oh, haven't you ever heard of the long-distance telephone?
He called you long distance?
And talked to me for 30 beautiful minutes. I don't think you heard from him, did you?
No. And I don't think you did either.
Are you calling me a liar?
I'll put that bowl down, Florence. If you hit me,
I'll hit you, all right? No!
The mirror. You've broken that mirror.
Yes, I have, haven't I? And it's your mirror. That means 7 years bad luck.
Yes, it does. But it won't be. For me.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mary. This is Blackie. Did I wake you up?
Not quite, Blackie. I was just taking a nap.
Oh, I'm sorry. All I wanted to do was to tell you that I got 2 tickets for the theater tonight.
Oh, I'll be ready in 10 minutes.
Take it easy. It's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Excuse me, Blackie.
Hey, who's this?
This is Elsie on the switchboard downstairs.
Oh, Elsie. Well, look, you cut me off. I was talking to
Yeah,
Miss
I know. I'm
Elsie.
holding that call, Blackie, but there's a woman on the phone wants to speak to you. She says it's urgent. She sounds like she means it. That's why I cut in.
Oh, all right. Well, explain to Miss Wesley and have her hold on a minute. I'll take the other call.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, miss. Here's your party.
Boston Blackie, this is serious. I'm Florence Wells.
What's so serious about that? Hey, are you Florence Wells, the musical comedy star?
Yes, and I need your help.
You've done all right without help, Miss Wells. I hear your show's a hit.
Yes, it is, but Blackie, I didn't call up to talk about my show or myself. I have to see you. I'm in desperate trouble. I'm afraid something's going to happen to me soon, maybe tonight. You've got to see me in my dressing room this evening before I go on.
So you sound as if you're on a level, Miss Wells.
Yes, I am. Will you be here tonight? Curtain time is 8:30, but I'd like to see you no later than 7:30, please. Please be there, Blackie. It's important.
7:30? All right, I'll be there, Miss Wells.
Thank you, Blackie. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yes, Blackie.
Did Miss Wesley hold the line?
Yes, she did. Here she is.
Thanks. Hello, Mary. I'm sorry about the interruption.
Oh, that's all right, inasmuch as there's nothing I can do about it now anyway.
Mary, we're not going to the theater tonight.
We're not going? Why not?
Well, our conversation was interrupted by Florence Wells.
Florence Wells, the musical comedy star? I don't like her.
I've got to meet her in a dressing room at 7:30 tonight.
You are? Well, I definitely don't like that.
Where's Miss Wells? Has anybody heard from Florence Wells? It's 7:30. Why isn't she here? Joe!
Yes, Mr. Brown?
Don't move away from that door. The minute Florence Wells comes in, you let me know. I want to talk to her.
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody. Girls, boys, too. Let's get on stage and check costumes, makeup. Billy, let's have full overhead lights back here. Joe, don't you forget, the minute Florence Wells comes in.
Yes, I know, Mr. Brown. You want to talk to her right away? Okay. Hey, you, where do you think you're going?
I don't think I know where I'm going. I'm Boston Blackie. I'm supposed to see Florence Wells at 7:30. She sent for me.
Well, I wish somebody'd send for her. She isn't here.
Oh, I see. Well, maybe she left a message for me. Whom would I ask?
Ask Ella, Miss Wells' maid. She's in Miss Wells' dressing room. That first door there.
Thanks.
Don't know what you're thanking me for. I didn't do anything for you.
Is Miss Wells
No,
here?
Miss Wells ain't here. She ain't... Oh, excuse me. I thought she was somebody else.
I'm Boston Blackie. I have an appointment to meet Miss Wells here at 7:30. I thought maybe she'd left a message for me or something. She said it was awfully important for me to see her.
I'm sorry, Mr. Blackie, but she didn't leave no message for anybody.
No message, huh? Well, I'll wait around for a little while outside. Thanks.
You're welcome.
No message?
No message.
Well, wait a little while. She's bound to show up by curtain time anyway.
Well, I hope so.
Good evening.
Miss Wells, everybody's been looking for you.
Oh, sorry, Joe. I was delayed.
Well, Mr. Brown wants to see you right away. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, don't tell him I'm here. I don't want to talk to him.
I take it you want to talk to me, Miss Wells.
Oh, who are you?
Boston Blackie. You sent for me, remember?
Oh, yes, but you'll have to wait until after I change into my costume. I won't be long. Stick around, will you?
Well, yes, of course.
Just
Well,
stick around.
look.
Ella, do you have my costume ready?
No, Miss Wills, I'm
you
sorry.
fool! What do you mean, no? What's the matter with you? Don't you know that?
Very pleasant young lady, but I suppose you have to make excuses for people like Miss Wells.
You make the excuses if you want to. I'll make room for them. I sure don't like to get in their way.
Personally, I prefer the stay-at-home type myself. But there's something interesting about people in show business. They...
Stop dawdling and get me my dress if you want to look for another job.
Interesting, huh?
But I'll do all I can for you.
From a distance, pal, from a distance.
What happens to some people when they get to the top gets me. Now, you take that girl Barbara, for instance.
Barbara, who's she?
Girl in the chorus. There she is. That pretty brunette at the top of the landing. She's probably going out for some coffee. Now, there's as sweet a girl as you ever want to know.
Yes, she is pretty. And, want to know is right.
No, yes. But I'm willing to bet anything that if she gets to the top of the heap, she'll be just as mean and hard to get along with as this Florence Wells.
Oh, I don't know about that. There are all kinds of people in the world. Maybe this kid...
Oh, that must be Miss Wells. Well, guess I'll be going.
It's not Miss Wells. It's her maid, Ella.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Miss Wells, I'll get it right away. Right away.
What'd she say?
I think it was something about trouble.
Well, she ought to know a lot about trouble. She works for a gal who's really trouble.
Will you quit your bawling, Barbara? You're making me sorry I ever let you come over here.
But, Tom, I'm so frightened. I go on stage in a half hour, but I had to run out and see you. Florence talked to me this afternoon. She was terribly excited.
So what's talk? Talk never hurt nobody. Now, look, cheer up. You got to go on stage pretty soon.
Tom, listen to me. We're going to stop seeing each other.
We are not. Now, come on, snap out of it, baby. This is no way to act when I just got back to town. I thought you were glad to see me.
I am glad, Tom, because it means we can break off right now, before something horrible happens.
What do you mean before something happens? What's going to happen?
I don't know. All I know is Florence will do something awful if I don't give you up. So I'm giving you up, Tom.
What?
Please don't try to see me anymore. Let Florence have you if she wants you. It's the only way.
Now, look, baby, Florence doesn't mean anything to me.
Then why did you call her last night?
To wish her luck in the show, that's all. I do publicity for her, remember? I like the dame, but that's all. I just like her. And not too much at that.
Tom, you don't understand. She's in love with you.
So what? I'm in love with you, baby, just you.
But Florence...
Listen, will you? That dame is out of my life. So skip what she said to you. Now, baby, I've quit her. Now, you quit crying.
Listen, Joe, I'm getting tired of waiting. How long before curtain time does Miss Wells come out of her dressing room?
It'll be any minute now, Blackie. Curtain goes up in 8 minutes.
That's fine, but I've been waiting for her for more than 50 minutes.
Well, it's like I told you. These big stars don't care about anybody.
Well, I'm getting so I don't care much what she wants to talk to me about. Can't be very important if she's waiting.
Hey, you. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
Faraday.
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Oh, nothing that can be of any interest to you. I'm waiting for Florence Wells to come out of her dressing room so I can talk to her.
Well, you're going to have a long wait.
Oh, I don't know. It's 8 minutes to curtain time, and she has to make the curtain.
She isn't making anything anymore but headlines, Blackie. I just found a dead body 8 blocks down the street.
What? Miss Wells is dead?
Very. I'm Inspector Faraday of the police. I want to see the dead woman's dressing room.
Sure. Right this way, sir.
Well, now, hey, wait a minute. This is impossible, Faraday. Florence Wells went into that room right there 50 minutes ago, and she hasn't come out of it.
Yes, she has. She's gone down the street and been murdered. And she isn't coming out of that.
Now, look, wait a minute. I'm serious, Faraday. Joe and I both saw her go in. And we've been standing right here ever since, and Florence Wells didn't leave her dressing room.
That's right, Inspector.
Then whose body did I find in that vacant lot down the street?
I don't know, but it wasn't Florence Wells. She's in her dressing room right there.
Are you on the level, Blackie?
So help me.
Look, I'm the one who's going to need help. If Florence Wells is in her dressing room, I've got an unidentified body.
Come on, Joe. Let's prove to Faraday that Miss Wells is in her dressing room.
Yes, sir. It's this door right here.
Faraday, how do you know that body you found was Florence Wells?
Because there were calling cards in her bag, and I recognized her from her picture.
Mm-hmm. Well, don't believe everything you read or see, pal. Here's Miss Wells. Hey, Hey, there's nobody in here.
I told you she couldn't be. She's on her way to the mall.
And I'm on my way to the nut house. Florence Wells didn't leave this room once she came into it.
She might have. Through that window up there.
That's it. That's how she got out.
And then came back in and locked the window. Look at it, Faraday. It's locked and from the inside.
Then she got out of here some other way. Is there a door?
Only the one that we just came through. And Joe and I were standing where we could watch that all the time.
Maybe there's a trap door. I've heard of things like that.
Good idea. Push back the rug there.
Yes. Yeah, I know what you'll find, too.
Never mind. I've already found it. Solid floor.
Faraday, I hate to confuse you, but there's no possible way for Miss Wells to leave this room except through that door.
But she did. She must have. She got out of this room, walked down the street 8 blocks, and got herself killed.
You sure that was Florence Wells?
Positive. I knew her from the identification in her purse and by her pictures. That was Florence Wells, all right.
If that was Florence Wells, all right, she did get out of this room. But we don't know how she got out, and that's not all right.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Musical comedy star Florence Wells tells young and frightened Barbara Lane that she had better give up her boyfriend, Tom, or suffer the consequences. Later, Florence phones Blackie and says she has to see him backstage at her theater at 7:30. Blackie is there before the star arrives, but she goes into her dressing room without telling Blackie why she wanted to see him. Florence apparently does not leave her dressing room by door, window, or hidden exit. But 15 minutes later, she is found dead, 8 blocks away from the theater. As we return to our story, it's the next day, and Blackie and his friend Mary Wesley are in the dead star's dressing room.
This dressing room is where Miss Wells was last seen alive, I guess, isn't it, Blackie?
Yes, Mary, by our maid Ella. And now Ella's disappeared.
Good heavens. She hasn't been murdered, too, I hope.
I certainly hope not.
Maybe she knows who killed Miss Wells and she's gone into hiding.
Well, that's one of the reasons I'd like to find her. I certainly can't find anything around here.
But I thought you and the police had already checked this room for ways Miss Wells could have gotten out.
We checked it from top to bottom and didn't find anything. But I thought checking it again might do some good.
No sign of a secret door anywhere, is there?
No sliding doors or traps, Mary. This is just a plain, ordinary dressing room. Come on, Mary. Let's go outside.
All right.
Oh, there's the manager. Maybe he can help me. Oh, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown!
Please, no more questions. I have enough trouble putting on a show with an understudy without answering questions.
Well, look, don't you know anything about Miss Wells? Who her friends were, where she spent her time?
All I know about Miss Wells is that she was the star of this show, and now I have a show without a star.
Oh, excuse me, Mary. Mr. Brown, Miss Wesley.
Hello. How do you do, Miss Wesley? You'll have to excuse
now, wait a
me.
minute. Mr. Brown, wait a minute. Is there anyone in the show who might tell me something about Miss Wells?
Well, yes. There's Barbara. She's the girl in the chorus. They knew each other, I think. But the chorus is on the stage now. We're rehearsing the entire cast with the understudy.
Well, can't you get her off the stage?
No, I can't do a thing like
well, look,
that.
if you'll let me ask her a few questions, I'll stop asking you questions.
Well, all right. Joe? Yeah? Ask Barbara to come in here, will you? Okay.
I hope pulling a girl out of the line won't throw the understudy.
Oh, no, Miss Wesley. They're trained to expect anything.
Oh, here she comes.
What's the matter, Mr. Brown? Was I doing something wrong?
No, Barbara, no. This is Boston Blackie. He wants to talk to you.
Barbara, Lane is your last name, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Miss Lane, Miss Wesley?
How do you do, Miss Lane?
How do you do, Miss Wesley?
Miss Lane, what do you know about Florence Wells?
Florence Wells? Nothing.
No? How long have you known her?
Not long. I've been in town only a few months. The show wasn't cast until 2 months ago.
In other words, Blackie, she's known Florence Wells only 2 months.
I figured that out for myself. You're not a local girl, Miss Lane. Where are you from?
A place no one ever heard of, Barling, Kansas. Just a little town.
Barling, Kansas, huh? A little town. I wonder if I can get a little information out of it.
Look, Miss Lane, you might as well start talking, because I'm going to keep you right here in my office till you do.
But I can't tell you anything, Inspector Faraday. I couldn't tell Blackie anything, and I can't tell you.
Why don't you leave her alone, Inspector?
Tom, please.
Look, Johnson, any more interference from you, I'll have you thrown out of here. Miss Lane, do you deny that Miss Wells was in your apartment yesterday and had an argument with you?
No, I don't deny it.
How'd you find out about that, Inspector?
The police find out about everything sooner or later, Johnson. Now, someone in Miss Lane's apartment building heard the argument and saw Miss Wells leave. What was that argument about, Miss Lane?
I'd rather not say.
You'd better say.
Go ahead, Barbara. It's all right.
Well, for the first time in this case, someone's being helpful. What were you two arguing about, Miss Lane?
About Tom here. She wanted to take him away from me.
Oh.
She didn't kill Florence Wells, I tell you.
You let me decide that, Johnson. I don't know much about this case. Nobody does. Nobody knows who killed her, why she was 8 blocks from the theater just before curtain time. Nobody knows how she got out of her dressing room without being seen. But I know something, Miss Lane. I know you're my murder suspect, number 1.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, hello. I hear you. Who's this calling?
This is Boston Blackie calling from New York. Is this the office of the Ball Kansas Enterprise?
Yes, this is the office of the Enterprise. This is the editor speaking. Clem Aiken's the name.
Oh, good. Look, Mr. Aiken, can you tell me anything about Barbara Lane? She's a chorus girl on a musical comedy here.
Oh, Barbara. Now you're talking about the sweetest and prettiest girl in Barling County.
You know her then?
Nora? Why, I remember where she was born. Was in that old frame house in the corner of the...
Oh, hey, no, look, never mind where she was born. Can you tell me anything about her that, the average person doesn't know?
Don't know what you mean, son. Say, she isn't in trouble, is she?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, I hope not. Lane family has had enough of it with Barbara's sister.
Barbara's sister? How did she cause trouble?
Murdered her husband. That's what she did. Nice young fellow from over in Soft Creek.
I see.
No, you don't see it all because the jury let her off. Just couldn't send a pair of pretty limbs and fluttery eyes to jail, I guess.
Well, then Barbara's sister didn't really kill her husband.
Lots of folks here say she did. Me, I ain't saying. Like the Lane family, even her. Yep, even like Florence.
Barbara's sister's name is Florence?
Yep, she disappeared right after the jury let her off. Nobody's heard from her since. Guess
Uh-huh.
she's dead. Too bad she went wrong. She had a nice singing voice and could have been a big star on the radio.
Was she a blonde, tall, blue eyes?
Yep, that's Florence. Know her?
I think I do.
Funny you should be asking about Barbara Lane, and I get to tell you about her sister.
Why?
Well, there was a young fella here a few days ago. Big youngster with heavy head of black hair. Good looking, too, except for a nasty scar on his chin. He was here asking about Barbara and was sort of surprised to find out she had a sister.
Well, I am, too. And I may have a surprise for you. I think I know where Florence Lane has been all this time.
You do? Where?
On the stage under the name of Florence Wells. But she's dead now. Murdered.
Murdered? Well, that's news. I'm going to have to get that on page 1 of next week's Enterprise. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Mary, I think we have something.
Well, from the length of that conversation, I judge you have a lot of something.
I think I know why Barbara Lane wouldn't tell us anything about Florence Wells. They're sisters. And I think Florence was killed by someone who was trying to blackmail her.
Oh, Blackie, what sense does that make? In that case, the blackmailer should have been killed, not Miss Wells.
Oh, the blackmailer may have known Florence Wells was going to try to kill him, so he beat her to it.
Well, that's fine. You think you know why she was killed, but you still don't know who killed her or how she got out of her dressing room.
I have ideas on that subject, too. Let's get hold of Faraday and go down to the theater. I think I can get out of Florence Wells's dressing room the same way she did.
Blackie, is getting me down to this theater another of your crazy schemes to waste a lot of my time? I'm trying to find the murderer of Florence Wells.
Look, Faraday, stop calling her Florence Wells. Barbara Lane backed up my theory that Florence was really his sister, didn't she?
All right. Florence Lane.
That's better. Mary, do me a favor, will you?
Sure.
Right outside the stage door, there's a shoe shine boy. Go out there and bring him in, will you?
All right.
Blackie, this is no time to get your shoe shined.
No? Well, you bet, Faraday. First, I'm going to show you how Florence Wells, actually Florence Lane, we know now, got out of a dressing room without being seen.
You can't do it.
Give me just 3.5 minutes inside that dressing room. Get me that shoe shine boy, and I'll show you how to polish off this case.
Well, Miss Wesley, Blackie's been in that dressing room 2.5 minutes now.
Then he has a whole minute to go, Inspector Faraday.
A minute to go. But where? He's not going to get out of that dressing room.
No, well, just you wait and
See? He couldn't do it. This must be Blackie now.
Oh, no, that's not Blackie. That's the shoe shine boy.
Oh, yeah? Hey, just 30 seconds left.
Well, please, let's give him every second he asks for.
I'd like to give him 20 years for wasting my time like this. He's not going to get out of that dressing room. It's impossible.
The murdered girl got out of it.
Yeah, she did. I bet she's sorry.
All right, how much more time?
10 seconds.
Well, I I guess we might as well start for the door.
And we're going to open it, too. Right on the dot of 3.5 minutes, which is now. Well, Blackie, I told you,
Inspector Faraday, there is nobody in here.
There's got to be. He's hiding.
That's right, Faraday, right behind you out here in the hall.
Blackie, how did you get out there?
I walked out, just the way Florence Lane did. How do I look in blackface?
Oh, good heavens, that wasn't the shoeshine boy we saw walking out of here. That was you, wasn't it?
Then where's the shoeshine boy? How did he get out of here?
The way Florence Lane's maid Ella got out of here. I boosted him through that window there and then locked it from the inside.
Yeah?
Before that, we'd switched clothes, and I blacked up and then walked out here. Just as Florence Lane walked out as the maid. Simple, isn't it?
It is not. Why would that actress go to all that trouble to sneak out of here to get killed?
She didn't expect to be killed. Look, Faraday, you've told me about a fellow named Tom Johnson. I want to see what he looks like.
Why?
Because if he looks the way I think he looks, the looks of this case will be a lot better. Nice head of hair you have there, Johnson, but where'd you get that nasty scar on your chin there?
Oh, that, Blackie, I got it in a sledding accident when I was a kid. What's it to you?
It's nothing to me. But I'll tell you what it is to you. A very definite means of identification and proof, too.
Proof? Proof of what?
Proof that you were in Barking, Kansas, the day before yesterday, talking to Clem Aiken, the editor of the Barling Enterprise.
Oh?
And you were asking him questions about Barbara Lane, and don't deny it, Johnson.
No, I won't deny it. I had a reason to ask questions about her. I was going to marry her. I wanted to find out about her childhood and what she did in her hometown.
But you also found out that Florence Wells and Barbara Lane were sisters, didn't you?
Yeah? So what if I did?
I'll tell you what. What you found out about Florence was worth a lot of money to you. Musical comedy stars don't like to be known as suspected murderesses.
Oh, you think I was going to blackmail her, do you? Well, I wasn't. I even told her I wasn't.
Told her when?
I phoned her from Barling after the old editor told me about it. She got sore, but I told her she needn't worry about it. I was going to keep it under my hat.
Mm-hmm. Then what gave her the idea to kill you?
What makes you think she was going to kill me?
There's only one reason Florence Wells went to so much trouble to get out of her dressing room without being seen. There's only one reason she wanted me outside her dressing room when she went out to meet you. She was going to kill you, and she wanted me as an alibi.
Yeah, okay, You're right, Blackie. That's just the way it was. But it was self-defense. She phoned me and told me to meet her on the corner by a vacant lot. She said she wanted to talk to me.
And when she met you, she pulled a gun on you, didn't she?
Yeah. She said she didn't trust me with what I knew about her and wouldn't stand for blackmail. And when she came at me with that gun, I could tell she meant business.
So you pulled a gun on her and shot her?
No. I grabbed the gun. I was just trying to take it away from her. And then all of a sudden it went off. I was lucky there was nobody around. I carted her to a lot, took the gun, and beat it back to my apartment in time to see Barbara there.
You have the gun now?
Well, you think I'm nuts? I tossed it in the river.
In the river, huh? Well, Tom, I've got news for you. You're going up the river. Ella, nobody's going to hurt you. You're not in police headquarters to be arrested. You were Florence Wells' maid.
Yes, sir. But I didn't do anything wrong. Just what Miss Wells told me to do. I let her boost me out of the window after I gave her my maid's uniform, and then I disappeared, just like she paid me to.
Well, Faraday, that does it. Florence Wells left her dressing room in blackface.
But if she was in blackface when she left her dressing room, why wasn't she still in blackface when she was killed?
She obviously stopped outside the theater and took the makeup off.
That's right, too, Mr. Inspector.
Why didn't you come and tell us all this right away, Ella?
Because when I hear she's dead, I get scared to talk.
Well, thanks, Ella. Thanks for backing me up. Satisfied now, Faraday, how Florence got out and that Tom Johnson killed her?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, Tom Johnson was a press agent. He was paid to get Florence Wells' name in the papers. He got it in, all right, in the obituary column.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where darkness drains through the scarlet of neon before it's called night, and the crowd gathers, the people of twilight till dawn, the crowd that coils upon itself, then lashes out into the furious streets. You move with it, afraid to look back over your shoulder because the sound drifting by you, was it a laugh or a cry? There's nothing in between. It's Broadway, my beat. The message was handed to me at my desk at headquarters, and the message was specific. The courtyard of the Marbury Apartments in Greenwich Village. And the message had a code number to make the matter more easily classified. Murder, translated into 2 digits. It was my department, so I went there. The courtyard, surrounded by slabs of building. Nothing except the cascade of a fountain tossing the filtered yellow lights from apartment windows. That and a girl lying there, her fingers trailing in the water. And a woman standing beside her being angry about the whole thing.
Well, I see you finally got here.
I finally did. Who are you?
Now it starts. Who am I? What am I doing here? What's this all about? How much of this is going to be in the papers?
Probably all of it. You called the questions. Answer them.
Viola Walker, owner-manager of the Marbury Apartments. Look it up. Age, none of your business. And the girl lying there is a tenant, Hope Anderson. She's dead. Now, what about the newspapers?
That bothers you? Why?
Look, listen to me. I've got an apartment house here, respectable, for girls only. Sure, they can have men callers at certain hours. Who am I to warp young women by no men callers? But respectable. Understand that, mister. The newspapers...
The girl.
Hope Anderson. I told you that. She's dead. I told you that, too.
Yeah, you did, and I believed you. Now try me on how come you're here.
This way. I was on the balcony of my apartment, that one up there. I was sniffing the moonlight. I looked down on the fountain because it goes with the moonlight. Hope Anderson lying there didn't go with anything at all.
Go on.
I came down, saw what happened. Then I posted a notice on the bulletin board, no one allowed in the courtyard tonight. Then I called headquarters. Look, mister, don't you want to look at that? The gun lying there? I saw it. How come you didn't see it?
Yeah. Equipped with a silencer. More about the girl, Miss Walker.
How do I know? She roomed in apartment 6 with, let me see, Jackie Logan. And
Jackie Logan, tell me about her.
Sure. She roomed in apartment 6 with Hope Anderson. And she's been out all night. Now listen to me. If the newspapers get this, it'll give my apartment house a bad reputation.
Death by violence creates its own after patterns of behavior. For some, the pattern is desolation, the paths of shock, then anguish, then emptiness. For Viola Walker, it was none of these. An animal had crawled into her backyard and died. For her, it was simply a matter of removal. But a policeman has no choice. For him, the pattern is known, laid out, to be followed. So I followed it. The body of a girl who was once Hope Anderson was taken away. The gun that had killed her was turned over to the experts of death, the men in technical. And the policeman went back to the Marbury Apartments to talk to the good friend of the dead girl.
Yeah, Mr. Clover, I was Hope's friend. Girls like Hope and me, we don't have a friend in the world, so we nail onto each other. That makes it bearable.
And now that Hope's dead, how will it be, Jackie?
Unbearable. For a while. Maybe for a long time. Want me to brew you some instant coffee under the hot water faucet? Sometimes it comes out good.
Thanks, I'd like some.
You'll have it in an instant. What I always say is what I always like about this town is you can always get hot water. This can get to be something desired, something hoped for. Here you are, Mr. Clover.
Thanks. Oh, that's good. I missed mine this morning.
Yeah, me too.
Tell me about Hope, Jackie.
Hope was a girl like me, only more attractive, more sought after, as the saying goes.
And she did have other friends.
Well, yeah.
All right, let's start with them.
I'd say there were 2. That's right. 2.
And they were?
Like in a novel, Mr. Clover. An older man and a young man. The young man with a fire inside him that could burn him up. The older man with a fire that was dying out. Rivals for the favors of Hope Anderson. I phrase it this way because I read novels in my leisure time. They're so lifelike.
And their names?
Care for another cup of instant coffee?
Only their names, Jackie.
There's something else you should know about Hope. And me, Mr. Clover. We never discuss names. Manners, education, how they treat little animals, bank accounts, but never names. Sure you don't want any more coffee?
No. But do something else for me, Jackie. Keep thinking about the names. And when you remember them, maybe it'll be better all round if you come to me. At headquarters.
Danny? Danny?
Yeah?
Hi.
Oh, hello, Tartaglia.
Hi.
Okay. What about it? What did technical turn up with?
Facts.
You'll tell me, huh?
Technical report to wit. The gun found at the scene at the fountain was a Luger of the type much sought after as souvenirs from the last and costliest war. It had been recently cleaned and had been fired only once. And you know what?
Do it gently, Tartaglia. What?
It was only fired only once because there had been only one bullet in the clip. Said bullet was found post-mortemly to be the one that killed Hope Anderson. Now comes the good part.
I'm clutching onto the desk.
There were fingerprints on the gun. Fingerprints that can be and were identified. Last night we sent the prints and code to Washington. This morning they came back with a name and address.
And it's who?
Alan Harper, late of the U.S. Naval, where he served well and honorable. Address 8950 Madison Avenue. How did I do, mon lieutenant?
Dandy, Tartaglia. Just Jim Dandy.
Yes? What is it?
The doorman told me to ask at this apartment. I'm looking for Alan Harper.
Alan is not here. Didn't the doorman tell you that, too?
He did, but I need to find out for myself. I'm from...
If you're a friend of Alan's, believe me when I tell you that he's not here. If you're not a friend, it would be rudeness to prolong this, wouldn't it?
You didn't let me finish. I'm from the police.
Oh, Alan's in trouble, then.
I didn't say that. Let's talk inside, shall we, Mr...
Philip Warren. I'm Alan's stepfather.
Inside, Mr. Warren?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Alan's mother is my wife. Perhaps if you told me what you want with Alan...
You could make it easier for her?
Exactly.
Why do you think you need to do that, Mr. Warren? What frightens you about my wanting Alan Harper?
Why, only that when a policeman comes to one's door, one assumes there's been violence in some greater or lesser degree.
Violence? Did I hear violence, Philip? Oh.
This gentleman is from the police, Vera. Mr.
Danny Clover.
Mr. Danny Clover, my wife, Mrs. Vera Warren.
The police?
It's about Alan, Vera. Mr. Clover came to the door and said he was looking for Alan. I tried to find out why, because I wanted to spare you.
Spare me from what, Philip? I'm sure Alan never in his life did anything his mother could be ashamed of. What do you want with Alan, Mr. Clover?
Is he here, Mrs. Warren?
No. You may look for yourself if you find it compulsory not to believe me.
Where is he?
I don't know. That can't surprise you, Mr. Clover. Alan is a man.
Vera.
Let Mr. Clover speak himself, Philip. He hasn't finished. You were saying, Mr. Clover?
I was saying, where would Alan hide if he were wanted for murder?
You see, I knew. I felt it. I felt it was something that...
What could you have felt about Alan, Philip? Alan is my son.
I only meant... Nothing, Vera. Nothing.
You said murder, Mr. Clover. Whose murder?
Hope Anderson's.
Oh, yes, I read about it in the papers. And you think Alan murdered that girl, this Miss Anderson?
His fingerprints were on the gun that killed her.
Nothing. Nothing will make me believe my boy is a murderer. And I don't know where he's hiding. Hiding, that's your word. May Alan forgive me for using it.
Vera.
Show Mr. Clover to the door, Philip. I'm sure we have nothing else to say.
Yes, Vera. Come, Mr. Clover. Please, please.
Mrs. Warren, if you know anything... Show me the door, Warren.
One moment, Mr. Clover.
Yes?
Vera knows where Alan is. So do I.
Why are you telling me, Mr. Warren?
Because I believe it will go better with Alan if you find him. The life of a fugitive is not a savory one, Mr. Clover. The boy should have given himself up. The boy must have been...
Where is he?
He has a cabin on the beach at Montauk. He called Vera and told her he was there. Vera told me, and I...
Where in Montauk?
It's rather remote, hard to find. I have it. I'll draw you a map.
And he did, in a neat hand with landmarks and compass headings so that it would be impossible to miss the place. I stopped at a lunch counter for spud nuts and coffee until the Long Island train was ready to leave. At Montauk, there was no cab waiting, so I had to walk. The beach was narrow and pebbled, hugging the slow curve of the ocean. And to the left, the high sand dunes, here and there flecked with the remains of an early season's bonfire. It was warm for early spring, and no movement but the pound and heave of surf and the spray. It was a speck down the beach. In a while, it became a cabin, and a figure standing there before it, a man dressed in flannel shirt and dungarees, no shoes. I walked up to him. Hello.
Hello. Beautiful day, huh? Fine day for walking.
Yeah, it is. You're Alan Harper?
All right. Yeah, my name's Harper. Police?
Uh-huh. You shouldn't have run, Harper. Whatever your story is now, it's a bad story.
It's bad from the beginning.
What happened? You and the girl, Hope Anderson. What reason did you have for killing her?
None. That's why I didn't kill her. That's why my story's bad.
I'll listen to it.
She had just told me she was in love with me. Just then, at that moment, she made up her mind, and she was sure of it. And just then, at that moment, she died.
How?
Shot. I guess it was a funny popping noise. Hope fell, then something clattered at my feet. A gun, a Luger, somebody threw it there. I picked it up and tried to fire at someone who was running away. Nothing. No more bullets.
There's someone. Did you see them? Oh! Alan! The picture held for an instant, the boy clawing at his chest and the life spilling from him. And the pain, sharp and precise and focused, that pinched up my shoulder and flared out. And it wavered, dissolved. And I thought, lying there looking at the single pebble that somehow was in my outstretched hand, how red it was, how orange, how it spun like a million spinning lights. And there was nothing. Nothing at all.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. The cream of the fun and songs on Arthur Godfrey's daytime shows are now brought to you in a half-hour special Godfrey Digest every Saturday night on CBS. So if a date with the dentist, the hairdresser, with a traffic ticket in court kept you from hearing one of the daytime shows this week, or if you want a fast half-hour of Godfrey humor and songs by Jeanette Davis, Bill Lawrence, and the Mariners, listen in every Saturday night to the Godfrey Digest on most of these same CBS stations.
Broadway is a carnival of shadows that walk the neon midway and scream when they've been cheated of an attraction. They bought it, they paid for it, it belongs to them, to the ravenous shadows. They told me Broadway felt that way about me. It made Broadway's front pages, they told me, how a kid found me on the beach at Montauk lying under a web of seaweed. How the body of Alan Harper was torn out of the fingers of the hungry tide. They told me how I'd been taken to a small hospital overlooking the sea. And Broadway was wounded because a spectacle like that should have been played in Broadway's own gutter. Then a quiet voice told me I had a visitor, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Danny, speak to me.
Good morning, Sergeant Tartaglia.
Good morning, Lieutenant Clover. I hope you are in the mood for a visitor from the beyond.
From the beyond?
Yeah, from all the way beyond Manhattan. All my life I lived in New York. I never realized such a place like this existed in the outskirts.
You can speak up, Tartaglia. I'm not dead.
Danny, how can I tell you how glad I am to hear that from your own lips? I've been visiting here for 2 days now. This is the first time they let me see you. There ought to be a law.
What do you got in the package, Tartaglia?
Oh, a get-well confection from Mrs. Tartaglia. Last night she went to the mixmaster and beat up an old Italian recipe that makes people get well. Here, Danny, it's for you.
Thank Mrs. Tartaglia for me.
Wilco. You feel up to official business, Danny, in the physical wreck you are in?
I'm up to it. The question is, are you?
Oh, sure, Danny, sure. I'm in the pink. Well, let's get down to official business. You need not think, Danny, that we have been lax at the department during your regrettable absence. We have been on the ball.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We have found, for example, that the footprints leading to the dune from which your assailant shot at you and the deceased Alan Harper, said footprints have been obliterated beyond recognition by the sands of time.
That's a big ball. What else?
The bullets extracted from you and the said deceased Mr. Harper have no similarity to any bullets, living or dead, that have been used in the commission of any previous murders or attacks.
Jolly. Anything else?
No, nothing, Danny, except that the funeral of the deceased Mr. Harper is taking place this afternoon at 2 o'clock in the Orwell Cemetery.
Oh? Go tell the nurse I want my clothes, Tartaglia.
Danny, you got it in your mind to leave here? You can't do that. You are pale and wan and weak.
Get my clothes, Tartaglia. I have to go to a funeral. Outside of Montauk, it began to rain, a misty drizzle that seemed suspended, melting the houses and movement and sky into a sodden blur. And it held. Later, when we'd gotten back into the city and Tartaglia let me off at Orwell Cemetery, the rain seemed to have let up some, but it was still there. The wet, the chill, the grayness. At the gate, a man answered my question by pointing to a small group of people gathered about a mound of newly turned earth. I waited. Then, when they moved away, when there was only one figure standing there, a woman, then I walked up to her. A woman with eyes closed against the shape of her son's final identity with the world. Mrs. Warren. Mrs. Warren, I didn't have a chance to tell you how sorry I am. I'm Danny Clover, Mrs. Warren. We've met. I was at your home.
Yes. Yes, I know you, Mr. Clover. You want to talk to me, don't you?
There's no hurry.
Consider it this way, Mr. Clover. Grief isn't a simple thing. It's made up of so much. The lost times and memories. So many.
Later.
And there's this, all mixed up with it. The only thing in my heart that I know the words for. Find out who killed my son.
We'll do that. We'll do that, Mrs. Warren.
You see, when he came home, when Alan came home from the Navy, he found Philip there. Philip, my husband. I had married again. I didn't tell Alan.
That's why Alan moved up to that cabin in Montauk?
I tried to get Alan to like Philip. Philip understood. Did everything to make... Well, it was difficult.
And Alan's friends. This is the thing we have to know. Somewhere, someplace, your son touched another person, and because of he was killed.
I don't know. After Alan met Philip, it seemed he didn't trust me. His friends were his secrets.
How about Hope Anderson? She was his friend. Your son told me that. His good friend, Mrs. Warren. He was with her when she died.
I don't know. I didn't know her.
Listen to me. It could have happened like this. Whoever shot Hope Anderson had meant to shoot Alan. Whoever that was missed the first time. Killed Hope instead.
Maybe.
We'd better go now, Mrs. Warren. It's starting to rain harder.
You go. I'll be all right. Somehow the rain... Well, it doesn't matter. I'll be all right, Mr. Clover.
Hold still, Danny. I don't want the knot in your tie should look sloppy. There. Well, Danny, if I do say so myself, I feel much better now you are arrayed in dry clothes.
Thanks for helping me change Tartaglia. My arm in a sling.
What am I going to do with you, Danny? You rise out of a sickbed without permission. You go to a funeral, stand in the wet rain, get wet. Any one of these things could have waited.
I wonder if she's still there, Tartaglia. I tried to take her home, but she wouldn't let me.
Who, Danny?
Mrs. Warren. It's still raining, Tartaglia.
Exactly. And you are to stay out of Seine. You hear me, Danny?
Okay.
Good. Now I will bring you in a visitor who has been waiting to see you.
Who?
A dame, a lady. By the name Viola Walker.
Why didn't you tell me she was here?
I thought it was more imperative you should get in the dry... Okay, I said I'd bring her in. You, go right in.
It's positively outrageous the way a citizen is treated around here. How long do you think you can keep a citizen waiting? After all, you're only a public servant.
You could write a letter to a newspaper, Miss Walker.
You see? You see how you treat us? The innocent victims of injustice, the downtrodden.
I plead for you, Miss Walker. Who could have done you an injustice? Give it a name.
Jackie Logan. That's the name. That's the thing that did it to me.
Jackie, what did she do?
When you were at the Marbury Apartments, the apartments I preside over, I told you they were nothing if not respectable. Remember that?
I remember. I remember a girl was murdered there, too. Hope Anderson, wasn't it?
I'm like a mother to those girls. They have no secrets from me. I keep none from them.
You're hurt because Jackie kept a secret from you?
She's no good, that one. She's rotten and ungrateful. She knows more about Hope's murder than you'll ever find out. I wanted her to tell me about it, to talk it over like mother to daughter, so that we could both share it with you police.
Thanks.
And do you know what the snip did to me? She moved out, bag and baggage. And when I pleaded with her to come back, do you know what she did to me?
You'll tell me anyway, won't you, Miss Walker?
She slapped me and scratched my face. See? Look at this horrible scar. You've got to arrest her.
Where is she?
I made a point of finding that out. She's at the Kearney Hotel in the Bowery. A dirty, pest-ridden flea bag. Imagine. She left my elegant apartments for that.
All right, Miss Walker. You can go now.
But I'm not finished.
I said you could go. Get out of my sight, Miss Walker. Jackie Logan. Open up. It's Danny Clover. Jackie.
Oh, come in.
Yeah. The place was a mess. Like a big wind had ripped him through there and died. Like that, and as if somebody had tried desperately hard to destroy everything he could lift or turn over. The bed had been slammed up into a corner and the headboard wrenched off so that the edge of the mattress touched the floor. And on it a girl, Jackie Logan, staring with unbelieving eyes. Thin lines of blood crisscrossed her face like some abstract design of horror. And over all of it, the pink and blue that stuttered through the window from a sign that read Kearney Hotel, your home away from home. Jackie, what happened?
He'll die. I swear it, he'll die.
Tell me, Jackie, who was it? I'll get you some water. Here, drink this.
I can't.
We'll get you to a doctor.
Don't touch me.
Later, then. Tell me about it.
Nothing. I fell down.
Look, someone tried to kill you.
I fell down.
Why didn't he kill you? Hope Anderson's dead and Alan Harper. Why didn't he kill you, Jackie?
He thought I was dead. He beat me. He thought I was dead.
Who? Tell me who.
That's going to be my way. Because he thinks I'm dead. I got a good thing.
Jackie, look, I can arrest you. Even with you like this, for withholding evidence. Don't you know that, Jackie?
I'm delirious. I don't know what I said. Nothing happened.
He beat you because you know something about him. Because you know he killed Hope Anderson. And why? Is that why you were blackmailing him, Jackie?
I fell down.
Don't you want to get back at whoever did this?
I done that. Ask her. Ask Mrs. Warren. She... Oh, get me a doctor, Mr. Clover.
The police ambulance came and took her away, and its siren was loud to cover the sound of her screaming. Then I went to the Warren apartment. The doorman told me that they weren't at home, that they'd gone somewhere, to Montauk, he thought. So I went there. This time it was night and rain, and the sounds of desolation that only the wind and the sea can shape. And finally, the cabin with its feeble yellow light washing against the darkness.
Mr. Clover. Stand where you are, Mr. Clover.
I came at the right time, didn't I? Mrs. Warren, maybe you'd better give me that gun.
No, I was just showing it to my husband. See it, Philip. This is a souvenir of war Alan brought back. A Japanese revolver. It's clean and loaded. Alan was always a good boy. Neat. A good boy.
Talk to her. Take it away from her. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Don't try, Mr. Clover. Why don't you go over there and dry yourself by the fire?
Mrs. Warren,
I was just telling Philip that my son built that fireplace with his own hands, stone by stone. I've been showing Philip things that were a part of my son's life.
Mrs. Warren, I've just left a girl who said she told you something over the phone, Jackie Logan. What did she tell you?
She sounded very ill, as if she were in great pain.
She was. She'd been beaten so hard that whoever did it thought she was dead.
Now
Oh, no.
What did she tell you, Mrs. Warren? Was it that she was blackmailing your husband?
What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?
You think us all out of our minds, don't you, Philip? Mr. Clover, me. How did you know that, Mr. Clover?
I didn't, but it fits. Viola Walker came to me. Told me to arrest Jackie because Jackie'd slapped her face and left her board in bed. When I saw Jackie, I knew it was more than that. Viola wanted in on something. Blackmail. Maybe she should have seen what blackmailing did to Jackie.
But Philip saw, didn't you, Philip? Oh, there are so many things to kill you for, Philip. For wanting a girl my son loved.
You didn't mean to kill Hope Anderson, did you, Warren?
Of course he didn't, Mr. Clover. Not the girl, but my son. And finally he murdered Alan. Tried to kill you. And that poor girl, Jackie. Oh, Alan.
Watch her, Mr. Clover.
This gun, Philip. Alan's gun. I'm going to kill you with
Mrs.
it.
Warren. Mrs. Warren, give it to me.
Don't stop me.
Not that way. Give it to me.
He's getting away. I said I'd kill him, and he's getting away.
The gun. Warren, stop! Don't be a fool, Warren. All right, Mrs. Warren.
He's not dead.
It's only a leg wound.
Mr. Clover.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Clover, you should have let me kill him.
Broadway, where the buildings of the night lean against the darkness in crazy, tilted angles. And walk carefully, kid, or you'll upset their balance. It's a street where you walk the high wire, else you gotta play it safe in a cage. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The cast tonight included Francis Cheney, Jody Gilbert, Don Orrick, Ida Reese-Marin, and Herb Butterfield. No one has ever devised a satisfactory get-rich-quick plan. But your government has a plan whereby you can save money automatically and get a good return on your savings. It's the payroll savings plan for the purchase of United States savings bonds. By means of this plan, your employer will set aside a small amount of money from your paycheck for the purchase of bonds. If there is no payroll savings plan where you work, or if you are self-employed, you can sign up with the bond-a-month plan at your bank. Under this arrangement, the bank buys a bond a month for you and charges it to your checking account. You'll find United States savings bonds are a profitable investment, and they're as safe as your government. Start buying United States savings bonds today. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where you dance to the music of Vaughn Monroe Saturday nights. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to auto theft detail. In 3 months, more than 250 cars have been broken into. Property amounting well into thousands of dollars has been stolen. 2 youthful members of the gang have been apprehended. The all-important brains of the criminal ring, the leaders, are still at large. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, March 2nd. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night shift out of auto theft. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the interrogation room, and it was 10:58 p.m. when I got to room 26, chief of detectives' office.
Real tough kids, aren't they?
Yeah, they won't admit a thing.
Now, sit down.
Thanks.
When'd you pick him up?
About 8:30 tonight in the parking lot behind the Star Theater out on Sunset. He was lifting the radio out of a 48 convertible. He's had lots of experience.
The report says you picked up a 19-year-old girl with him.
She was waiting for the guy in a parked car across the street from the theater. Car was full of loot.
The first real break we've had on those auto burglaries in 3 months, and it's no good to us.
Neither one of them will talk. They won't even admit they know each other.
You run makes on them?
Just did. We've been questioning the boy for an hour, getting nowhere.
What's his name again?
Freeman, Stanley Freeman.
Oh, yeah. Age 20. Address? Butte, Montana. Down here for a vacation.
He doesn't lie very well, Ed. He's never been to Butte, Montana in his life. Knows less about the town than I do.
Well, get to him.
Right, Ed.
Where'd you put the girl?
We had a policewoman take her to our office. We can talk to her when we finish with the boy.
Well, what's her story?
Hasn't any. She won't even open her mouth.
19 years old, probably needs a good spanking. Now get him to talk.
Right.
Did you run a make, Joe?
Yeah, he's clean.
Get wise, huh, Flatfoot?
Look, you're in a bad spot, son. That kind of talk isn't going to help.
Says you. We caught you red-handed trying to steal a radio that didn't belong to you from a car it didn't belong to you. Is that right?
That's enough to send you to San Quentin, boy. You better give us the story.
Shut up. We got all the evidence we need for him.
Maybe you don't realize how serious this is. We've had more than 250 car burglaries in this city in the past 3 months. Over $200,000 worth of property's been stolen. That's a lot of money.
So what?
So you're the number one suspect, young fella. Your method of operation in breaking into that car tonight is the same used in most of the other burglaries. That means you're not going to be tried just for this job tonight.
What are you getting at, Flatfoot? Listen, son. In the state of California, breaking into a locked car is a felony. You can go to state penitentiary for that. And we're going to file a complaint of burglary with the district attorney in the morning.
You say you're from Butte, Montana. All right, I don't believe you, but we'll make sure. Ben, go down to our office and call the news photographers. Stanley here is going to have his picture on the front page of every newspaper in Los Angeles tomorrow.
Right, Joe?
No. You can't. I won't let you. I got my rights.
What's the matter, youngster? Everybody wants his picture in the paper.
Yeah, well, I don't. I won't let him.
We got your picture already for him, remember? They took it when they fingerprinted you.
You can't use it. You can't. I'll get a lawyer.
Reporters will be over in a couple of minutes. We have to give them your story and your picture, too. This one.
You won't. You won't. Give it to me.
All right.
Give it to me.
All right, Freeman, get your hands off him. Now, sit down.
All right. Now let's have it straight.
Don't let him use the picture. Don't let him. You can't. You can't.
We got to have the truth, son. Now, look, you're 20 years old. You know right from wrong. You'll have to take your medicine. If you cooperate, we'll do all we can to help.
I live out in the Wilshire district. All I wanted was a little extra money. We didn't take much. We didn't think it was so wrong.
It was stealing, Freeman. You know that's wrong. Where do you live out there?
Piper Avenue. 821 Piper. Oh, you won't give him my picture.
You live there with your family?
Yeah, my mother. Father's dead. Promise me you won't give him the picture. My mother, she'd see it. Promise me.
You're working with a gang on those auto burglaries. We know that. Now, who are they? Where are they? And what's the setup?
I can't. They'd get me for it.
Who'd get you?
I can't tell you. I can't.
Who's your girlfriend, Stanley? The one you were with tonight?
Joanne. Joanne Miller.
Where does she live?
Piper Avenue, same as me. Lives on the same block, 866.
Is that her home? She live there with her folks?
Yeah. Mother and father. They work.
And you got her into this. Isn't that the story she gave us, Ben?
I did not. I didn't. It was her. She said a bunch of kids were doing it. It was quick money, something to do at night. She started it.
All right, Romero. I'll go see the girl. You stay here with Freeman.
All right, Joe. Just stay put in that chair for him.
Hi, Marge.
Hello, Joe. You and Romero handling this case?
Yeah. I'd like to talk to the girl a few minutes. Marge, would you stand by?
Right, I'll sit over here.
Thanks. All right, miss. What's your name, age, and address?
I told this lady cop 15 minutes ago I'm not saying anything.
All right, then we'll tell you. Your name's Joanne Miller. You live at 866 Piper Avenue. You live with your father and mother. Both of them work.
You're a liar. That's not me.
You're 19 years old. You live on the same block as your boyfriend, Stanley Freeman, and you're the one who got him mixed up in this gang. Isn't that right?
No, it's not right. It's not. I didn't do anything.
Well, that's only half the story. Freeman told us everything. You want to hear the rest?
No. Stan wouldn't tell you. He wouldn't.
He told us how you got him mixed up in it. Quick money. That's what you told him, didn't you?
No, it was him. I can prove it. The rest of the kids will tell you. He got me in this. Ask them, they'll tell you. It was Stanley and Fred Milford and George Jansen. They started it, all three of them.
All right. Will you tell the story to a police stenographer?
I'll tell him everything. He's not blaming this on me.
Marge, will you go get the stenographer?
Right, Joe.
Now, how many persons in this gang of yours?
Oh, about 10 or 12. And it's not my gang either. He got me into this, and now he's trying to lie his way out, blaming me.
How long you been doing this, burglarizing cars?
Me? Oh, only about 2 weeks. It was supposed to be fun, something to do at night. The rest of them been at it a couple of months.
Who's the head of the gang?
I told you, it's him, Stanley, and Fred Milford and Jansen, all three. I only started going out with them 2 weeks ago, maybe less.
All right, Joanne. Tell it to the stenographer the same way.
Stenographer will be in a minute, Joe.
Okay, Marge, thanks. Stay with her.
Right, Joe.
Just about a closed case, Ben. Girl gave us a full confession.
She didn't. Oh, you're not tricking me again. She didn't.
She told us you're one of the leaders of the gang, Stanley. Said you got her into all this. The other two are George Jansen and Fred Milford. About a dozen kids in the gang, all of them about your age. Isn't that right?
She's lying, can't you tell? She's lying. She got me into the gang. Well, she did. She's Milford's girlfriend. Ask her. Oh, she can't lie out of that one. She got me into it. I can prove it.
Who's the real leader of the gang?
Milford. He started it. He organized the whole thing. He collects the stuff we get, and he delivers it. Jansen helps him do it.
What do you mean he delivers the stuff? Where does he deliver it?
Somewhere in Dogtown, I think. Down around South Main, near the railroad yards.
Who's it delivered to?
Oh, I don't know exactly. I heard Jansen mention the name once. Myra, he said. It's supposed to be a big secret. Myra, that's all I remember.
Where does Jansen and Milford live?
Well, Jansen rooms down on East Flower. 1042, I think. It's a rooming house. And Milford lives 2 blocks over from me on Quincy. 234 Quincy. He lives with his grandmother.
Got that, Ben?
Right.
All right, let's pick up Milford and Jansen. It was 10 minutes past 1 when Ben and I returned to headquarters with George Jansen and Fred Milford in our custody. In Jansen's room at 1042 East Flower Street, we found 2 fur coats, a box full of new car accessories, an S&W .38 revolver, and a .45 automatic. When we picked up Fred Milford at his home, we discovered 5 deluxe car radios hidden in the garage, plus a valuable assortment of cameras, cigarette lighters, and clothing. Both Jansen and Milford refused to talk, but when we got them to headquarters and showed them the signed statements of Stanley Freeman and the girl, Joanne Miller, they broke.
Milford, Where else did you and your gang operate besides the Wilshire district?
No place, only out there, that's all.
Same type of car burglaries have been committed all over the city. You telling us your gang didn't have a hand in them?
It's the truth. Our territory was Wilshire district. We didn't go outside.
You mean some other gang's responsible?
I don't know. All I know is we didn't have any part of them.
Is there another gang, Milford?
Maybe. I don't know. You find out. It's none of my business.
It is your business, Milford. You admit you and your gang committed 55 jobs in the past 3.5 months. That leaves about 200 jobs to be accounted for.
Yeah, that's right. You figure it out.
We have figured it out. I think you and your gang of young thieves pulled every one of those 250 jobs. There isn't any other gang. That's the story the district attorney's going to get.
You're crazy. There is. I know there is.
Then give us the information and save yourself a lot of trouble.
Well, we're not the only ones. That's all I know.
Milford, do you know how many years you get for auto burglary?
I told you, we're not the only ones. There must be a couple of others besides us. Vince Mahoney, he's got a gang.
Where does Mahoney operate?
West Hollywood and Beverly.
Where's he live?
I don't know. Honest, I only met him a couple of times.
Where'd you meet him?
I don't remember.
Where'd you meet him, Milford?
Delivery. I met him down at the delivery place a couple of nights.
When you delivered the property you stole from cars, is that right?
Yeah.
Where was that?
Down by the railroad yards.
Where?
Chavez Street. It's a little alley off East Main.
Who'd you deliver the stuff to?
I told you, her name's Myra. That's all I know. We meet her and some guy on Tuesday nights. We give them the stuff and they pay us off. Mahoney delivers the same night I do.
Do you meet her every Tuesday night?
Yeah.
You're going to meet her this Tuesday, tomorrow night?
I don't know. I guess so.
Same place?
Yeah.
Are you the only one she deals with?
Sometimes Joanne. Me or Joanne. I know what you're thinking. You want to use me to trap Myra. Well, what's it worth?
You know better than that.
How about it, Milford?
Oh, what else can I do? Give me another cigarette.
By 3:30 that morning, the signed statements and confessions were piling up fast. Milford gave us a list of the names and addresses of each member in his gang, and within an hour, they were all under questioning at headquarters. Most of the suspects, about 1/3 of them girls, ranged in age from 18 to 21. As they told their individual stories, the scope of the case grew until it covered most of the city. By late afternoon of the next day, Tuesday, March 3rd, 3 more gangs operating in Venice, Bel Air, and North Hollywood had been apprehended. They confessed to more than 175 burglaries from locked cars during the past 3.5 months. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Ben and I met with Chief Backstrand in his office.
How many admissions you have now?
Over 50, Ed. Here are the gang leaders' statements.
What's their story?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. They all say this woman Myra set up the operation.
You mean she got the kids and put them to work burglarizing cars?
Well, not exactly. She picked the leaders, contacted them in bars or on the street, asked them if they wanted to pick up some spare money getting auto parts for her.
Then she didn't tell them to go out and burglarize cars?
Well, not in so many words, Ed, no. After they brought in auto parts for a couple of weeks, she told them to bring her everything they could find, outside the car or inside. Those are the words she used.
5 of the kids dictated those words into their signed confession.
That should hold in court. What else did you get on this woman?
Oh, she taught them how to work, told them to wear gloves, all angles.
Well, we got most of the small fry. Now, where do we find this Myra woman? Any description on her?
Yeah. Kids say she's about 33, 34. Good-looking redhead.
5'5", about 120, well-dressed.
No description on the guy she runs with.
You run a make on her yet?
Yeah, no previous record. We've set up a stakeout for her tonight. 2 of the gang leaders have volunteered to go along, this Milford and Vince Mahoney.
Good. Down on Chavez, where she usually meets them?
Yeah, that's right.
When?
11:15. That's the regular time for the meet, according to the kid.
All right, I'll be at home. Call me. I don't want to miss out on this one.
When Ben and I left Ed Backstrand's office, we went home for dinner and a few hours' sleep. At 9:30 p.m., we were back at the office. We met the men in the special detail, which Backstrand had assigned for the stakeout that night. We briefed them on their duties, and then we got Fred Milford and Vince Mahoney out of their cells. To avoid any possible suspicion of the presence of a trap, we had Milford's permission to use his car in the stakeout. The car which he had said he had driven to the delivery meetings with the woman Myra at least a dozen times before. We arrived at the stakeout area, Chavez Alley in East Main, at 9:58. The meeting was scheduled for 11:15. The moon was out, but the sky was overcast, and there was a cold wind blowing from the east.
Hey, what time you got, Sergeant?
About 10. Why, Milford? Getting nervous?
No, just wondering.
How are you cops going to rig this thing?
In just a couple of minutes, we're going to plant you two in Milford's car parked up there in the alley. Now, you stay there until Myra shows up. We'll do the rest.
Yeah, I know, but what'll we say? Suppose she asks for some stuff. We ain't got any.
You won't need any. You won't have much time for talking.
Suppose she wises up. Maybe she'll pull a gun.
Maybe. Does she carry one?
No, never saw her with one.
Don't worry, Milford. We'll make sure you're not in danger.
She's got an awful temper, that redhead. Got mad at me once when I squawked at the prices she was paying us for radios.
What was she paying you, Mahoney?
An 8-tube radio, good shape, $7.
She got all the gravy and you got all the grief.
You're not kidding.
Joe, are you?
Yeah, Steve. What do you got?
Well, the men are all staked out, Joe. Got the area covered from every angle.
All right. You got an extra man to stay in Milford's car?
I'll handle that myself.
Fine, thanks.
Okay.
All set, Joe?
Yeah. Now, Milford and Mahoney, we're going to put you two in your car now. There's going to be an officer with you, so there's no need to be nervous or afraid. You just sit in the car and act natural. When this Myra drives up, don't leave the car. Have her come to you. You got it?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, Joe, let's go.
Sure is cold out. I don't even have a heater in my car.
You stole enough of them.
Okay, Steve, here they are.
All right, boys. Milford, get in first behind the wheel.
Okay.
Mahoney in the middle. Now I'll sit in the back.
We'll be parked in that garage across the street, Steve. Got a perfect view of the alley.
Okay, Ben. Check with you later.
Right. Mean night, Joe.
Yeah, come on. It's cold here in the garage, isn't it?
Yeah. It might be a long wait. What time you got?
6 minutes past 10.
Thank you. Hey, Joe.
What is it?
It's nothing. Thought that passing car was turning in the alley.
Relax. It's early.
Lonely place. It's dark. Gets on your nerves.
That's it, Ben. 11:30. Nothing yet.
Somebody might have tipped her off.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Now, let's wait it out anyway.
Joe, that blue coupe.
Yeah, just turned in the alley. Let's go. Come on, run, Ben.
Behind you.
All right, you fella. Quit your fighting.
What'd you get, Steve?
Here he is. Just drove up in the coupe. Got out and called Milford Mahoney by their first names. He's in on it.
What about the girl?
No sign. Kid was the only one in the car.
All right. Tell them in the stakeout's off for tonight. Have them report back in. We'll take the kid with us.
Okay.
All right, young fella, this way.
What do you cops think you're doing? I ain't done nothing.
Look, sport, we heard that from 54 different kids yesterday. We're tired of that line. Come on.
When we got back to the office, we took the boy to the interrogation room and questioned him. He gave his name as Matthew Leiter, age 21. He wouldn't break until Vince Mahoney definitely identified him as a member of his car burglary gang and the special favorite of the red-headed woman they called Myra. Then Leiter copped out and told Ben and I that he had talked with Myra as late as 10 o'clock tonight. He told us that she had heard that the police had picked up some of the gang members, and she asked Leiter to drive down to the Chavez Alley meeting place. He was supposed to tell Milford and Mahoney that the weekly delivery date was off until further notice. We questioned Matthew Leiter for an hour and a half.
You told us a little while ago that you talked with this woman, Myra, late tonight.
Yeah.
Where'd you talk to her? At her home?
Her home? Don't be stupid. Nobody knows where she lives. I met her at a bar.
Which bar?
Julia's. Out in Santa Monica.
How did she contact you?
Called me at home. She's not such a bad dame. She treats you right.
Sure, that's why you're in jail. Did you ever call her on the phone?
I don't know her number. None of the kids do. She's smart. She taught me all I know about the racket. You'll have a rough time getting her.
Maybe, but we'll get her. Ben and I left the office at 2 a.m. and went home to bed. We reported in at 8 that morning to Ed Backstrand. The three of us went down the street to Koken's restaurant for a cup of coffee. Nobody was in a good mood. We had most or all the small fry in the citywide burglary ring, but it seemed we were still a long way from cracking the inner circle.
The latter kid said that none of them knows where she lives, what her phone number is, nothing. Pass the sugar, eh?
I think we still have a few angles to study on that score. Right now, I've got some more bad news for you.
What's that?
You been through your mail this morning?
No, not yet. We haven't had a chance.
I saw the overnight reports. There were 32 car burglaries last night. 32. All the way from Wilmington to North Hollywood. How you figure it?
I can't. This girl Myra must have an army of kids working for her.
How much did they get, Ed? Any idea?
Rough estimate about $3,000. Usual stuff people are foolish enough to leave in their cars. Watches, cameras, furs, expensive clothes.
M.O.'s the same?
Like the others. If the car happens to have a rigid handle lock, they slip a piece of pipe over the handle for a lever and break it. If that doesn't work, they pry open the wing window. Some of the windows were smashed out.
Sounds like you're in an awful hurry, Joe.
Yeah, maybe this Myra wants a few big nights before she peddles the stuff and gets out.
If we're going to get her, we can't waste time.
Any suspects picked up last night, Skipper?
None.
Well, where did they hit most of the cars?
Outside the Pan Pacific. The parking lot. Hockey game going on. Must have been 4,000 cars for them to pick over. They picked the best.
As usual.
Well, you better get on it. There's one way to handle it.
What's that?
She works fast. You work a little faster.
We got back to the office and we went over the reports one by one. Then we called the young gang members to the interrogation room and questioned them separately and re-questioned them. We got nowhere. Many of them had met Myra on the street, in a bar, but not one of them had any idea where she lived. At least that's what they told us. Ben had a hunch that Matthew Leiter knew more than he was telling. We had him brought to the interrogation room, and all that afternoon until 10 o'clock that night, with interruptions for his meal periods, we talked with Leiter. He would admit nothing more than what he'd already told us.
Yeah, it's got me beat, Joe.
Yeah. Well, let's check with Ed.
Good morning, Joe. Ben?
Hi, Mike. Skipper in?
Just went down the hall for a minute. Be right back. Hold it a minute, will you?
Yeah.
Chief of Detectives always handing. Yeah. For you, Joe.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Yeah. He does? We'll be right over. That was Sergeant Hopkins over at the jail.
Yeah?
Matthew Leiter's got something to tell us. Says it's important.
Have a chair here, Leiter.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. You wanted to see us.
I'm getting even with that dame Myra. I'm squaring with you.
Yeah?
She told me if I was picked up, she'd have me out in a couple of hours. She promised me a lawyer if anything happened. Said she'd get me bail.
All right. Where can we find her?
I don't know if she's there now, but you can find out at Francisco Motors. Big used car lot. Garage, too. It's out on Melrose past La Cienega.
What's the tie-up?
That's where she fenced most of the stuff we stole. Some old guy she buddies with runs the place. Big shop in the back. Store a lot of hot stuff there.
Barney.
Yes, Sergeant?
We're through with him. Take him back. We checked with Chief Backstrand, and then we drove out to the Francisco Motor Company. We located it on the corner of Melrose and Geneva Avenue. It was a big layout. Consisted of a large used car lot sign bannering the slogan, Deluxe Auto Accessories, lowest prices in town. Along the back end of the lot, there was a large L-shaped garage. We found the man in charge, and he gave his name as Paul Hackett, the owner of the car lot. In the garage, we found the entrance to a large back storeroom. It was loaded with thousands of dollars worth of auto radios, spotlights, cratefuls of assorted car accessories. Special closets built into the walls of the garage contain racks of fur coats, suits, dresses. Below that, smaller boxes containing watches and cameras, all wrapped in tissue paper.
You can save all of us a lot of time and trouble by talking to us now, Mr. Hackett. Where is Myra?
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Can you explain what we just found in your garage?
I didn't know it was there. I didn't know it was stolen.
Well, which is it, Mr. Hackett? Make up your mind.
I bought it, but I didn't know it was stolen. You can't prove I did know.
I think we can prove it, Mr. Hackett. Some of those stolen car radios stored back there, the serial numbers are filed off, and this workbench here is full of filings.
I didn't know.
You'll have to do better than that. How does Myra figure in?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's all right with us, Hackett. We found the stuff and we got you. If we don't find Myra, you'll be doing time for two people. Stand still.
You can't. You can't do this to me. I don't know anything about it.
Come on, Hackett. We're taking you in. All right, get in the car. Come on, in the car.
Am I going to jail?
You're going to jail.
All right. I'll take you to Myra.
Hackett told us that Myra lived at 1345 Munich Drive in Beverly Hills. He said that he was Myra's husband. He told us that he'd been in a legitimate garage business for 10 years before he married Myra. She talked him into the racket. He identified 1345 Munich Drive as their home. When we got there, we found stores of stolen property similar to those found in the garage. Myra was not there. Hackett had no idea where she might be. We sat down in the living room and waited. One hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After 5 hours of waiting, the monotony started to wear on everybody's nerves, especially Hackett's.
And the whole thing, it was her idea. I should have known, all hers. She did this to me. I won't take it alone. Where is she?
You tell us, Hackett.
Told you, I don't know. She couldn't have gone. She didn't know. I'm not going to take this alone.
All right, quiet down.
That you, Paul? Thought I heard you talking to some. Who's he?
The police, Myra. The police. Your smart kids told them the whole story.
What are you talking about, my smart kids? What are these cops
All
doing
right,
here in the
that's
living...
enough.
Get your dirty hands off of me. Get away.
Kids are right, Joe. She got a
Get away.
temper.
Who do you think you're...
There, that ought to hold you for a while. All right, come on, you two. Let's go.
All right, copper. You win. Stupid husbands. How many times did I tell you? Don't trust those kids. Don't store the stuff in the garage. Don't open it for anybody. Get a lawyer. No, you knew better. Dumb jerk. The idea of having those cops camping in the living room waiting for me. Why didn't you warn me? I'm going to divorce you. That's what I'm going to do. I'll stick you for plenty. Jerk.
All right, inside you two.
You got a smoke, Ben?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks. I was just thinking.
What?
Those kids were right. She's a pretty nice-looking woman.
Yeah. Nice face. Beautiful figure.
Mm-hmm. Sure talks a lot, though, doesn't she?
Yeah. Hey, Joe, remind me to take home some flowers to my wife tonight, will you?
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Paul and Myra Hackett were tried and convicted on 7 separate counts of receiving stolen property. They are now serving out their sentences in the state penitentiary. Realizing that most of the young persons involved in the case were influenced by the strong personality of Paul and Myra Hackett, a separate investigation was made into the backgrounds and home life of the young offenders. In most cases, they were found to be basically good, and they were placed on probation and returned to their homes. You have just heard the 13th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of W.A. Wharton, Acting Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Detective Harry William Vosper of the Seattle, Washington Police Department, who on the night of July 21st, 1949, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. And now, an important announcement. Starting this Saturday, September 3rd, Dragnet will be heard at a new time over your NBC station. Consult your local newspaper for the new listening time. And now, speaking in behalf of the producers and the entire cast of Dragnet, we would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your many kind letters of encouragement and approval. Remember, next Saturday for Dragnet, this is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase?
There it is, Ed. 3 sweet thousand in cash.
I told you I didn't want any part of it, Mr. Horgan.
Now, listen, Ed, we've been all over that. It isn't as if I'm asking you to get up in court and fake a story for me. But if they call you, all I'm asking is you say you don't remember one way or the other.
But I do remember. You used to see Big Davy all the time.
Now, look, Ed, if you think it's your job to try to frame Big Davy...
My job's fixing cars. Has been since I found out the score and quit driving for you. I'm not volunteering testimony to frame anybody.
That's the way, Ed. Mind your own business and let these blue-nosed investigators mind theirs. That's just the way the other 3 drivers are figuring it.
Well, they can figure it any way they want. If I'm called, I'm telling the truth. Anything I remember and they ask me about, I'll give straight.
And now, wait a minute.
I got to be getting back to the garage.
I'll tell you what, Ed. Suppose we talk again in a couple of days when you've had time to mull this thing over.
Won't do any good, Mr. Horgan.
Well... have a cigar, anyway, and I'll stop by next time I'm in town. You know, Ed, come to think of it, maybe you're right at that. When they put me on trial there, maybe I'll just stand up and tell the plain, honest truth myself.
That's for you to work out. But you might sleep better if you did.
Maybe so, Ed. Maybe so. Well, I'll be seeing you next time I come through. And give my best to that nice little wife of yours.
Horgan?
My name's not...
It's okay. I'm Steve Owens, and this is Johnny. Our Chicago manager said you wanted to see a field man about some service.
Oh? It seems I did put in a call sometime yesterday about...
You put the call in at 3:24 p.m.
Yeah. Yeah, won't you come in, Steve? One man was all I asked for.
We're breaking Johnny in on the territory. Won't be any extra charge. Johnny, shake hands with Mr. Horgan.
Glad to know you, Mr. Horgan.
Johnny's just learning the business. He's coming along fine.
Just learning?
Don't worry, I'll be in charge. Can we talk here, or...
We can talk here. That chair's the comfortable one, Steve, if you...
Oh, the bed's fine. You and Johnny can have the chairs.
Cigar?
No, thanks.
You, Johnny?
Not for me, Mr. Horgan.
I got some pretty fair bourbon here.
You can skip the salad dressing, Horgan. Johnny and I got a real job coming up back east when we finish for you. We can't give this more than a couple of days.
A real job? Didn't the district man tell you I wanted...
He told me what you wanted. It's just a $2,000 deal, isn't it?
Chicago tell you that?
Yeah. Now get to it, Horgan. Who's your friend? What's the problem?
Does Johnny have to be around while we...
I told you, I'm breaking him in. Look, do you want the service, or do we take off now?
The man I'd like you to get in touch with is named Ed Tarchik.
Tarchik?
He works as a garage mechanic for a man named Chance in a small town about 40 miles from here. Place called Alcudia. Now, I'll give you a marked road map later.
Let's have it now.
And there's a snapshot slipped in there that I'll take back after you've seen it. Tarchik's at the garage from 8:30 to 5. And usually goes straight out to work on a little place outside town he's just finished building for himself.
Married?
Yeah, her name's Stella.
Kids?
None so far, but I believe they're expecting.
Mr. Horgan, this Tarchik, a young guy or what?
He's older than you, Johnny. Probably not as old as Steve. I'd say about 28.
You know if he had any overseas Army service?
2 years, I think. Why?
The outfit likes to know. Okay, some Army service will allow for it. What's this sketch clip to the road map?
The back roads leading out to Tarchik's place. It's on some old farmland his father-in-law gave them.
Right.
Now, do you need anything else?
Some down money and C notes. Old bills.
It's in this envelope.
Are you checking out of this hotel this afternoon?
Tonight.
Want to be phoned back at your own place after?
No. All I want to do is pick up the Alcudia paper 2 days from now and read that Ed Tarchik is dead. And the further back in the paper I have to hunt for the story, the better I'll like it.
You'll like it. The outfit's customers always like it. Take it easy, Johnny. Don't do over 40.
Yeah, that sign back there said 45 was all right.
We'll be in Alcudia in plenty of time. Stick to 40.
I head for that Chance's garage when we get there, right?
No, you pull up at a gas station. I'll pick one out when we hit town.
Hey, Steve, you know what?
What?
You didn't even ask Horgan how come he wants Tarchik tagged.
Any reason we have to know?
Well, I only thought
Listen,
that we...
when you're working for the outfit, all you have to know is who and when, not even how, because that's up to us. Who and when, that's all. Get into any more and it starts to get tangled.
I wasn't trying to tangle it, Steve. I was just wondering.
Look, you wonder what horse you like in the fourth. You wonder maybe when you can get the green light for some guy's girl you want to move in on. You don't wonder about any part of any job. You get the assignment, you set it up, you wrap it up, and you get out. That's all.
So you don't know what this Tarchik did to get out of line?
Of course I know.
Well, how'd you find out, Horgan?
He didn't have to. I read the papers, and the district man had the rest of it. You know, Horgan's trial comes up next week, don't you?
Well, I knew there was that investigation of his companies on, sure, but
Tarchik did some driving for one of the dummy corporations back 3 or 4 years. Of 4 witnesses who could hang Horgan up by the heels, Tarchik's the only one stupid enough not to get in line. The way it stands, they call him and it's shaving a haircut for Horgan.
Why would a guy get foolish enough to go against Horgan and Big Davy?
Don't wear your brains out. It's the way I told you. All we have to know is who and when.
Okay, Steve, okay. Hey, what's the play at the gas station?
Your part's simple. Ears open, mouth shut.
Okay, Mac. $3.20 on the gas, and you don't need oil. You want me to check the tires?
Nah, they're all up. Here's the 4. Call it square.
Well, thanks, fella. If you want your windshield washed,
You
the
can
battery...
give me a steer if you live here in Alcudia.
Sure, I'm from town here.
Well, there's this guy who wants to sell my friend a used car, but we're not so smart about motors.
Well, who is?
You don't do repair work here?
No, you have to go to Chance's for anything like that.
Chances? You know any of the guys that work at Chances?
Well, there's just 2 of them, Jake Lessler and Ed Tarchik. Both good guys.
Huh? Where would I find Lesler when he's not at the garage?
He boards over at Mrs. Fisher's, just down the street here.
Mrs. Fisher's, huh? And what about Tarchik?
Well, Ed's place is about 3-4 miles out of town, out on an old dirt road that takes off from the Blacktop Road to the lake. Maybe it'd be easier if you lined up Jake.
No, it's out past the lake, they say this car is. This Tarchik's place might be right on the way.
Well, he's pretty far back in off the Blacktop, and no neighbors around there to ask if you get mixed up on the turnoff.
Well, we still got some daylight. Tell me, Tarchik got a phone out there in case we wanted to call him?
Well, not yet. He and his father-in-law, that's old Jim Hallinan, they've been trying to get lines run out that way ever since Ed built his place, but I guess there ain't enough other houses near to make it pay out for the telephone company. You know what I'd do? I'd just go over there to the garage and look up Jake or Ed right there.
It's after 6. They'd have knocked off over at the garage by now, wouldn't they?
Well, I guess they would at that.
Look, Steve, we're losing time. Hadn't we better
Take it easy, kid. Take it easy. Guy buying a car or lining up a girl, he's got to take his time, get it set up right, the way our friend here says. By the way, Mac, would it be okay to use your name in case we look up Lesler or Tarchik?
Oh, sure. I'm Sam Corbin, and if it'll help put Ed or Jake in the way of picking up an easy outside 10 or 15, go right ahead and say we were talking.
Thanks, Sam. All right, kid. We can
Or
take care
if you want me to phone over to Mrs. Fisher's right now and see if maybe Jake's there.
No, let it go. You've been helping enough as it is.
Well, wouldn't be no trouble to do
Thanks
it.
a lot, Sam. We can handle it from here. Be seeing you. Okay, Johnny. In under those trees would do it.
Hey, you want me to pull in all the way?
No, I can see there's enough cover. Swing around and head back for Tarchik's turnoff.
Steve, you figure we're ready to take him now?
Just about, Johnny. Just about.
sure this is still a road, Steve? Those trees lean in any closer and we'd need a bulldozer to get through.
We're all right, Johnny. Ought to be there around this next bend ahead.
This Tarchik must think he's a Donald Boone or something. What's a guy want to live way out in the woods like this for?
Daniel.
What?
It was Daniel Boone, not Donald.
Oh.
This is just overgrown farm country. That was an old pasture back there a ways. Pull up a second, Johnny.
I don't see no house.
He'll be there in a minute. I want to check the guns. Now, let's see yours, Johnny.
Yeah, she's ready to go, Steve.
Let's
always
see
keep...
it. Okay. Now, remember, you just pump for the belly. Or if you're behind him, for the middle of his back. No fancy tries for the head or the heart. Big thing is, get a couple of slugs in fast.
Hey, you gonna let me take him, Steve?
I might, if we can get him away from the house without any trouble.
That the way you're gonna work it, Steve? Get him into the car and down the road somewhere?
That's the way, if he'll play along. It'll give us a better start out of here.
Hey, you know, Steve, I was just thinking.
Just thinking what?
It's like we was closing in on an animal or something. With a real operation going, a guy like Tarchik, he's got no more chance than a rabbit.
You ever knocked off any rabbits, Johnny?
Of course not. Where would a city kid come up against a rabbit? Yeah, but there was a while there we used to try out our zip guns on alley cats.
You're out of the zip gun league now, kid. Get the car going and let's get there.
Yeah. What about his wife, Stella, Steve? Do we take a little extra time with her afterward, the way Horgan said, to make it look like
Never mind what Horgan said.
Yeah, but if this Stella kicks up any trouble,
If she kicks up trouble, Horgan gets 2 bodies for the price of 1. Easy, there's a house up behind those trees.
And that must be Tarchik's car there, pulled off the road.
Swing around and park facing back the way we came. Better make it so as we block off his car.
Right. Car motor on?
Off.
Yeah. Nobody out on the porch there. Figure they might still be having supper?
It's getting on for dark. They'd have eaten half an hour ago.
What do we just go up to the door or what?
What else? Go ahead, knock.
Well, there's somebody in there, all right, Steve.
What are you getting jumpy? Keep your hand away from that shoulder holster.
I was just straightening my tie, Steve.
You tighten up and I'll...
Good evening.
Oh, evening, Mrs. Tarchik. Ed around?
Well, if that isn't a relief. You fellas are friends of Ed?
Not exactly. Sam Corbin sent us.
Sam at the gas station?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard your car pull up, and then when I looked through the window, I couldn't think what in the world 2 strangers might want out here at this hour, but as long as Sam sent you...
My friend here's got a used car he's thinking of buying, and what Sam thought was maybe Ed could do us a favor and go take a look at it for us, seeing as Ed's a mechanic.
Well, I'm not sure that...
There'd be 10 or 15 bucks in it for him, Mrs. Tarchik, whether we buy the car or not. Could you tell him we're here?
Well, that's just it. Ed's over at my father's.
Over at your father's? Isn't that Ed's car parked down there?
Yes, but Pop's place is just in back of us here. At least it's only 5 minutes or so to walk. Ed went over right after supper to help Pop get his water pump going again. Pop needs a new pump. That's what it really comes down to. But he keeps getting Ed to fix his old one up.
Hey, wait a minute, Mrs. Tarchik. This is the end of your side road, and there's no turnoff. You telling us your father's place doesn't even have a road leading to it?
No, Pop's on the next road over, the other side of the brook.
What name will we look for on your father's mailbox?
Hallinan, James Hallinan. I'm sorry we haven't got phone so I could call over and save you the trouble.
Oh, it won't be no trouble, Mrs. Tarchik.
You can't miss Pop's place. There aren't but 3 houses on the road, and there's a big boulder backing up his mailbox.
Thanks a lot, Mrs. Tarchik. We'll find it. Let's go, Johnny. Okay, Johnny. There's the mailbox and the boulder.
We both go in?
No, you hold on here. I can get them out. You, Mr. Hallinan?
Certainly am. I have been for just shy under 68 years.
Well, your daughter said I'd find Ed Tarchik here. It's about some business.
Well, you just come from Stella's?
Yeah. Would you tell Tarchik I'd like to see him a minute? There's some money in it for him.
I can't.
Can't what?
I can't tell Ed. He's not around.
Look, your daughter said he was over here fixing your pump.
Why, he fixed it and went back.
Listen, Pop, if you people are trying to give me the runaround...
Runaround? How? Ed know you was coming over here for him tonight?
No, but... Well, we just came from Tarchik's and drove all the way around to get here, that's all. Now you tell me...
Well, now, if you'd taken the shortcut over the brook, you'd have met him on the way. Ed couldn't have left here much more than, 5 minutes ago. It just goes to show you young fellas take a car to keep from having to walk a couple of steps, and you lose more time.
All right. So we drove around and we missed him. Do we find him back home now, or is he headed off someplace else?
Why, there's no place else to head for out this way. Ed ought to be set into his paper right about this minute.
Thanks, Pop. We'll make the tour again.
Nothing to thank me for. Not unless you're trying to sell Ed something.
We're not selling him anything, and we're not bill collecting.
Just kind of personal business?
Yeah. Yeah, you could call it that. Take it easy, Pop.
Tarchik's car's still there, Steve. He's got to be home this time.
Let's go.
Man, when it gets dark out in the country, it really gets dark.
Wait a minute, Johnny.
What is it?
Look at the house. Not a light showing.
Steve, what's going on out here? First, the guy's supposed to be over at Hallinan, and then he's supposed to be back here. Now it looks like nobody's around.
Well, maybe they hit the sack the way real farmers do, right after dark.
Look, Steve, look. I'm straight city raced, and I like to see some lights around. What do you say we take off now and line up this guy in town tomorrow?
Get organized, Johnny. We hold off till tomorrow, and the whole town will know we're looking for him.
It wasn't 20 minutes ago we was talking to Mrs. Tarchik. And if Tarchik's back, he couldn't have got here more than 5 or 10 minutes ago. Well, they rock off to sleep that fast, they'd need knockout drops.
So they still ought to be awake in there. Come on, we'll get them up.
I told you, Steve, there ain't nobody in there at all.
Shut up.
Look, Steve, maybe it's this way. Tarchik gets back, see? The wife tells him a couple of guys have gone over to Hallinan's trying to hand him an easy $15. He swings around, takes the shortcut back to the old man's to catch up with us.
What about Stella? She go off picking blueberries in the dark?
Well, it's her own old man in the other house. Well, she could be over there keeping him company, couldn't she? Don't you think that's how it could be, Steve?
Sure, and they could have built themselves a raft and gone touring down the brook. But I think they're inside right now. Tarchik and his wife both. Let's see if we can get any of these windows open.
Hey, wait a minute, Steve. We start busting windows and...
Who has to bust a window? Here's one standing a couple inches open now. Tarchik, we're the guys Sam Corbin sent about casing the used car. How about opening up?
Look, Steve, either they're out or there's something creepy going on here. Couldn't we be waiting down on this road tomorrow morning
Line through, Johnny.
Wait a minute. Steve, we've been figuring this Tarchik for easy going and not too bright. But Horgan couldn't jockey him an inch. What if he came back? Heard there was a couple of guys looking for him, but didn't fall for this used car deal. Couldn't he figure out that...
through, Johnny.
Okay, Steve, you'll be covering me?
I'll be covering you. Tarchik. Ed Tarchik. Watch it, Johnny. I'm coming through after you. Yeah. All right. Let's get some lights on and look around. Tarchik. This is Tarchik. You don't have to be scared. We just thought we'd wait inside here for Ed to come back.
Oh, you're talking to yourself, Steve. There's no one around.
Hey, we'll check the kitchen. This bedroom and back.
There's your answer right there, Steve. Bed all made up and nobody here, unless they're hiding under it. Hey, there's a nightgown laid out, Steve. What do you figure?
Let's get back out to the car and work this out. Maybe Tarchik and his wife both are a lot brighter than we gave them credit for.
Ain't that what I tried to tell you before
You're
when we...
jumpy. You were looking for any excuse to get back to town.
I still am. You saying you're not ready to pull out of here yet, Steve?
Well, maybe we'll wait in the car, maybe we won't. But turn these lights out and let's get going. Back inside. Kick that door closed.
Steve, those are rifles they got out there.
They?
Tarchik and the cops, they tried to knock us off without even giving us a chance.
Pull out of it, Johnny, or I'll really give it to you. We're not up against cops out there.
Yeah, but
There's
Steve...
no phone here or at Hallinan's. No place else near enough to reach. They couldn't have called any law, and if Tarchik thought he could get out by car before we turned back into this road, he'd have been miles away by now. Okay, so he's got us figured the way it is, but where's it going to get him?
What do you mean, where's it going to get him? That rifle slug wasn't 6 inches from my head when it hit by the door there. Oh, we're the guys being hunted now.
Get organized. We know there aren't neighbors around. There can't be anybody outside there but Tarchik himself.
His wife and the old man. There could be 3 of them out there, and with rifles. That's not even counting maybe Hallinan gets in his car and goes round.
What are we supposed to be, pushovers? Come on, we'll get out through the kitchen and back and knock off this grease monkey before he knows what hit him. Wait, kid. When you get out, dive for the dirt on the right and keep on your belly till I tell you to move.
I ain't going first this time, Steve. I'll cover for you, but I'm not...
asking you to go first? I'll be out and moving left before you start. But slide out right after me. And don't let the door slam after you.
Okay, Steve. I'll be right after you.
Get the door open.
Yeah.
Okay. Now remember, you keep low the way...
Hey, that guy's got an army out there. Steve, can't you hear me? Are you hit?
When I catch one, it won't be from a yokel like Tarchik. He creased my arm, that's all.
We're the animals now, Steve. They're safe out in the dark there, and they got us trapped in here.
I warned you, Johnny. Get organized, or so help me, I'll blast you myself.
But if he's got guys with rifles front and back,
how he figured we'd try through the kitchen. That was automatic after he blocked off the front door. This house has got windows on 4 sides, Johnny, and that's no 4-man squad Tarchik's got out there. Now, let's get moving.
But where? To do what?
Bedroom first, then front, both sides and back. Crouch down and smash out every window you come to. We'll show these punks they're up against operators.
That's the last one, Steve. That got it. And we've knocked out every pane of glass in the place.
Okay. Get over to the other side of the house and pump out a couple of fast shots.
Well, will you get away on this side?
I'll be waiting outside the window here for you. If your shots don't draw them off, I'll get it first, won't I?
Then I tear back and pile out this window as soon as I get off the shots, huh?
Tear back, but you don't pile out. Be quiet about getting over the sill and dropping down.
Steve, you wait up for me. You won't run out.
I'll be waiting for you. Get going. You all set?
I guess so.
Let's go.
Steve.
Shh.
Steve, this is worse than before. They must have heard us. Why ain't they shooting?
Shut up.
Steve, let's go in for the car.
Keep that on your belly. From here we crawl.
Down toward the car.
Okay, down toward the car.
Good. Steve, we keep inching along this way. We'll never get to the car. Shh. Tarchik could be anywhere here, Steve, just waiting for us.
There's someone moving back by the wall. No. I guess not.
I'm making a break for the car, Steve. You coming?
Sticking your neck out, Johnny.
Our necks are already out. All the way out. I'm heading for the car and not on my belly.
Okay, but keep low.
Steve, the key's gone. The ignition's locked and the key's gone.
Look in your pockets.
I left it right here in the ignition. Tarchik's trapped us here. He's the one who's closing in, Steve. He's grabbed the key and he... Steve, where you going?
Let's get out of here.
Steve, wait up. Steve, wait for me. No! Steve, I got it in the leg that time.
Tough luck, kid.
Steve!
Swing around and fire when you hear them coming.
Hey, wait a minute, Steve. I can't move here unless you give me a hand.
I told you I'd teach you the business, Johnny. Maybe it's time you found out about rule number 1.
Rule number 1?
When it gets really rough, it's every guy for himself. I'm taking off right now.
Steve, I'm hurt. You can't leave me here to be knocked off.
You got a gun, Johnny. You can still get tar chick when they close in.
Steve!
Take it easy, Johnny. I'm pulling out.
Steve, get back here. Oh, get back here or you're the guy I'll shoot. Steve, I'm warning you.
So long, kid.
Steve, I told you I would. Didn't I tell you I would, Steve? Didn't I tell you? Steve. 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 Steve, I just wanted you to stick with me. Steve, you gotta be alive. You gotta.
She's dead, Johnny.
Huh?
You can drop your gun now.
Tarchik. No, you guys are the ones better look out.
Not even close, Johnny. Drop the gun.
Where are you?
Last warning, killer. Drop the gun or I'll blow it out of your hand.
Yeah, okay. I dropped it. How many guys you got out there with you?
I'll have your gun first, Johnny.
Hey, who's that? Tarchik, you can't let them rough me up. You can't let them hit a guy that's...
Shut up, or I'll clip you.
Ed, honey, are you all right?
Stella, I told you to get over to Pop's and stay
We
there.
heard the shots, and I had to come back. Pop's coming with a shotgun. Ed, are you all right?
I'm fine. This guy's got a slug in his leg, and the other one's dead.
Tarchik, you saying that there wasn't no one here backing you up? Not even your wife and her old man?
It was tighter than that, killer. All the ammo I could find for my rifle in those couple of minutes before your car got back was 3 rounds.
3? Yeah, but you fired at least 3 shots at us before.
Exactly 3. That bullet you've got in your leg was the last one I had.
Then we could have got away if I hadn't...
Sure, if. But maybe it was lucky those 3 rounds were all I had. This way you'll be alive long enough to help see that Horgan gets it.
Ed, you kept after these killers even with an empty gun when you knew.
I didn't know anything, honey. These 2 had all the answers. All right, killer. Let's get you lifted over to the car and go find ourselves some law.
The Chase was created for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Clee. Tonight's script written by Charles O'Neill. In tonight's cast were Ken Lynch, Bob Hastings, Bill Smith, Lawson Zerby, and Eileen Palmer. Next week, listen to a race for a fortune in a picture frame on The Chase. The Chase was directed and transcribed by Dan Sutter. Fred Collins speaking.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the 4 walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
It all started on the bus just outside of Dallas. The sailor who had snored beside me since Memphis got off, and the big fat guy got on. He overflowed into my half of the seat, and for sound effect, he ate 1 apple after another. He must have bought them by the sack. Hey, fella, do you mind?
Huh?
My top coat?
Oh.
I'd like to have it pressed, but I prefer a tailor to do it.
No.
I pulled the coat out from under him. He'd smashed my carton of cigarettes almost flat. From then on, I held the coat in my lap. In my mind, he was symbolic of everything connected with this trip and with my life. Second rate, middle class, mediocre. I was on my way to Hollywood. Yeah, I'm an actor. Under personal contract to Henry Slafta, a big director. Oh, it sounds impressive, but it isn't. It's one of those insignificant stock contracts with short options and shorter dough. I should have turned it down, but I was flat broke, on my heels. That's why, when I found the money, I did what I did.
Okay, folks, we're stopping here for 15 minutes.
Another stop, chance to stretch. Well, I had a cup of coffee and a spud nut in the depot, and I was starting back to the bus when I saw him, my apple-chewing friend. 2 men with cop written all over him were leading him out of the bus. It was a pinch. I wondered why they'd picked him up. I really didn't care why they took him as long as he didn't come back. Now I had the seat to myself. But he'd done me a final courtesy. He'd knocked my top coat onto the floor and walked on it.
Okay, everybody on, let's go.
From then on into El Paso, he was the topic of conversation.
He didn't look like a criminal to me. My dear, didn't you hear what the bus driver said? The man's a counterfeiter, one of the smartest ones in the country. The police have been after him for ages.
A counterfeiter? How exciting. I must get off at El Paso and send a postcard back to Madge. Won't she be thrilled for me?
Counterfeiter. Well, that's the last thing I would have pegged him for.
El Paso.
El Paso. And Hollywood still 24 long hours away. Well, economy or no economy, I wasn't going to go on. I was dead tired, saddle sore from 3 days and nights on that bus. So I switched my ticket to the following day, and I hunted up a cheap hotel. The bellhop there was full of helpful ideas on how I could spend the evening.
Well, how about Juarez, mister?
Juarez, huh?
Yeah, old Mexico, just across the International Bridge.
Oh, yeah. I'd forgotten that this is a border town. No, thanks. I just want to get some sleep.
Sure, mister. It's up to you.
I tipped the kid and stretched out on the bed. I dug in my pocket for a cigarette, but I was out, so I reached into my topcoat for the carton. That's when I found it. The package of money. A lot of money. All in 50s and 100s. Nice, clean, fresh bills. I counted them fast. $15,000 worth. So that's why I found my coat on the floor of the bus. Fatso had stashed his homemade money in my pocket. Why, the lousy... I'd fix his wagon, planting it on me. Operator, give me the FB... No, never mind. Wait a minute. Why should I? If I turned it in, I might get involved, and I couldn't afford to. When I got to Hollywood, Hollywood. Boy, what an entrance I could make into that town if all this dough were only real. I could just picture the look on Henry Slafta's face if I flew into Hollywood with a new wardrobe, stopped at the Ambassador, took a suite, made a big splash. Yeah, if only the dough were real. Well, I couldn't sleep now. I was too stirred up, so I took a shower and changed my clothes and went out. I didn't have anything particular in mind, but since the hotel was near the International Bridge, I went over into Juarez, and I wasn't quite sure why I did it, but in my pocket was one of the $50 bills. I went up and down the cheap main drag, sampling tequila and brushing off vendors of Huaraches and leather dolls, just like the rest of the tourists. But all the time, that $50 bill was burning a hole in my pocket. It was in a small bar, a crummy place called El Serape, that I finally took a chance. I'd had a couple of tequila daisies, and each time I'd given the waiter a half a buck. This time I handed him the $50 bill. I held my breath. And suddenly, I knew I'd been a fool. He didn't put it in the cash register as he had the other money. Instead, he went down to the end of the bar and handed it to a man sitting there, obviously an American. He took it, looked at it, and then had the waiter point me out. I got up out of the booth and started for the street, but the American caught me at the door.
I'm, Chuck Rice. I'm the manager.
Yeah. Hiya.
You give this $50 bill to the waiter?
Yeah. I guess I forgot to wait for my change, huh?
You don't want to go around forgetting money like this. Just visiting?
Yeah, tourist.
You know you're taking a big chance. You're setting yourself up like a pigeon.
Well, what are you talking about? What do you mean?
Don't get excited, amigo. This is border town. That's all. The wrong people might get the idea that you're carrying more bills like this.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
Yeah, sure. But if you were, I could put you in touch with most anything. Maybe a little gambling. We could fix you up with a little game. Anything you want to buy, I can get it for you.
No, I don't want to buy anything. But, suppose I wanted to sell something.
Sell, huh? That's a little tougher. I'd have to see a sample.
You got it, mister, right there in your hand. I was taking a crazy chance, but I've kicked around Broadway long enough to know a contact man when I run into one, and Chuck Rice was definitely shady. He stood there scowling, turning the bill over and over in his hand.
Oh, so that's why you wanted to walk out on your change, huh? Thought I had it spotted. You got more like this?
Yeah.
On you?
No, I'm not that much of a pigeon.
How much more?
Enough.
You want to dump it?
Maybe, with the right kind of a deal.
Here's your 50 back. I don't know from nothing about this kind of commodity.
Well, I didn't pay for the drink.
It's all right. It's in the house. Your money's no good here.
I took the 50 and put it in my pocket. I shrugged and hoped my indifference went over. I was almost to the street when he called after me.
Hey, amigo.
Huh?
I was just wondering. How much you got?
Why?
Well, if you got enough, maybe Nieves would be interested.
Nieves? Who's Nieves?
Down here, we don't ask questions like that. You go to the cab stand on the corner. Ask for Miguel. Tell him you want to see Nieves. Tell him Chuck Rice sent you. Only this time, amigo, if you want to do business, you better have the dough on you.
Miguel. Hey, I'm talking to you. What's the idea? You keep going around in circles.
Bien sabe, senor.
Can't sabe my foot. I want to go to Nieves.
Si, senor, si, Nieves.
Well, let's get going. Never mind the sightseeing. Miguel was driving down dark back alleys and dirt roads. I couldn't tell which direction we were going, and I'm sure that was the idea. But we were getting further and further out of town. I was beginning to wish I didn't have the money on me. But I hadn't gone back to the hotel for it when Miguel suddenly pulled off the road into a ruddy gopher-hole courtyard of a broken-down hacienda. It was littered with debris. I stumbled over a peg. His squeals woke a bunch of chickens roosting on a fence. And then I saw her. She was lying in a canvas hammock, one bare foot hanging over the side, deep in the enjoyment of an oversized cigarette. She seemed asleep, except for the rhythmic puffs of smoke. She never opened her eyes all the time I was there. Nieves?
Si.
Chuck Rice sent me. He thought we might be able to work out a deal. I got some money. I want to sell it. Chuck Rice said that you might handle it. You hear me?
Si.
I got $15,000 American in 50s and 100s.
How much you want?
Well, what'll you give me?
How much?
Well, I figure 5,000 would be fair.
No touch.
What?
If that's all you want, I no touch.
Why?
Too hot.
Well, if you think it's worth more.
No touch.
Okay, no touch. Come on, Miguel.
Si, senor. Senor.
Yeah?
O'Toole.
What was that?
O'Toole, maybe he buy.
O'Toole? Where's O'Toole?
Miguel, no. Si, senor. Come, I will take you.
Well, your English is improving, Miguel. Maybe your sense of direction will improve, too. And it did. As the crow flies, so did we, straight to O'Toole's Dine and Dance, a gaudy tourist trap hypoed on the outside with neon signs advertising the best food and music in Juarez, while inside, 5 Latin beboppers were making hash out of Embraceable You. Miguel okayed me to a squint-eyed character who reluctantly led me down a hall, up a steep flight of stairs. We stopped in front of a door.
Come in.
Behind a huge red lacquered desk sat a handsome Chinese in a dinner jacket smoking a long black cigar.
Ah, good evening. What can I do for you? A drink, perhaps?
No, no thanks. I came to see O'Toole.
Yes, I am O'Toole.
You, O'Toole?
As one of those cliques of nature. I wear my mother's face and my father's name.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything.
Oh, think nothing of it, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, Smith.
Now, you have something you wish to sell?
That's right.
May I see the money?
Money? How did you know?
$15,000, as I understand it. How much do you want for it?
6,000.
You told Nievas. 5.
Nieves?
Oh, you are surprised. I know about that. Huh? Chuck Rice always sends them out to the country to see Nievas before they come to me. Now, let me see the money. All of it.
Sure. Here. Look, I'll take the 5.
I'll give you 4.
Oh, now, wait a minute. There's 15,000 there. You won't have any trouble passing it in Mexico.
I know that. I also know that when this kind of money turns up in this part of the world, it means only one thing. I am your last resort. Well, Mr. Smith?
Yeah. Give me the 4,000. He went to the safe, got the money, and paid me. I got out of his office. Well, maybe I should have held out for more, but he gave me the creeps. Besides, any way you look at it, 4,000's a lot of money. I could knock Henry Slapper's eyes out with less than that. Downstairs in the club, the floor show was on, when an Adagio team was going through its calisthenics. I was just passing the bar when she bumped into me.
Hello, Charlie.
No, I'm not Charlie.
Sure you're Charlie. You gotta be Charlie.
Go on, beat it.
Come on. Don't be a sucker. We're being watched.
Well, so what am I supposed to do?
Be smart. Buy me a drink.
Look, I told you, I'm not interested.
Interested in getting out of here alive?
What kind of a crack is that?
You see Squint Eyes over there by the entrance? Well, he's not the doorman.
Come on, look. What's this all about?
O'Toole. He wants back whatever it is he gave you.
I'll buy you that drink. Come on.
Make it scotch.
Yeah. Bartender, 2 scotch and sodas. All right. Now tell me why you're interested.
I'm supposed to knock you out.
You're what?
Those 2 drinks you just ordered. Yours will be loaded. And not with Romo quinine to cure your cold. Ever hear a knockout drops, tourist?
Yeah, sure, but I don't get it. What are you telling me for?
I don't know. Maybe because you're from my side of the border. Maybe because you don't look like the kind of scum that usually comes in this joint.
All right. So my drink's going to be loaded, and Squint Eyes is over to the front door to make sure I don't get away. I don't have much choice, do I?
Yeah, you do. I'm going to help you.
Help me?
After the drink hits you, I'm supposed to get you out the back door into the alley and then roll you.
Well, now, that'll be a big help.
But I'm not going to. Quiet. Here come the drinks.
All right, what do I do now?
When I reach around you for the ashtray, they won't be able to see you. Switch the drinks. You drink mine.
Yeah, but how about
you?
you?
They don't expect me to drink it.
Yeah, but you...
Now, switch them. Get it down. Drink it. In a minute, pretend you're dizzy. I'll help you get to the alley. And when you get there, you better run, brother. And run fast.
Squint Eyes had left the door and was coming toward the bar, so I did what she told me. After I'd gulped the drink down, I sat on the stool a couple of minutes, and I pretended to get dizzy. She helped me off the stool, put my arm around her shoulder. We were almost to the door, almost to the alley. It was just perfect, except for one thing. I was dizzy. My stomach turned over and over, and I passed out cold.
In just a moment, we will continue with Escape. But first, a lot's been said about the Sunday night entertainment on CBS, and rightly so. But take a look down the CBS listings during the entire week, and you'll find there's no let-up in the parade of all-star shows. Tomorrow, Wednesday night, and every Wednesday night, Bing Crosby, Groucho Marx, Burns and Allen, and Gene Hirschholt as the beloved Dr. Christian are heard on most of these same CBS stations. Dick Hames and the Andrews sisters, Jack Smith and Dinah Shore are also on hand in their early evening quarter-hour programs. Make a habit of listening to CBS all through the week. And now we return you to the second act of Escape.
The smells were the same. Beer, tequila, stale black tobacco. But the sound had changed. There'd been music before. My stomach burned and my head throbbed, and somebody was lying across me. I raised up, tried to focus my eyes, but I couldn't. Gradually, I placed the sound. It was some kind of a car, a bus. No, a truck. I was lying on the floor in the back of a truck, and there was a man lying across me. From the stench of him, he must have been drunk for a week, but from the inert way he lay, he could have been dead. I pushed him off and shook him. Hey. Where are we going? What is this? Hey, come on, wake up, will you? Listen to me. Then I suddenly remembered the money. The $4,000. It was gone. I was clean broke. I'd been rolled all right, and by a dame who even told me before she did it. Then I saw the rest of them. The truck was a big van, and it was loaded, packed with the dregs of border town, a sodden human cargo. All of them filthy, bleary-eyed. But one of them looked awake and reasonably sober. Hey, you over there. You speak English?
Si, senor.
Well, what happened? What are we doing here?
Oh, we all fall drunk, senor. Oh, it's no good to fall drunk. Oh, you go to Hensler's.
Hensler's?
Sí.
What are you talking about?
Oh, caray. No es bueno. Oh, I have been there before. I should know not to fall drunk. Oh, 1 whole month I have been there. Ese lugar es muy feo. Oh.
You've been where before? Where are they taking us? Tell me.
To Hensler's. Oh, he's a very bad man.
Hensler's? Well, who's Hensler?
Oh, you going to see, senor. You will see.
That's all I could get out of him. We were going to Hensler's, and it wouldn't be good. And it sounded like I was about to find out.
All right, you guys. Come on. The party's over. Hey, Miller. Move these crips along. You guys don't look like no bunch of daisies, but we'll make you bloom, won't we, Miller?
He was a brute of a man, and he carried a .45 in a holster. He and the driver, Miller, herded us out of the truck like so many cattle. It was some sort of a road gang. I saw a sign blocking the road that read, "Under construction, Hensler Construction Company." Well, I had no idea where we were, how far away from the border. The landscape was dry, dusty, barren.
Well, Gonzalez, you with us again? Didn't we learn you not to get drunk, huh? Come on, you guys. Step on it.
All right, quit shoving.
Come on, come. Hey, what are you doing here?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know.
Miller! How many times I got to tell you to be careful who you pick up?
Now, wait a minute, Jake. Don't get sore before I tell you.
Don't you know we can get in plenty of trouble picking up the wrong guys?
I didn't pick him up. O'Toole threw him in.
O'Toole?
Shut up, you. What O'Toole wish him on us for? Wait till Hensler hears about it.
Yeah, well, O'Toole has already talked with Hensler. He says this fellow will not give us any trouble. He is an embezzler. The police are looking for him.
You're crazy.
He came across the border to sell some money he had stolen from a bank or something. He must be plenty hot. He was willing to drop 15,000 real dough for 4,000 cash.
Real dough? What are you talking about? That was counterfeit I sold O'Toole.
Listen, buddy, I don't know what your racket is, but nobody fools O'Toole about money.
But it can't be real money. It was counterfeit, I tell you. It had to be. Look, I want to see Hensler.
You talk to me or you talk to nobody?
But I got to see Hensler. I got to get back to Juarez.
Huh? Did you hear that, Miller? He's got to get back to Juarez.
All right, look, you can't push me around. I'm an American.
Oh, he's an American. Well, send this to your congressman.
Oh!
Okay, American. Get on your feet. Get a pick and start working.
Hensler Construction Company. Just another name for a chain gang. I never saw Hensler. He wasn't there. But in the next week, I got to know Jake all right. I got to hate him. He drove us from dawn till dark, digging a roadbed by hand, pick and shovel, in the hot sun, in the dust, without rest. But worse than the physical torture was the thought that gave me no rest. I'd sold O'Toole real money. For now I realized I'd never really had any proof that the fat man was a counterfeiter. I just jumped to that conclusion. The bus driver... No, not the bus driver. A woman on the bus said that the bus driver said it, and it drove me crazy just thinking about it. Real money. $15,000. I'd had it in my hand and I'd thrown it away. I had to escape. I had to. There'd been a man in the truck who said he'd been here before, so he must have gotten away somehow. He could help me. You're the man that was here before?
I am Gonzalez.
All right, you got away the other time, didn't you?
I see. But I am back. And this time I don't try to go.
Well, how did you go? How'd you get out?
Well, there is a highway.
There is? Where?
4 mile, 5 mile. Many cars pass there.
Just 4 or 5 miles. That's nothing.
Oh, maybe it sounds nothing to you, senor. But those are bad miles to go. Ooh, caray.
Only 4 or 5 miles. Over that way, he told me. Through the ravine. Well, I thought about it all that day, and I planned that I'd try it that night. But when we got back to camp, I was too dog-tired even to eat. I just flopped on the hard earth and fell asleep. Seemed that I'd just closed my eyes when I was shaken awake.
Hey.
Huh?
Hey. Get up, American. Get on your feet.
Huh?
I got a little job for you.
Oh, leave me alone, Jake. I'm tired.
Get up! You're on overtime.
He was murderously drunk. He had a bottle of whiskey in one hand and his .45 in the other. So I got up off the ground. All around me, the men were sleeping. If they heard him, they didn't pay any attention. He marched me down to the roadbed and threw a pick at me.
There. I'll start digging.
But it's the middle of the night. Look, I'm dead.
I gotta finish the road. Start digging, I said.
What are you picking on me for, Jake? Why me?
You're gonna start digging, or I start shooting.
So I dug. I dug till my hands were bleeding and my lungs were scalded with the effort of breathing. He sat alongside the road, knocking off that fifth of whiskey and riding me every time I faltered. He was just mean drunk enough to kill me if I stopped. So I dug and I dug. Finally, I couldn't go out anymore. I was too tired to care. I dropped the pick and fell onto the road. My face was in the dirt. I lay there, panting, waiting for the bullet. When it didn't come, I turned my head, and what I saw gave me new life. Jake was sprawled out, dead drunk, and the .45 had slipped from his hand onto the ground. It was my chance. I hardly had enough strength left to move, but I knew if I didn't go then, it'd be too late. I'd never get away. I crawled over to him, and I got the gun, and somehow I got down the road and through that ravine, stumbled and crawled those hideous miles to the highway. And then I heard it, way down the road. It was a car. I ran out like a madman and flagged it down.
Monday, Usted?
Give me a ride, will you?
Oh, you're an American, huh? Going back to the States?
Yeah.
Well, hop in.
I leaned back against the seat, shut my eyes, and slept all the way into Juarez.
Well, here you are. You said O'Toole's dying to dance. Sure I can't wait for you?
No, thanks just the same, but I got some business to take care of.
Okay. Good luck.
$15,000 worth of business, and Jake's .45 in my pocket to guarantee the deal. I went around to that back door and slipped in quietly, and then crept down the hall and up the stairs that Squint Eyes had led me before. This time I entered O'Toole's office without knocking. Hello, O'Toole.
Oh, I didn't expect you back so soon. Sit down. Can I get you something?
Yeah, you can. $15,000.
I'm afraid I don't understand. We made a deal.
Why didn't you tell me the money was real, not counterfeit, huh?
Well, you seem to know what you were doing, and remember, you placed the value on the money. I did not.
Yeah, well, I've just revalued it. I want it back, all of it.
We made a deal, and I paid you, and I'm through with you.
And you rolled me.
How you lost the money I paid you is no concern to me.
All right, then, look, then maybe this will be some concern to you. I took enough punishment to get this gun not to hesitate to use it. Now get the money while you're still alive.
That won't be necessary. How about 10,000?
Look, don't stall. 15.
But I should be allowed to realize some profit.
Hurry up, O'Toole. I haven't got all day.
I'll have to open the safe.
Then open it.
Will you take it in 10s and 20s?
Now, look, you, I don't care how you give it to me, so long as it's American money. Now, quit stalling and get it. I didn't trust him. I expected any minute he'd pull something fast, but he didn't. He gave it to me. I never realized before the power of a gun. It makes short men tall and tall men strong.
Here you are.
Thanks. Now I could fly to Hollywood and have that suite at the Ambassador and throw a cocktail party, a big party. I'd show 'em. First, I stopped at the best men's shop in Juarez and got myself outfitted. An imported English tweed suit, cashmere top coat, couple of dozen shirts. I threw away my old clothes.
There will be something else, senor.
I'll take that alligator suitcase, too.
Si, senor, but you must remember when you go through customs, you must declare the clothes you are wearing. I have to report the
Oh,
sale.
sure, don't worry. And these neckties?
Si, senor.
I paid him. It was more than I'd spent on clothes in 10 years. I put $500 in my wallet and stashed the rest of the money away in my suitcase. Then I went to the American Club for a good dinner. Now I was all set to make my entrance. All I needed was a plane reservation for Hollywood. I was just going through customs when he ran up.
That is the man. Stop him.
It was the
Stop
clerk
him.
from the men's shop, gesturing wildly. The customs official listened, and then he came back to me.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'll have to detain you.
What?
Your wallet, if you please.
Oh, wait, I didn't buy the wallet from him.
If you please, sir, give it to me.
Okay, but it's just an American Hickok wallet, I tell you.
I'm not interested in the wallet itself, sir. Now, we shall see.
There. You see? Did I not tell you? Look. Look, all of it.
What are you guys doing with my money?
You admit this is your money, mister?
Of course it is.
Then I'm sorry you'll have to come with me.
But why?
Because, mister, all the money in your wallet is counterfeit.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Border Town by John and Gwen Bagney. Featured in the cast were Jack Webb as Evan, Bill Conrad as Jake, Ben Wright as O'Toole, Tony Barrett as Rice, and Jeanette Nolan as Nieves. Also heard were Ted DeCorsia, Paul Frees, Bea Benaderet, Jerry Hausner, and Harry Bartell. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You're on a train from Rajahor to Calcutta. With you is a fabulous jewel, the most sought-after emerald in the world, in whose depths are mirrored terror and violence. And for you, there is no escape.
It's a proven surefire formula for better living. If we all work together to produce more per man, per machine, per hour, we all move together toward the benefits in living that are possible only under the American economic system. The better we produce, the better we live. For your free copy of the booklet, Miracle of America, write Box 10, Times Square Station, New York. Stay tuned now for Hit the Jackpot, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's Monday night and time for the pleasantest of all doctor's appointments, our weekly visit with that splendid host and incomparable storyteller, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Beryl, punctual to the minute, as usual. Draw up a chair and sit down.
Thank you.
That's it.
All ready for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, my boy, I was just going over my notes on the case before you arrived. It was an adventure that started off on a note of gaiety and ended in one of the most bizarre tragedies that we ever encountered. I call it Murder in the Locked Room.
This I've got to hear. But first, men, the good old summertime is here again. And after a day spent at the ballpark, on the golf links, or just loafing under the sun, does your hair look as stiff as a straw, dry, matted, and tangled? then don't make the mistake of plastering your hair down with greasy, sticky goo. Instead, put Kreml hair tonic on the job. Kreml is that famous modern hair tonic, such a wonderful, natural-looking hair dressing. Kreml has just enough light oils to keep dry, stringy hair neatly groomed throughout the hottest, most humid summer day. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy. It never leaves any unpleasant odor. Kreml always feels so clean on both hair and scalp. Kreml is able to give you all these advantages because it contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. So, men, make Kreml a daily must this summer for that handsome, clean-cut look from morn till night. Kreml, Kreml hair tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the new Sherlock Holmes story, Murder in the Locked Room?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure took place many, many years ago. It began on a gray and murky afternoon in Baker Street. We just finished tea, I remember, and Holmes was busying himself with some chemical experiments. For some time he sat there in silence with his long, thin back curved over a retort in which he was brewing a particularly malodorous product. As I glanced across at him, seated there under the gaslight, his head was sunk upon his breast, and he looked like a strange, lank bird with dull gray plumage and a black topknot. Suddenly, he turned to me and spoke.
So, Watson, you've decided not to invest in South African securities?
Huh? How on earth do you know that, Holmes?
It isn't really difficult. I observe a groove between your left forefinger and thumb.
Groove?
It is enough to tell me that you do not intend to invest your small capital in the goldfields.
I see no connection, groove.
And yet the train of thought is elementary. 1, you had chalk between your thumb and finger when you returned from your club. 2, you put chalk there when you played billiards. 3, you never played billiards except with Marston. 4, you told me about a month ago that Marston had an option on some South African property which would expire in 4 weeks and which he desired you to share with him. 5, your checkbook is locked in my drawer and you have not asked for the key. Number 6 is the logical conclusion. You've decided not to invest your money in this manner.
Absurdly simple.
I knew you'd say that.
I wonder who that is. Were you expecting a client?
No, Watson, but I hope it is one. My practice has been decidedly slack lately. Go and see who it is, will you?
Yes, of course I will. It's all right, Mrs. Hudson. I'll show the gentleman in. This way, sir. Good evening. I'm Dr. Watson.
How do you do? My name is Chudley Stoner.
Oh, come along in, Mr. Stoner.
Thank you. And this must be the great Sherlock Holmes. My name is Holmes. The adjective is your own, Mr. Stoner. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks. I don't imagine you know anything about me, Mr. Holmes.
Nothing beyond the fact that you went to Eton and Oxford, that you have a beautiful and socially prominent wife, and that you contribute to the Strand magazine with some regularity.
I'm disappointed in not receiving one of your famous deductive analyses, Mr. Holmes, but I'm glad that my name is familiar to you.
You contribute to the Strand magazine, sir, too? That's very interesting, Stoner. Perhaps you read some of my humble efforts.
Yes, indeed, Doctor. Very colorful stories they are.
Oh, thanks very much.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Stoner, your own stories, which also deal with the world of crime, seem to me to be even more sensational than Watson's.
Probably because he has the facts to work with, whereas I have to depend on my gift of imagination. But the reason I've come to you tonight, Mr. Holmes, has nothing to do with imagination. I find myself mixed up in a real-life murder that is as puzzling as any problem I've dealt with in fiction.
A murder, Mr. Stoner? I say, really, you
The
don't...
facts, please.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I'll give them to you as briefly and concisely as possible. I just got back from Paris yesterday. My secretary went with me. He did not return. The French police say he committed suicide. I know that he didn't.
Oh, how do you know that, Mr. Stoner?
The boy had everything in the world to live for. No financial worries and a very promising future ahead of him.
Please describe the circumstances under which his body was found.
Well, I'd left him alone in his room. When I came to fetch him, there was no answer to my knock. I tried to look through the keyhole, but the key was in the lock from the inside, and I could see nothing. After some time had elapsed, I got worried. A friend of mine, an inspector of the police, was dining with me that night, and he suggested we should investigate. We broke down the door. My secretary was dead, a bullet in his heart.
Inside a room, locked from the inside, huh? Obviously, the police were right in thinking that it was suicide, Mr. Stoner.
Of course, you examined the room thoroughly for traces of some other method of ingress?
Meticulously. The windows were locked tight.
No sliding panels?
None.
Where was the revolver?
Beside his right hand, one bullet gone.
And you say the key was in the inside of the door?
Yes, and that's why the police wrote it off as suicide. Mr. Holmes, how would you explain such a situation?
I'd like a few more facts before giving an opinion. You say you examined the room meticulously. Was there no oddity? Nothing out of place? Nothing peculiar in that room?
Nothing that I noticed.
Perhaps a small pellet of wax, say?
Yes, by Jove. I did find a wax pellet. It was lying on the carpet near the door, and I couldn't imagine what he was doing there.
Well, there's your answer. One more question. This French inspector who entered the room with you, what was his personal relationship with your secretary?
Odd that you should ask that. They'd quarreled the night before about some girl at the Folies Bergère.
Then there you have it, Mr. Stoner. The murderer left the room, locked the door from the outside, removed the key, and plugged the keyhole with wax. When the room was broken into, he simply slipped the key into the inside of the lock, thereby dislodging the wax pellet. Obviously, from what you've told me, only the inspector had that opportunity.
Great Scott, a French police inspector, a murderer? Holmes, what are you going to do about this?
Nothing, old chap.
Huh?
Beyond
Nothing, old chap?
wishing Mr. Stoner good luck with the editor of the Strand magazine.
I don't think I follow you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, come now, Mr. Stoner. It's an intellectual game and, in its way, quite stimulating. But don't think you can hoodwink me so easily.
Holmes, what are you talking about?
My dear Watson, I read the papers carefully.
What do the papers have to do with this?
I've noticed the presence of you and your lovely wife at so many social functions here in London in the past few days that I'm afraid I can't possibly accept your Paris story. The obvious answer remains, you've come to me with an imaginary problem in order to solve a difficulty in one of your stories.
Mr. Holmes, you're even smarter than I gave you credit for.
But this is disgraceful, sir. Wasting my friend's time like this.
I suppose I should apologize, Mr. Holmes. But here's the way it happened. I came home late last night, a little under the weather. I had the most wonderful idea on earth for a story. I was going to call it The Locked Room. I'm convinced I made some notes on the story last night, but when I wakened this morning, I couldn't find them. All I could remember was the problem, but I had no idea how to solve it, and so I came to you.
I see. It's an excellent idea for a story. Though I have known similar locked room problems, in fact, I don't recall that fiction has exploited their possibilities as yet.
Holmes, why are you so calm? I think it's outrageous to come here and pick your brains for a story.
My dear Watson, how else do you get the material for your own masterpieces?
Oh, it's not very funny.
Should you grudge it to him?
Well, it's not the same thing at all.
I must say, you're being very sporting about it, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, no, Mr. Stoner. I'm being businesslike. May I ask how much you are in the habit of receiving for a story of yours in the Strand magazine?
About 20 guineas. Why?
I am a consulting detective, and I think I've given you a valuable opinion. My fee, if you sell your story, will be 10 guineas. Good night to you, Mr. Stoner.
There you are, Monsieur Stoner.
A remarkable deduction, Andre. Yes, here I am.
I've spent all afternoon searching for those notes on the story. I could not find any trace of them.
And yet I could swear I did some work when I came in last night. You are sure I didn't give you some dictation?
Oh, quite sure, Monsieur Stoner. If you will pardon my saying so, you were a little...
Yes, go on, Andre. Say it. The secretary has some rights. I was drunk. That's what you mean, isn't it?
Oh, I meant no offense.
It'd be rather a relief if you did. You're always so infernally polite. Where's my wife?
She's in the library with your brother-in-law, Monsieur Seal.
Very well. I'll need you after dinner, Andre. I'm going to work on the story tonight.
Yes, Monsieur Stoner.
Hello, Chad. I was beginning to worry about you not being back for dinner.
I stopped at the club.
Good evening, Chad.
Hello, Henry. And how is our master of the violin this evening?
Chad, don't make fun of my brother like that.
Yes, Chad, go easy. I can't learn the violin in 2 easy lessons, you know. Violet accompanied me on the piano just now. She says I'm improving.
I don't doubt that you're improving. You couldn't become worse.
Chad, you're intolerable. Henry's our guest.
An unwanted guest as far as I'm concerned. He's been here 2 months. Why doesn't he try and get himself a job instead of mooning around here all day scraping away at his fiddle?
That's the last time you've insulted me, Chad. I'm leaving here in the morning.
I hope I can count on it.
How dare you, Chad? How dare you? If Henry goes in the morning, I shall go with him.
Now, Violet, take it easy.
You've been drinking again, and you're disgusting when you drink. You made an absolute fool of yourself in front of Andre last night.
You're very protective about him. Are you sure those calf eyes he keeps making at you are entirely unreciprocated?
I hate you, Chad. I'm not waiting until the morning. I'm leaving tonight.
Now, wait a minute, Violet. I'm sorry. I don't know what makes me do it. I get a few drinks and I just feel that I've got to hurt you.
Well, you certainly succeed. I used to think it was the so-called artistic temperament that made you this way. Now I realize it's drink.
I'm sorry, Violet, but it's not been too easy for me. Having Henry around all day gets pretty trying, particularly when I'm attempting to work.
But he's planning to move soon anyway. Surely you can tolerate it a little longer. For our sake, Chud. Can't you?
Of course I can, Violet. I'm sorry, dear. I'll try and be a little less boorish, and I'll watch the drinking.
That sounds more like the man I married. And I'll help, too. I'll try and keep Henry out of your way as much as possible, dear.
We can make a go of it, Violet. I know we can. Well, I'm going into the study. I want to jot down some notes on the new story while they're still fresh in my mind.
All right, dear. Dinner will be in about half an hour. I'll call you.
Fine. The Locked Room. Yes, that'll be a good title. It'll be worth giving Sherlock Holmes 10 guineas for the help he gave me. Who is it? Is that you?
I'm flattered that you dropped by to see me, Inspector Lestrade. Not a business visit, I gather.
Bless you now, Mr. Holmes.
You'll have a whiskey and soda, won't you, Lestrade?
Thank you kindly, Dr. Watson. Not too much soda, if you don't mind.
The London criminal is becoming a dull dog these days, Lestrade. My own practice has been remarkably slow in the past few weeks.
Same thing with us at Scotland Yard, Mr. Holmes. But, of course, we don't grumble at that. Now, take me. I've had an easy day today. Just come from investigating a suicide in Church Street, Kensington.
Indeed, another poor devil who couldn't stand the pace of our modern living, I suppose.
I suppose so, Doctor. Though you'd have thought this bloke had everything he wanted. He was quite a successful writer, they tell me.
A writer? What was his name?
He wrote for the Strand magazine. Name was Chudley Stoner. Dr. Watson, you dropped that glass.
You say Chudley Stoner committed suicide tonight?
That's right, Mr. Holmes. You know him?
Under what circumstances was he found?
It was a routine case, sir. Locked the door on his study from the inside and then blew his brains out. The windows were locked and there were no secret panels and that kind of stuff. It was suicide, all right.
The arm of coincidence is long indeed, but not as long as that. Has the body been moved?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. I told him to touch nothing until the police photographers got there. Just to be on the safe side, you understand, sir.
Splendid. Grab your coat and hat, Watson.
Right, your home.
But what's all the excitement, Mr. Holmes? It's just a suicide.
Nonsense, Inspector. I'll stake my whole reputation that Chudley Stoner has been the victim of a murder plot as cunning and diabolical as any that I've ever encountered.
In just a moment, we'll find out if Sherlock Holmes is correct in deducing that this is murder. Are you one of the many men who find it difficult to keep your hair neatly groomed in summer? Does the burning sun bake and scorch your hair, making it look messy and not the least attractive? Then try Kreml Hair Tonic. Just notice the amazing change in the appearance of your hair. You see, Kreml does lots more than just keep your hair looking handsome. This highly specialized hair tonic gives you your money's worth. It contains a unique combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. And if the sun dries your hair so that it breaks off and falls, Kreml helps condition the hair in that it leaves it feeling so much softer, more pliable when you comb it. At the same time, Kreml removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so cool, refreshed, and alive. Be smart, men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, this is really one for the book. A mystery writer comes to Sherlock Holmes with a fictitious murder plot. Holmes solves it for him, then the man goes away and gets murdered in exactly the way he described.
Precisely, Mr. Bell. As provocative a problem as ever we encountered.
I bet you hurried off to the dead man's house at once, didn't you?
As fast as a hansom cab could take us there. As soon as we arrived, we cross-examined the three members of the household. The dead man's wife, Violet, her brother, Henry Seal, and Andre Leroux, the secretary. All of them told the same story. That they'd heard the shot and hastened to the room from different parts of the house. They said that they looked through the keyhole, found it was blocked, and then the two men broke down the door.
Just the same story as in the dead man's fictional problem, wasn't it? What happened next, Dr. Watson?
Well, before we talk to the three suspects any further, Holmes, Inspector Lestrade, and I walked into the dead man's study to examine the body. I can almost hear Holmes now. As he said...
It's not hard to find a motive. A beautiful wife, a worthless brother who'd been told to get out, an attractive and attentive young French secretary who hated the dead man's cruelty.
Blimey. And I called it just a routine suicide.
You'll notice that no wax pellet is in evidence this time. I'd say that the answer is obvious. The dead man did write some notes on his story last night. The killer found them and realized that he'd been presented with a perfect murder method, never expecting that the dead man would divulge his method to me.
Mr. Holmes, why are you examining the keyhole of the door?
I was looking for a pellet of wax, Inspector. It's missing. Obviously, the murderer had read about that in the dead man's notes and was clever enough to remove it. But let's examine the corpse. Interesting. Most interesting.
Why, Holmes?
Well, surely you can see for yourself, Watson. The bloodstains clearly indicate that the man fell here, some 5 or 6 feet from the desk. And yet, with a dying burst of energy, he crawled towards the desk and clutched it. Undoubtedly, he was trying to give us a dying message.
But how can holding on to a desk give a message, Mr. Holmes? And why should a dying man try to do that anyway?
Remember that the dead man was a writer and a student of criminology. In his last few moments of consciousness, he probably realized I'd be on the track of his murderer.
He gave us more than one clue, Holmes. Look at his body. As he fell for the last time, he upset that bowl of violets. And his wife's name is Violet.
Coincidence, I think, Watson. The flowers were knocked over inadvertently as he fell. But the move to the desk was a deliberate and desperate effort.
Well, if you talk about that, look here, gentlemen. Lying by his right arm. Look, that was knocked off the desk, too.
It's a seal with a monogram on it.
Right, Doctor. And Seal is the name of the dead man's brother-in-law. Henry Seal.
Interesting, but I refuse to believe that a dying man could deliberately knock over such a comprehensive number of incriminating objects as he died.
Then who do you suppose did do it, Holmes?
At this stage of the case, I shall suppose nothing, Watson. We have 3 obvious suspects waiting for us. Let's question them.
I don't know why they want us here. I know nothing
Quiet,
about it.
please. Mr. Holmes wants to ask you some questions.
No, Inspector. I only wish to ask them one question. You, Mrs. Stoner, how did you occupy your time while you were waiting for the police to arrive?
I was so nervous that to try to calm myself, I did some knitting. I do quite a lot of knitting for the Coast Guard men, you know.
I see. And you, Mr. Seal? What were your movements before the police arrived?
I sat in the library, Mr. Holmes, playing solitaire.
And you, Andre?
I went to my room and worked on my account books. I realized that my job here was finished, and I thought I would get my books in order.
I see. That's all for now, thank you.
Come along, Henry.
Lestrade.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
I'd like you to get me those 3 objects spoken of. The knitting, the cards, and the account books.
Right you are, Mr. Holmes.
I don't see that you found out much there, Holmes.
Don't you, Watson? I'd have thought my line of reasoning was obvious.
What are you doing? Kneading at that keyhole. You said that this time the pellet of wax had been removed.
True, Watson. But even though the pellet's been removed, I'm quite sure there'll be traces of wax inside the keyhole. And there are. Splendid. I shall remove this lock and take it back to Baker Street. The murderer undoubtedly still had some traces of wax on his fingers. A closer examination of the fragments of wax inside this keyhole and an equally close examination of the knitting, the cards, and the account books should be able to give us the solution to this case.
Well, Holmes, you've been poring over the microscope for nearly an hour. Have you got the answer?
Nearly, but not quite.
But you've examined all 3 of the objects. Surely it's just a question of finding which one of them shows traces of wax.
Oh, no, old chap.
Huh?
It's not as easy as that. Oddly enough, the knitting, the pack of cards, and the account books all show traces of wax.
Great Scott. But that means that All those people were involved in the murder. It was a concerted plan between the three of them.
I think not, Watson.
What?
And in 5 more minutes, I'm sure I can prove to you who the murderer is.
Violet, why are you sitting alone here in the library?
Oh, hello, Andre. I'm so upset. They think the Chud was murdered. The inspector's still questioning Henry. I believe they think he did it. Oh, it's awful. Oh.
Oh, now, don't worry, darling. Everything is going to be all right.
Please, Andre. With Chud's body hardly cold.
But surely now that he is dead, you always made me believe that if he were dead, we could be together, darling.
I was insane. I thought he was neglecting me, that perhaps there was some other woman. But just before he died, we had a talk. I knew it was going to be all right again.
But me? You mean you were making a fool of me?
I was making a fool of myself, Andre. Please forget it.
Forget it? No, my cold-blooded Englishwoman. I am not some stupid boy you can play with. You cannot throw me aside. I have risked my life for your happiness.
Risked your... Andre! You murdered Chud.
Of course I did. I hated him. And I hated the way he made you unhappy. And the fool gave me the perfect way to do it by telling me about his filthy story. And then forgetting that he had done so.
You devil, get away from me. I'm turning you over to the police.
No, you are not. You are going to join Chud since you love him so much.
Andre, put away that revolver.
Nice shooting, Watson. You got him in the wrist.
Sorry. Mrs. Stoner, are you all right?
Yes, but thank heaven you were both behind those curtains.
I'm sorry that we had to wait until the last minute to disclose our presence. But it's just as well to have witnesses to a murder confession. What do you have to say for yourself, Monsieur Leroux?
Nothing. Send for your policeman and have me taken to prison.
With pleasure. Watson, ask Inspector Lestrade to step in here, will you? Tell him we have a customer for him. A customer for the gallows.
Midnight. It'll be good to get back to Baker Street. It's been an exhausting evening's work.
Yes, Watson. A sordid case. A shabby patchwork of discontent and hatred. Oh, well, we've been instrumental in sending yet another felon to his rightful destiny.
You know, Holmes, there's still 1 or 2 points I don't quite understand.
I can't believe it, Watson. What are they?
Well, you said that all 3 objects you examined contained traces of wax.
They did, and at first that confused me. But there are various qualities of wax. For instance, Mrs. Stoner was knitting with a certain waxed wool that is used specifically in knitting for seafaring men. It gives the garments a weatherproof finish.
Never heard of it.
Possibly not, but it's a fact. And, as you know, I specialize in such odd pieces of information.
What about the traces of wax on the cards that Henry Seal used when he was playing solitaire?
Again, I was misled. Until I remembered that Mrs. Stoner told us that her brother had been playing the violin a short while before her husband's death.
Oh, he'd been using rosin.
Precisely.
Oh, yes.
Logically, it had to be the secretary. But the proof came when I made the final analysis of the 3 specimens of wax. That, on the account books, was the only one that exactly matched the traces of wax I found in the keyhole.
Oh, suppose I'm very stupid, Holmes.
Anything else bothering you?
Yeah, just one point. You said that the dying man tried to indicate his murderer by clasping the desk as he died.
Yes, I'm sure he was trying to give us a dying message.
Well, I was fooled by the violets and the seal.
Well, that was a freakish coincidence. But the effort in crawling to the desk was not. That was the true message.
I still don't see it.
Oh, come now, Watson. The secretary was a Frenchman. The French word for desk and for secretary is the same. Secrétaire.
I see it now.
Oh, really, Watson?
You know, Holmes, you'll never get your fee for this case.
Indeed. And why?
Stoner's dead. You'll never sell that story to the Strand magazine now.
True, Watson. But I've no doubt that you will. Though perhaps it'll be a slightly different version of it. And you'll probably call it something very melodramatic. Perhaps murder in the locked room.
Ladies, when you want to look your radiant best, you naturally want your hair to appear just as beautiful and lustrous as it can be. So here's a tip from some of the world's most divinely beautiful girls, Powers models. Girls who are famous for their enchantingly lovely silken sheen hair.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And I want to state right here and now that no other shampoo leaves the hair more sparkling clean. Really, girls, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo reveals all your hair's natural gleaming luster. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
Kreml shampoo is not a cream shampoo, not a soapless shampoo, not a harsh soap, not a drying detergent. It's entirely different. After a Kreml shampoo, the hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights. And Kreml shampoo never dries or breaks the hair. In fact, it even has a built-in oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
How right you are, Mr. Bell. Kreml shampoo leaves the hair so much softer, silkier, with a lovely satin smoothness. The hair holds a wave better, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair, a vision of shining beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, let me think next week. Next week, I think I shall tell you how Holmes and I returned to Baker Street one afternoon to find our rooms occupied by a beautiful young woman on the verge of hysteria.
Well, that sounds promising. And who was the beautiful young woman?
No, Mr. Bell, Mr. Bell, I've told you before about this. You'll have to wait till next week to find that out. I will say, however, that her story was horrifying enough to make our hair stand on end. I call this adventure Death in the North Sea.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Dancing Men. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about Death in the North Sea. Save for the future the easy, automatic way. Buy U.S. saving bonds through your payroll savings plan or at your bank. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
The Drug Ring Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Left-Handed Killer.
Well, Mr. Nicholas Carter, are you going to answer your telephone, or are you going to take me out to lunch as you promised?
There's no reason why I can't do both, Patsy. Nick Carter speaking.
Nick, this is Riley at headquarters.
Oh, how are you, Lieutenant?
There goes my
What's on your mind?
Murder. And you're right in the middle of it, Nick. Meet me at the city morgue as quick as you can. I'm waiting here.
What's the matter, Riley? Can't headquarters solve this case without me?
Who said anything about your solving the case? You get yourself down to the morgue right away, and that's an order.
An order, Riley? What are you talking about?
The body of a man was washed up on the beach this morning, only he didn't die from drowning. It was murder.
Yes?
There was no identification on the body. None at all. Except one of your business cards. Nick Carter, private detective.
What?
I hid the card in my pocket as soon as I laid eyes on it. But there's a chance one of the reporters saw it before I did. Now, do I have to draw you a diagram?
You've already done it. I'll be there in the double rally. Bye.
What's up, Nick?
Plenty. Look, Patsy, hold on the office until you hear from me. I'll call you within an hour.
I knew you shouldn't have answered that phone.
Business before pleasure, Patsy, and right now I've got business at the city morgue. Where have you got him, Riley? On a slab out here? or you-
He's on ice, in the box at the end of the room there. And I'm telling you one thing, Nick Carter. It's lucky for you that I was here when he was brought in.
Now, look, Riley, surely you aren't trying to pull me into this thing just because the fellow was carrying one of my cards. Why, there are probably hundreds of people I never heard of who carry my name in their vest pockets.
Well, if you'd rather be explaining to the captain how your card got on a corpse...
Oh, now take it easy, Riley.
You know what it means for an officer of the law to conceal evidence, Nick. How do I know one of those reporters or photographers isn't telling the captain right now that...
Let's worry about one thing at a time. You said the body was washed up on the beach on the north shore of Long Island?
Yes, it was. Stuffed in a gunny sack with every bit of identification removed. Everything was ripped out except a concealed pocket.
Yes, I know, with my card in it.
Yes. Here we are. Last box here. Now, take a good look, Nick. Yeah, did you ever see him before?
Oh, yes. That's Stanley Phillips.
Huh?
Dr. Stanley Phillips. He's a research chemist. Sort of an eccentric.
Oh, balmy, huh?
No, just strange. He's assisted me in a few investigations. But for the most part, he was pretty much of a hermit. Didn't like to mix with people.
Yeah, that don't make sense. People who mind their own business don't go around getting themselves murdered. Where did he live?
There's a big house on a Long Island Sound, but his laboratory was on his yacht. It was anchored about half a mile or so out from the house, if I remember correctly.
Laboratory on a yacht?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was balmy.
Hey, Riley, look. Here in his neck.
Well, what did you expect? I told you he was strangled. The autopsy showed he was dead before he was put into the gunny sack and thrown into the water.
I know, but that isn't what I mean. Here, look at the prints in his neck. Closely, look at him.
Yeah, well...
Unless I miss my guess, Riley, he was murdered by a left-handed killer.
Say, maybe you've got something there, Nick. I'll phone the fingerprint expert.
Now, wait a minute, Riley. Let me hit the phone first. I gotta be on my way.
Hey, now, don't be forgetting you can't take long on this, Nick. The captain will be wanting to question you about your card being found on the body. I can't hold off more than a few hours.
Give me those few hours, Riley, and I'll wrap the murderer up in wax paper.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Oh, hello, Patsy. We got work to do.
Yes, Nick?
I want you to go through the files and dig out all the stuff we have on Dr. Stanley Phillips.
That queer duck who did some work for you once?
Yeah, that's the one. Research chemist. Get all the dope on him and meet me down in front of the office in 10 minutes. I'll pick you up.
All right, Nick.
That's all.
Yeah, where are you headed for, Nick?
The Phillips estate on Long Island Sound. Meet me there as soon as you get the report on the fingerprints in Stanley Phillips' neck.
And apparently neither he nor his sister ever married. After the parents died, they continued to live in the big manor house.
What did you say the sister's name was?
Rose Phillips.
Rose. Go on.
You know all about his laboratory being on his yacht.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be one of the best private laboratories in the country. Used to do a lot of research work for big companies. As a laboratory assistant, Tom Marks, young man. And let's see what else. His hobby was writing. Scientific articles they were. Usually about the effects of habit-forming drugs. He had an article in Popular Research last month entitled Morphine Exposed.
So he wrote about habit-forming drugs, huh? You know, Patsy, this case might turn out to be more than just an ordinary murder.
I guess nobody's home, Nick.
You're wrong about that, Patsy. Saw the curtains at the window move. Pounding on the door isn't going to do any good either. Whoever's in there evidently doesn't want callers today. However...
What are you going to do?
Open the door with this little lock picker of mine. There it is. All right, come on, Patsy. We're going in.
I don't see anybody.
Stay behind me.
Put your hands up. Over your head.
He's got a gun, Nick.
You're Rose Phillips, I take it, miss?
Keep your hands up. I'm asking the questions. Who are you?
I'm Nick Carter, and this
Nick Carter?
Yes. And this is my assistant, Patsy Boone.
Nick Carter, the great detective. Well, my brother often speaks of you. He thinks you're wonderful.
Nick, she doesn't know yet.
Miss Phillips, I'm sorry to have to tell you like this, But your brother is dead.
He's dead?
Yes. I'm afraid he was murdered.
Murdered. Stanley murdered.
Now, if you'll just put that gun away, Miss Phillips, we'll talk things over.
Of course, Mr. Carter, I'm sorry. This is all such a shock.
It was a fiendish killing. And I'm going to do all I can to bring the criminal to justice. You may be sure of that.
Oh, Rose. Rose.
I'm in here, Richard.
Oh. Well, who are these people? I thought Stanley told you never to let strangers in the house.
It's all right, Richard. This is Nick Carter, the detective, and his assistant.
Oh. Well, that's different. How do you do, Mr. Carter? I'm Richard Coles.
I take it you've already heard about Dr. Phillips.
Yes. Ghastly, isn't it? I can hardly believe it. The police say it was murder. For the life of me, I can't imagine who would want to murder Stanley. He was a strange man, Mr. Carter, very strange. He had a phobia about not letting anyone in the house when he was away.
You seem to manage an entrance all right, Mr. Coles.
Well,
Mr. Cole's a very old friend of the family and has always had a key to the house. He's our lawyer.
Look out, Nick! There's someone at the window. He's got a gun! I can't get over it, Nick. You don't seem to be surprised that you were shot at back there in the house.
I'm not, Patsy. That's why I was standing beside that suit of armor. That protected me by deflecting the bullets.
Nick, your presence on the Phillips case is most annoying to someone.
Too bad that window was frosted glass. Couldn't get a look at the gunman. That tiny crack the window was open. Well, now, did you find what I told you to look for in the cottage occupied by Tom Marks, the lab assistant?
Yes, I found a pair of his gloves.
Good.
Had to go through all his desk drawers to find them, too.
Let me see them. Mm-hmm. All seems to be adding up. Almost too neatly.
Adds up to a pair of gloves, that's all.
Look, Patsy. Coles told me back there's something about the terms of Phillips' will. If he lived to be 50, his estate was to go to a foundation. If he died before that, Rose was to inherit all the estate.
But that makes Rose the...
No. I don't suspect Rose. Her grief seemed genuine. But there's something else I learned. Tom Marks, Phillips' lab assistant's in love with Rose. They've been wanting to get married, but Phillips opposed the marriage.
Now the field is clear, with oodles of money to boot. But that still doesn't make Tom Marks...
Patsy, I'm almost certain Phillips was strangled by a left-handed killer. These gloves of Marks you brought me show that he's left-handed.
Oh. And that leads us where?
Right out to the laboratory and the yacht. I've got to find Tom Marks.
Nick, why in the world do you suppose Dr. Phillips had his laboratory way out here in the middle of the Sound?
There's no mystery to that one, Patsy. He told me why once.
Well, why?
So people couldn't bother him. I'd have used his technical knowledge a lot more often on cases myself if it'd been more accessible. Well, here we are. This is the Phillips yacht. I'll tie up here.
I've never climbed up a rope ladder before.
And you're not going up now either. Not until I look around the boat myself.
Oh, Nick, am I helping you on this case or not?
You are, but I don't want you taking unnecessary chances.
Nick, please.
Now, quiet a minute, Patsy. Let's see if we can raise somebody from here.
Hello up there. Hello aboard the Phillips yacht.
It's funny.
Tom Marks is aboard. He's keeping quiet about it.
Well, we'll find out right now. You better stay here in the motorboat.
And let you solve this case alone? Not a chance.
Okay. But stay directly behind me, remember?
Phew. Climbing this rope ladder's no cinch. I'm glad I'm not a sailor.
Can you make it?
Uh-huh. I'm coming. What do you think you'll find, Nick?
Tom Marks, I hope. Here. Let me give you a hand over the rail. All right. Oopsie daisy.
Oh, thanks. Well, there's nobody to lay out the welcome rug on the deck of this floating laboratory.
Well, that doesn't mean we're alone, Patsy. Come on. We're going down this companionway.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, it leads to Phillips' laboratory. Mm-hmm. This is the laboratory. All right, Patsy, stay behind me. I'm going to open the door. Hey, Marks. Tom Marks, you in there? All right, Patsy. We can go in.
Tom Marks seems to have vanished, but he's certainly left a mess behind him.
Yes. Overturned retorts. Bunsen burner knocked over. Look here on the floor.
Broken bottle.
Sulfuric acid spilled and eating into the floor. Yes, this is where Dr. Stanley Phillips met his death, all right. And when the killer came at him, he was sitting at this desk writing.
Well, how do you figure that?
That bottle of ink tipped over. Wonder if he has any papers here that'll tell us what we want to know. No. Desk been rifled. Everything of any value has already been taken.
It still all adds up to Tom Marks, doesn't it?
Yep, seems to. We'll know for sure as soon as Riley gets the report from the fingerprint expert.
Nick.
Hmm?
Nick, come here. Look what I found in the sink.
What?
This piece of paper.
Let's see. Now, that's in Dr. Phillips' handwriting.
Well, somebody tried to burn it out. Then they threw it on the drain board of the sink here. Part of it didn't burn.
Let's see if I can figure it out. Like you to know, the man whom I have trusted and worked with these many years is, I have discovered, the head of a giant dope peddling ring. Been using my premises to carry on his business. This man is...
Nick, the lights have gone off! Oh.
Patsy. Patsy, where are you? Patsy.
Nick,
You all right, Patsy?
my head. Somebody hit me.
Stay where you are till I find the switch.
Do you have your flashlight?
Yeah, I'll find the switch in just a second. Oh, the lights won't work. They must have been turned off at the master switch in the engine room. And that means there's more than one person on this boat besides us. One of them turned off the lights, and the other one shot at us in here.
You were right when you said you felt everything wasn't okay on this yacht.
You able to get up, Patsy?
Oh, sure. I'm all right now. Just a big hen's egg on my head, that's all.
Okay. Come on.
Nick, did they take the note?
It's just what I want to find out. Let's see.
Flash a light down in the sink.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, but wait.
What are you going to do?
Clean up the sink a little. Ashes don't look well scattered around in a white sink. Carefully now. A little bit. There we are. Now we're ready.
Ready for what?
To search this yacht from stem to stern.
What in blazes has been keeping you, Nick? I've been cooling my heels on this dock for the past half hour here.
I hope you'd be here, Riley.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, Patsy. Well, say, you look as if you'd seen a ghost on that yacht.
I did.
Somebody took a shot at us in the dock.
What?
Patsy got knocked down the breakers and got a nasty bump in her head.
Well, say, who did it, Nick?
Whoever it was made a neat getaway. Patsy and I searched the ship afterwards from end to end, but didn't find a soul.
Did you see anybody coming in from the yacht, Lieutenant?
Oh, nary a soul's come in off that boat since I've been here. In fact, the only two people who've been near here was two fishermen.
Are you sure they were fishermen?
Am I sure? Now, look, Nick, don't be giving me that. It was bona fide fishermen, all right. They pulled their little rowboat to shore a ways down the beach, and I saw them bring in their catch. And a nice string of fish it was.
Okay, Riley. So they were really fishermen.
Well, what about your report, Lieutenant?
Well, Nick was right. Our fingerprint expert examined the marks on Dr. Phillips' neck and said he was undoubtedly strangled by a left-handed killer. And now all we've got to do is find a left-handed man who had a reason to murder the doctor.
We found him.
What's that?
Dr. Phillips' laboratory assistant, Tom March, is left-handed.
Say, you sure worked fast, Nick. And it's a good thing, too. The captain found out about your card being found on the body. Hey, what kind of a scoundrel is this Tom Marks?
I don't know. Haven't seen him yet. Wasn't at his cottage, and he wasn't in the lab on the yacht.
Now, let's make tracks, Mr. Private Detective, and search the grounds here.
Wait a minute, Riley, wait a minute. There's one thing more you ought to know.
Huh?
Whoever killed Dr. Stanley Phillips is the head of a giant dope ring. Phillips was killed because he was about to expose the man.
Hey, that would be the laboratory assistant. He'd have access to drugs.
Mr. Carter! Mr. Carter!
Who in tarnation is that?
Richard Coles, close friend of the Phillips and also the lawyer. Oh, Riley, put this envelope in your pocket. Careful of it. It's a piece of evidence I picked up in the boat.
Okay, Nick.
Mr. Carter, I've been hunting everywhere for you.
Oh, Mr. Coles, this is Lieutenant Riley from headquarters.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, Lieutenant. We're up against a dangerous criminal.
Don't worry, Mr. Coles. The law always gets its man.
What'd you want to see me about, Mr. Coles?
Rose Phillips. She's gone.
Gone?
How do you know?
Come up to the house with me. I'll show you. Something has happened to her, I'm sure. Hurry. Here. This is Rose's bedroom, Lieutenant.
Well, somebody was making a fast getaway, all right.
Yes. Just look at the room. Clothes strewn all over. One of her suitcases is gone, and this suitcase, half packed, was left behind.
She and the laboratory assistant must have been in on this together. If she wasn't guilty, she wouldn't have run away.
Oh, she must have been out of her mind. Of course, Rose was in love with Tom, and...
Nick,
What's the matter, Patsy? What are you frowning at?
Rose Phillips didn't run away.
What, didn't run away?
What are you saying, Patsy?
No girl would run away voluntarily and leave all her makeup behind. Well, look at that dressing table. Nothing's been touched.
You're right, Patsy.
Say, do you suppose... Oh, no.
What is it, Mr. Coles?
Do you suppose that Tom could have forced her to leave?
You mean kidnap her?
Yes.
Well, he won't get away with it. I'll call headquarters and have a cordon thrown around this entire district. We'll catch Tom Marks before he gets to the next town.
Good idea, Riley. Do that. Well, Mr. Coles?
Yes, Mr. Carter.
I guess Lieutenant Riley has his case all sewed up. His men will have Tom Marks and Rose Phillips within the hour.
Well, Mr. Carter, it was nice of you to take such an interest in my friend's death. Would you care for a cigarette?
Oh, no, thanks.
You, Lieutenant?
Why, sure, I don't mind if I do.
Of course. Light?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, good day, Mr. Coles.
Goodbye.
Carter.
Come along, Patsy.
Hey, where's the telephone, Mr. Coles?
There's one right over here on the table.
Hurry up, Patsy. We got work to do.
I thought you said the case was finished.
Not by a long shot. I said that for their benefit. You and I are going over this estate with a fine-tooth comb. I'm not satisfied yet.
You see anything, Nick?
Come on in. Shut the door.
Do you think anyone saw us headed for this boathouse?
I hope not. Oh, be careful here. Don't step off in the water.
Nick, there's a small speedboat in the water. Wouldn't you think they'd put it in dry dock so late in the season?
Depends, Patsy. Look up there, mounted in the bow.
A machine gun?
Mm-hmm. This boat was used for business.
Gee, who'd ever think a quiet little chemist like Dr. Phillips kept a mounted machine gun on a speedboat?
I believe this setup down here was news to Dr. Phillips, too. Hold on to my arm. We'll look around.
Oh, Nick, don't step on the fish.
String of fish. Oh, dear.
Nick, those fishermen Riley saw must have come in here.
Patsy, this catch isn't fresh.
What?
Those men used this string of dead fish just to fool Riley. And those were the men who made trouble for us on the yacht.
Yeah, they must have been. Well, plenty of life preservers stacked up in here.
Yeah, that's strange. Here, Patsy, take the flashlight and play it on this one.
Okay. Well, what are you doing, taking it to pieces?
No, just examining it. Aha! There we have it.
What?
A small waterproof pocket's been sewn in here. Yes, and it extends all the way around inside this life preserver. Pretty clever. Look, Patsy.
What is it?
These secret compartments are filled with dope. I bet every one of these life preservers is filled with drugs.
Nobody would ever think of looking in a life preserver for evidence.
I think Dr. Phillips did, and that's why he was murdered.
Nick.
Are you okay, Patsy?
Yes, but I can't stop crying.
Well, that's not surprising. Somebody threw a tear gas bomb through the window.
Oh.
That's right, friends. It was tear gas.
Who's there?
Pretty clever of me using the tools of my trade that way, isn't it, Mr. Carter? But Tom Marks is always clever.
So you're Tom Marks, huh? I've been waiting to set my eyes on you.
It's too bad your eyes are filled with tear gas, because now you'll never have that pleasure. Okay, Pete. Come in and get the lady.
Right.
I'll take care of Mr. Carter myself.
Come on, Nick, come on, sister. Come on.
Let her go alone. Here, let her go alone.
You got those iron weights in the bag, Pete?
Sure, both of them. This guy'll never be washed up on a beach like the doc was.
Good. See you tied a bag good and tight.
You know, I think he's passed out. He ain't moving none.
I did a job on him before we put him in the bag.
Listen to that dime, will you? Sounds like a hoot owl with a cold in the head. Shut up.
Oh, no.
Oh, tighten the gag, Pete.
Okay.
That'll do it.
Hey.
Say, Carter ain't dead.
What does it take to kill that guy? I choked him like a rat and he's still talking. All right, speak your piece, Mr. Carter, because you don't have much longer.
You're not going to get away with this.
You hear what he said?
I'm telling you.
I doubt it, Mr. Carter. You're going straight down to Davy Jones' locker.
You'll pay for this. I'll have you behind bars within 24 hours.
Listen to him.
What do you fellas think you're going to do with Patsy Bowen?
He's worrying about a dame when he's going to lose his own neck.
Go easy with her, I'm warning you.
Come on, let's get rid of him.
Okay.
It's dark enough now.
All right.
You got him? All right, lift him up. That's it.
I'll get you fellas for this.
2, 3,
let her go. I came as soon as I got your flashlight signal from the shore, Nick. You think the criminals are aboard the yacht here now?
You'll see in a minute. The laboratory's right down this companionway.
Hey, you're dripping wet from head to foot, Nick. What happened?
They tried to pull the same trick on Nick that they pulled on Dr. Phillips.
Ah.
Only it didn't work, because Nick can expand his neck and wrist muscles.
Yes, I had my hands free before I hit the water. There was no trick at all to cut my way out of the sack. And then I clung to the back of their motorboat until it reached the yacht here. I waited for the would-be killers to get aboard, untied Patsy, and here we are.
Ah, you're lucky, Nick.
He's smart, that's all.
Quiet. This is the door. Keep your gun ready.
Right.
Good evening, Mr. Coles.
What? Oh, Nick Carter. Well, come in, Mr. Carter. These two friends of mine and myself were just discussing whether you had found the criminals.
I think we have, Mr. Coles.
Good, good.
There's just one thing more I need to make sure I have the criminals. Riley.
Yeah?
Give me that envelope I asked you to keep for me.
Oh, sure, Nick. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, I'll just take the piece of burned paper out of this envelope.
Are those the pieces you gathered from the drain board?
Yes, Patsy. They were from the note Stanley Phillips wrote just before he was murdered. Now, I'll just use some of these chemicals in the burned paper. You see, gentlemen, even though this piece of paper's been burned, it is possible, by using the correct chemical solution, to bring out the writing that was on the paper before it was burned. In this case, I expect the writing will give the name of the man Phillips designated as head of the giant drug ring. And his killer.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, here it comes. The chemicals are beginning to act. The writing is beginning to show up. Good. The name is...
Nick, look out! Oh, you got
And I got these two thugs, Nick. Knocked them out cold.
Sorry I had to plug you in the shoulder, Coles, but I had to put you out of action. Now, Riley, there's your murderer.
So it was Coles who did it.
You're right, Carter. I killed him.
The powers be praised, Nick. I thought Tom Marks was the killer.
Coles had me fooled too, Riley, until this afternoon when he came running down from the house. And then I noticed his feet were wet, as if he'd been in waiting.
Then he was one of the men on the yacht. One of the fishermen Riley saw.
Right, Patsy. And another thing. The man who strangled me in the boathouse claimed to be Tom Marks. But Tom Marks is left-handed. The man who tried to strangle me used his right hand.
And you knew Phillips was murdered by a left-handed man.
That's right. I knew I was after a left-handed murderer. O'Reilly. Huh? Did you notice that when Coles lighted your cigarette for you this afternoon in Rose's room, he used his left hand?
Gee, by golly, he did. Then he's left-handed, too.
Right. When I saw him do that, I knew he was the killer. But I had to make him prove it.
Oh, you did that all right. That business about making the writing stand out on a piece of paper after it's burned is a new one to me, Nick.
Nick, can you actually do that?
Well, it can be done under ideal conditions. But this time I was just putting on an act for Mr. Coles' benefit.
You mean you didn't actually make any writing appear on the burned paper?
Not a word, Mr. Coles.
And I fell for it like a sap.
Nick. What's that?
Well, I'm not sure, Patsy, but I have a hunch.
It's locked, Nick.
Oh, Patsy, since when did a locked door ever stop Nick Carter?
Quite right, Riley. When did it? This is no time for it to start. So, this one ought to do the trick. There we are.
Nick Carter. Oh, thank heaven. Rose.
This man with you is Tom Marks, Miss Phillips?
Yes, I am.
They were going to kill us, Mr. Carter. They tied us up and threw us in here. We heard them planning to throw us overboard.
Have you been imprisoned in here all this time, Mr. Marks?
No, not quite. I got a telephone call last night summoning me into the city to pick up some chemicals Dr. Phillips and I needed in an experiment.
I was slugged as I stepped out of the car. And when I came too late this afternoon, I was in here, and so was Rose.
That Coles was a smart one. Throwing suspicion on you and then trying to get rid of you in order to make it look as if you'd run away.
Smart, but not smart enough for Nick.
Well, Riley, you've got your murderer.
I have that.
And Rose, you and Tom are safe.
Yes, thanks to you.
And I guess that's that.
Oh, no, Nick. You still have to solve my case.
Well, what's that, Patsy?
That luncheon date you promised me.
Oh.
Where are you and I going to have lunch at this hour?
Why, well, say, that's easy, Patsy. I know a swell place in town, right across from the morgue. Come on.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called The Drug Ring Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Left-Handed Killer. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at this same time by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, what can you tell us about next week's story?
When a young man who was a very good friend of mine arrived in town to claim his bride, he suddenly became aware that she was not the girl to whom he'd become engaged.
You mean she wasn't his fiancée?
That was the question that started off the whole case.
Yes, indeed. Because we couldn't be sure whether the girl he loved was really the girl he loved, we prevented 2 murders and saved a gigantic fortune from disappearing.
But you didn't save me from disappearing, Nick.
Oh, quite true, Patsy, but after all, you weren't gone very long before we found you.
But I'm sure glad you found me when you did, or I might not be here now. So long, folks. Get the rest of the story next week.
Right. So long.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Barth Conry. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Substitute Bride, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Night Ferry.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Wednesday evening at 8:30 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
At the first sign of a cold, take Rexall antihistamine. Bottle of 15 tablets, only 39 cents at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And now listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah? What's the matter?
You got to do something for me.
Hey, you're hurt.
Yeah.
Hey, now take it easy. Sit down.
Oh,
sit
no,
down.
you got to listen to me.
You're bleeding all over the place. I'll call a doctor.
No, please wait.
But look,
I've been knifed bad. I don't think I've got much time. Here, take this. They're right behind me.
I'm going to call a doctor.
No, listen. Key or west. Get envelope to the... Oh.
Hey, you. Oh, no. The man, whoever he was, had toppled over on his face and was very dead. He handed me a plain white envelope, sealed with no address on it. I went over to my desk to put in the called homicide when I heard someone moving around in the hall. I turned and saw the shadow of a man silhouetted against the glass section of my office door. I grabbed a pen and hurriedly scribbled the address of Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct Homicide, on the envelope, stuck a stamp on it, then headed for the hallway. I was about to open the door when the shadow was joined by another one. They opened it for me. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Wait a minute. We want to ask you
Later. I got to mail a letter.
Hey, stop him! Don't let him mail that thing!
They were both big men and could run. I beat them to the mail chute by a split second and dropped the envelope. They made a dive for it, and when they missed, they forgot it and started concentrating on me.
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond, please try and sit up. What in the world happened to you?
Oh, where are your wings, honey?
You look as though someone had beaten you up.
No, don't be silly. It's the latest thing. Hey, I'm back in my office.
I found you lying here. You want me to call a doctor?
No, call homicide.
Is someone dead?
Certainly. That guy right over the...
What guy?
Oh, dandy. Well, honey, there was a guy. In fact, he was lying just about where I'm lying, and he was dead. Look, you can see the blood.
I thought that was your blood.
Oh. Well, rather than try and convince you, maybe you'd like to tell me why you came up to see me.
Well, my name's Nancy Lang. I want to hire you.
To do what?
I'm giving a big party tonight, some very wealthy guests. I just want someone around to keep an eye on things.
Well, I'd like to help you, but I've got a bit of a problem with a missing body.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I was prepared to pay you $500 for the evening.
$500? Well, so a body gets lost. Who wants to hunt a corpse when he can attend a perfectly good party? Well, good afternoon, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, how are you, Diamond?
Still breathing. Why don't you try it sometime?
Oh, go jump in the lake.
Only if you lend me one of your shoes to paddle around in.
No.
Hello, Walt.
Hi, Rick. Oh, no. What happened to you?
Well, two charming gorillas used me for a fast game of squash.
Who were they?
Never saw them before. But I got a hunch they killed the guy. Let's have a look at your mug file. I gave Walt the story and told him about the mysterious envelope he would be getting in the mail. But after 2 hours of checking the rogues gallery, we came up with nothing. So I went home, shaved and changed, and went out to my client's house, where she met me in a well-appointed library. Her appointments were,
Mr. Diamond, right on time. You look much better.
Well, I tried to wear something that wouldn't clash with my bruises.
I'd like you to meet Senor Giardo.
Giardo?
An old friend, a very wealthy politician from South America. This is Mr. Diamond, Mr. Giardo.
How do you do, sir?
How are you, Mr. Giardo?
Mr. Diamond is a private detective. He's here to guard the wealth.
How very interesting.
Kind of an official watchdog, Mr. Giardo.
Well, there will certainly be enough to guard. Miss Lang's guest list is made up of some very wealthy and prominent personalities. In fact, I am very flattered to be among them.
I've seen you before.
Oh, very possibly. Have you ever been to South America?
A couple of times, but that's not it.
My home is in Bogota.
No. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll think of it.
If you'll excuse us, Mr. Giardo, I want to show Mr. Diamond around the house and grounds.
Certainly. A pleasure meeting you, Mr. Diamond.
The house was my father's. He died several years ago. He used to love this garden.
It's beautiful.
Smell the jasmine?
Yes.
What made you become a private detective?
Oh, I don't know. I make a pretty good living. My own boss. I was a cop for a long time. I like the work. And that's quite a fountain. Trying to give Rockefeller Center competition?
It looks beautiful with the lights on. There.
Yes, it certainly does.
You're not the type to be a private detective.
Oh, I'm definitely the type. Sure, like everything else, it gets dull sometimes, but when things start popping, it can get pretty interesting.
Like this afternoon? Getting beaten up? The man you said was killed in your office?
Well, he wasn't killed there. He just died there. Besides, how many guys can wake up lying on their office floor and have a beautiful girl offer them $500 to come to a party?
I see what you mean.
Don't you think you'd better get back? Your guests are probably arriving.
Yes, I'll switch off the fountain light.
Why don't you leave them on? Your guests would love it.
My father used to sit and watch it for hours. I don't like to show it to everyone.
Kind of like a part of the garden died.
You certainly are a strange man.
Never noticed myself.
Well, I have. I like you.
Where did you meet Mr. Gallardo?
In South America. He was a good friend of my father's.
Wealthy politician, huh?
That's right. Mr. Diamond.
It's Rick.
Rick.
Yeah?
Oh.
I think we'd better go back to the party. I'm a fairly normal guy. Nancy was a very exciting girl. And the kiss in the garden was as nice as anybody could ask for. But there's one thing I do pride myself in, and that's a certain lack of stupidity. There was something wrong, nothing I could put my finger on, but I sensed it. Like being lost in a dark room with a loose high-tension wire. I circulated around, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. By 3 o'clock, the party broke up, and Senor Gallardo and Nancy were the only ones left.
A most enjoyable party, Miss Lang.
Oh, thank you. It was nice of you to come, Senor Gallardo.
Well, I must say good night. Have you remembered where you have seen me before, Mr. Diamond?
Well, not yet, Mr. Gallardo.
Oh, it's too bad. Thank you again for a charming evening, Miss Lang. Good night, Mr. Diamond.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, I'm exhausted.
A little beat myself.
You want some coffee?
Love it. We had some coffee, and Nancy drove me home. I kissed her goodnight and left with a promise to call. As I reached my floor, I could hear my phone ringing. I opened the door and stumbled into the biggest mess I'd seen in a long time. My room was a wreck. Someone had torn it to pieces. Yeah?
Diamond?
It's 3:45 in the morning. What do you want, Fatty?
We fished a body out of the river about an hour ago. Died from a knife wound in the back.
Did he fit the description of the guy who died in my office?
This one didn't fit any description. Someone was very careful to fix his face so we couldn't identify him.
Check his fingerprints?
You're playing around with some pretty gory individuals. They amputated his fingers.
Oh. Somebody's given my room a good going over. Really took it apart. It's an odds-on bet they were after that envelope. Now, when you get it tomorrow morning, give me a call. It might tell us everything we want to know.
Okay.
Walt, you ever heard of a man named Gallardo? South American, supposed to be mixed up in politics?
No. Why?
Nothing. I met him at the party tonight, and
Hey, what's the racket? You met this guy at a party, and what? Rick, what's the matter? Rick!
Who is this?
This is Lieutenant Levinson. Who is this?
Mr. Diamond is unconscious.
What?
And if you ever want to see him alive again, listen carefully.
Okay, go ahead.
From Mr. Diamond's conversation, I understand you are to receive the envelope. When you do, go directly to the Staten Island ferry. Ride on it, all day if necessary. A man will meet you and pick up the envelope. Be alone. Do not notify the police, or Mr. Diamond will surely die.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Someone had sapped me and sapped me good. I had a dull, throbbing headache, and when I began to find my way back to consciousness, I felt my coat pulled off and my right shirt sleeve rolled up. There was a sharp pain in my upper arm, and several seconds later, my headache disappeared in a surge of heat that spread out over my back and shoulders. I tried to fight it, but it was like being on a sinking ship, trying to crawl back up the slanting deck. The ship dragged me down, and I swallowed up in the black water. The next thing I remembered was a blinding circle of light overhead, like the sun if you were looking at it through a sheet of wrinkled cellophane. I shut my eyes, and I could hear voices. Far off, hollow, not making much sense. The light hurt my eyes, but I couldn't seem to shut it out. So I tried to relax and wait. Give the drug time to wear off. After what seemed like hours, the voices began to make sense. The light was easier to look at. It was just a plain ceiling lamp.
Hey, you want a sandwich?
As the feeling in my fingers began to return, I realized I was lying on a bed.
There's a restaurant on the corner. I won't be more than 10 minutes.
The other man had promised to be back in 10 minutes, so I had to do something in a hurry. I kept tightening my muscles, trying to get the circulation back. I had to make a try. I wasn't sure of my strength, but I had to try. I rolled off the bed.
Hey, coming out of it, huh? Trying to break your neck?
He leaned down to pick me up, and I hit him just below the Adam's apple with the side of my open hand. The man choked and turned blue. He grabbed for his shoulder holster, and I kicked out with both feet. He doubled over and fell on his face. The effort had put him out of commission, but I was exhausted. I grabbed his gun, staggered for the door. But getting out of that room was like wading through an acre of glue. I made the hall somehow and started down the steps. I met the other man coming up. His arms were filled with beer and sandwiches. I shot him right through his dinner.
Feel better?
Yeah, Walt. A little more coffee, huh?
You really had a rough time. They pumped you full of this stuff.
Yeah, I'm amazed. I was out nearly 14 hours, huh?
Yeah, you lost a whole day. How you managed to get down here, I don't know.
I guess I'll never know.
Drink your coffee.
Yeah. And, you gave them the envelope, huh?
Yeah, about an hour before you staggered into the station. I rode that ferry all day. 5 o'clock, a man came up to me, and I gave him the envelope. Oh, I was smart. I had 3 men on the ferry and 3 men at each landing to tail him. He was a little smarter. He took the envelope, stuck it in a waterproof case, and jumped overboard. Fast speedboat picked him up.
No identification on the guy I shot?
No record, nothing on him by the time we got there. What did the other guy look like?
I was so punchy I couldn't tell much. You'll have a sore throat for a long time.
But they were the ones who beat you up yesterday at your office.
They were.
When you feel like it, I want you to take a look at that guy we dragged out of the river. See if you recognize his clothes or anything. He just might be the one who died in your office.
All right. Now, what was in that envelope?
Well, I had a photostat made before I took it to the ferry. Looks like part of a map. Here.
So this is what's caused all the trouble. Boy, it must be worth a lot.
Did you make anything out of it?
Water, section of land, and here's a longitude reading, but no latitude reading.
Probably on the other half.
I wouldn't doubt it. Well, I've got a hunch about this. I want you to send Otis over to pick up Nancy Lang, then take me over to the newspaper office and help me look at the files for something on a man named Gallardo.
You know what you're looking for?
Yeah, this guy Gallardo, Senor Gallardo. I know I've read about him or seen his picture. Hey, Walt.
You find something?
Yeah, here he is. But his real name isn't Gallardo, it's Ortiz. Yeah, look at those headlines.
Julio Ortiz assassinated. Rebel leader killed after plot to take over government failed.
Yeah, listen to this. Ortiz was expecting a large amount of American dollars to finance his army. Although the rumor is not confirmed, it was reported that Ortiz shipped $1 million in gold bullion to someone in the United States. The plane was supposed to have crashed, and it is interesting to note that the recent plane crash in which 2 American pilots escaped, John Bishop and Bernard Combs, were found floating off Key West. Key West? Holy smoke, that's what the guy in my office tried to tell me. He said Key West before he died. Huh. Walt, don't you see? Ortiz is still alive. Maybe those 2 pilots double-crossed him and hid the gold. That's what that map is all about. I'll lay 8 to 5 that man you've got down in the morgue is one of those pilots. John Bishop or Bernard Combs.
I'll have the FBI send us the files on both those guys. If one of them is John Bishop or Bernard Combs, we won't need fingerprints nor a face. We'll check their dental records, birthmarks.
Let's get back and see if Otis has got the lovely Nancy Lang.
That's right, Lieutenant. She ain't in town. She's gone on a vacation, her butler said.
Did he say where?
No, he said he didn't know. He said this Miss Lang left town about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
And I'll bet she's with Ortiz. Walt, when you talk to the FBI about those 2 pilots, have them check Nancy Lang, too. I'm going to Key West. Send any information to the chief of police there.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Diamond. We just got a teletype from the lieutenant identifying the body. It was Bernard Combs, one of the pilots.
Well, here's the half of the map. Tell me, does that look like any section of coastline around here?
Well, now, that's hard to say. I'll have it checked.
You ever heard of a man named John Bishop? He's the other pilot.
Oh, sure. When them 2 boys was found floating around, they brought them into Key West.
Mm-hmm.
They was in the hospital here a couple of days. Bishop still lives in Key West.
Well, I hope so. He may have died here very recently.
And you think this here Ortiz is in Key West, too?
I'll bet on it. He wants the other half of that map and may have it by now. He's got to go after that gold. You'll need a boat and some diving equipment.
Well, what makes you think the gold's in the water? This map's got a shoreline, too.
Well, those 2 pilots couldn't carry $1 million in gold bullion. It either went down with the plane or they dumped it and then bailed out and let the plane crash.
Well, I'll get Bishop's address. We'll go over there and have a talk with him. He's on the next floor.
Well, I hope you're right.
Well, that's where he's been living. Right down here. Bishop? Hey, Bishop. The door's locked.
You got a pass key?
Yeah. Bishop, you... Lord have mercy.
Yeah. Is that Bishop?
Yeah, that's him. Boy, he sure is dead.
Well, that accounted for the 2 pilots. So now all we had to do was find Julio Ortiz. It figured he now had both sections of the map, and his next move would be to hire a boat and diving equipment. There weren't many places in Key West where a man could rent a boat and diving equipment. So the chief rounded up his men, and we all started checking. It didn't take long.
No, Captain. Party hiding my ship ain't come back yet. We ain't due to sail for now.
What did the party look like?
Pretty girl. Can't figure what she wants to go diving for, but I just ran 'em to keep my mouth shut.
Probably Nancy Lang. Ortiz is staying undercover until the last minute.
Well, I'll spread my boys around. We'll keep out of sight. And when they show up, Skipper, you don't say nothing about us.
Sure. I just ran 'em and keep my mouth shut.
About ready for that boat to sail.
Well, they'll wait till the last minute.
Just imagine $1 million in gold, just like a pirate story.
Not enough killings mixed up with it to be one. Hey, hold it.
That them?
That's Nancy Lang. But Ortiz isn't with her.
Who are them 2 fellas?
I've never seen them before. Some of Ortiz's men. They're probably checking to see if everything's clear before Ortiz comes aboard. We got as close to the schooner as we could and waited. The 2 men walked over and checked the diving equipment while Nancy Lang went below. We kept waiting, and still Julio Ortiz didn't show.
Hey, they started an engine.
I don't see Ortiz anywhere.
They're casting off.
We better take them.
Yep. We're going to have to jump.
Look out for that one. He's got a gun.
I got him jumped.
The other guy's running forward.
Stop, you!
He's going over.
Well, my man will pick him, huh?
Yeah, I'm going below.
What in the world?
Hello, Nancy.
How did you find me?
Where's Ortiz?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Is this the girl?
Nancy Lang, meet Key West Chief of Police.
How do you do?
Where's Ortiz?
She says she doesn't know who he is.
Okay, young lady, I'm going to hold you for the New York authorities.
Hold me for what?
Murder. John Bishop and Bernard Combs, and we can make it stick.
It might go easier on you if you tell us where Ortiz is at.
I still don't know any Ortiz.
Gallardo, the man I met at your party.
That's ridiculous.
Now, look, we know all about the gold. You don't have a chance of raising it, and eventually we'll get Ortiz.
Yeah, we're back at the dock.
If you don't help us, Nancy, it's pretty sure you'll get life for complicity.
And if I do help?
I can't promise a thing, but it will make a difference with the court.
Julio's waiting 10 miles down the coast. We were to pick him up, then go out and raise the gold.
He has the map?
Yes.
I'll tell the skipper to shove off again. We'll sail that 10 miles and grab Ortiz.
What's your connection with Ortiz, Nancy?
He's my husband.
A dozen police officers came aboard and hid below decks. The skipper put out to sea and sailed parallel to the coast. Nancy told me all about her husband and his history as a rebel leader in South America.
I was stranded in South America with a show that folded. I married Ortiz. After the gold was lost, he faked assassination and came to the United States. We located the two pilots. My husband was suspicious, so I played up to the one who came to your office. I got him drunk one night, and he told me about the gold and his half of the map.
We've gone to 10 miles.
I'm glad it's over with.
I see a man standing on the beach.
Mr. Diamond.
Yes?
I was supposed to lure you into that garden.
Figured.
What I said at the fountain. I really... Oh, forget it.
Yeah. No sense making it any tougher. We pulled into a cove and got as close to shore as possible. Then we swung a dinghy over the side. The chief and I climbed in behind Nancy. We kept our hats down over our faces and hoped Ortiz wouldn't notice until it was too late. We both rowed and kept our backs to him. Nancy sat in the stern facing us.
Rick,
Yeah? We headed right. I don't want to turn around.
you're headed all right. Rick, my husband has always been good to me.
Well, I'm glad he was good to somebody. He sure made a mess out of a couple of guys I can think of.
But he was good to me.
Hey, we're nearly there.
Hello, darling.
Hello. Julio,
Yes.
the police are with me.
Why, you stupid little... He's running for it. Stay with the girl.
Let him go. My men will pick him up.
I got a score to settle. Ortiz, stop. Okay. Well, that makes the assassination permanent. Again, here's your Rexall family druggist. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Dick Powell may currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Right Cross, in which he co-stars with June Allison and Ricardo Montalban. Featured in tonight's cast were Barton Yarborough, Barney Phillips, Virginia Gregg, Wilms Herbert, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Lou Krugman. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to join us next week at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, it's you.
What kind of a greeting is that? Oh, it's you.
Well, Sam, I may be only your secretary and all that, but I do have feelings, you know.
What have I done now?
If you'll recall...
Yes?
You were supposed to take me to the Geary Theater last night.
Yeah?
And you never showed up.
Well, Effie,
Oh, I know. You'll make up some big story like you always do. Always an excuse.
No, I'll try to tell you the truth. And then...
The truth? It'll probably be a story about at least 2 or 3 people being killed.
Yeah?
How you had to be there to straighten the whole thing out.
Well, as a matter of fact...
And then there'll be beautiful women with hair like carved smoke and crimson slashes for mouths. You would leave that out.
Now that you mention it, Effie...
And you'll throw in shooting and getting knocked out and glass keying your way into houses and anything else you can think of.
Effie...
Well, if you think that I'll fall for that...
Effie, will you please...
What's your big fat story?
You've already told everything about it, but the title, I might as well add that. My big fat story is called The Shot in the Dark Caper.
Transcribed for NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie?
Yes, Mr. Spade.
Now, Effie, don't be like this. I promise you tonight, right after this report, we'll go to the theater. And we'll have dinner, too. Any place you want. Sound good?
You're the employer.
The faster we do the report, the faster we get out. And I won't even take time out for a drink. So come on, let's go, shall we? Hmm?
Oh, Sam.
You see?
I can't stay mad at you.
Date, fill it in. To managing editor, San Francisco Evening Gazette. City. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, The Shot in the Dark Caper. Or, Stop the Presses. Spade has his pants caught in them.
Caught?
Dear News Hawk. The next time you have a bright idea about a story, count me out. There's too much work for the money it pays, and the glory just doesn't exist. I don't mind being knocked on the head, shot at, lied to, double-crossed, and otherwise treated cruelly by circumstance, but to do it all in one night just so you can have a scoop and then be referred to in your columns as a Gazette staff member, well, my professional pride was severely injured. I am a detective, sir, and nobody's staff member. Well, now that that's off my chest, here in journalistic prose is what happened starting yesterday afternoon.
Sam Spade Detective Agency. Yes, he is. It's for you, Sam.
I'll take it in here, Ed. Spade.
Yes, it's Woodrow Wilson.
Really? Well, I'm sorry. I have Teddy Roosevelt on the other phone. It might take some time. You better try me later. Bye.
Spade.
Huh?
Somehow I thought you were above that sort of corny repartee.
I am above nothing, sir, as long as it's ethical. Now, which Woodrow Wilson is this?
I'm the new managing editor of the Evening Gazette.
Well, welcome to town. What can I do for you?
I have a job you might like, an interesting job and interesting money.
How interesting?
If you find out what I want, you can almost name your own price. Can you get over here in 3 minutes?
With any sort of a tailwind, I'll make it in 2. A new track record.
Take a seat, Spade.
Now, what is this interesting job?
First, let me say I don't know much about you personally, but you come well recommended.
I've tried.
Second, this is a confidential matter, and I want it to remain that way.
Of course.
I'm going to trust you as I would one of my own staff members. The police aren't to find out about it until it's all over. And if any other newspaper gets it, you might as well leave town.
Woody, old boy, the man doesn't live. Who can say I ever double-crossed him? For money or love or anything else?
I had to say it so we'd understand each other. Now, take a look at this news photo.
Yes?
One of our boys snapped it. What do you see?
A street intersection. O'Farrell, I'd say. 2 automobiles hit head-on. An ambulance, a couple of people injured, a sordid crowd.
We took that picture 3 days ago, Tuesday night, routine accident picture. But this morning, when we were filing it, I looked at it again, and I noticed something startling. Look at it. It's a shot in the dark, but I smell a story.
Well, maybe I have a cold, but whatever it is escapes me.
On the right side of the picture is an apartment house. Now count up 6 floors and look at the 4th window across to the left. Here, use this magnifying glass.
Oh, what do you know? Somebody just fired off a gun.
That's it. All you can see is a hand and a smoking gun. You can't even tell whether the hand's male or female.
But somebody shot at something, probably a person, just a second before that picture was taken.
You want me to find out why, huh?
This calls for a detective, not a reporter. There hasn't been a single homicide, suicide, or gunshot wound reported in the city since that happened. Now, I want the story. Get it.
Okay, Chief. Get ready to rip out page 1. The apartment house was the Greystone. It was actually an apartment hotel and a little shabby. I entered an hour later with a suitcase and an out-of-town look. The nameplates on the mailboxes showed about 5 vacancies, including one on the 6th floor. I rang the manager's door buzzer.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to rent an apartment if I could.
Come in. Just drop your suitcase anyplace. My name's Ed Barry.
How are you?
Your suitcase is leaking.
Oh?
We charge one price, $175 per night.
Well, I don't have that kind of cash with me or my checkbook. Could I pay you tomorrow?
Oh, sure thing. Your name?
Mark Humboldt.
Mark Humboldt. B-O-L-T?
Yes, that's it.
Where you from, Mr. Humboldt?
New York, boy, New York. 48 East 51st Street.
Near Broadway.
Mm-hmm.
Next of kin?
Huh?
Any family, relatives?
No.
Oh, you own a car?
Look, I'm just renting an apartment, not taking out life insurance.
Well, you see, there's a state law here requires us to get this sort of information. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
No car.
A bank account?
Corn Exchange Bank.
You own any property?
Yes, I do. Albany, New York.
Just how much, would you say?
6 feet in a cemetery. I expect to be buried there.
Yeah, well, I guess that about takes care of it.
Anything on the 6th floor?
Well, why the 6th particularly?
My lucky number.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Maybe later. Right now, we got nothing on the 6th. Come on, I'll show you around.
In a few minutes, I was ensconced in room 512. As he stood in the doorway, Ed Baring, the manager, scanned my luggage, my clothes, my ring and wristwatch, as if he were trying to estimate what he could get for me from a fence. After he went back to his apartment, I took a stroll up to the 6th floor. Woody Wilson and I figured the gun incident took place in apartment 608. So I counted back from the end of the corridor and found we were right. 608 was silent. I knocked, but no one answered. So I sprung the lock and went in. The place was absolutely empty. No furniture, no nothing. In fact, it was being completely remodeled.
It's gonna look swell when they finish, huh?
Huh?
I said it's gonna look swell.
Well, where did you come from?
Oh, gee. I guess maybe I startled you, huh?
A little.
I was just coming down the hall, taking some of these groceries in, and I saw you standing there. You're new here, huh? Huh?
Yeah. Here, let me carry some of those things.
Well, say thanks. You're the kind of man a girl should have around.
Well, I've tried to convince several of that.
Oh, who are you kidding? A big, handsome guy like you wouldn't have any trouble getting a girl?
Well...
At least not if I was the girl.
Well, you know best.
My place is down here. Shall we go?
Well, why not?
My name's Honey Kane. What's yours?
Mark Humboldt.
Gee, what a fascinating name.
Oh, not half as fascinating as yours.
Really? Say, isn't it wonderful how fate just throws two people together?
The bags of groceries we were carrying had a layer of dust on them, and the bags looked as if they'd made 50 trips to the grocery store. No one had to hit me on the head. Sam Spade, detective. She was small in peroxide, and if you like 'em stupid, small in peroxide. She lived in apartment 620 with a roommate who was quite a bit different. Prettier, smarter, and quieter.
Sandra, I want you to meet this very nice gentleman, Mr. Mark Humberg.
Humboldt.
Oh, sure. I remember the Mark part, but this is Sandra Lynn.
How do you do, Miss Lynn?
Hello.
Yes, well, nice day.
Great.
Well,
Just put the groceries down here, huh?
Oh?
There. Now, let's have some fun. Like fun, Mr. Humboldt?
Wouldn't be without it.
You're priceless. Well, come on, let's start with a drink. How about you, Sandra?
No, you kids have your fun. I'm going out for a walk.
Mr. Humboldt, you're supposed to be looking at me.
An hour later, under the pretext of going out for some snuff, I shook her off and left. The next half hour went to giving the apartment house a thorough casing. I looked at all the names on the mailboxes, and the only one that rang a bell was one Max Barstow, a former heavyweight who never got past club fighting. I inquired about him of charming Ed Bering, the manager.
Max Barstow?
Yeah, I tried his apartment. He isn't home.
Yeah, well, you see, he won't be home for some time. You see, he took a vacation. Went to visit his family in Portland.
Well, when did he leave?
Last Tuesday night. I remember him saying, Ed, I won't be back for a while. Look after things, will you?
Well, you have a good memory.
Yeah.
Hey, can you tell me something about those two girls in 620?
Why?
One of them made a pass at me.
Well, mister, I feel this way. I rent apartments to responsible adults. What they do is their business. You won't get any trouble from me.
Now, that isn't what I asked. I always like to be sure. Now, are they honest, hard-working girls?
I don't know nothing about them, but let me tell you something confidential, mister. Why look a gift horse in the mouth?
Well, I gumshoed around the apartment house some more, and one thing was sure. They were making a number of extensive alterations. For example, in the basement, there was a new cement floor. Said cement floor had been laid, I was told by the janitor, Wednesday morning, the morning after a gun was fired in 608, the same morning on which Max Barstow suddenly left to visit his parents. And about here in the plot, it was dramatically correct to wonder if Max might be sleeping under the furnace with a new cement overcoat covering him. I went back to my apartment for a couple of long ones and some thought. It was getting along about supper time when there was a feminine knock. I guessed it to be Miss Room Service herself, Honey Kane. But no. Better. Much better.
May I come in?
You may. Shall I leave the door open?
I'd rather you closed it.
Anything to make you feel at home. Drink?
No, talk.
Oh.
What are you doing here, Sam?
The name's Humboldt, Mark Humboldt.
All right, play it any way you want. But I've seen you around. I know who you are. You move in today, and half hour later you find our apartment. Why?
Your apartment found me. At least half of it did. The gift horse part.
Maybe so, but I figure you helped a little somewhere.
Hmm.
What are you trying to get on us?
Nothing. I just moved in here for a place to live.
With one suitcase and a bottle?
Oh, I'm an actor.
Look, whatever it is, lay off, will you? I've had enough trouble in my life. Things are just starting to go right.
Sandra, I don't know what's on your mind, but as far as I'm concerned, you're clean.
All right. Maybe I made a mistake. I'll try to make it up to you sometime.
Well, maybe you can start right now.
I think I'll open the door again.
Just a question. Seen anything of Max Barstow lately?
I knew it was something. I knew it. No, I haven't seen Max Barstow lately. He went somewhere to visit his family, and I'm telling you, either leave me alone or something's going to happen to you. You won't like.
She stormed out looking lovely all the way, and I sat very quietly for a minute. It was the second time somebody said it. Max Barstow was visiting his family. And that was very interesting because, you see, Max Barstow didn't have any family. When he first started fighting, he was under the aegis of the St. John's Orphanage. So, what was all this rehearsed account of his absence? I watched at the window to see if Sandra Lynn went anywhere, and she appeared on the street. I was out of the room and down the stairs, presto. 10 blocks later, she turned in at a brownstone on Polk Street, went in the first apartment on the first floor. 15 minutes later, she hurried out, and I went up to the apartment and knocked. The door opened cautiously.
Yes, what is it you want?
Is Mr. Fairchild in?
Nobody here by that name. You got wrong address.
Now, just a minute. He used to live here.
No more he does.
Well, could you tell me where I could find him, Mr.
Sigmund Polkes. I don't know. Try the manager.
On the way out, I looked at the card on his door buzzer. It listed his apartment as belonging to a Mr. Rothschild. At the moment, there was nothing to be made out of it, so I went back to the Greystone. And when I got to my room, it was very obvious that I'd been visited during my absence.
Yeah? Oh, it's you.
What happened to my suitcase?
I'm sorry, Mr. Humble, but I didn't realize it before. You see, that apartment was already rented, so I guess you'll have to find one someplace else.
Look, you have 4 other vacant ones in this apartment house. Give me one of those.
Sorry, no vacancy.
Well, then give me my suitcase.
Yeah, that's the one that leaks. Just a minute, I'll bring it out, Mr. Humble.
I'll go in and get it myself, Mr. Barron.
I said stay out.
I said I'll go in and get it.
Right, you will.
He swung at me, I blocked, and stepped into him. He gave way, and I followed in. And then as I moved into the apartment, someone stepped out from behind the door. I turned, but it was too late. I was sandbagged. The face behind the arm that swung it looked an awful lot like that of Max Barstow. I remember asking myself as I went down, if Max Barstow wasn't shot in room 608, who was?
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. On Sunday, March 4th, that's 1 week from this Sunday, Theater Guild on the Air will present radio's most exciting dramatic event. It's a full hour-and-a-half presentation of Shakespeare's immortal Hamlet. John Gielgud will portray Hamlet, Pamela Brown, the Queen, and Dorothy Maguire will appear as Ophelia. The intrigue, beauty, and romance of Hamlet come to life Sunday, March 4th on Theater Guild on the Air. And now back to The Shot in the Dark caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I wasn't out for long, but it was long enough to have been carried out of the apartment manager's place and dumped in an alley. I sat up and rubbed the back of my head and discovered the boys had a sense of humor. Pinned on my chest was a note that said, "Beat it." This time, when I went back, I had my gun handy to hand. Nobody was home at Mr. Bering's apartment, so for something to do, I looked in on Max Barstow's diggings, 413. I glass keyed in and turned on the lights. And a search revealed items, a rent receipt showing Max was paid up for 2 months and intended to stay put. But more interesting were 2 phony detective badges, a policeman's uniform, and a flash camera. Couple these with a dossier on a man named Sigmund Pulkus, and I knew just what Max had been doing since the fight game stopped paying his bills. It read, Sigmund Pulkus, 60 years old, Minneapolis. Just sold 2 restaurants for $175,000. Intends to retire and settle down in San Francisco. That's as far as I got when Honey poured herself on me again.
Oh, Mr. Humboldt.
Yeah.
What are you doing in Mr. Barstow's apartment?
Come in.
Thanks. You shouldn't be here. Mr. Barstow ever found out.
Honey, you can drop the act.
Act?
You know who I am, and I know who you are. You're part of the bait for one of the oldest rackets in the world.
World?
The Badger game.
Who, me?
You.
All right, Sam. I didn't know who you were at first until Sandra told me. Now, you tell me, what are you doing in Max's room?
A number of things. First of all, getting enough evidence on him to give him a free vacation on the state. Second, I wanted to see who would show up and why. Now, what's your story?
I just dropped in to see if Max was here.
Try again.
Sam, if I tell you anything, will you leave me alone?
If I can bear it.
I came over to get some things for Max. You know.
Where's he staying?
Right across the street in the Arlington, 314.
Mm-hmm.
Ed Bering manages both apartment houses.
Why doesn't Max stay here?
Who are you working for, Sam? I'm just asking.
A client.
Not the police?
No.
Sam, I don't have a thing to do with the mark Max is working on now.
Sigmund Pulkus.
Some old man.
Did you hear any shooting here last Tuesday night in apartment 608?
Oh, Sam, I didn't hear a thing. Not a single thing.
All right, get whatever you came for, but remember this. You tell Max I was here, and I'll tie you into something that'll get you Tehachapi if it's the last thing I do.
Oh, sure.
I knew she'd be impressed with that type of threat because her kind of girl lives by playing tag with the law. They want to be it as seldom as possible. I finished the dossier on Pulkus and thought a more businesslike visit to the old man was in order.
What is it? Oh, you.
I want to talk with you, Mr. Pulkus.
Come in. I want to talk to you.
Now.
Now, stand right where you are.
He was pointing a gun in one shaking hand right at my chest, and as close as I could tell, it looked very much like the gun I'd seen in your picture, Wilson, and the hand that held it was the very same hand. I tried to think of something clever to say.
At this stage of my life, it would be very easy to shoot you, mister.
Look, I came here maybe to help save you a lot of trouble. Now, if you listen to me,
I know why you came here, because I killed Max Barstow. I'll give you a choice. Will you take money, or will I shoot you right here?
I'd take the money, but you didn't kill Max Barstow.
Don't tell me what I did when I know what I did. Sandra told me one of his gang members was looking for me. But she doesn't understand the power of money. How much will you take to leave us alone to our happiness? What is Max Barstow to you now that he's dead?
Look, I don't want any money. I just want it. I felt like a ghost. The gun was pointed directly at me, but nothing hit me. I was surprised, albeit gratified. The little man must have thought I was wearing a bulletproof vest. He didn't look surprised, though. He just folded. I disarmed him and pushed him down into a chair.
I had to do it. I had to. I couldn't let you spoil the only bit of happiness I had left in my life.
Mr. Polkus, you tried to shoot me, and I'm grateful. It told both of us something. To begin with, you can't kill anybody with blanks in your gun.
Blanks? I don't know blanks.
Where did you get the gun?
I always have gun.
Always? And you don't know the difference between real bullets and blanks? You got it from Sandra, and she loaded it, right?
Maybe you should know, gangster.
Look, I'm a private detective. Name is Sam Spade. Now, if you'll help me, I'll help you. When did Sandra give you this gun? Last Tuesday?
Yes.
Did you use it to shoot Barstow?
Yes.
Then he couldn't be dead, could he? This gun wouldn't kill a fly, and besides, I met Max Barstow tonight, alive.
I saw him fall to the floor, and blood came out of his coat with my own eyes.
Mr. Polkus, you just came from Minneapolis with $175,000. You walked into a shakedown gang. They're after your money. That girl Sandra's just bait.
Oh, don't speak about Sandra that way. Sure, she tried to shake me up for money, but only because that man, that Barstow maker. She was a slave. She couldn't get away from him.
Why did she stage a phony murder with you killing Barstow?
Oh, I don't know. I'm so confused.
Tell me how it happened.
Oh, Barstow posed as a policeman. He found me in Sandra's apartment. I was supposed to pay him $5,000, but Sandra told me she loved me, and Barstow was a racketeer. We were to meet in apartment 608 for to pay him. She gave me a gun to frighten him with, but instead I killed.
Nuts, 5,000. They knew how much money you had, and they wanted to get all of it away from you on a phony murder scare.
Sandra doesn't want my money away from me. She loves me.
Mr. Polkus, I'm sorry disillusionment should come to you so late in life, but...
I say she loved me, and I can prove it.
How?
This morning, she became Mrs. Sigmund Polkus.
That made me sit down and think things through a little more carefully. She could have gotten his money, or most of it, without marrying him. Maybe she did love him. Or maybe they felt he was too dumb to pay off. Or maybe she married him so she could murder him. And maybe a dozen other things. His suitcases were packed, and he said that he and Sandra planned to leave town tonight. He'd been waiting for her when I came in, but she was already 2 hours late. I could think of only one place she could be. So I left poor Mr. Polkus and went to the Arlington. 314, the address Honey Kane had given me. And she was there.
Oh, Sam. I'm glad you came. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I'm scared.
Now, honey, quiet down and tell me what you're scared about.
In the bedroom. Max. He's dead. Without the
A knife job. When'd you find him?
5 minutes ago. I was with him before, and then I went out for some Chinese food when I came back.
All right. Who else was here tonight?
I didn't see anybody,
But what?
he was awful mad at Sandra. Said she was double-crossing him, and he wouldn't let her get away with it.
I went back to Polkus's place. He was gone, but his bags were still there, so I figured he'd be back. I put out the lights and sat in a chair. Go ahead. Ask me what I'm doing here.
Where's Polkus?
Well, if he's smart, he's on a train back to Minneapolis.
I'm going to look for him.
You're not going anywhere. Sit down.
Oh, yes, I am.
No,
Leave me alone.
I said you're not going anywhere unless it's to jail.
What are you playing Mr. District Attorney for?
Because you killed Max Barstow. Now tell me why.
Oh, don't be a joker. Max Barstow's as live as you are.
I'm not talking about the phony murder staged for the benefit of Polkus. Barstow was stabbed to death a half hour ago.
He wasn't.
He was. I saw him.
Who?
You.
Oh, Sam, I didn't. I saw him earlier today, but he was all right.
You married Polkus to double-cross him, didn't you? You were going to skip town with him, Mark.
Well, sure I was, so why would I kill Max?
Because he knew what you were going to do, that's why.
I tell you, I didn't. I couldn't kill anybody.
What did you have planned for Polkus? A shove over to the Grand Canyon?
No, I love the old guy.
Come on, we'll drop in at police headquarters.
No, Sam. No. Sam.
Nothing. I wouldn't take you with a U.S. Mint thrown in.
Will you let me go if I tell you what happened? If I tell you who killed Barstow?
Well, if you didn't do it, nobody could hold you. For murder, anyway.
Bering. Ed Bering did it. We planned the whole thing together. It was a freeze-out on Barstow. Somehow he found out Ed had to take care of him. I didn't have anything to do with it. I tried to tell him not to.
Tried to tell him not to what?
I've got a gun in my hand, Bering.
So have I. Which one of us is going to shoot first?
You wouldn't shoot. But he did. Period. End of report.
Sam, is that all?
Well, what do you want? An echo?
No. But he shot you and you're all right.
Mm-hmm.
Were they blanks like the other guns?
They were not. They were genuine steel-jacketed bullets.
But,
You didn't listen carefully enough, Effie. I figured he'd shoot right away. He did, once. Just as I jumped sideways and fired 2 shots back.
Did you kill him?
No, but he's down with a little case of lead poisoning, though, under police guard.
You're wonderful.
It's true. All right, go type it up. Off with you.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tomorrow, you're invited to a 1-hour concert by the renowned NBC Symphony under the direction of Bruno Walter. Featured soloist for tomorrow's performance is celebrated violinist Joseph Szigeti, who will be heard in Mozart's brilliant concerto for violin and orchestra. It's the very finest in musical listening, every Saturday with the NBC Symphony.
Here it is, Sam, but there's something I don't understand.
To wit.
Well, what happened to nice old Mr. Polkus? Why wasn't he in his apartment waiting for Sandra?
Well, he did just what I thought he should have done. He walked down to the railroad depot and got on the first train for Minneapolis. Who knows? Maybe he's opened a new restaurant.
Yes. And, what happened to Sandra?
Well, she's being held as an accessory to murder, among other things.
Well, if they were married...
That's enough, Effie. That's enough. Do you want me to make everything so simple that everybody will be able to figure it out?
No, but
But you what?
I get so confused sometimes.
That's most of your charm, Effie. You know, if you were brisk and efficient and cold, we'd never have any fun, would we?
I guess not, Sam. We do have a good time at times, don't we?
Yes, we do indeed. Like right now. Coming.
Oh, Sam.
Fire in a man's veins. Maddening, that's what.
Don't say any more, Sam. I don't know what I might do.
I'd love it, whatever it was.
I better say good night, Sam. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Sam Spade was produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by John Michael Hayes. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Sam Spade lives a life of peril. Well, in these days, we all live in a time of peril. Each of us is contributing something to help meet the emergencies that we face as a nation. There's one definite thing that every one of us can do to help. February 28th is being celebrated as Red Cross Day. Supported by the people and schooled by years of experience in war and peace in times of disaster, the Red Cross has now been assigned unprecedented tasks in the interest of national security and world peace. You can help mobilize the forces of mercy for the protection and defense of your family, your community, and the nation through generous support of the 1951 Red Cross Fund campaign. Join the magnificent Montague then at Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Tyrone Power in tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents the story of a man who found that everything was against him. His wife distrusted him, his best friend had to give him an alibi, all because of a girl. A dead girl. Our story is called The Guilty Always Run. Our star, Mr. Tyrone Power. $100,000. That's the huge total to be given away in cash through the Autolite Family Charity Drawing. If you're one of 25 persons selected, you will name your favorite church, club, hospital, or other recognized charity to share a total of $100,000. And now, it's our privilege to hear what Fleet Admiral William F. Halsey, campaign chairman of the Mental Health Fund, says about this great opportunity.
Money, such as that being offered in this Autolite Family Charity Drawing, can do much to aid the research which will not only help cure, but prevent mental illness. If you are selected, I urge you to remember the vital work of the Mental Health Fund.
You can enter this drawing by just signing your name and address on a registration form at any or all of these Autolite Family car dealers. DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Help your favorite local or national charity share in $100,000. Sign up tomorrow. And now, Autolite presents transcribed The Guilty Always Run, starring Mr. Tyrone Power, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
To leave me alone all evening like that. It's way after 12 and...
Listen, you told me it was all right. You told me to go.
Answer the phone, will you?
Okay.
Or do you expect me to leap across the room
Okay. Hello. Hello? 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 Anybody there?
Well,
Nobody there.
what's the matter?
I thought I heard something. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Somebody playing a joke, Jeff?
I guess so.
Karen?
Don't start anything, Janie, huh?
Was it Karen?
Janie, baby. Janie.
What?
Listen.
Sure, sweetie. What do you want me to listen to?
It's not my fault you've got your hip in a cast.
It's not your fault I've got my hip in a cast, dear.
Oh, cut it out, will you?
I'm clumsy. I go along on vacations to the beach and fall off a surfboard and break my hip, and my husband meets another... Are you going to answer the phone?
No.
Bring the phone over to me, Jeff. Let me answer it.
Sure. Here.
Hello?
What's the matter?
You tell me.
I asked you a question. What's the...
Here, you take the phone.
Hello? Who is this? Hello?
Help me, Jeff.
Yes, this is...
Jeff.
This is Jeff. Who... Hello? Hello? Well, whoever it was hung up, Janie.
Who was it, Jeff?
I don't know.
Was it Karen?
Now, why don't you cut that out?
It was a girl. Was it Karen? Karen sounded like she needed help.
Loaded, probably.
What does she look like? You never told me.
Very tanned, very tall.
And very beautiful.
She really is.
Calling here after midnight. Doesn't she know you're married? Didn't you tell her?
I told her.
You better go see if she's all right.
Now, listen. Karen...
You'd better go see.
Yeah. The drive was 8 miles from Zuma Beach. Nearly 2 in the morning and a full moon and a few clouds and phosphorescence riding the lip of the surf. No one was home at Karen Lawrence's house. Her white convertible wasn't there either. I went home. Janie was sleeping, so I waited till morning to tell her. Then I went out on the beach and started to work on the surfboards with Lou, a friend of mine who'd taken the place next door.
You know how I'd raise this dent?
How?
Put a beer bottle cap on it, then set a hot iron on the cap. The dent'll pop right up.
Yeah, I might try it when...
Hi,
Oh, hello there.
Ah, hello.
I'm Phyllis George. Which one of you is Jeff?
Not Lou, huh?
Jeff.
It's always Jeff.
Me.
What did you do with Karen?
What are you talking about?
I drove out to see her. We were going shopping today. She's not home. The inside of her house is a wreck.
Why ask me?
She told me yesterday she was going to load up her surfboard and try to trap you into some moonlight surfing. How did she make out?
She made out good.
Yeah, we went surfing.
Where's Karen, Sonny? All right, baby. I'm going to the cops.
We finished resurfacing the boards after that. Not much talk. I kept looking down the road for the cops that girl promised. No cops. After a while, I said to Lou, see ya, and went back to Janie. Carried her out to the strand of white beach we bought for the summer. Oiled her back and her shoulders and her arms and then her face. Then lay down and set the ball of sun spinning. And that's how a day got done. Around 10 that night, the moon was low but gaining altitude fast.
Jeff,
Yeah, honey?
it's a beautiful night out there. Very beautiful.
Uh-huh.
No sense you sitting around listening to the radio. Why don't you take the board, go surfing in the moonlight?
No, Janie,
Listen to me, sweetie. If I could, I'd go with you. There's nothing right now I want more to do. So you go, huh, sweetie? Don't let me ruin all of it for you.
Oh, Janie, I don't
You
mind.
go, take the board and go because I asked you to. Because I want you to.
I went. And the waves were coming in gentle and fast and moon-crested from about 150 yards offshore. I paddled the board out, easy and slow, to where the moon was shaping them. It's where I saw her. Karen. Her hair floating and woven in a web of kelp, and her face moon-white, and her lips and splotches of color on her throat where the bruises were. Karen in the wet shroud of a silk dress. Dead Karen, in the sodden jacket I'd lent her the night before. When I got back to the house, Janie was asleep. I didn't wake her. I got into some clothes, went out to the car.
Hey, wait a minute. Is that you, Jeff?
Yeah, it's me, Lou. Lou, come out here a minute, will you?
Sure. I couldn't sleep. I was reading. I heard the car, and I thought maybe
Something I want to tell you about last night, Lou. Something you don't know.
All I know about last night is that you and Karen went surfing by moonlight this morning. A girl named Phyllis rode up and yelled cop in your face because no more beautiful Karen. After that, I lose you.
Just listen to me, huh?
Well, I'm listening, Jeff.
Well, like you said, I went surfing with her. After that, she needled me into taking her to that joint down the highway for a beer.
Well, it's been done. A beautiful girl sometimes merits a beer. Ah, Janie doesn't know about it, huh? That's what you're trying to say?
And something else.
All right, something else.
It was while we were in the joint. Well, you know Karen. You'd know what she...
Yeah, if only you batted an eye. Is that what you did, Jeff?
I had to walk out on her. She followed me out. I told her off. Put her in her car and told her off for the rest of time.
Married, you said to her. Happily married.
And a couple of other things I said. She cried, and then she drove off. I walked the beach for a long time.
Jeff.
It's the last I saw her, Lou. I swear it. I swear it.
What's eating on you, kid?
A little while ago, I found her. Floating in a kelp bed. Dead. I think murdered.
Where were you going just now, Jeff?
To the police.
Jeff.
Yeah?
Police is where grief is.
What?
You told Karen off, you said, and never saw her again. You swore it when I didn't even know what you were talking about.
Don't you believe me? Don't.
Police is where grief is. Police and Karen murdered can burst wide open what you got with Janie. Hey, you forgot a thing, Jeff.
What?
You didn't walk a lonesome beach last night. You left Karen, you came to my house. We sanded the surfboards. Isn't that what you forgot?
Lou.
From me to you, an alibi. An alibi maybe you don't need, but from me to you. Because of what you and Janie mean to me.
Because of what he said. Because it was a big grief. Because it might kill what it was Janie and I had together. The summer and beach and sky and sea and a love I had for her. I waited till Lou had gone back into his house. Then I swam out to where Karen was. I took off her the jacket I'd lent her the night before. I swam back to shore and found a littered strand of beach and burned the jacket and buried the scorched rags. And I went home and slept. And it was Janie who woke me.
Jeff, there's a fellow outside.
Huh? What?
A fellow outside wants to talk to you.
Who?
A Mr. Anders, a policeman.
Look, Janie, no matter what, that phone call last night.
From Karen? That phone call?
No matter what, don't say anything about it. Nothing.
A fellow's waiting at the door for you, Jeff.
No matter what, do you hear? No matter... You want to see me?
You Jeff Marlowe?
That's right.
Swimmer found a girl out in the kelp this morning. Girl we all know around here. Karen Lawrence.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
She was murdered, Mr. Marlowe, strangled. Somebody killed her and put her out on the tide. Let's go inside and talk about it.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Tyrone Power with Kathy Lewis and William Conrad in The Guilty Always Run. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Marty, what's the rush?
Oh, hi, Harlow. I can't stop now. I'm coming from a preview of the new 54 Kaiser, and I've got to get over to the paper and write the story.
Hey, they call it the new car with the big change, don't they?
Right. There's a big change in styling, front, back, and inside. And there's more room and comfort than ever before. Man, the new Kaiser is luxurious.
How about the new Kaiser's power?
Oh, there's a big change there, too, with new superpower. The Kaiser has a revolutionary new engine that gives you power on demand. It's like having two engines in one. For normal driving, you get Kaiser's famous economy. But when you need an extra burst of power and pickup for passing, or for zooming up hills, you get it. On demand.
Well, that sounds exciting, Marty. And tonight we are privileged to salute Kaiser as an outstanding member of our Autolite family. Autolite is proud of its long association with Kaiser and Kaiser dealers everywhere.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Tyrone Power in Elliot Lewis's production of The Guilty Always Run, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Karen Lawrence, Mr. Marlowe. How come she's dead?
I don't know.
Jeff?
Oh, it's nothing, Janie. This gentleman just wants to know if I know Karen Lawrence.
Why does the gentleman want to know that, Jeff?
Well...
Why do you want to know that?
She's dead.
That's not the question I asked you.
She was murdered.
That's still not the question.
Asking around about her, your husband's name gets mentioned more than anybody else's.
I see.
And she was murdered, all right, in case you've got any doubt about it. Strangled. Bruise marks here and here. 2 thumbs, you know. Wearing all her clothes. Good swimmer, I understand, so we've got to tab at murder. And I've got to ask, Mr. Marlowe, if you killed her.
No, sir, I did not.
But you know her.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now, look, you don't have to yes, sir, or no, sir, me.
Okay.
You were with her last night. We got that from Phyllis George, a friend of hers.
Well, look, this is what happened. One day, Karen comes up from Malibu with a board and pretty helpless about getting it from her car to the surf.
Yeah, when was this?
10 days ago.
11. The afternoon of the morning I broke my hip.
Well, I can pick it all up till yesterday, Marlowe. Talk has it she liked you.
Did Talk have it I tried to ignore her?
Yes, it did.
Did Talk have it that right off I told her I was married?
Yes, it did. I also checked next door, your friend Lou Foster. He says he was with you around the time the girl was probably killed.
Then what are you coming around here for? And
what about the bar? Bar on the Coast Highway near Topanga Canyon, Marlowe. Barkeep said that you were...
Okay. Like a fool, I took her down there for a beer night before last.
Night before last is when she was killed.
To talk it out, to tell her to stay away. Look, maybe to you it sounds...
Now, don't get yourself excited, Marlowe. That's just what I do. Dame was chasing me, didn't want her to. Take her some quiet place and talk to her. Adult, over a beer. Well, I hope your hip gets better, Mrs. Marlowe.
Thanks.
And thank you for your courtesy, both of you.
Sure.
Jeff?
Yeah?
You didn't tell me you took her for a drink.
Just for a beer.
Oh.
Now look, Janie.
To tell her not to love you anymore, Jeff? What's been going on, anyhow?
Hello?
Mr. Marlowe?
That's right. Who's this?
Norm.
Norm?
Yeah, Norm Sloan, Mr. Marlowe. I got the Topanga Eatery on the Coast Highway. You've been in here. In fact, night before last, you were in here with Karen Lawrence. I understand from the police that Karen...
What do you want?
I can't talk to you over the phone, Mr. Marlowe, but I wish you'd stop in here any time in the next half hour or so. If I were in your shoes, I would, Mr. Marlowe. Bye.
Who was it?
Nobody.
Who was it, Jeff?
Nobody. I'm going out.
You don't want to hear my troubles, Mr. Marlowe, so I'll just tell you this. I didn't tell that policeman about the argument you and that girl had in here. Since you were the only ones in here, then I'm the only one who knows about it. And what happened out front when you left. How she was carrying on and crying. And from what Mr. Anders, that policeman, said, she must have been murdered a couple hours after you left here with her. Now, look, I don't know what you told the police, but you came down when I called, Mr. Marlowe, so what am I to figure? As long as you're here, Mr. Marlowe, I'd like to know what it feels like to go out to Santa Anita with $1,000 and not care if I win or lose. With $1,000, Mr. Marlowe. Today, Mr. Marlowe.
$1,000? For what, Jeff? For what I need. To buy off a murder charge.
Are you crazy, kid?
You got it, Lou. You gonna give it to me?
You're crazy? How deep into it can you get? 1,000 now? $1,000 a week, maybe, for the rest of your life? And
You're
then
not gonna do it, huh? You're not gonna give it to me.
Who you buying from, Jeff?
Sloan. Runs the beer joint on the highway. He saw me and Karen outside his...
1,000, huh? He must have seen a lot.
You'll get it back, Lou. Every nickel.
All right, Jeff. Drive me to my bank. And, Jeff...
Thanks. Thanks.
That's not what I meant. This is what I meant. This'll do it, Jeff. It's as far as I can go. So luck and a long life, kid.
We just stared at each other for a while. Then I had to lift his hand from his side to shake it. No more talk. I drove him to his bank. Lou got the money, gave it to me. I drove him to his house and then went to Sloan's joint. Bought a bottle of beer. Drank half of it. Paid him $1,000 for it. Sloan laughed from deep in his stomach.
Hello?
Hi, honey.
Who is this? I'm sorry. There's no one here. But...
Honey, baby, it's Jeff.
No. No, there's no one here by that... Jeff, listen. The police are here. They...
What are you...
That you, Marlowe? This is Anders, Marlowe, sheriff's office. Now listen, Sloan, that beer joint fella, he called the office a little while ago, said you offered him $100 to keep his mouth shut.
100?
Now you come in, Marlowe, because when you did that, you practically signed a confession. Marlowe, you understand what's happening to you, don't you? You understand what's going to happen to you?
I let the receiver hang and let him talk into nothing, and I ran. Off the coast highway, down the beach. A couple of miles. Farther to Santa Monica Pier. Farther to Ocean Park. Me. Wanted for murder. Because Karen, dead Karen, wanted a part of my life, and I wouldn't give it to her. Because her girlfriend stuck her face into mine and yelled, "Cop." Girlfriend, Phyllis George. I found her address in the Venice phone book. I went there. Rooming house overlooking one of the phony canals they have. Second floor rear. Phyllis. Scared. Staring. Holding it in.
You just get out, you hear? Just keep away from me.
You gotta help me, understand? Things you know about Karen. Fellas she knew. One fella maybe who wanted her dead.
You did it. Nobody wanted her dead.
Help me, help me.
What was it you had with Karen? It makes you choke her and kill her and throw her out into the ocean like she was...
I didn't kill her.
You get out of here, huh? Because you scare me. Because you scare...
Just listen, huh? Anything you know about her that I can take to the cops.
Keep away. Keep away. Kill her. Kill her. Kill...
Shut up. Shut up.
Like Karen, huh? That's how you jump. That's what you did to her, killer? That? Like you wanted to do to me just now?
No, I don't. Don't do...
Hello.
Lou, this is Jeff.
Where are you, kid?
Listen, how's Janie? I didn't call her because the line's probably tapped or something. How's Janie, Lou?
She's okay. Where are you?
I want you to meet me, Lou. Tell me how things are going. I gotta talk to somebody.
Sure. Where are you?
Phone booth outside a drive-in laundry in Venice. Rose and 3rd Avenue.
I'll pick you up there, kid.
Right away, Lou.
Right away.
How you feeling, kid?
Scared, Lou.
Yeah, I'll bet.
How did I get into this, Lou? What happened? Why am I running away?
Jeff, let's not...
Let's not what?
Let's not kid.
Huh?
Because I'm in this, too. That alibi I gave you.
What do you mean, let's not kid, Lou?
The way you pounced on the alibi, paying blackmail. Is that any way for an innocent...
You're saying what, Lou?
Come on, Jeff.
You really think I killed her, don't you?
Listen, Jeff, Janie and I were talking.
Janie thinks I killed her.
Yeah. Yeah, she does, Jeff. You ask and I told you.
Okay. What are we stopping for?
This is where you're getting out.
What are you talking about? Hey, what is this?
Open the door, Marlowe. That's the boy. Now come on out. That's it. You can slide out too, Mr. Foster.
Sure.
Lou.
That's right. I told Mr. Anders I'd bring you here, kid.
Look, I didn't kill her. I did a lot of things wrong, but I didn't...
Just don't whimper, Jeff, huh? The old nerve, kid. Like sliding in on a big one. Like the thrill things, kid, huh? Like you and Karen.
It wasn't like that.
How was it, kid, huh? What was the formula? Flex the muscle and be polite, brown eyes looking up at you, and here, take my coat, you must be cold, and let's have a beer, and back to the beach.
Lou.
Back to the beach, and after all of it, she was only kidding all the time? What did you strangle her for?
The coat, Lou. How did you know about it?
What?
The coat. My coat I put on her.
Sure, the one she was drowned in.
There was no coat.
I went back there after she'd been murdered, took the coat from her and burned it. The same crazy reason I did everything wrong. How'd you know about the coat, Lou?
Now, look.
Nobody knew about that coat but me. And whoever killed her.
Then why did you come running to me for an alibi?
I didn't, Lou. You suggested I ought to have one. You would be my alibi. That way you'd have one, too.
What about it, Foster?
What can he say? Those phone calls. Call and hang up till Janie got on the line. Then let Janie listen to her in pain and calling out my name. Start suspicion right at home base. You really built it, didn't you?
We better go.
Hey, don't do that, Foster! Stop! Hey! Hey, don't!
Lou didn't die. He'll stand trial. Summer's fading and vacation's long over. But sometimes on weekends, Janie drives me out to Point Dume. And we sit there. And we watch the sunset ride in on the long, slow curve of surf. And we don't talk.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Tyrone Power.
This is Harlow Wilcox again. If you're one of the 25 persons selected in the huge Autolite family charity drawing, you can name any recognized charity you wish to receive a big share of $100,000 in cash. Those charities can be schools, hospitals, churches, the Mental Health Fund, or any other recognized charity. So if you're 18 years or over, visit any of the following Autolite family car dealer showrooms: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Print your name and address on the registration form and have the car dealer sign it. That's all. Nothing to buy, try, or solve. So help your favorite recognized charity share in this $100,000 total. Visit any Autolite family car dealer showroom and sign up for the Autolite family charity drawing tomorrow.
Next week, a story based on fact. The dramatic report of a murderer and how he spent 7 hours with a young lady before he killed her. It's called Somebody Help Me. Our star, Mr. Cornell Wilde. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Guilty Always Run was written for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. In tonight's story, Kathy Lewis was heard as Janie and William Conrad as Lou. Featured in the cast were Charlotte Lawrence, Frank Nelson, and Jack Crucian.
Tyrone Power may currently be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, King of the Khyber Rifles, in CinemaScope and Technicolor.
And remember, next week, Mr. Cornell Wilde in Somebody Help Me.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L, Signal, Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story. by the Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the signal oil program, the Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story, Trigger Man.
Martin Lang was young, brilliant, and confident. He had everything it took to make him one of Seattle's most successful lawyers. But law school graduates were a dime a dozen, regardless of how confident and brilliant they were. And Stella and the baby had to eat. So that was why Martin Lang took his first case from Branch Malone, a notorious gambler, and got an acquittal for him. The first of a long line of acquittals. Yes. And Martin Lang's classmates threw up their hands, said he was betraying his profession. But Martin needed money, and he kept telling himself he had to get a start somewhere. So he kept right on getting acquittals for Branch Malone, and the money kept rolling in. But it had to end sometime. There had to be a payoff eventually.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
How do you find?
We find the defendant not guilty.
Very well. The clerk will record the verdict of the jury. Defendant is discharged from custody. Jury is dismissed. Court stands adjourned. Mr. Lang.
You wanted to see me, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lang. I suppose I should compliment you on the way you handled the case for Mr. Malone.
Well, I did my best, Your Honor.
It was more than enough.
Is that all, sir?
Mr. Lang, I don't like to see a clean-cut young fellow like you get mixed up with an out-and-out criminal like Branch Malone.
I thought the jury found him innocent.
They found insufficient evidence to convict him, Mr. Lang. That does not necessarily imply his innocence. You pleaded his case well. Doubtless you'll be able to do the same for him again, if you're willing to pay the price.
The price?
The price is your conscience, your peace of mind.
Well, I appreciate your interest in me, Your Honor, but I'm afraid that
Not impressed. That it?
Will that be all, Your Honor?
Yes, Lang, that's all.
Very well. Good day, sir.
Good day.
Hello, Lang.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
You know, sometimes I'm sorry I'm on the force, fussing around with small stuff like murders. And I could be doing a great work like you are, upholding the rights and defending poor, innocent little guys like Branch Malone.
Well, this seems to be lecture day. You'll excuse me, Radigan. I have an appointment.
Yeah, sure. I saw him. Malone the Mighty. He's waiting outside with your payoff.
Now, look, Radigan,
I got
don't...
a tip for you, Counselor. It's about cops. Don't give us the brush off. Because one of these days you're going to need us. Guys who play bang-bang with the big racket boys usually do. You know, I like you. You're a good kid. You got a nice family.
Haven't you got any worries of your own, Radigan?
Okay, Martin. Sorry.
You're on your way, aren't you, Martin? Another acquittal. Another $500 in your pocket. It doesn't matter where it comes from, does it? Malone's money is as good as anybody's. And you keep telling yourself there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. That night, as you sit in your living room reading the paper, you try to reason it through, file it away, but it keeps coming back.
Stella,
Yes, Martin?
is anything wrong?
Wrong? No.
I thought something might be bothering you.
No. There's nothing, Martin.
I thought you'd be happy about the case and everything. We can buy that dining room set now.
Yes. Yes, we can.
Well, the case was a cinch. $500 for an afternoon's work. That's not bad.
No. Not bad.
There's nothing to it. State's evidence was insufficient. One of their witnesses didn't show up.
Same as the time before.
Yeah.
And they found the witness at the bottom of the river 3 days later.
Well, I didn't have anything to do with that.
No, of course you didn't.
Well, Stella, you're not suggesting I drop Malone, are you? I mean, I know he's no angel, but if I wasn't getting his business, some other attorney would. A lawyer isn't a criminal just because he defends one, is he?
You're defending yourself now, aren't you?
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm not going through that again. I've told you 100 times, Stella. I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Branch. What? Oh. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, sure, I'll be glad to. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it right away.
What does he want now?
He wants me to meet a friend of his and rush him home. His boy was just run over.
How terrible.
Branch isn't good at this sort of thing. He wants me to tell a fella and then take him home.
Of course, Martin.
Just a little favor for Branch Malone, Martin. It's the least you can do, isn't it? The tavern is only a few blocks away, and when you arrive, you find Mr. Williams in a back booth, just where Malone said he'd be.
Are you Fred Williams?
Huh? Oh, yeah. What do you want?
I'm afraid I have some bad news.
Bad news?
It's about your son.
Lenny?
Yeah, he's had an accident.
An accident? Lenny?
He was run over.
No, where is he? I gotta go to him.
He's home. Come on, my car's outside.
Thanks a lot.
My car's right here.
How did it happen? Tell me.
This is it. If you'll tell me where you live, I'll...
Hello, Counselor.
Branch, what are you doing here?
Little business deal, Martin. All right, Williams, get in.
No, Branch, please.
I said get in.
Branch, I won't talk. I won't say a thing. I'll leave town, I swear it. Put the gun away, Branch.
Sorry, Williams. All right, Martin, get in. Let's get out of here.
Branch, you shot him.
I said get in, Martin. You're kind of quiet for a lawyer, Martin.
I lured him to his death.
Hey, you didn't expect me to go into that crowded bar, did you? Be seen with Williams?
That story about his son being run over, it wasn't true.
Come on, forget it, Martin. You did a good job. You got nothing to worry about. So long as we're friends.
Williams. Who was he, Branch?
Oh, I thought I told you, Martin. He's the state's witness who didn't show up this afternoon.
Audrey Newcomer of Los Angeles is the Whistler fan to whom we are sending a $20 Signal gasoline book this week as a token of our appreciation for writing this limerick. There once was a horse from Bombay who preferred Signal Ethel to hay. He was easy to ride. You just cling to his hide and step on the gas all the way.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Brother gasoline.
A smart horse, that one from Bombay. For it's no secret that Signal Ethel is packed with horsepower that puts new zing into older cars and gets the most brilliant performance from new cars. Do you like flashing pickup that makes other drivers sit up and take notice? Try Signal Ethel. Do you like smooth, responsive power that lets you streak down the straightaway or float effortlessly over the highest hills with nary a complaining ping? Then it's Signal Ethel for you. When you step on the gas, you'll know you're enjoying the most thrilling performance your car is capable of delivering. If you fill your gas tank next time with Signal Ethel.
Well, Martin, you've discovered something, haven't you? The judge in Radigan. Even your wife, Stella, tried to tell you, but you couldn't understand until now. It happened so suddenly that it stunned you. The witness, Williams, is dead, and you unknowingly lured him to his death, right to Branch Malone, and stood by like one of his gunmen while Branch pulled the trigger. You're trapped, aren't you, Martin? Because you're the only witness living who could put a rope around his neck. And you know exactly how Branch Malone feels about that kind of a witness. There's nothing to do but keep your mouth shut and hope for the best. The next morning, you arrive late at your office and find your secretary waiting.
I've been trying to get you, Mr. Lang.
I'm sorry, I wasn't feeling well. I went for a walk.
Something's come up that I
Well, they
thought
can wait till tomorrow. I'm going home.
I'm afraid they can't wait. Mr. Jarrett called about the Watson
That can
case.
wait.
Then there was a call from Mr. Malone.
What? When?
About an hour ago. He wants to see you.
Oh. All right. Is he at his club?
At the city jail. He was booked this morning on suspicion of murder.
Hey, Mr. Lang. Hello, Consular. Come on in. Make yourself cozy.
10 minutes.
What's happened, Branch?
I thought you might know, Consular. Cops were tipped off to that Williams killing last night.
What?
Yeah.
What? Now, wait a minute. Don't look at me. You don't think
I didn't say nothing.
Well, listen, I'd be crazy to do anything like that, Branch.
Sure. Sure you would. That's what I told Spike Robertson.
Spike Robertson? Who's he?
He's the man the newspapers refer to as my trigger man, Martin. Don't believe you ever met him. Nice guy to have on your side when you're in a spot. We've been trying to figure out if any witnesses might have been around last night. That is, any beside you, I mean.
Oh, Branch, believe me, I didn't talk, and I'm not going to.
That's what I told Spike. Spike said, "Don't worry, boss. If they pick you up, when there's no witness, there's no case." You can figure that one out for yourself, can't you, Counselor?
Well, sure, Branch.
There won't be any prosecution witnesses, Martin, because you're the only one, and you ain't going to be on the witness stand. You're going to defend me. You know, just like before, only this time Spike's going to be real interested in how you're doing. You get it?
Lang.
Oh, it's you, Lieutenant Radigan.
Little jumpy, aren't you?
What do you want?
Got it all settled with Branch Malone? Heard you just had a chat with him down in cell block 9.
I'm sorry, Radigan. I haven't got time to stand around and listen.
I know. You're a very busy man. But you're playing with dynamite this time, Sonny. Your friend knows that all his blue chips are on the table. Because whoever put the finger on Williams in that bar is the guy who's going to hang him. And this time, so help me, the witness isn't going to disappear.
What are you getting at, Radigan?
You got to take your choice this time, Martin. Oh, I still think you're a good guy. I still think you're on the right side. Maybe you don't know it yet, but you are. And I think you know enough about this case to hang Malone. And I think you'll come through for us. But when you do, it's going to be dangerous.
Why are you telling me all this?
I wanted you to know why I'm putting a tail on you.
What?
Mm-hmm. He's going to watch over you day and night. And if you know what's good for you, you won't try to give him the slip.
Is this for my protection? Or is it...
Like I said, Mark. This time the guy we think is an eyewitness isn't going to disappear.
That puts it up to you, doesn't it, Martin? You can take your choice. Go along with Branch Malone and toss the rest of your life into the ash can. Or tell what you know and face Spike Robertson, Branch Malone's so-called trigger man. And you won't have a chance because you don't know what Spike looks like. You've never seen him. All you know is that he's never missed yet. That when Branch gives him the order, the witness disappears. You can't eat, you can't sleep, and worst of all, you can't explain to Stella.
Martin,
Yeah?
what are you going to do?
Oh, will you forget it, Stella? Branch Malone is my client. I've got to defend him.
Do you?
Of course I do.
Why, Martin? You know he's guilty. Why must you involve yourself in it any further? You've got a right to turn him down. He doesn't own you.
Stella, please.
If you defend him, you're as guilty as he is. Where are you going?
Out. Come on, friend. We may as well be sociable.
Sorry, Mr. Rido.
Oh, I know you're the tail Lieutenant Radigan put on me. He told me himself.
Radigan told you that? Wonder why he doesn't tell me these things. Did he tell you my name, too?
No.
Well, you know everything else. You might as well know that. It's Ed Morris.
Okay, Ed. I saw you following me all afternoon.
I thought you did.
Thought I'd walk around the block, if you don't mind.
Why not?
Radigan would get a bang out of this, I suppose. Walking around together this way.
The boss just said to keep an eye on you. He didn't care how.
Is that all he said?
That's all. Say, there's a bar down the street here.
I don't want to go in any bars.
Maybe it's just this bar, huh? Maybe because it's the one where Williams was.
I said I don't want to go in any bars.
All right, Martin. Anything you say. Just as long as you're a good boy.
I've changed my mind about taking a walk, Ed. I think I'll go home.
Yes, Martin, you're on a one-way street, a blind alley. There's no way to turn now, and there's a blank wall at the end. You've got to take the case. It's more than a matter of right and wrong. Yes, Martin, at this point, it's life or death. So you go to work on it. Visit Branch Malone every day in his cell. Spend nights at the office preparing the case, plugging loopholes, anticipating points the prosecution is sure to bring out, making it another sure thing for Branch. You have 2 weeks until the arraignment, and Branch Malone wants bail. 2 weeks without sleep, forgetting to eat, until you're almost ready to crack. And worst of all, you can't tell Stella. There's no way to make her understand. And then suddenly, on the night before the arraignment, you can't hold out on her any longer.
Martin, darling, you're worried sick. Why don't you tell me about it? You can't go on this way.
Oh, please, Stella, there's nothing.
Are you afraid to tell me?
No, I...
Why did you lie to me, Martin? Why did you tell me you had nothing to do with the murder? Williams was the man you met that night, wasn't he?
Listen, Stella, you've got to forget it. Please, don't even think...
What are you afraid of?
All right, I'll tell you. I'm the witness. I'm the only one who can hang Branch. Lieutenant Radigan knows it. They all do, but they have no proof. Well, that's why that guy's always waiting for me across the street, Stella. He's a plainclothes man, one of High Radigan's boys, protecting me.
Protecting?
Yeah, his name's Ed Morris. Radigan knows if I open my mouth, I'm dead. But if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't worry. It's you, too, and Susan, don't you see? Malone won't stop at anything. His gunman, Spike Robertson's, waiting for me somewhere. Waiting for me to open my mouth. And if I do, the guard won't make any difference. Spike won't stop until he gets us all.
Martin,
Well, now you know it. You were right, all of you. But it's too late now.
So you're going to defend him? And let it happen again and again?
Yes.
Martin, I want you to stand up at the arraignment tomorrow and tell them everything.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
We'll take our chances, Martin. Susan and you and I. It has to be that way, dear. If we don't, there's nothing left, don't you see?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Oh, please, Martin.
You just don't know, Stella. You have no idea.
I do. I'd rather be dead.
Don't even say it. I don't want to hear it. No, you better go on to bed, dear. I've got to do some thinking.
What are you pacing the floor for, Martin? I'm the one who ought to be worrying.
What time is it, Branch?
It's 12:30. Raymond's set for 1, ain't it?
Yeah.
And have a smoke. Got a half hour.
No, thanks.
You're Still sure of yourself, ain't you?
I'll get bail for you.
That's a good thing to know. You and me are going to do big things together, Martin. You're a smart boy.
Branch.
Yeah?
Branch, what if I told you this was going to be the last time?
Huh?
That if I get you out of this one, we're all washed up.
What do you mean, if, Martin?
All right, when I get you out of this one.
How long you been thinking this over?
I don't know. I
don't like it, Martin. You just don't run out on this kind of a partnership, not when a guy knows as much as you do.
Oh, I'm not going to talk if that's what's worrying you.
You're wrong, Martin. I'm not worried. Okay, it's the last time if you want it that way. Of course, you won't be taking cases from anyone else either. But if you say it's the last time, there's nothing I can do.
What do you mean, Branch?
Well, I'm not in charge of ending partnerships, Martin. I leave that to my partnership ender, Spike Robertson.
So you go into the courtroom, Martin, and half listen to the statement of evidence from the prosecution as you think about the one-way street with Spike waiting at the end. Stella is there watching you, her face white and tense. Branch, confident, half smiling, wondering what you'll say when the time comes. And then finally it comes, and you find yourself on your feet going into your act.
I remind the court that the so-called evidence presented by the prosecution is neither circumstantial evidence nor is it direct evidence. It's nothing, gentlemen. Nothing but suspicion based simply on the fact that it is alleged that my client had ample and sufficient motive to...
Stella is not looking at you now, Martin. She's bent over, her face in her hands. Radigan is turning away. The judge is looking down at the bench.
Williams' connection has yet to be demonstrated to the satisfaction of either the state or I can't go on, Your Honor. I ask that the court disqualify me as counsel for the defense, and I offer myself as principal witness for the prosecution.
It's a new world, isn't it, Martin? There's a different feel to the sidewalk under your feet as you start home late that night, after filing your sworn statement of the killing with the district attorney's office. The streets are bare and deserted. Just you and Ed Morris, the guard Lieutenant Radigan appointed to protect you.
Well, I missed you when I left the courthouse, Ed.
I was there. Don't worry.
Looks like you got a job on your hands now.
I'm ready. That was quite a thing you pulled. I thought Malone was going to pass out in his chair.
You know, it's funny, Ed. Now that it's over, I'm not scared at all.
They sent 2 men along with your wife. Stake out at your house, you know.
Yeah. Oh, this is the car.
Yeah. Hop in.
Spike.
That's right. Spike.
Something new has been added this week to signal service stations. That sign out front showing a little wooden soldier standing crisply erect under the broiling summer sun has been put there to remind you that Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil stands up under heat. That's especially important at this time of year because high temperatures tend to break down many motor oils and cause harmful carbon, gum, and varnish. But no matter how hot it gets, Signal Premium can take it. That's because its 100% pure paraffin base is fortified with scientific compounds that do important things for your motor, which oil alone cannot do. One of these compounds, for instance, specifically prevents the formation of gum and varnish. Another compound actually removes carbon. And still another compound in Signal Premium Motor Oil protects costly bearings from corrosion. So if you want your valuable motor to have the hot weather protection it needs to keep performance up and wear down, now's the time to change to this improved type Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Drive into a Signal service station and change to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil.
Well, Martin, it seems Branch Malone didn't waste any time, doesn't it? 2 shots and Ed Morris, the guard, lies dead at your feet. You look at the killer standing in front of you and the gun still smoking in his hand. There's nothing you can do, no way to turn. 10, perhaps 15 minutes left to live. Long enough for him to take you to a lonely spot on the highway and make another witness disappear. And then, strangely, you find yourself thinking of the sworn statement safe in the district attorney's office. And stranger still, you discover you still aren't afraid.
There's no use checking him. He's dead.
Yeah. I don't miss very often.
Well, what do we do now?
Maybe we better call the coroner.
What are you talking about?
That's what we usually do with stiff slang.
I don't get it, Spike.
Spike?
You're Branch Malone's man, aren't you?
You're a little confused, brother. That's Spike Robertson on the ground there. He's been tailing you since the Williams killing. But he didn't know Lieutenant Radigan had me tailing him. My name's Stanley, DA's office.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles, California. All limericks become the property of Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Jack Edwards Jr., Monty Margetts, and Charles McGraw. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Robert and Beatrice Gruskin, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
S-G-N-A-L, Signal, Signal gasoline.
Your announcer has been Marvin Miller. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Sergeant X. Of all the countless characters created by the pen, comparatively few are destined for a long public life. However, Dashiell Hammett, the mystery writer, created a couple of characters named Nick and Nora Charles about 10 or more years ago. Well, Nora and Nick are still around and still doing fine, as you hear tonight in the Mystery Playhouse. Yes, tonight the Mystery Playhouse is host to Nick and Nora Charles, as they appear in another episode from The Adventures of the Thin Man. Well, to begin with, our mystery in the lighter vein is chock full of surprising and unusual occurrences. Take, for instance, the fact that it's 9 o'clock in the morning when our story opens, and Nick Charles, who usually can't be pried from the arms of Morpheus before noon except in case of fire or disorder, is not only up, but fully dressed. And it's in this extremely unlikely situation that he's found by his good friend Ebenezer Williams, sheriff of Crabtree County. Eb is very surprised indeed. In fact, you might say he's amazed.
Well, all dressed. My Godfrey. You sure you're all right, Nick?
Oh, come in, Eb. I've been going crazy. I've been up all night.
What's wrong?
Nora's gone. She left the house yesterday afternoon. I haven't heard a word from her since.
Oh, so she finally come to her senses. Did she find another fella?
Eb, this is serious. I called the police, the newspapers. There's not a trace of her. This never happened before.
Oh, take it easy, Nick.
Eb, I've never felt so miserable. Well, look at me. No dinner, no sleep, no Nora.
Maybe that'll learn you to be nice to your next wife.
I don't want a next wife. I want the one I got. You can't get that model anymore. What am I saying? Eb, do you really think she left me?
Maybe.
Oh, maybe that's the police. Maybe they found the body.
Maybe. Shall I answer it?
No, I'll face it. I have it coming to me. Hello?
Hello. Tell Nora that Wolfie is calling.
Who are you?
Wolfie, you dope.
Well, I'm Nora's husband.
Don't worry. You won't be for long.
Oh, how do you know?
Because I'm the guy she's going to marry.
Who says so?
She does. She proposed to me last night.
Hey, what is this, a gag? What did you do to my wife?
My dear fellow.
Hey, come on, you pug, talk.
I refuse to listen to such language over a telephone. Oh.
Hello? Hello?
Who was that?
Some idiot Nora promised to marry last night.
That ain't possible. She can't be married to two idiots at the same time.
The guy screamed just before he hung up. Eb, what could have happened to Nora? Hello?
Hello? This is Leo.
Hello, Leo. What do you want?
$200, of course.
What for?
The mirror, naturally. It's cheap. Well, that's Leo for you. Always a sucker for a beautiful dame.
Listen, I don't know anything about this.
Well, didn't your wife tell you about me?
No.
Oh, that's deceptive.
Where'd you last see my wife?
At Leo's. The gathering place of convivial spirits. She left after she broke the mirror behind my bar. Why?
My wife didn't get home. I've been looking everywhere for her.
Entre nous, Bud. You shouldn't let a dame like that go around loose.
That's just it. Was she loose?
Well, I'd say she was tight.
That's impossible. Nora never gets tight.
Does she throw horseshoes at mirrors in her natural state?
Where did she get a horseshoe?
From a horse, naturally.
Who was my wife with?
One was a female lady of interesting design. The other was a male gentleman of designing interests.
What are you talking about?
The guy I know. His name is Bill Martin, and no good. The dame I didn't know.
Listen, I'll be down to your place. Where is it?
On 6th Avenue in the village. You know what I'd do if I had a wife like yours, Bud?
Oh, what?
I'd lock her and me in a golden cage and throw away the key. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Leo. Oh, Eb, this is the zaniest thing that ever happened.
Nicky,
Nora.
Oh, and Eb Williams. How are you, Ebby Webby?
Fine, Nori. And how are you?
Oh.
Or is it a military secret?
I'm feeling deliriously hilarious. Have you ever walked on bubbles?
No, dear.
It requires the greatest delicacy, and it's hard to keep your balance. Kiss me, darling.
Nora, what have you been drinking?
I didn't touch a drop. All I had was one teeny-weeny cup of tea.
Tea?
With crumpets. Kiss me.
Where were you last night?
Kiss me first.
There. Now, where were you last night?
Last night? Well, darling, I had tea with Joan Lawrence, and then I don't remember. Well, that's odd, isn't it?
Well, don't you remember anything?
Of course. I woke up in a nice, comfy hotel suite, and I tried to phone you, but the line was busy, so I came over, and here I am. Will you nail down that floor? Oh, catch me.
Laura. She's out, Eb.
Yeah. Well, I reckon that solves the mystery of your missing wife.
No, Eb, you're wrong. I'm afraid we're at the beginning of another mystery.
Huh?
Look up Dr. Barton's name in the phone book. Tell him to get up here immediately.
Why? Is there something wrong?
Look at her eyes, Eb. Unless I'm crazy, she's been drugged.
Am I dying?
No, dear. The doctor said you'll be okay.
The doctor?
Yes, Sir Nora. You've been drugged.
Oh, why should anyone want to do a thing like that to little me?
That's what I want to find out. What happened after you had tea with Joan Lawrence?
I don't know.
In your bag, we found a key to a suite in the Wilson Hotel. You remember registering there?
No, but I woke up there.
Where'd you go between the time you had tea with Joan and the time you woke up?
I've no idea.
Do you remember going to a joint called Leo's? The gathering place of convivial spirits?
Sounds delightful. Was I there?
I reckon so. You broke the mirror behind his bar with a horseshoe. Now, what made you do a thing like that?
Well, I can't imagine, Eb. But I do remember one thing. There was the nicest man with me and Joan.
Wolfie?
No, I don't remember anyone named Wolfie.
Well, you should, dear. You asked him to marry you.
You know, I must have had a wonderful time. Tell me more.
You know a fellow named Bill Martin?
That's him. He's the nicest man. Joan knew him. He's in business with her husband. Darling, did you call Joan?
Yes, baby. No one answers at her apartment.
Well, that's funny. Nick, do you think something happened to Joan?
I don't know, darling. But I don't think you were drugged by accident. We're going to the Wilson Hotel and check that key you have. Come in, Nora. Eb?
Yeah.
Was this the suite you woke up in?
I remember. It looked a mess.
Looks like a hurricane struck it.
Isn't it a shame, dear?
What?
I evidently had the time of my life last night, and I didn't even know it.
Hey, Mr. Russell left his bag here. Eb, will you help me open it?
Okay, baby dokey. Say, that's sure an oversized suitcase. Looks more like a little trunk. Now she's opened it.
Nick!
Don't be frightened, baby. He can't hurt you. He's dead.
But that's Bill Martin. He was the nicest man. The one I told you about.
He's got a woman's compact in his pocket.
Well, that's my compact. Wonder how he got it.
Nora, did you kill him?
Me? Kill him?
Yes, darling. Now, don't be afraid to tell me the truth.
But I don't remember.
Now, try to think. Did you stick a knife in his back because he got fresh?
Well, I don't know.
You sure he was killed with a knife, Nick?
Well, yeah, you can see the wound in his back.
Say, there's blood stains here near the telephone. Did you find anything more on his body?
Just this watch.
Oh, you can't use that, Nick. It's broken. Give it back.
Just a second. Nick, could that be broke like that because a bullet hit it?
That's what I was wondering, Eb. The hand stopped at 5:30. No bullet holes in this guy. Nora, you keep this watch. What's the name of the restaurant where you had tea with Joan Lawrence?
The Bixley on Lower Fifth Avenue. It's near Joan's apartment.
I'm going down there.
Do you think poor Joan is dead, too?
Maybe, baby. I want you and Eb to take a careful look around here and then go to Joan's apartment. Eb, use this collection of skeleton keys to get in. So long, darling. Take good care of her, Eb.
All right.
Eb. You don't think I killed him, do you?
I don't know, Nori. Say, will you take a look in them closets? I'm going over that other room. Careful.
All right, Eb. Oh, what a lovely closet. Oh, my neck. Let go. Let go.
Find anything in that closet, Nori? Nori? Don't you hear me? Nori, I just looked. Look. Nori.
wanted to have words with me.
Yeah, that's right. Were you on duty in this restaurant about 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
Yeah. Hey, ain't you Nick Charles?
That's right.
Don't you remember me? Rayfield, the rat.
Of course, I sent you up, didn't I?
Yeah. I could have got 50 years, but you only let me get 10. Gee, you changed. You used to be a good-looking young fella.
Well, I hope you've changed, too, Rayfield. Here, will you take a look at this picture in my wallet?
Some doll.
That's my wife. Did you serve her yesterday?
What does the rest of her look like?
The usual accessories, but well placed.
She was here with another dame. This other dame had a wonderful build. I served them.
Where?
In that booth right over there.
Listen, Rayfield, I want you to remember exactly what happened while they were here. Try and recall every detail. If it'll help your memory, act it out.
Okay. Now, let me see. You be your wife. I am the girl with the bill. So, we come in. We look around to see if anybody notices what terrific lookers we is. And after we see that all the wolves is foaming at the mouth, we sit down.
Now, where do I sit?
In the corner of the booth. Me. I'm the other girl. I sits here. So another person joins us. A guy named Bill. Very good looking.
Bill Martin?
Yeah, that's his name. He ordered cocktails.
Now, listen carefully. Did you see Bill Martin put anything in the girl's tea?
No. But an hour later, they was all still here. Bill had lots of drinks, and they was all laughing like things was hilarious.
Did you see any of them leave?
Yeah, I left. I mean me, the girl with the bill. I comes up and asks me, Rayfield, where is the telephone booth? And I tell me. Then me, Rayfield, I see your wife and a man in the booth.
How did my wife look?
Tired like. Sort of sitting in the corner, leaning back with her eyes closed. I figure she drunk some of the guy's cocktails.
When did this girl return?
In about 5 minutes.
Did the man leave the booth at all?
No. Why should he leave when he's got a good-looking babe like your wife there? About 6 o'clock, they all left together. They all walked with a wobble.
Okay, Rayfield. Guess that'll be all. Thanks.
Don't mention it. And if you need my help again, be free to call on me. Nothing's too much for the guy what set me up the river for 10 years.
Of course I will accept your check for $200, Mr. Charles. That's Leo for you. He'll take a check from anybody.
You mind if I ask you a few questions, Leo?
Not at all. I personally am a convivial spirit, and I like conversations.
At what time did my wife break that mirror?
At precisely 2 a.m.
What makes you so sure?
I was waiting to hear the war news. You know, they have it on the radio every hour.
Bill Martin and this girl were with my wife all the time?
Yeah.
Why did you say Bill Martin was a no-good?
Did you ever hear of Pedro Gonzalez?
Sure, he used to have a bootlegging mouth.
It's black market now. This guy, Bill Martin, was connected with him. He tried to sell me some tax-free liquor once.
Leo, can I use your phone?
Sure, go ahead. Take a tip from me, pal. Don't fool around with Gonzalez. He ain't no convivial spirit.
I'm just trying to find out if Martin drugged my wife.
Hello?
Hello, Eb. How long have you been there at Jones' place?
Oh, a few minutes, Nick. Say, I'm glad you called. The killer was hiding in one of the closets.
Did you get him?
No, the killer got us.
What?
He socked Nora on the head. But she's all right now.
Oh, good.
He sneaked out the side entrance.
Well, did you find anything important in the apartment?
I reckon so. We found another corpse.
Who? Joan?
No. Her husband. Shot full of bullet holes. And plenty murdered.
Yeah. All right, I got you, Nick. All right, Nick, I'll do like you say. All right.
Did Nick find the killer, Eb?
No, but he was telling me about the information he dug up.
What are you doing there, Eb?
Just looking at this corpse's pocket, Nori. There's a bullet hole into it. I didn't notice that before.
Is it important?
Maybe. Now, that's the vest pocket, where a fellow usually carries a watch. You know, I think this fellow was not only killed, he was robbed by Godfrey.
Eb, did you notice that banjo clock on the wall?
Why, what about it?
It stopped at 2. And the reason it stopped is because there are a couple of bullet holes in it. Look. Oh, Joan, darling.
Hello, Nora. Oh, I've got the most awful headache. Gilbert! Gilbert, what happened
Now,
to him?
Joan, try to put yourself together. Your husband's been murdered. We've found him here like that. Now, dear.
Oh, Nora, this is awful.
There, now. Nick and our friend Ed Williams are working on this case. Now, if you can keep a grip on yourself, you can help us.
Well, I'll be all right, Nora. I was afraid something like this was going to happen. That's why I wanted to talk to you yesterday. My husband and Bill Martin, they were in trouble with Pedro Gonzalez. He's a gangster, you know.
Yeah, Nick told me all about that. Miss Lawrence, where was you last night?
Well, I'm not really sure. It's all very hazy. I woke up only a few minutes ago at the Royal Crest Hotel. Did anything happen to Bill Martin?
He's been murdered, too.
Oh, no.
Nora, he was drugged.
Well, then I must have been drugged, too. Well, of course, I see it all now. They drugged us so I wouldn't go home and find them killing Gilbert, and Bill Martin must have known about it. He was very close to them, so they killed him to keep him quiet.
Yeah. Was your husband alive at 2 yesterday afternoon?
Well, yes, I had lunch with him.
Joan, why'd you murder your husband?
What are you talking about?
You, Joan. You murdered both of them.
Nora, he's crazy, isn't he?
Eb, how could she have done it? It's impossible.
No. She drugged you at about 5:15 yesterday afternoon. Then left, saying she had to make a phone call. But instead, she come up here and killed her husband. She turned the clock back to 2, put a few bullets into it, come back to the restaurant where you were sitting with Bill Martin. In your condition, Nora, you didn't even know she'd been gone.
I don't remember everything, but I do know Joan was with me last night.
Sure. She was using you as an alibi. At 2 a.m., the time she wanted the police to believe the murder was committed, she and Bill Martin put you up to throwing that horseshoe into the mirror in back of Leo's bar.
But why'd she want me to do a thing like that, Eb?
To strengthen the alibi. Ain't that right, Joan?
He's out of his head.
Am I? You give Nori an extra dose of the drug. Put her to bed in the Wilson Hotel. Now, up to this point, Bill Martin was helping you. Your problem now was to get rid of Martin.
I suppose I killed him, too.
You told him to call Nick's place, act like a goon, and use the name Wolfie. The object was to see if Nori was home yet. Well, soon as he finished phoning, you drove a knife into his back. Nick even heard his scream.
Listen, if I'm such a clever killer, why'd they ever pick on Nora to have tea with me?
Because you knew after your husband was found dead that Nori would get Nick interested in the case. It'd be simple to hint that Bill Martin got some hoodlum to do it. Martin would appear especially guilty, since he was dead also.
All right. Get him up, both of you. I'm getting out of here. If any of you try to follow me, you'll be killed. Goodbye.
Hello!
Nicky!
Oh, I just clipped her lightly on the chin,
Nicky,
darling.
guess what? Eb solved the whole thing. She's the killer.
Well, of course, baby. I knew it all along.
Now, how did you figure it out?
Darling, you know I never discuss such things outside our bedroom. Wait till tonight.
Why can't you ever tell me how brilliant you are in broad daylight? All right, dear. I'm ready and waiting for your story.
Well, it was simplicity itself, baby. I knew that whoever drugged you probably committed the murder. There were only two suspects, Martin and Joan.
And since Martin was dead, it had to be Joan.
Right. I was afraid for a while that Joan was dead, too. I'd have to investigate Gonzalez. Joan confessed that she did it for her husband's insurance. Martin was in love with her, and so was a willing accomplice.
Did you miss me last night, dear?
Well, not at all.
You big liar. Eb told me what you said. I ought to stay away more often. It'll make you appreciate me.
You better not try it, or I'll stay away nights, too.
What about me did you miss most of all, Nicky?
The way you say good night.
Oh. Well, then. Good night, Nicky, darling.
Thank you, Nick and Nora Charles, for another chapter in the adventures of the Thin Man. Tonight's presentation in the Mystery Playhouse. Before taking our usual trip to the green room, let's discuss 3 ways we can all help lengthen the war. Here they are. First, throw away all your extra equipment. Second, don't take care of the equipment and ordnance you have left. Third, waste your field rations. Only eat the parts you like. Well, that's only 3 ways. But if each and every man and woman in the service indulged in just those 3 consistently, V-Day would be a far cry indeed. Of course, no one would act like that on purpose, but unfortunately, we all tend to treat GI materiel a little bit like a stepsister. And when you multiply your carelessness and wastage 1,000,000 or more times, it's no longer funny. So let's not help lengthen the war. Let's shorten it by conserving everything we have. And now to the green room and a preview performance of our next Mystery Playhouse attraction. Follow me, please. Come.
Mr. Finney, why did Mr. Clabber have us all come here for a conference?
I don't know, Miss Warner. It's about the theft of those rare books, I guess.
You've been with the A.H. Dark Company for a long time, Mr. Finney. Tell me, is the bookstore in a really bad way?
Well, it's pretty bad, Miss Warner.
Careful, people. Here comes old Crank Clever.
Oh, here he is.
Philip Dark, you coming in here with me or aren't you?
I'm coming, Mr. Clabber. I'm coming.
Now, silence, please.
All right. Just a moment, people. Mr. Clabber has something to say.
As you all know, for the past few months, the A.H. Star Company's been losing rare items out of our private stock of first editions. I'm convinced those thefts are an inside job. One of you employees is the thief.
Now, wait, please. I want you all to know that Mr. Clabber and I are in total disagreement on this. Personally, I trust every one of you.
Well, I don't. This stealing keeps up, the company will go bankrupt. So I've decided on a drastic step. As of closing time today, the entire staff of this store, every last one of you, is fired.
Me too. But Mr. Clabber, I've been with the A.H. Dock Company as bookkeeper for 58 years. Mr. Dock, Mr. Phil.
I'm sorry, Mr. Finney, but I'm helpless. Mr. Clabber now owns 51% of the stock. That gives him full power to dictate store policy.
But even if one of us is a thief, why make the rest of us suffer?
I know, Miss Warner, but my hands are tied. Mr. Clabber's arranging to have new clerks report tomorrow and a new secretary stenographer.
I may as well tell you that Mr. Dark's talked me into promising that if and when the thief is caught, all you people will be rehired. Now, that's all. Back to your counters. Dark, where are you running to off such a hurry?
Boston, Clabber, and I wish to heaven it was the North Pole.
But aren't you a cop anymore, Mr. Fletcher?
I should say not, Miss Porter.
Heck no. Fletcher's the ace investigator of the Worldwide Insurance Company now. And look at me.
What for, Billy?
Huh?
Elliot like Fletcher's style. He goes in for fancy deductions the way you do.
Oh, a competitor, huh? Right. Ellery, I'm on a case for Worldwide involving the A.H. Dark Company, and you can do me a favor. Me, Fletcher? I was nosing around the Dark bookstore this morning and overheard one of the employees phoning you. She's due here any minute. Yes, a clerk there named Miss Warner.
But how can Ellery do you a favor, Mr. Fletcher?
No one down at Dark's knows who I am, and it's better if they don't find out I'm an insurance company detective. How about introducing me to this Warner woman as your associate? Let me sit in.
I'll go.
That must be Miss Warner now. Queen, what do you say? Well, of course, I'd be glad to.
Billy, let's you and me duck into the other room. Too many of us might scare the woman out.
You'd scare a top sergeant.
Ellery, this is Miss Warner of the A.H. Dark Company.
How do you do?
How do you do? And I brought along Mr. Finney, the bookkeeper.
Sit down, please.
Meet Mr. Fletcher, my assistant.
How do you do?
How do you do?
What can I do for you?
You start, Mr. Finney.
Well, Mr. Queen, young Mr. Philip Dark doesn't know much about the rare book business, and, well, the firm's in pretty bad shape.
So some time ago, Mr. Doc was forced to take in a partner, Mr. Clabber, who knew rare books and had capital, too. Adolph Clabber...
Adolph Clabber's one of the leading rare book experts of America, Queen.
I've heard of him, Fletch.
Well, sir, Mr. Clabber started printing special editions of classics limited to one copy for wealthy collectors.
Editions of one copy? That's really limited.
Yes, miss. Mr. Clabber does all the work by hand himself. His private press and bindery in his Long Island home.
Mr. Finney, the point is business didn't improve much. And then valuable old firsts began to disappear from the store. The insurance company hasn't found the thief yet. And now Mr. Clabber's gone and fired everyone in the store.
What? That's terrible, Miss Warner.
Even me. 58 years with the store.
But Mr. Clabber will take us all back when the thief is caught. So, Mr. Queen, will you find the thief?
And get our jobs back.
Well, that's an appeal I can't resist. Yes, I will.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Queen.
you.
Now, do you know anything about the thefts?
Well, I don't, Mr. Queen, but Mr. Finney here does. That's one reason I brought Mr. Finney along.
You know something, Finney? What?
Well, I can't tell you. Miss Warner, I told you I couldn't tell anyone yet.
Well, I can't understand you, Mr. Finney. You must tell about your discovery.
You've made a discovery, Mr. Finney?
Yes, but it's a secret, a terrible secret. So terrible, I can't disclose it to anyone.
Well, can't you even give us a hint, Mr. Finney?
Well, it would ruin Doc's, maybe the whole rare book business. That's all I can say. Mr. Queen, please don't ask me any more.
If we discover the thief, will you tell us?
Maybe, sir. Maybe.
Does either Clabber or Dark know you two have come to Mr. Queen for help?
Oh, no, Mr. Fletcher. Old Clabber is not a man to ask anyone for help. And Mr. Dark, well, he's nice, but sort of scatterbrained, full of fun, loves parties, and keeps practicing magic tricks like a stage magician. No sense of responsibility at all.
Well, we'll look into it. Nicky, will you see Miss Warner and Mr. Finney out?
Yes, Mr. Queen.
You'll hear from us.
Yes, all right, thank you.
Fletcher, do you know the secret old Finney's so upset about?
No, I don't.
Feeling I overheard the whole thing.
Secrets. Hey, Maestro, you mean to say you're going to take a case Fletcher's already investigating?
If Fletcher doesn't mind.
Why should I mind, Queen? Go do it. Well, thanks a lot. I've got to run. Bye, you two mugs.
So long.
Bye.
Where's Mr. Fletcher going in such a rush?
I hope to get a head start on Ellery.
You better get busy, Maestro. Fletcher's tough competition, and rare books are his racket.
Wonderful. You'll find he's in a contest. Nicky, come on. You and I are going to investigate this case from the inside. We're going to become bookstore clerks.
Well, there's the beginning of our next Mystery Playhouse production, featuring the master detective, Ellery Queen. Ellery temporarily goes into the rare book business to get at the bottom of a peculiarly intriguing mystery, which you and our audience, of course, are invited to have a go at, too. So come with your thinking caps on next time as Ellery Queen turns his attention to the adventure of the Dark Secret. This is Sergeant X, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Vic Kelly, Johnny, Worldwide Mutual.
How's your Spanish?
CC, senor.
Oh, Mother told me there'd be days like this.
Want egg in your beer? I gotta be a linguist yet?
You may have to be a lot more than that to unscramble this one.
Tell me about it. Oh, price is still the same, though.
Get on over here, will you?
Sure, but give me a little hint. I'd like to start worrying early.
All right. Try this. William Billy Alder.
The promoter? World's #1 salesman? Up again, down again, Alder?
The same. And at this point, he's up to his ears in Venezuelan oil. We're carrying $250,000 life on him.
Ooh, I'd settle for the premiums, Vic. How come you're worrying?
You'd worry, too, carrying coverage that size. Especially with Alder behaving like he is.
Like?
Like changing his beneficiary 5 times in a month. What would you say that means?
Means I'll be right over.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Alder matter. Expense account item 1, $1.35. The price of being taxied to Vic Kelly's office at Worldwide Mutual. For a normally easygoing fella, Mr. K had a bad case of how did I ever get into this?
$250,000. That's a big policy. Big.
You look like the claim's already been filed. Smile a little, Dad.
Yeah, sure.
At least fill me in.
How much do you know about Billy Alder?
Oh, just surface stuff, what the headlines say. Promoter, wildcatter, super salesman. Fellow with a flair for selling anything. Why?
Well, that's what's rough. I can't give you too much more than that. He's been in a dozen different businesses, headed up a half a dozen corporations, a couple of bankruptcies, even a nasty court case. He's been flat broke, and 6 months later, been a walking blue chip. Been up and down more times than a yo-yo.
Oh, that's a nice life if you can take it.
But, feast or famine, he does everything big.
Like the $250,000 policy, huh?
Well, it didn't seem out of line 3 years ago. It still doesn't. Not with the kind of money he's dragging out of the ground in Venezuelan oil.
Hey, this changing of beneficiaries, when did it begin?
A little over a month ago. In succession, it's been his wife, his daughter, a brother, back to the wife, and now it's his daughter again.
Sounds like a woman trying to make up her mind about a dress.
Price tag's a little different. What does it sound like to you?
Give me a chance to get down there and look, will you?
I mean off the top of your head.
Oh, sounds like he's worried. Like he shouldn't buy any long-playing records.
Look, Johnny, there's a clause in the policy that lets us investigate irregularities. Go take a look. Just don't expect him to cooperate. He's a big operator-type fella.
I don't know. I never met him, but I like him already.
What?
His style. Any man who uses a slogan like, we lose a little on each deal, but think of the volume. Well, he's for me. I gotta keep him alive. Expense account item 2, $329.88. Airfare and incidentals to Caracas, Venezuela. It was about noon Sunday when the big plane lazed in over the Caribbean shoreline, pointed its nose for the Maguita Airport in Caracas. Below us spread what's laughingly called man's handiwork, his progress. A few short years ago, it had been nothing but lush green jungle. Then came men shouting the magic word oil, and the jungle was now disappearing as fast as they could throw up the derricks and sink the drills. Progress. A taxi to the Hotel Parayo and a good lunch adds up to item 3, $4 even. I was ready for business. Knocking around in this game, you learn a lot of ways to save steps. On an out-of-country deal, for instance, the local police chief is one person you can't ignore. He can save you more than steps, blood sometimes. He turned out to be 35-ish, bright, relaxed. They might have changed the jungle, but nothing was going to alter Jefe Velasquez style. He took his time, even after I told him why I was here.
I'm sorry about the ceiling fan, Senor Dollar.
Oh, what's wrong with it? It's working.
See, but it's old-fashioned, not like the, air conditioning in Estados Unidos.
No problem. I'm comfortable.
With all the money from the oil, you think they may modern these offices. No. It's air conditioned in the home, in the car, but not in the office. At least this one. A fan.
Well, I'll get to it. Jefe, I get the feeling you're steering away from discussing Billy Alder.
Of course.
And there must be a reason.
See, because I do not want to give you the bum cow.
Oh, bum steer.
Gracias. What I mean is there is nothing to put the finger on. To look at them is a nice family with lots of money living in a big, expensive house. But you spend a couple hours there. You know, it's not that way. It's nothing you can see but...
All underneath.
You ever see an oil well fire, Juanito? All the burning and burning under the ground. Then, when it's enough force, whoosh, everything explodes to the sky. It's exactly what you expect will happen to these people. Someday. And still, it's hard to figure exactly why. But that is all.
Yeah. Well, thanks. I appreciate what you've given me. Now, what's the best way to get to the house?
You go there, huh?
That's where the job is.
It's easy enough to get to. I tell you how. You mind if I ask a question, amigo?
Shoot.
In your own office, you got a fan or air condition?
When I left him, he was even weighing the idea of spending his own money for an air condition. I went right on spending company money. For instance, item 4, $39.55 deposit and first day's rental on a U-Drive automobile. A 20-minute drive over the autopista, that's a 6-lane mountaintop freeway, less traffic jams, brought me to La Guiara, a clean, scrub-looking suburb on the edge of the Caribbean. The older house wasn't hard to find. Huge and impressive, it sat all by itself on a high promontory jutting out into the sea. I suddenly found that I'd become J. Dollar Intruder, because in the doorway of the house, a very luscious young lady was being enthusiastically and expertly kissed by a handsome young man. My cough must have been pretty frightening, because the boy took off around the house like a quarter horse. Not so the girl. She glared angrily as she came toward me.
I hope you're satisfied.
Well, embarrassed is a better word. I'm sorry about my timing.
I'll bet you are.
Well, look, miss,
Happy now that you've got something to tell my father? Well, go ahead and tell him.
If you'd only slow
Then
down a
while
minute.
you're at it, tell him something else, that he can hire as many detectives as he likes. It still won't keep me from seeing Paul.
Well, looks like you'll need track shoes to see him now.
Very funny.
Assuming that was Paul.
Look, I don't... Assuming.
Oh, now look, lady, you never gave me a chance to explain. Not too hard to figure who you think I am, but I'm not. My name is Johnny Dollar, and you're right about only one thing. I do want to see your father, but not for the reason you think. Okay?
But I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar.
Good. Are we friends now?
I'm Peggy Alder.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Would you like to come in and wait, Mr. Dollar?
Wait?
My father isn't home at the moment. He shouldn't be over an hour, though.
Fine.
You won't say anything about what you saw? About Paul, I mean?
Lady, the world is full of trouble. Why should I add to it? Billy Alder's selling methods may have been wild, high-pressure stuff, but there was taste in his home. And when Peggy Alder put a drink into my hand and led me out to a patio, I was ready to get a drill and go oil hunting myself. Patio? It was a small, exclusive, man-made mountaintop, 600 feet down to the Caribbean on 3 sides. If you were going to have troubles, this was the place to ponder them. Peggy Alder still didn't trust me completely. Inexpertly, she tried to dig out my reason for being there. Gave up after a while, then excused herself when her father showed up an hour later.
I'm glad you're here, Dollar. What's wrong?
Oh, just surprised. Guess I expected to be tossed out.
Why?
Kind of delicate asking a man why he changes beneficiaries like some men change suits.
I read the policy. Your company is allowed to ask.
We appreciate your feeling that way.
But it says nothing about my having to answer.
No, that's right, it doesn't. But it's hard not to draw conclusions.
Such as?
You're afraid somebody is, shall we say, gunning for you. But you don't know who. Am I right?
Is that what your company thinks, too?
Well, they don't think anything, but they'd like to know.
Do you enjoy your trip down, Mr. Dollar?
Well, I take it I've worn out my welcome. Sorry.
No. Sit down. I told you I was glad you're here.
Then you shouldn't mind a couple of questions.
I'll tell you nothing, Mr. Dollar. I admit nothing. Is that clear?
Is it?
Look here. Your company has a good deal to lose by my death.
We just want to be sure nobody's thinking of it as a commercial venture.
Then stay here, Mr. Dollar. Here, in this house. Keep me alive.
Behind the calm, controlled demeanor, Billy Alder was loaded with fear. The worst kind of fear. The grinding, implacable kind of terror that for some reason has to be hidden. 2 hours later, my bags had been sent for, and I was comfortably settled in the guest room only slightly larger than Pennsylvania Station. By dinner time that night, the only other people I'd seen in the house were the servants. Alder, his daughter, and I sat down to eat alone.
I must apologize for Mrs. Alder's absence, Mr. Dollar. She went to the bullfights today. She's staying in town for dinner with the others.
The others?
We have several guests staying with us.
Charming people, Mr. Dollar. Wait till you meet them.
I think we can do without that kind of talk, Peggy.
You defending them, Father? Guests. Don't you mean leeches, parasites?
That'll do. At least they'd have the manners not to start a thing like this in front of Mr. Dollar. You may be excused any time you like.
Gladly.
Incidentally, thank you for disobeying my orders to keep Paul Kincaid away from this house.
You told him after you promised.
Mr. Dollar told me nothing. You seem to forget that servants have eyes and ears. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to embarrass you, Mr. Dollar.
That's all right.
Kids. Can't do anything with them these days. Headstrong, no sense of values. That Paul Kincaid, an oil field foreman. Can you see him fitting in as Peggy's husband? Into Billy Alder Enterprises?
Quite a step up, if he can make it.
Believe me, he never will.
After dinner, Alder and I headed for that fabulous patio. I hoped he would open up, but he kept the talk general. Charming, witty, but simply conversation. Truthfully, I wasn't too unhappy, because the setting was one of those once-in-a-lifetime things. I couldn't take my eyes away from the lights far below. The glittering shoreline stretching from Carneiro all the way to Puerto Cabello. That's when it happened. The bullet smashed into the wooden canopy support just inches from Alder's head. So close that the splinters flew, buried themselves in his cheek. Mr. Alder, you all right?
I think so.
Stay here. I raced back through the house, headed for the front entrance as fast as I could. Outside, I tried to stare through the darkness into the only direction from which that shot could have come, the rolling jungle slope of the promontory. Sure, it looked deserted, but I knew it wasn't. Someone had to be out there, with 5 more bullets in his gun and murder in his heart.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, one man dances attendance, another dances death, and a woman calls the tune. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Caracas Police, senor. I have Jefe Velasquez returning your call. Momentito, por favor.
Thanks.
I have the senor Dollar, Jefe.
Gracias. Good morning, amigo.
It is, huh?
Here it is.
Here it ain't.
Where is there?
The Alder house in La Guiara. I'm staying here at Alder's request.
Ah, you are had they call a fast mover, amigo. Felicidades.
Sorry, but felicitations are a little out of place.
Trouble?
Someone came within inches of killing Alder last night. I've got the bullet. How's your ballistics set up?
At your disposal. Just bring it in.
Thanks, I will. Maybe it's got something to say.
I hope you're right. But, amigo.
Yeah?
Don't you think is the next bullet you should be worrying about?
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Caracas, Venezuela, to the Home Office, Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Alder matter. Expense account continued. Expense account item 5, $5 even. Tip to one Nachos Gomez, servant in the big Alder house. For a good reason. He hadn't liked the idea of my prowling the slope alone last night looking for someone with a gun. He'd insisted on joining me. True, we hadn't found anything, but he'd been there. $5 isn't much to pay for a friend, and I had a feeling I could use one. I ate breakfast alone. Alder had already gone to his office, and the rest of the house was asleep. Nacho's breakfast tray rattled when he saw the money.
For me, Senor Dollar, why?
Oh, call it appreciation. You didn't have to follow me out there last night.
Well, you could have been hurt, Senor. You don't know the slope is a long drop to the bottom.
Yeah, and lumpy.
I didn't expect money. I did not do it for that.
I know that. Go ahead, take it.
Mil gracias.
Something...
I tell you something, senor. When you go running out there last night, I was sure you would find nobody.
Oh, why?
Well, you saw for yourself. Too much, how you call it, bushes, too thick. They could be standing right next to you and you wouldn't know.
Then why did you come streaking out after me?
I told you. It's a long way down. One wrong step and... Psst.
In the States, that's an old joke. The punchline is, watch that first step. It's a beaut. I got in the car I'd rented the previous day and headed toward Caracas. I passed the driving time pleasantly by counting oil wells. From that, I graduated to trying to figure how much money they made with each given stroke of the huge pumps. Nice kind of occupation? Sure. Specifically designed for a purpose. To keep me from worrying about the business at hand, namely why super salesman Billy Alder, insured for $250,000, should change his beneficiaries 5 times in a single month. Further, who'd taken that pot shot at him last night? Answers? I went back to counting oil wells. In Caracas, I headed for police headquarters and the head man, Jefe Velasquez. He turned the bullet over to his lab, but they were short-handed. By lunchtime, I still had no report. So I took Velasquez to lunch.
For a man who is living in a house like Billy Alder's, you do not look happy, amigo.
That bullet traveled an inch more to the left. Billy Alder wouldn't need a house.
It's a good point. You look too serious for a nice lunch. I fixed that. Oye, deme 2 pisco sour, por favor. You ever drink the pisco sour, amigo?
No. Will it help?
Well, they do not solve the case for you, but they make you happier about being worried.
Well, maybe we'd better order doubles.
It's confusing, the Alder house.
What do you think? Keep him alive, Alder says. But that's the only word you can get out of him.
You feel the thing I mentioned yesterday, the tension, the strangeness?
The only ones I've met are Alder and his daughter.
You haven't met Mrs. Alder, any of the others? Why?
They got home late.
After the shooting?
Way after.
Interesting.
Oh, sure. It could have been any of them out on that slope.
I do not worry about you, amigo. You will do fine.
Well, here's something else interesting. Alder doesn't want me to question any of them about that shot.
Oh?
You noticed there was no complaint to your office about the murder try.
I notice.
Because Alder wanted it that way.
Like I say, interesting. Hey, gracias, waiter. You sip that, amigo. See if it does not help. It's good?
Oh, very nice.
It will be nicer. Just give it time. You still have the Senor Billy Alder on your mind, eh?
Yeah.
Have another sip.
Jefe.
See?
There's something else on my mind.
You got to learn to relax, Johnny.
You mentioned Mrs. Alder a few minutes ago. Seemed surprised I hadn't met her. What are you thinking of?
Just that you living at the house.
No, Hefe, it was more than that.
Amigo, you are imagining.
Come on now, level with me. I'm far enough out in left field as it is. Write it off as professional courtesy, huh?
You are a pretty nice-looking fellow, amigo.
Don't snow me. Just
I am simply trying to answer your question, Johnny. Mrs. Alder, how shall we say it? It does not make her angry to be seen in the company of a handsome man.
I see. What's Mr. Alder's reaction?
The Alders must be people of breeding. If they have a quarrel, it is not in public.
Thanks. But at the risk of seeming ungrateful, you could have mentioned that yesterday.
It's a pretty good department, the Caracas police, amigo. You know why? Because I teach them always one thing at a time. Comprende?
Mucho, amigo.
Come on. We eat, then we get back to the lab. If they have not finished, I fire everybody.
Expense account item 6, $14.85. Velasquez drank enough Pisco sours to float the Normandy. Back at the police lamp, I wished I'd kept pace with him, because all they could tell from the bullet was that it had come from a Luger. And Velasquez pointed out there must be a couple of thousand Lugers in Caracas. I headed back for the Alder house at La Guerra. Unless the members of that happy household slept all day, somebody should be alive and stirring. And they were people I wanted to meet badly. But I almost didn't make it. As I approached the main gate, I noticed another car parked along the side of the road about 50 feet from it. Suddenly, it roared into life, shot forward, screamed to a stop, and cut me off, almost piling me into the entrance pillars. You darn fool, what's the matter with you?
Plenty. You know who I am, Dollar?
I know this. If you ever try a stunt like that again, I'll ram those pearly teeth right down your throat.
Tough guy, huh?
There's an easy way of finding out.
But we'll get to that in a minute. I asked you if you knew who I am.
Sure I do. Paul Kincaid, the lad who was smooching with Billy Alder's daughter yesterday. You taking bows?
You just couldn't wait to tell Alder about it, could you?
Your girl's been telling you lies, Kincaid. I just happened to be there. If you don't want to be seen, don't neck in doorways.
Now, just a minute, Dollar.
And speaking of people in wrong places, I thought you were a foreman in the oil fields. I don't see any derricks on the Alder property.
I took the day off so I could come over and see you.
Well, you getting a good look?
Yeah. And I still think Alder hired you to keep Peggy away from him. Now, you keep out of my head, Dollar. What are you staring for?
Well, now, everybody's full of wild ideas today. I just had one that maybe isn't so wild. Like maybe you just ad-libbed a reason for being here. And the real one is to sneak out on the slope and see if you can't find an empty Luger shell.
What?
There has to be one out there, you know.
You saying I took that shot at Alder?
I don't know. How bad do you want to marry into the Alder money? Saw the punch coming, slipped it, and threw my own. It was a dilly while it lasted. It lasted too long. You get a set of arms working in an oil field. He had them all right, and those punches hurt. So I went to judo. Even then, he was tough. I guess I better get in shape or take up accounting. A look in the car mirror made one thing clear. I couldn't take a face like that through the front door. When I reached the house, I skirted it, managed to get to the service entrance without scaring the life out of anyone. Here, my little gift to Nacho Gomez, Cedar Item 5, began to pay off. He hustled me up to my room by the back stairs, and without waiting to be asked, he got busy with bandages and things.
You win, senor?
Oh, would you believe it if I said yes?
Only through politeness, I think. Oh, perdóneme, senor. That one was pretty deep. Caray.
Yeah, what's the matter?
I was just thinking, if you really win, I hate to see the loser.
Thanks, but I can do it without seeing him again.
That is about the best I can do, senor.
Yeah, well, okay, thanks.
Oh, no es nada. Con su permiso, senor.
Sure, just tell me one thing, will you? Is anything going on downstairs?
Well, how do you mean, senor?
Well, that racket we hear coming up.
The racket? Oh, you mean El Montante.
Montante? The bullfighter?
The finest matador in the world, senor. Did you not know he's the guest of the house?
He's staying here?
Oh, sí. The senor and Senora Alder, they're big aficionados. They love the corrida.
New style, isn't it? Fighting bulls in the house?
No, senor. Montante, he just gave how you say, a demonstration of the passes with the cape, you know?
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's beautiful. Why you not go down and watch, senor? You see, you will enjoy. It's lovely, the fine bullfight.
Anybody ever asked the bull about that? After Nacho's gentle ministrations and a quick change of clothes, I must confess I looked slightly more like a human being again. Slightly. Anyhow, I wandered downstairs, headed for the huge living room. And it was like walking into another world, alive and pulsating to the music from a record player. 5 or 6 people stood around, hypnotically beating time, their eyes glued to the great El Montante, a handsome Spaniard who skillfully worked a bullfighter's cape in the center of the floor. Nacho hadn't exaggerated. Montante was beautiful to watch. But the feeling wasn't unanimous. Billy Alder and his daughter Peggy were the only people in the room I knew, and though they beat time with the others, they both shared the same expression on their faces. Intense dislike for the man with the cape. As I shifted my attention to them, a woman tore reluctant eyes away from the matador and moved quietly toward me. She wasn't really beautiful, but tremendously chic, for want of a better word, and that made her seem beautiful.
I'm Constance Alder, Mr. Dollar. Welcome to our home.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Alder.
I'm afraid I've been negligent as a hostess.
Oh, we've just missed connections, that's all.
Charmingly put. Do you mind if I wait to introduce you to the others? When Montante's finished?
No, of course not. Please go on back. Don't worry about me. I'm doing fine.
Thank you.
I watched her as she crossed the room, then realized that someone else was doing exactly the same thing, her husband, Billy Alder. Only the look on his face was the same glaring dislike with which he'd favored the cape-wielding matador. Interesting. Then, after a long moment, Constant Alder moved quietly out of the room, as though not wishing to disturb the others. The performance was still going strong, and after about 5 minutes, I moved out onto the patio, stood looking down at the La Guerra harbor. Because it was on my mind, I stared down at the spot on the slope from which the Luger had been fired. And I saw that someone was there, awkwardly searching the ground. A moment later, they straightened up, moved a few feet to continue the search. Even in the late afternoon sun, there couldn't be any mistake in the searcher's identity. It was Constance Alder.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, 2 sides of the same old yarn. And whichever side you choose, you've got to call it wrong. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Constance Alder, Mr. Dollar. Are you all right?
Sure, Mrs. Alder. What made you think I might not be?
Well, just your having left the living room. Being in your own room like this,
Oh, nothing wrong, Mrs. Alder. I'm fine.
I'm sorry El Montante took so long with his cape handling demonstration. I hope you weren't bored.
Not in the least. He's very good.
But you did leave.
That isn't necessarily a sign of boredom, is it, Mrs. Alder? You left before I did.
Yes, of course. The hostess has to keep busy, you know.
Sure. And like I said, I wasn't bored. I only left because I wanted a little air. I went out on the patio for it. Wonderful spot, Mrs. Alder. You can see everything. The harbor, the slope down from the house, even anyone who might be on it.
I want to see you, Mr. Dollar. Talk to you.
That figures. Where?
Your car. Half an hour.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Caracas, Venezuela, to the Home Office, Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Alder Matter. Expense account continued. Sometimes it takes only a few well-chosen words to start the mountain coming to Muhammad. And it looked like I'd picked the right ones with Constance Alder. Whatever she had to say, I wanted to hear it, because it was a cinch nobody else in this rat race was giving away any information. Yeah, I wanted very much to hear what Mrs. Alder had to say. I headed downstairs right away because I have a fetish about being early. But my timing was bad.
Hey, Dollar, you got a minute?
Well, I can hardly say no to my host, Mr. Alder.
Come on in the den.
Anything the matter?
There's cuts on your face. What happened?
Your daughter's boyfriend.
Paul Kincaid?
Yeah, he's got the idea you hired me to bust up their little romance. He didn't like it.
That idiot.
Is that all you've got to say, Mr. Alder?
What?
Because if it is, let me tell you how I feel about it, where I stand.
Look, Dollar.
No, you look. I know you're the insured, but I just about had it with you.
I don't have to take that kind of talk.
I think you do. You asked me to keep you alive, but you won't lift a finger to help. Every time I ask you a question, you look the other way, do an imitation of a clam. What am I supposed to be, a mind reader?
All I want you to do is protect me.
Oh, come on, Alder. You're smarter than that. Protect you from what? You've almost been tagged out once. You must have an idea who made that try and why.
I have no idea.
Just like that, huh?
Mr. Dollar...
Look, Mr. Alder, don't you see that by not opening up, you're making a clay pigeon out of yourself?
I can tell you nothing.
You know that I'd be justified in suggesting my company cancel the policy.
Well, you'll have to suit yourself about that. Excuse me.
Just a minute. What did you tell your family and guests about me? Who am I supposed to be?
An old friend from up in the States.
Uh-huh. You realize something, old friend? That's the first question I ever asked that you had an answer for.
It's the first one I considered you had a right to ask.
Mr. Alder.
Yes?
Whose side are you on? Yours or the person who's trying to kill you? Oil-rich Billy Alder, business mind par excellence, super salesman deluxe. The man who could sell or talk you into anything. But could he say one word that might keep another bullet from coming his way? It sure didn't look like it. I left the den, was just starting out to my car to meet Mrs. Alder. I must have been real anxious for our chat because I suddenly realized I'd forgotten my car keys. I hurried back upstairs and at the top almost bowled over a woman who was about to come down. Oh, I'm so sorry. My fault.
That's all right.
No, I should have looked where I was going. Here, are you hurt, Miss...
It's perfectly all right. Excuse me, please.
Sure was a hard house to make acquaintances in, even when they were old and drab and stern-looking. Well, I went to my room, got my car keys, and my wallet, which lay alongside them. The position of the wallet was interesting. I shut the door, headed once more for my car. The lady of the house was waiting, we took off.
I know who you are, Mr. Dollar, while you're here.
I'm sure you do. I was just back in my room.
What?
I'll give you a tip. Never search a pro's room. He always puts an article down in a certain position, then memorizes it automatically. A searcher can never replace it exactly the same way. With me, it's wallets.
I did not go into your room.
Oh? Then name a guess for me, will you? 50-ish kind of lady, kind of faded, severe-looking?
Why?
I'm just curious.
Doris Cole, a very old friend from the States.
Mind telling me where her room is?
Right next to yours. Why?
Well, I just ran into her as she was coming downstairs. She looked a little, Call it worried.
That's ridiculous. She'd have no more reason to search your room than I would.
Sure. Let's forget it. A little while ago, I saw you searching out on the slope. And you know I saw you. Now, what were you looking for? An empty cartridge?
You think I fired that shot at my husband?
Someone did. And there are easier places to go for a stroll than on that slope.
I know what you're thinking. But you're wrong. I just wanted to see if I could find some trace of whoever had done it. A shell from a gun.
Well, that's interesting, to say the least.
I don't like your tone, Mr. Dollar.
I don't blame you, because you just made a boo-boo. Only an automatic ejects a shell. A revolver doesn't. In other words, you knew what kind of gun was used. Uncomfortable, Mrs. Alder?
Why don't you go home?
Like to live dangerously, Mrs. Alder? Slapping the driver of a moving car? Pretty foolish, isn't it?
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
All right, tell me something. How did you know what I was really here for?
My husband. I made him tell me.
Well, congratulations. I can't get him to tell me the time of day. And he knows whose side I'm on. We rode back to the house without exchanging another word, and one thing was obvious. The chic Mrs. Alder had apologized all right, but the anger I'd stirred up could have powered a fair-sized city for a week. When we reached the house, she simply got out, headed for it as though I were a process server she wanted to get away from. I went to my room, trying not to look like a process server, to figure what my next step would be. I was suddenly very grateful to whoever had chosen my room because of two things. The excellent view of the Alder patio, and what was happening on it. Mrs. Alder and Doris Cole were having a discussion, with Mrs. Alder doing all the talking. Even from this distance, I could see the anger on both their faces. Then, after a few minutes, both women went into the house. 5 minutes later, I was still wishing I could have heard the words. Well, Miss Cole, won't you come in?
Well, I only stopped for a moment.
Glad you did.
I just wanted to apologize for my behavior when we ran into each other on the stairs a little while ago.
Oh, nonsense. It was my fault.
No. I meant, well, I was so brusque and, well, I just don't know what I could have been thinking of.
Oh, you were nothing of the kind. Don't worry about it.
You're very nice about it. Very nice. Well, excuse me now, won't you?
Oh, sure thing, Miss Cole. Thanks for taking the trouble.
Yes.
I watched her as she hurried down the hall. An awkward woman who left you with one strong impression, that she had little feel for the social graces. The impression was emphasized about 2 minutes later by a second visitor, one who knew all about the social graces, Constance Alder, all smiles and charm.
I'll bet you thought we ran out of food, Mr. Dollar.
I was kind of wondering.
Blame El Montante.
Does he eat everything in the house?
Oh, not quite. He just refuses to allow dinner to be served. Insists that tonight he's the host, that it's his evening.
Oh, what does that mean?
Dinner in town, the highlight matches, and night clubbing afterward. He simply won't be refused. Insists that everyone in the house be his guest. Sound attractive?
Well, it would be pretty hard to say no to an offer like that.
Good. Don't be long. Everyone's dressing like mad. Should be quite an evening.
It was. Montante was acknowledged to be a great matador. He had just as much class outside the arena. He ordered a dinner, and it was gourmet time. He placed our bets at the highlight matches, nothing but winners. And at the nightclub, nothing but champagne. For a group of people living in a house loaded with tension, it was a ball. And a lot of it was because of the matador's quiet, easy manner. He was a man who knew how things should be done and did them. It was pretty tough not to like him. Constance Alder seemed to feel the same way, her eyes always on him. But the matador himself was never once out of line. Never said or did anything that could possibly offend Billy Alder. And for a busy host, he was observant. I found that out while the others were dancing.
Perhaps I can answer the question, Senor Dollar.
I haven't asked one, Senor Montante.
In words, no. But it is not difficult to interpret. You watch Mrs. Alder and me. Then a question is in your eyes, no?
You're a pretty sharp fella, Senor Matador.
And a gentleman, Senor. I do not pursue other men's wives. The question is answered?
Partly. What happens when you're the pursued?
I see. Senor Dollar, women with money but without great beauty, they try to compensate, each in her own way. Hers is not unusual. Acquisition. the company and attendance of a man who is presentable, admired. I am not unknown in the arena, so for the moment it is my company. Tomorrow, a better-known companion, if one should appear. As simple as that. It's sad, no, senor? And a little embarrassing.
Thanks. And I'm the one who's embarrassed. I thought your eye was on the Alder fortune.
Senor, you know what I receive for a Sunday afternoon in any Latin American country? $10,000. Sometimes more. Your question is answered, senor?
Well, not quite. Where does a fella take bullfight lessons? Like I said, the evening was pleasant, but it was still a job. Watching Doris Cole now, awkwardly dancing with Billy Alder, I kept thinking of her argument with Mrs. Alder, her furtiveness. I felt sure she'd been the one who'd searched my room, and there would never be a better chance to return the compliment. So I developed a sudden killing headache, and over the protests of the others, said goodnight and grabbed a cab for the Alder house in Aguilera. In Miss Cole's room, I did a hurried but thorough search, and came up with two things that proved real interesting. A passport with Doris Cole's picture, but made out to one Dora Jansen, and an unsigned letter, postmarked New York. In a quick scrawl, it said simply that the Caribbean Star would arrive in La Guerra on the 17th.
I'm sorry about your headache, Mr. Dollar, but there is no aspirin in my room.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, motives for murder are like peanuts. Once you start, you can't stop. One difference, though. A peanut won't kill you. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dollar? There's Alder here. Must be something the matter with the house phone. I thought I rang a different room.
Doris Cole's room, Mr. Alder?
Well, yes.
That's what you got.
Now, see here, Dollar, you're not questioning that woman, badgering her.
We were simply discussing two headaches and the value of aspirin. Want to speak to her?
I just wanted to be sure everything was all right. Both of you running out of the nightclub with headaches like that.
Oh, everything's fine. I'd like to speak to you, though.
Sorry, it's late. I have a long day tomorrow.
I'm afraid it's important.
Good night, Dollar.
Are you thinking of arresting me, Mr. Dollar?
I'm not a policeman, Miss Cole.
You act like one. Answering my phone, sneaking into my room while I'm gone.
That evens the score, then. You had a quick look through mine earlier in the day.
Mr. Dollar.
Just what were you looking for, Miss Cole?
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Caracas, Venezuela. To the Home Office, Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Alder matter. Expense account continued. Back in my own room, after saying goodnight to a sullen Doris Cole, I didn't feel the slightest qualms about having invaded her room and lying about the reason for it. Why should I? The people in the Alder house didn't seem too concerned with the truth. In fact, the whole case seemed to be a question of lie or say nothing. Consider, Billy Alder had been shot at, indicating he had a good reason to change beneficiaries 5 times in a month. And still, he was the original say-nothing fella. Keep me alive was all I could get out of him. His wife had lied, his daughter had lied, and Doris Cole, an old friend of the family, had just proved to be a walking lie. The passport I'd found in her room had her photograph, all right, but it said she was Dora Jansen. An unsigned letter in the same drawer had stated simply that the Caribbean Star would dock tomorrow. I got into bed, and an odd thought hit me. If the Caribbean Star didn't dock, would the steamship company have joined the Liars Club, too? Expense account item 7, 10 cents. 1 newspaper, bought on the La Guiara docks early next morning. My Spanish is pretty nothing, but I could read the important thing, that the Caribbean Star was due at noon. With time to kill, I drove into Billy Alder's office in Caracas. He hit the ceiling when I told him about Doris Cole's passport. I was suddenly glad I'd mentioned nothing about the letter.
Dollar, how dare you search the room of a guest in my house? How dare you?
Just returning a courtesy.
What?
Mine was searched thoroughly.
Well, that still isn't any reason for your behavior.
Oh, one-way ethics, Mr. Alder?
I've told you repeatedly, Dollar. There's only one reason I want you here.
I know. Keep you alive. But how? With handcuffs on? Now, suppose I told you to find some oil, then refused to let you dig any holes in the ground. You'd begin to smell a rat, wouldn't you?
What are you talking about?
Just about everything in this cell.
Look, I have a very busy day.
Who is Dora Jansen, Mr. Alder? And why does she call herself Doris Cole?
You're making too much of nothing, Dollar. It isn't a crime to use another name.
That depends on the reason, doesn't it?
She's an old friend.
Oh, who isn't?
Dollar,
Aren't you tired of that tune? For a man who's afraid for his life, you've got more old friends than anyone I ever knew. Also, I haven't noticed anything particularly friendly between you.
Yeah, she's not a well woman, Dollar. I don't want you bothering.
You don't want me bothering anyone.
Exactly.
Not even the one who fired that shot at you. So I can't help getting an impression that you have a pretty good idea of who it might have been.
I told you I was busy, Dollar.
Yeah, but it's what you haven't told me I keep thinking about.
Dollar.
What?
Did you find anything else in that room beside the passport?
Why, Mr. Alder, what's happened to your sense of ethics? There was still plenty of time before the Caribbean Star would be docking, and Billy Alder's reaction had dictated my next move. The cable office in La Guiara suddenly seemed like a very important place to visit. There were too many silent mouths in Caracas, and I needed one that had something to say. Okay, miss. You can take this now.
Si, senor. How you like this to go?
Don't spare the horses.
Okay.
Cable, rush.
Si. Victor Kelly, World...
Yeah, no, my lousy handwriting. Here. To Victor Kelly, Worldwide Mutual, Hartford, Connecticut, USA.
Si?
Want all possible information, Dora Jansen, a.k.a. Doris Cole, U.S. passport, 19B67943-11. Signed, Dollar.
And your address for the answer?
I'll pick it up here.
As you wish.
And lady, please.
I know, senor. Don't spare the horses.
It was still early when I reached the waterfront where the Caribbean Star would soon be docking. There wasn't much point in watching the incoming passengers. I didn't even know who I was looking for. So I found a spot at the pier entrance where I could concentrate on those meeting the passengers. Here I made a grudging concession to all movie detectives. Item 7, another 10 cents, another newspaper to hide behind. And you know something? It works fine. Doris Cole, or according to that passport, Dora Jansen, was nervous, excited. And there was no trouble to stay close behind her as she met a passenger, a short, nondescript man in his late 50s. When they jumped into a cab and hurried away from the pier, they were closely followed by a man clutching an unread newspaper. Me. The trip was a short one, about 6 or 7 blocks away. The cab in front pulled up at a cheap hotel on the waterfront. I circled the block once, got rid of my cab, and wandered into the dismal lobby. The fat, sleepy clerk made a concession. He opened one eye.
See, you look for something.
Yeah, that gentleman who just came in, I had an appointment with him. Oh, darn it, I must have left the slip of paper with his name on it in my hotel. I can't find it.
That's too bad.
You know, the gentleman who just went up to room.
Yeah. You want me to say the number now, huh? Don't you think I ever been to a movie?
Oh, no, really, you can save me a lot of embarrassment. You've got it right there on the register.
See?
Mind if I have a look?
I mind.
Look, friend.
When was the last time you got anything for free, friend?
Oh, why didn't you say so? I was trying not to offend you.
Here,
let me see.
You play blackjack, senor? How you call it? 21?
Yeah, why?
Like they say, hit me again.
Oh, you're rubbing it in.
See? You want to do business or no?
Item 9, $10. Market schmear, schmooze, or just plain graft. He pointed an oversized forefinger at a name on the ledger, lost interest in me, went back to sleep. Arthur Singer, it said. Room 8. I went up the stairway. A few seconds later, I moved as quietly as I could down the grimy second-floor hallway, stopped at the door of number 8. At first, I heard nothing. Then, after a long minute, the voices began, angrily, as though resuming an old argument.
I don't know.
Then let me handle it.
No. What about him? Suppose he
What
knows.
does he does? You want it all to go for nothing. Now, you listen to me. I know what I'm doing.
5 minutes later, I was back in the cable office getting a second message off to Vic Kelly in Hartford. It was a request for anything he could possibly dig up on Arthur Singer. I didn't hope for too much because it would probably turn out to be an alias, but it was an angle I couldn't afford to overlook.
You're not bad for answer so soon, senor.
Oh, no, I just want you to get this one off. Same fella.
And same way, no spare the horses?
That's it. And thanks.
It's nada. Oh, senor, I want to ask you something.
Shoot.
Your business partner, did I do something to displease him? He seemed so angry.
My who seems so what?
Well, he was so nice at first, but after he read the message...
Wait a minute, hold everything. First of all, I have no business partner.
Oh, then I make terrible mistake.
Oh, just tell me what happened.
Well, this man, he come in less than a minute after you leave, was very nice.
Yeah?
Said he was your business partner, that he just leave you. You were worried because you forgot whether you say something in the message you just sent. Then you asked him to check it for you.
Uh-huh.
He seemed to know what he was talking.
So you showed it to him. Then?
That is when he got so angry. He just put it down and leave.
What did he look like?
A little less tall than you, and he have gray hair.
Eyeglasses?
See, eyeglasses.
Gray suit?
Si, senor. Gray suit. You know him?
I'm beginning to wonder if anyone really does.
I am so sorry for my mistake, senor.
Oh, forget it. It wasn't your fault. Just send that second message.
Si, senor.
About the answers. Send them to me at William Alder's house as soon as you get them. Maybe we'll read them together. Sure. Billy Alder was my new business partner. Alder, the original close-mouthed fella. But it looked like there was nothing wrong with his brain or his eyesight. Then suddenly I didn't mind that he'd read my message to Vic Kelly, because a frightened man usually reacts at the extreme ends of the scale. He'd been at the let's-do-nothing end. Maybe he'd now go the other way. There was one more step I could make on the waterfront, so I made it. My credentials presented at the steamship offices got me a look at the passenger list of the Caribbean Star. The name Arthur Singer wasn't on it. I started down the small waterfront street to where my car was parked. My mind was full of Billy Alder and the pieces of this crazy puzzle, tugging one way, pulling another. Trying to make sense out of it somehow, I used some sort of slide rule where logic could be a solid base. No matter how I twisted it, I knew one thing. It just wouldn't work. I didn't have enough yet to make it work. I was just reaching for the door handle when I saw his reflection in the car window. The man who'd sneaked up behind me, blackjack raised high in the air. The blackjack was just insurance. He was tough enough without it. I finally worked him to the side of the car, managed a half Nelson, and let the car door workers my blackjack. 5 seconds later, an officer came rushing up, and 5 minutes later, I sat in the office of Jefe Velasquez, chief of police.
You feeling all right now, amigo?
Yeah, sure. What did you get out of that blackjack artist?
Just what I expected.
Still won't say who hired him, huh?
You have to understand this kind of fellow, amigo.
I do, huh?
What I mean, he's asesino pequeño, you know?
Cheap hood? Monster?
Si. For extra $2, maybe 3, he would blackjack his mother. He claims he does not know who hired him, that he is to get his money in a letter.
That one I was spats.
Okay?
I say he's lying.
Of course, but he will stick to the story because he knows he will get the same sentence whether he tells or he does not.
A cheap hood won't usually cover for somebody else.
This kind does, amigo. Otherwise, he would never be hired again.
I'd give a lot for a few minutes alone with him, Jefe.
Sorry, Juanito, but I like my job.
Just wishful thinking.
Not hard to understand.
Well...
You are leaving?
Not getting anywhere sitting here. You sure you haven't got business somewhere else? I got an awfully big yen to talk to that thug. You know, I got a hunch.
Forget it, amigo. It's like I say. If you ask him on a Monday what is the day, he must tell you Tuesday. You could beat him to death, he will still say Tuesday. Is the way they think.
Jefe, a favor.
If I can.
Suppose I don't prefer charges. Would you put a tail on him when he leaves?
Johnny.
Look, I know it's 1,000,000 to 1 against the hood doing a rough-up without the money in hand, but if he hasn't collected you...
Come, amigo, like you say, 1,000,000 to 1.
I know I'm grabbing at straws, but just in case, Jefe. Come on, huh?
Okay.
Good, thanks.
Hey, where do you go?
Back to the cable office.
Oh?
Yeah. And if a man in Hartford has nothing to say, I've got a permanent seat behind the 8 ball.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a puzzle never fits itself together. You've got to snoop, pry, and juggle the pieces. And sometimes people get killed that way. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Good morning, Senor Dollar. Is La Guiara Cable Office calling? We have an answer to cables you sent to Hartford, Connecticut.
Good.
Would you like me to read the message, Senor?
No, I'm on a telephone with extensions.
Oh, I see. Perhaps you prefer I have it delivered then?
No, I don't.
Then you will come in for it yourself?
Yeah, just as fast as I can get there.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Caracas, Venezuela, to the Home Office Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Alder matter. Expense account continued. At the cable office, I ran into another dead end. Vic Kelly, back in Hartford, had come up with absolutely nothing on either Dora Jansen, who called herself Doris Cole, or Arthur Singer, the little man she'd hurried off an incoming liner yesterday. Complete strikeout. I headed outside, caught a glimpse of Mrs. Billy Alder watching me from across the street. Social life changing, Mrs. Alder? Does being my hostess include tailing me?
Does being on La Guiara Street constitute tailing you?
Preserve me from amateur detectives.
Good morning, Mr. Dollar.
Now, come on. You rushed out of the house so fast you couldn't possibly have eaten. I'll buy you breakfast. I knew it was curiosity that made her take me up. She just couldn't resist the thought that maybe I'd give something away, let something slip. She ate warily, tentatively. We must have looked like two boxers in a close fight sitting on the edge of their stools, waiting for the last round, the one that would decide the winner.
You're staring.
Thinking. You love your husband, Mrs. Alder?
There'd better be a reason for a question like that.
Let's stop sparring, huh? You know why I'm down here.
Do I?
You told me you did the other day.
So I did.
Now, don't be aloof, lady. You're not that much in the clear. You've been the beneficiary several times and dropped.
My daughter is the present one, I believe. And what exactly is your point? There's been no crime committed.
No crime? Somebody's bullet misses your husband by inches and you call it no crime?
Thank you for breakfast.
Don't forget I saw you out on the grounds of the house searching the place that shot came from.
I told you before.
You knew an automatic pistol was used, admitted looking for a shell.
You talk too much, Mr. Dollar.
And you talk too little. Look, why have you been tailing me? It's certainly not to see that I'm protecting your husband's life. So it's obviously to make sure that I don't find out something. Now, what is it, Mrs. Alder? And why is it so terribly important I don't find out about it?
If you won't leave, Mr. Dollar, I will.
There's this about getting someone angry enough, fearful enough, it makes them forget about caution. Mrs. Alder never once looked back, simply headed straight for the cheap little waterfront hotel where Arthur Singer was staying. She stayed for over half an hour, and when she left, she still looked frightened. Whatever the game was, it looked like everyone was a player but me. But Mrs. Alder's move helped, started an idea gnawing at me. So I headed for Caracas in the office of a smart cop, Jefe Velasquez. I needed someone to talk to, and the Jefe was a good listener.
Come, amigo, sit down. Tell me where it feels wrong, huh?
Billy Alder. He does all that changing in his policy, so I assume he's scared of being knocked off. Probably by one of the people who has been named a beneficiary of the policy.
So?
So now I'll take the other people concerned. Alder's wife is as much a clam as her husband is. Also, she knows what kind of a gun was used to take that shot at him. Dora Jansen, a woman who uses an alias and is obviously afraid of me. Arthur Singer, a little man Dora has hidden in a waterfront hotel. And now I find Alder's wife knows about the little man, too.
Conclusion, amigo?
That the three of them are in on something together. But not to kill Alder for that policy. His daughter gets it all.
Yet Alder is afraid.
And I think he's scared of something the others know. Now, suppose that shot wasn't meant to kill him, just frighten him. A sign that somebody meant business.
That is a nice piece of logic.
Yeah. Now all I got to do is make it work. Look, Jefe, whatever this deal is, nobody's going to make a move till I'm out of here.
So?
So, good, bad, or indifferent, I'm going to do a little acting. I stayed with Velasquez another half hour, setting things up as best I could. Then I drove to the airport and paid, item 11, $309.80 for a plane ticket marked Hartford, Connecticut. Sure, it was an expensive prop, but this was one act I had to be convincing him. I drove back to Caracas, pasted a real angry look on my face, marched into Billy Alder's sumptuous office, and threw the airline ticket on his desk. He studied it for a long minute.
What does this mean, Dollar?
That I've had all of you I can take, Alder. You and your keep me alive.
You are going back to the States?
You can read. The ticket says Hartford, Connecticut. It also says the 6 o'clock plane, because there's nothing earlier.
But why? Why, Dollar?
So I can get back and make my recommendations to the insurance company. You know what I'm going to recommend, Alder.
Please, wait.
That they cancel your policy because of your refusal to cooperate. Sorry, Alder.
Dollar, please, now don't do it. I beg
There's a clause in that policy.
I don't care about that policy. Now, don't you understand?
Understand what?
Listen to me. All that changing of beneficiaries. I only did that to make them send someone down here. I need protection.
Against what?
I'm in a jam. All I want is protection until it's peacefully settled. Do you understand?
No, plainer.
I know someone wants to kill me over a business deal. I'm asking you to see that I stay alive until I have time to reason with this man.
Who is he?
I can't tell you.
Then let me tell you something. He's just arrived in town.
How did you... Don't you see, Mr. Dollar? You must stay.
Sorry. Goodbye, Mr. Alder. I went back to the Alder house, packed my bag, and said my goodbyes. Neither Mrs. Alder nor Dora Jansen wept. I drove to the airport, checked my luggage in. Then I slipped away, drove back to Caracas the long way. A half hour later, I checked into a little side street hotel where Jefe Velasquez had reserved a room for me. Then came the hardest part, the waiting. That 6 o'clock plane must have been way out over the Caribbean when the call finally came. Yeah?
Velasquez here. You tired of waiting?
Oh, brother, you know it. Look, Jefe, your men check in. Maybe I should have taken part of the work.
Be patient, amigo. Your whole idea depends on their thinking you took that plane. You must stay right where you are.
But what about your men? Have
I
they...
get a call every couple minutes, amigo. Alder, his wife, the Dora Johnson, Arthur Singer. I can tell you every move they make in the last 3 hours.
But they haven't made the one I'm waiting for, huh?
You will know it 3 minutes after they make it.
If they make it. Thanks, Jefe. 5 minutes later, Velasquez called again. He took only enough time to tell me he was on his way and to be down in the street in 2 minutes. I was. I only beat him by seconds.
Come on, amigo.
Well?
It looked like your plan worked, Juanito. This Dora Johnson.
Yeah?
As soon as she learned your plane left, the one you did not take, she rushed to the waterfront hotel, picked up the Arthur Singer. Then the two of them rushed to the Alder house.
And?
Alder must have seen him coming because he jumped in his car and raced out in the direction of his oil field at Caranero. They see him and follow him. That's where we headed for.
Then we better get things going, get there before Singer kills Alder. I don't know whether or not he deserves killing, but I know one thing. It'll cost my company $250,000. Velasquez's men were plenty good. Halfway to Caranero, one of them flagged us down, told us both cars had definitely passed his way. And when we reached the oil field, another one waited at the gate. He told us Billy Alder, Dora Jansen, and Arthur Singer were in a little work shack across the field. We left the car and moved as quietly as we could toward the shack. There was a weird feeling. In every direction, you could see the great oil rigs working, pumping, ignoring us. We reached the shack, peered cautiously through the window. An even weirder scene was taking place. An almost hysterical Dora Jansen pointed a Luger at a sweating Billy Alder. A terrified Arthur Singer pleaded with her. Their words pushed easily through the thin wooden slatting.
Dora, please don't do it. You'll only make things worse.
Your brother's right, Dora. Dora, listen to me.
Like he listened to you 4 years ago. What did it get him, Mr. Fancy Promoter? Tell me that.
I'll make it right with him.
A quiet gentleman. A bookkeeper who never did anything wrong in his life until you sold him a bill of goods.
Now, listen to me, both of you.
So he rigged your books for you. Made false entries, made it look like he was responsible for the bankruptcy. And he did the 3 years in prison that you should have done.
For $100,000. That was the deal. And believe me, I'm not trying to cheat him. The money is tied up in my business. I need time, but I'll pay him.
Pay him? It's been a year since he came out of jail. You'll never pay. You'll try to cheat him out of the money one way or another.
I swear to you, Dora.
It's a lot easier to kill him than pay him, isn't it?
Oh, you're crazy.
Is that why you kept the Luger in the house? Were you worried when it disappeared? When I shot at you to let you know I meant business?
Think what you're doing. Dollar knows all about this.
Oh, yes. Your bodyguard must have gotten frightened after I had him beat up the other day. He's on his way to the States in a plane.
Dora!
No! I'm going to kill you. Now!
Come on. Put it down, Dora. You pull that trigger and he'll still come out the winner.
No!
Senorita, do not make me fire, please.
I don't care. As long as he gets what he deserves. Stand back!
Senorita!
For a split second, she wavered. Then the hate took over. Alder sank to the floor, disbelief on his face. Panicked, she raced out into the night, and I went after her. Dora!
No!
Dora, hold it!
No!
There's no place to go. Dora!
Stay away from me, you hear? Don't come in there!
What happened to her, Johnny?
She panicked, turned to scream at me, and ran right into one of the protection fences around the derrick. She just passed out. She'll come around. How's Alder?
Conscious, but I do not know. We better get him to the hospital.
Yeah, come on.
She didn't mean to shoot him, mister. My sister wouldn't hurt anyone.
Sure. Go take care of her.
She was only doing it for me. For me, mister.
Alder?
I would have paid. I wasn't going to cheat him. Oh, Dollar, you know?
Yeah, we heard it all.
I'm glad it's over. The worrying.
Want to tell me one thing, Alder? Your wife, where does she fit?
She had nothing to do with it. Just knew about it. I wasn't too nice to her for a long time. Other women. Her running around, just a way of punishing me, paying me back. She knew I couldn't afford to complain.
Yeah. Wish you'd have told me a long time ago, Alder.
I couldn't. Case could always be reopened. I couldn't face that. Would have hurt too much.
Oh, yeah. But it wouldn't have hurt as much as that bullet. Expense account total, $833.14. Details: Billy Alder was rushed to the Caracas hospital, underwent some excellent surgery, and relaxed claims department. He's going to make it. As for his shady business tactics, well, that's out of my bailiwick. That's for the law boys. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a quiet cabin by a quiet lake, a place ideal for romance and ideal for murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Gil Stratton, Harry Bartell, Barbara Fuller, John Daner, Virginia Gregg, Don Diamond, Vivi Janis, and Tony Barrett. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Wait a second, Joe. There's my phone.
All right.
Arden's Meat Market. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Arden. I think you have a lamb roast for me today. This is Mrs. Brown.
You can have anything you want, Miss Brown. You know that. Anything I have, you can have. How many pounds?
Oh, 11 or 12.
I'll fix you up and send it right over. Thank you, Miss Brown. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, Joe, I'm ready for you now.
Good enough. Take the package, will you?
Okay. Oh.
Has the stuff I talked to you about on the phone.
Right. Kind of big, but we'll handle it. Now, how's everything out at the farm?
Oh, it's fine. Mom and Dad said to say hello.
Tell them hello for me, too.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye, Joe.
Bye, Mr. Arden.
Oh. That's going to be something to carry into the back room. Hey, Phil, open the door.
What's the matter, Arden? Can't you? Oh, here, let me help you.
Oh, no, it's all right. I'll just dump it on the table here.
Okay. Joe is just here, huh?
Yeah. Come on, let's open this thing up. You better close the door first, though.
That's all closed. Boy, that's some big package the kid lugged in this time.
Well, let's see what's in it.
Hey, those gold candlesticks alone ought to sell for plenty.
They cost me plenty, but they're going to cost somebody else more. Oh, look at this here. A bracelet.
Wow. Hey, get a load of those diamonds.
Yeah. We'll get a load of dough for that bracelet when we sell it to some sucker.
Yeah. What else did Joe bring us this time?
Yeah, look at what's in this case.
Hey, pearls.
Matched pearls. The best-looking necklace I've seen in years.
That's not bad.
What we get for it won't be bad either.
Joe delivered the goods again, didn't he, huh?
Yeah. Smart boy, that Joe. Smart boy. We must remember to take care of him.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
You can yell all you like about it, Sylvia, but I'm not going to see you for a while, and that's that.
Oh, that's that, is it, Joe? Well, it's not that simple. You promised me I wouldn't have to run the filling station much longer. Do you think I like this kind of life?
Things will be all right for you and me one of these days. Only not now. I'm in a spot.
Joe, what is it? What's the matter?
I don't want you to know anything about this.
I want to know why you're running out on me.
I'm not running out on you. I'm just not going to see you for a while. I may even have to go away.
For what? Why?
Sylvia, I can't tell you why. Somebody outside wants gasoline.
Let him go someplace else. I want to know what you're trying to do. I've got to know.
I can't tell you.
Joe, listen to me. I've worked like a slave for 3 years in this place. I've saved my money. I've done everything I could so that we could get married and have a little security in back of us. I'm not going to let you walk out on me like this. Why doesn't that guy out there go away?
Sylvia, I'm not walking out on you. I'm just taking a vacation. Call it that.
You can call it that if you want to. I say you're trying to get rid of me.
I'm not. We just can't get married now. In fact, it's not even right for us to see each other for a while. Sylvia, go on out and see what he wants.
Have you walk out the back way? Okay, I'll go out, Joe. But if you do walk out on me, you'll be awful sorry you did.
Well, here's 51 Sunset Parkway, Mother. This is where Boston Blackie's supposed to live. The old Model T made it, didn't it?
John, are you sure we should go to Blackie?
We gotta see him. Well, look, we're in luck, Mother. There he is, standing over there talking to that girl. Recognize him from his pictures.
Well, maybe we shouldn't have come, John.
Now, Mother, I must talk to him. You know that.
That Blackie's a real nice-looking fella.
He certainly is. Well, I'm going to call him. Oh, Blackie? Boston Blackie.
Are you calling me?
Yes, please, could I see you a minute?
Yes, I guess so. Excuse me, will you, Mary?
Of course, sure.
You want to see me about something?
Yes, name's Barton, Blackie, John Barton, and this is my wife, Martha.
How do you do, Mr. Barton?
Blackie, I need your help.
Doing what, Mr. Barton? Buying a new car? Yours looks as if it was 20 years old.
Well, darn there is, but it runs.
Haven't seen a Model T outside a museum in 10 years.
John, maybe we'd better not bother Blackie with this.
We got her, Mother. Blackie, my son is missing.
Your son is missing? How long?
Been gone for 24 hours.
He's an adopted son, Blackie, and a little wild. But he's a good boy. He's never done this to us before.
Well, it's probably not serious. But even if it is, I'm not the one to see. You ought to go to the police.
Oh, we're going to the police, all right, Blackie, but we wanted to come to you first. You see, we run a small motel, you know, tourist cabins, out on Highway 19, about 10 miles outside of town.
I see.
Joe, that's our boy, has certain duties around the place every evening, and he's never failed to show up for work until now.
But what does your son look like?
He's tall, slender, straight black hair, rather nice looking.
He's pale, though. He suffers from asthma, something awful. He has to carry a bottle of pills around with him all the time.
I don't know how that would help. Well, look, do you know of any reason why he might have, run away?
Oh, he seemed perfectly contented at the tourist cabins.
Might have been because of Sylvia, though.
Who's Sylvia?
His girl. She runs a filling station down the road from us. They had a terrible fight yesterday. Then yesterday afternoon, she got a phone call from some man who told her Joe was at the bus terminal buying a ticket.
Well, that should make it obvious to you that he's run away.
No, we don't think so. Joe couldn't ride on buses. He said it bothered his asthma. Blackie, you've got to do something for us.
Well, I'll try. I'll do something for you, providing nobody's done anything to your son.
Boss, they
Cab 6 for Buffalo, Cleveland, Chicago, and St. Louis.
Now, Blackie, what else can I do for you?
I don't know. You told me you didn't sell a bus ticket yesterday afternoon to anyone answering that description I just gave you.
No, I didn't, sir. I'm sorry I can't help you. Oh, why don't you ask one of the other agents? He might have bought a ticket at some other window.
I've asked at all the other windows.
Well, if your man bought a ticket anywhere between noon and 9 in the evening, he bought it from one of us.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. Come on,
That's
Mary.
all right.
Come on, where and what did we accomplish here?
We learned a great deal. Either someone was fooling Joe's girl Sylvia when he phoned and said Joe was here buying a ticket, or Sylvia was fooling old man Barton.
I know what that means. We're going out to see her.
Uh-huh. We know the answer to who is Sylvia. Now let's see if we can find out what is she.
There you are, mister. Tanks full.
Thanks, sister. Here's your money.
Check your oil?
No, thanks.
Water? Battery?
No. Hey, sure you got the cap and the gas tank good and tight.
That's the first thing I learned in this business, mister.
Okay. Come on.
Call again. Okay, you're next. How many?
Not too many. Too many questions, I mean. Is your name Sylvia?
Yeah.
Well, I'm Boston Blackie. This is Miss Wesley.
Hello,
Well,
Sylvia.
Boston Blackie. Oh, I heard of you. You too, Miss Wesley.
Well, thank you.
Look, Sylvia, you're Joe Barton's girl, aren't you?
I was, till yesterday. How'd you know?
His mother and father told me. They're afraid something's happened to him, and I'm trying to find him.
Well, he'll be easy to spot if you get close enough to him. He's always taking a pill for his asthma. He never goes any place without a bottle of those pills. They don't do him no good, though.
Look, Sylvia, did Joe give you any reason why he had to run away?
Yeah, he did, kind of. He said he was in a jam.
What kind, Sylvia? Did he say?
No, Miss Wesley, that's all he'd say. But he acted scared. So I guess he is in a jam, a bad one, too.
That's getting more obvious every minute. Who phoned you and told you Joe was buying a ticket at the bus terminal?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Would you recognize the voice if you heard it again?
Maybe. I'm not sure. It's a funny thing, though. While the guy was talking to me, I heard a clock strike 3, but it was 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Oh, fill her up, will you? I think it'll take about 12 or 13 gallons.
Okay, check your oil, battery, water.
Yes, you might as well. Say, how far is it to the motel that Joe's dad and mother run?
2 miles. Take the back road to save time. Nobody travels it, but it cuts off about half a mile.
Thanks.
I won't ask, Blackie. I know. That's where we're going next.
We've gone a mile, Mary. We're just halfway there.
It's a beautiful day for a drive in the country, isn't it?
Yeah, perfect. We weren't looking for that. Oh, darn it, it's a blowout.
Blackie, look out!
I'm trying to.
Oh, gee whiz. We just stopped in time, didn't we?
Almost went off the road. Say, that was close.
That was too close. I'm shaking.
I'm burning. We ran over something back there on the road. That's what blew out the tire. Come on, let's see what it was.
Okay, I think I heard the noise of whatever it was. It sounded like breaking glass to me.
Yeah, I think it was, too. But it must have been a small piece of glass. I didn't see anything on the road.
Where was it, you think? About here?
No, a little farther back, I think. About there. Where all those little white things are.
Oh, yep, I see broken glass, Blackie.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's what did the damage. It was a bottle, a small one, too. But the bottom stayed in one piece. That's what cut through the tires.
Blackie, look. Look at these little white
Huh?
things on the road. You know what they are? They're pills.
Pills?
I don't know what kind, but they're pills, all right.
Say, I'll say they are. And look what I found here. The label off the bottle. And look at the name on it.
Joe Barton?
Joe Barton.
Well, that means he was down this road not so long ago either, or somebody else would have hit that bottle.
Mary, unless I miss my guess, we're not far from Joe Barton right now. Look at the twigs on that bush by the side of the road. They're freshly broken.
Part of the bush looks as if it was trampled down, Blackie.
Or broken by a body being dragged through it.
Oh, golly.
Come on, let's have a look.
I'm kind of afraid to.
Well, I may be wrong. We might not find anything.
Okay.
Yeah. Something was dragged through here all right. Look, that next bush is broken, too. Come on.
I'll stay behind you if you don't mind.
That's a good idea. Just in case.
You mean in case of Joe Barton?
I mean it. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What?
We found him. The case of the missing Joe Barton is closed, Mary. But the case of the murdered Joe Barton is open.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Joe Barton brings a package to a butcher shop. But in the package are stolen jewels and silverware. Shortly after this, Joe tells his fiancée, Sylvia, that he's in a jam and won't see her for a while, and then he disappears. Joe's parents come to Blackie and ask him to find their son. Stopped by a flat tire on the highway not far from the motel run by Joe's family, Blackie and Mary find Joe in a thicket off the road. He's dead. As we return to our story, Inspector Faraday of the Metropolitan Police is talking to the local chief of police.
Now, look, Chief Fisher, I'm here because I've got an idea Joe Barton was killed in the city and his body hauled out here to be disposed of. Any idea who killed him?
Nope, can't say as I do, Inspector Faraday. All right, have him under arrest and practically convicted by now.
Yeah.
Chief of police here, you know. Better get off on the road. There's a car pulling up.
I see it, thanks. Say, it's turning in here.
Hello, Faraday.
It's Boston Blackie. Blackie, what are you doing here?
I'm not sure yet. Stay in the car, Mary. This won't take a minute.
All right.
Hi, Chief Fisher.
Hello, Blackie.
Chief, any luck yet in finding out who killed Joe Barton?
Not a bit of luck, Blackie.
You stay out of this, Blackie. The chief told me you found the body. That's enough. I'll find the killer.
Hey, look at this fellow coming down the road. What's he trying to do, get arrested?
He's turning in this side road. He must know his way around here.
Never seen his car before. He must be...
Look out, he's going to hit that mud puddle.
Up out of the way.
Oh, a fine time to tell me. Look at me, I'm covered with mud.
What's the matter, Inspector? Don't you city folks ever get mud on you?
Say, did you see who was driving that car? It was Harold Walsh, a big-time operator in stolen jewelry.
Huh? Are you sure?
Yes, I got a good look at him, didn't you? Chief, what's down that back road? Anything particular?
Only Arden's butcher shop.
Wonder if Walsh would drive that fast just to get a steak.
He might be just driving through town and taking this road as a shortcut.
Yes, he might. But I've got a hunch he's going to that butcher shop. And that this is tied up in some way with Joe's murder. You know what they say about one man's meat being another man's poison.
All right, Mr. Walsh. You want the candlesticks and the bracelet and the necklace. That'll be 10,000.
No good, Arden. That's too much.
10,000 is my price.
Look, I come a long way for this stuff. I intend taking it back with me.
Pay my price or get out, and don't get tough with... Put that gun away.
I will, when we've made our deal. If you won't take reasonable dough for it, I'll take it for nothing. And you don't dare squawk.
Keep your hands off that stuff.
Oh, you got a gun too, have you? Drop it. I said drop it. The next time I shoot, I won't miss. That's a good boy. Now turn your back and face the wall.
That's nice going. How was that, eh? You crept up in back of him awful quiet, and you sure hit him awful hard. The guy's got a hard head on him. Think I bent this piece of pipe on it. Come on, let's pick him up and get him out. Hey. Wait a minute. What's the matter? Buddy. You hit him too hard, Bill. He's dead.
This is the Arden Butcher Shop, all right, Blackie. There's the sign says so.
I see it, Mary, but look at the sign in the window there. It says the shop will be closed till 5.
Oh, dear, and it's just a little after 4:30 now. Well, what do we do, wait?
No, that's nothing but a waste of time. Let's go back down the highway and see Mr. and Mrs. Barton.
Well, what for? We've got nothing to tell them about their son's murderer.
Maybe not. But maybe they've got something to tell us.
Eve, push harder, Bill. We'll have Walsh in his car over the cliff.
I'm pushing as hard as I can, Arden. Hey, you sure you got the car out of gear?
It's out of gear, and Walsh is behind the wheel just as if he was driving. This'll look like an accident, sure.
Yeah, there she goes, over the cliff. Look at her go. Yeah,
That's some drop, huh?
That's some drop. That's that.
Well, Blackie, you and Miss Wesley have seen all around our tourist camp. It was kept a little better when Joe was around. How'd you like it?
Nice place you have here, Barton.
I like those little cabins under the pine trees best of all.
Oh, they're everybody's favorite, Miss Wesley. Well, come on in the house, both of you. Mother and I are having milk and biscuits. Oh, Mother.
Yes?
We're having company.
Oh, it's Blackie. Come right in.
Thank you, Mrs. Barton. Mrs. Barton, Miss Wesley, and vice versa.
Hello, Mrs. Barton. It's nice to know you.
Go right in the living room and make yourselves comfortable. I'll fetch you some milk in just a minute.
Milk right from a farm. That's supply and demand all in one place.
I'm a homemade cookie fan myself.
I hope you'll like... Oh, look who's coming across the yard. It's Mr. Fisher, the chief of police.
And he looks excited, too.
Hello,
Looking for someone, Chief Fisher?
Yes, Blackie, I saw your car out front. I got something to tell you.
What?
That fellow Walsh in the big car that splashed mud all over Inspector Faraday. He's had an accident.
Where?
On the curve by the cliff. Went clean over and dropped all the way down. Happened 15 minutes ago, about 4:45. Fellow heard the crash, called me. Walsh is dead.
He never got to the butcher shop then, huh?
Dunno, he might have. But he went over the cliff heading in this direction, wherever he was coming from.
Well, it's only a guess, Fisher. And I think Walsh was heading for that butcher shop when he passed us before, and that's where I'm headed for right now.
Hey, Bill, where are you?
Right here, Auden. What's up?
We're closing up this butcher shop. I think we'd better get rid of that stuff in the back. I'm nervous about Walsh.
Why be nervous about him? Looked like an accident, all right.
Maybe so, but let's lock up and blow the joint. Boston Blackie's in town, so's Inspector Faraday, both working on Joe's murder. Hey, wait. I'll lock up this front door. That's it. I'll pull down the shades and let's go in back. Come on, make it snap.
Hey, you sure have the jitters all right?
Well, I won't have as soon as we get that stuff out of the back room.
Yeah, what are we going to do with it?
I don't know. Come on in back and let's figure out what to do.
Okay.
Close the door.
Sure. Yeah, maybe we should let Walsh have that stuff at his price. Now we wouldn't do so much worrying about it right now.
Maybe.
Hello, boys.
Huh? Who are you?
Boston Blackie. You know me, don't you, Arden?
Yeah. How'd you get in here? The outside door was locked.
With a lock an amateur could pick, and I'm no amateur.
What do you want?
I want to know why your store was closed just before 5 this afternoon.
Why?
Because a man named Walsh went over the cliff in his car just before 5 this afternoon, and he was dead before he went off the road. And I think you, Arden, and your friend here killed Walsh and pushed him and his car off that cliff. What's more, I can prove it.
Bill, Blackie isn't bluffing. You'd better...
Oh, you play with knives, do you, Bill? Yeah. I'll play with this for a while. Oh. All right, Arden. Do you want some of the same treatment I just gave Bill?
Don't try to give it to me, Blackie. I'll give you a little medicine from this gun.
Oh, you play with guns, do you, Arden?
Sure, except when he drops them on the floor, Blackie, like now.
Chief Fisher. Where'd you come from?
Coming back here. Came in with Blackie and kind of waited around a bit.
Nice work, Chief.
Drop that gun, Arden. Don't make me do nothing I'd like nothing better than to do.
Yeah.
That's being a nice boy. I'll take care of these two now, Blackie. I heard enough to prove to me they're the killers we want.
Good.
Make Mr. and Mrs. Barton feel good, Blackie. Run up and tell them that we've caught their son's killer.
Mother?
Yeah?
Blackie's found out who killed Joe.
Oh.
He and Miss Wesley are here to tell us all about it. I told you he'd find out, and he did.
Oh, I'm glad. It doesn't bring Joe back to us, but I wanted his killer to be caught. Did you just find out, Blackie?
I've known for just about an hour, Mrs. Barton. Chief Fisher and I caught the killers at 6 o'clock, which is just an hour ago.
Who killed him, Blackie? And why was he killed?
Well, Mr. Barton, you thought your son Joe was a good boy. Well, he was and he wasn't. But I'll start from the beginning. It'll be easy to explain that way.
What do you mean my Joe wasn't a good boy, Blackie?
Mrs. Barton, he was mixed up in the sale of stolen goods. He was in a racket. I found thousands of dollars worth of stolen jewels and silverware in Auden's butcher shop where Joe took them for Auden to...
Well, go on, Blackie.
I'll go on, Mary, but I'm going to have to change what I was about to say.
Why, what do you mean, Blackie?
It seems I was a little wrong about who killed Joe Barton. I thought it was Auden and his friend Bill, but I don't anymore.
Then you don't know who killed my boy.
I didn't say that, Mrs. Barton. I do know. You and your husband killed your son.
That's no way to joke, Blackie.
I'm not building any laughs, Mr. Barton. I'm building a murder case against you, and I guarantee I can make it stick.
Mother?
What's your price, Blackie?
You know better than that, Mrs. Barton, or you should. And don't go for that gun, Mr. Barton. You know better than that, or you should.
Yeah?
Well,
John!
you do now, anyway, Miss Barton. My bullet just nicked your wrist, so stop whining.
Oh, Blackie, you don't mean that Mr. and Mrs. Barton killed their son.
No? I think I can. And they know I can prove it.
We're still ready to make a deal. We've got a lot of money we took out of selling stolen stuff to Arden.
Have you? Well, take my word for it, it won't do any good. Where you're going, you don't have a chance in the world of spending it.
Blackie, it's question time. How did you know that Mr. and Mrs. Barton killed Joe Barton?
Well, it was 7 o'clock when I was talking to the Bartons, and the clock struck 6. That means their clock was haywire.
Oh?
Sylvia received a phone call in regard to Joe's being at the bus station at 4 the previous day. She heard a clock strike 3. That means the call about Joe came from the motel. Okay?
Okay. Why did Mr. Barton tell Sylvia that Joe was at the bus station?
So Sylvia would give us a false lead and keep us away from the Barton motel as long as possible.
I see.
It was at the motel that the Bartons bought stolen goods. People with goods to sell took one of their cabins late at night, and the Bartons bought the stuff from them then. Satisfied?
Satisfied. Why was Joe killed?
Well, he finally found out he was hauling stolen goods to Arden's butcher shop, and he was going to the police. Now are you happy?
Not completely. Why did Mr. and Mrs. Barton come to you for help?
They wanted me to think them innocent in the event that Joe's friend Sylvia came to me for help. Now, is that the last question?
That is all.
Okay. You know, Mary, the bottle of pills we ran over in the road gave us a flat tire, but it also punctured a hole in what was almost a perfect crime.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of betrayal and retribution on Devil's Island. We call it The Stool Pigeon. So now, starring Mr. John Daner, here is tonight's suspense play, The Stool Pigeon.
It was hot that afternoon, which in itself, you understand, should not have been surprising. On that Devil's Island, it was always hot, unless there were the rains, and then it was a different, more steaming heat. There were 4 of us racing cockroaches in Cano's hut: Makil, Thibault, Cano, and myself. We were what the authorities generously called libres. That is to say, we were free to roam within the confines of the island, but never to leave it. As I say, we were racing cockroaches, and Thibault had already won 3 races. His animal was a huge red beast, fully 3.5 inches in length, and possessing a remarkable stamina. She was named Marie. Made me think of a filly I used to bet on in Paris.
It's hot. My friends, it is hot.
You never get tired of saying that, do you, Thibault?
Yeah.
Does he? Yesterday you said the same thing last month and last year.
You owe me 5 francs from the last race. Pay.
Oh, I always lose. Here.
Shall we have another?
No, it's too hot.
Oh, there. Now who says it's hot? Who? Who said it?
Oh, shut up.
You little maggot. I could break your shell with my nail if I felt like it. But I like you, Makil, so I allow you to speak to me thus.
I heard there's a ship coming next week.
Oh?
Where'd you hear that?
Cano hears everything and knows nothing.
I heard from a guard.
And it's a lie, because I hear everything first.
Did you call me a liar?
I call you a liar.
Stop it. Put away the knife, Cano. We'll all be put in solitary if you're seen.
Hey, a knife. Knife? Where did you get a knife, Cano?
Never mind.
Oh, but I do mind. That's interesting that you have a knife. Are you thinking of escape, perhaps?
Never mind.
I'd like to buy your knife, Cano.
Not for sale.
100 francs?
I'm not selling.
150?
No.
Ah, well, some other time.
I've got half a bottle of wine. Let's go and drink it. I don't feel like quarreling.
Oh, Makil, you have a divine soul. Come, my little maggot. You too, Cano, exile.
Makil, he of the divine soul, had been on Devil's Island for 8 years. In Marseille, he had been, among other things, an habitual thief and arsonist. He stood 5'6" and had long been befriended by Thibault. Thibault was, by his very stature and past, the king of the libres on the island, a huge and gross man towering over 6 feet. In Paris, he left behind him a series of syndicate murders for which he'd escaped the guillotine only by underground and political pressures. In spite of his terrible reputation and physical appearance, he was not an unfair man, and on the whole, well liked by the rest of us. Cano was slim and dark, volatile as benzene. In a fit of jealous anger, he'd slit his wife's throat. A handy man with a knife, a moody, uncertain fellow, Cano. I was there because I was caught embezzling from the bank. A stupid thing to do, more stupid to be caught. I looked forward to 6 more years before release.
Gone. Every last mortal drop. Half a bottle doesn't go far.
Not for one with the mouth of a hippopotamus.
I remember a wine in Paris, Monche.
Think of Emile. He might be tasting your wine soon. Away from this pest hole. How long has it been now?
9 days. No, 10. He escaped on the 14th.
I give odds he never reaches Maribor. 5 to 1.
Why not? Why shouldn't he?
Well, the sharks, Cano. The sharks. Very bad this year, I've heard. And his boat wasn't much good either.
Any other reason?
Well, let's wish him luck by not talking about it.
I'd like to talk about it. Makil, why else shouldn't he reach Maribor?
You know how many have tried in the past 5 years and been caught.
We all know, don't we, Thibault?
Yeah.
Someone informs. Someone tells that swine of a governor.
Yes?
We only think that. It's only a guess. Nobody's sure. Only a suspicion. Now, isn't that so, Exil?
Someone who knows everything that's happening before anyone else.
He's right. My friends, he's absolutely right. It's true. I've long suspected it myself, and it's wise that it should be brought out into the open. Someone on the island is an informer, making himself fat on the sufferings of others. I shouldn't want Emil to be caught. He was a friend, a good friend.
Terrible thing if he were caught.
The question is, who?
Who not? It could be any one of 100, if it's true.
That pig Louis Dodin, possibly Grosjean. Oh, one could imagine anything from him. What about Grosjean?
Or Barret, or Proust, Galena, Munch.
Maquille, Uxil, Thibault.
Any one of us, even yourself, Canu.
Oh, no, that is a dreadful thing to contemplate, Thibault. No, not one of us.
Over here. Oh, have you seen Thibault? Oh, here you are.
Dodin, huh? We were speaking of you a minute ago. What's the matter?
It's Emile.
What about Emile?
He's been caught. They were waiting for him in a patrol boat off Mirabeau. They took him.
Oh, sacre.
Now the question is, how did they know he was going to Mirabeau? I wonder. How did they know?
2 days later, Emile was back on the island, in solitary. We heard that he was in bad shape. Thibault managed to smuggle in some cigarettes through a friendly guard, and that was the best he could do. Things were very bad, worse than usual. The governor, Monsieur Planche, was angry, and restrictions even for libres became more intolerable. He seemed determined to make us all pay for Emile's attempted escape. There was a lot of grumbling. Even Thibault felt the pinch. Then Emile died. We heard from the beating he received when he was captured. Thibault was very quiet for a week after. Too quiet. Then one day he said,
I'm fed up.
Why don't you take a petition to the governor?
No, there's no joke. I repeat, I'm fed up. Something must be done.
Escape, Thibault?
That
or what?
Yes, what?
A stand. A stand for better conditions. No more oppressions. We're prisoners, but there's still rights, human rights, a stand against tyranny and inhumanity.
Bravo. You've just been elected to the Chamber of Deputies.
I'm losing patience with you, Canu.
Don't be a fool. We have no rights. Even animals. The governor's dog has more rights than we.
And you know why? Shall I tell you why? Because the governor's dog is clever. We are not clever. The governor's dog sits up prettily and begs for a morsel. He has no other dogs to contend with, no competition, while we fight and snarl among ourselves for the garbage in the street.
It's true what he says.
What does he say? What do you mean, Thibault?
If we no longer fought among ourselves, but banded together, a unit of strength, a solid front, we could force the governor and the authorities in France to better our conditions.
Then what do we do? Present a petition as Cano puts it?
No, perhaps not. Something more forceful, eh?
No good would come of it. If there is to be action, I'd rather try and escape.
How far would you get, Uxie? Are you forgetting the informer?
We don't know. We don't know there's an informer. We suspect, but we suspect everything. There's nothing else to do. Suppose it's the natives who inform. They have before. Suppose the governor is just too smart for us. How many choices do we have, anyway? Brazil, they turn us back. Dutch Guiana? Emile tried it. They're always watching. The West Indies, Venezuela, in an open boat? Not much chance there. Or do you want the jungle? An informer doesn't lessen our chances too much, it seems to me.
But it does lessen them.
I have been thinking hard, my friends. We're agreed on one thing. Conditions could not be worse, huh? If we could escape, we would do so and take our chances. Therefore, there are two choices, it seems. Better conditions on the island or escape.
And both impossible, I would say.
You're a pessimist, Exil. That's why you'll never be a success.
He's right, Exil. You'll never be a success. Go on, Thibault.
I think that we may accept both choices, one dependent on the other.
What do you mean?
If we had better conditions, we might be able to escape.
Can't you ever talk in a straight line?
Now, which of us has the greatest opportunity to see the governor?
Well, you have. You have, Thibault. You do his garden work.
Exactly.
Come on.
Patience, my friend. Monsieur Planche strolls in his garden. Thibault, he says. Thibault, the roses are not looking very well today. He stands next to me and he says this. And for the indignity this petty official heaps on my head than for what he allowed done to Emil, I could stretch out my hands and strangle him in 5 seconds. You understand? In 5 seconds. But if I chose, I would not strangle. I would hold him as a hostage.
A hostage?
You follow me. Now, let us suppose that a revolt were begun, the guards overthrown.
Oh, la, la, la.
It's a thought. Nobody's ever tried it.
But the guards would shoot us down.
They would have to shoot the governor if they tried.
And if we succeed in what you say, then what? Huh? What happens? What do we do? What?
That remains in my head. You must trust me there.
I trust no one.
Exil?
If there were a chance, I'd be with you. I don't look forward to 6 more years of this.
Makil.
I'm at your side, my friend, as always. As always.
That leaves you, Cano.
All right.
Excellent. Then we must start to make our plans carefully, very carefully. Cano, stand by the door and warn us if anyone approaches. We don't want the informer to overhear us, do we?
You are listening to The Stool Pigeon, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
If you're interested in spreading the truth about America to others, CBS Radio suggests you contact Letters Abroad, 695 Park Avenue, New York 17, New York. Letters Abroad, once you've given them a few facts about yourself, job interests, hobbies, age, will furnish you with the name of a correspondent who lives overseas. Send a stamped, self-addressed envelope to Letters Abroad at 695 Park Avenue, New York 17, New York.
And now, we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. John Dehner, starring in tonight's production, The Stool Pigeon, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
We made our plans in Thibault's hut. Up to a point, they were simple. Thibault, on the next day, was to await the governor's presence. If he appeared, Thibault would grab him and take him to the greenhouse. We 3, Cano, Makil, and I, would be in the vicinity. I to stand guard over Monsieur Planche with Thibault, Makil and Cano to spread word among the other libres at the moment had come. If, on the other hand, the governor did not put in an appearance, we would wait for our chance on the next day or the next. As it happened, it wasn't until the 5th day that the thing happened. It was well timed. The island was stifling, the prisoners restless, smarting under the still harsh restrictions which had followed Emil's escape and arrest. We were like a time bomb ready to explode, and the explosion came. We joined Thibault in the greenhouse. He held the struggling governor in his massive arms.
Go! All right, Makil, Cano. Get the others quietly, but hurry. Tell them to gather at the governor's house.
Let me go. You fools. You'll suffer.
Do not speak of suffering, Monsieur Blanche. It is dangerous talk for you. Go on, Cano, Makil. And remember, the guards mustn't suspect. Do everything quietly.
Yes, Thibault. Come on.
Now, if you continue to struggle, Monsieur Blanche, I shall be forced to break open your head.
What can you gain by this, Thibault? It will mean a life sentence. You know it.
And for you, possibly a death sentence. Do you know that, Governor?
What are you going to do?
Hold you as a hostage. We demand our rights as men. You understand? As men.
You have no civil rights.
Human rights. My friend Emil died. He took his chance in escaping, but he wasn't shot. He was beaten to death.
An accident. He resisted.
Things must change.
I can change nothing. The regulations are set in Paris. I simply carry them out.
You overdo your authority. You must apply for better conditions for the men.
I can do nothing.
We shall see. Stay quietly now. We'll wait until the others come back.
We waited. It seemed a long time, and the silence was more terrible than the heat in that place. The governor's hobby was raising orchids, and the greenhouse was full of them. I've always hated the things. Then, suddenly, it was too quiet, as it might be on a summer's day, a moment before a thunderstorm.
What the devil's keeping them?
I don't know. Maybe the guards know what's happened. Maybe they've been harmed.
Listen.
They're shooting them. Thibault, they're shooting them.
Shut up! Someone get the alarm.
Where's Marquis?
Coming, he's coming.
What happened?
We got word to about a dozen. And word must have got to the guards about him.
I told you. Now, before it's too late, release me. It'll be better for you if you do.
What happened to the others?
Last I saw, they were coming his way. Oh, Thibault, it's horrible. I saw 4 of them fall.
All right, come on.
Where?
To his office. Monsieur Blanche, we are taking you to your office. If any guards try to stop us, you know what happens.
You can do nothing, Thibault. Now, give yourself up now. All of you.
Walk. Slowly.
You in there! Come on with your hands up!
The guards, Thibault.
Tell them, Governor. Tell them that we're coming out. With you. Now tell them.
This is the governor speaking. These men are holding me. They're coming out.
Tell them not to shoot.
Don't shoot.
Now, calmly, nicely, we walk out. Stay very close to them, my friends. That way you'll be safe.
As bees clustered around a honeypot, we sidled along the path, past the guards who stood no more than 20 feet from us. It must have been a ridiculous sight, but the honeypot was the governor and our protection from bullets. Then we were in his office. There were no others to join us, and the door closed. It was a strange thing. We none of us thought beyond the moment, and for that moment we were superior beings, prisoners no longer because we were now the captors. But when I glanced into the courtyard and saw the ring of guards looking up, rifles cradled in their arms, it was then another moment, and one, this time, of fear.
What now?
First, the siren must stop. It offends my ears. Governor, give the order.
This is the governor. Turn off the siren.
Good. You're cooperative. It's better that way.
I repeat, what now?
Now, I think we go to the next part of my plan. Makil, little maggot, stay by the window and observe. Report if there is an attempt by the guards to move into the building.
Yes.
What do you think you can accomplish? Escape? Impossible. You know that.
It's been done. When there's been no informer, it's been done.
I don't know what you're talking about.
First things first. Now we come to the matter of conditions here.
I have told you
I know what you've told me, and I say to you, it is within your power to ease the suffering of the men. Give them better food, better medical care.
Your concern for your fellow man touches me, Thibault. Did you have as much conscience over those you murdered?
That is an entirely different matter.
Enough of this, Thibault. What happens to us?
My dear Canu, it is happening to us now. You'll see. Trust me.
The devil with that talk. When do we get out of here?
All in good time. Therefore, Governor, you will sign your pledge to do these things of which I have spoken.
If I don't?
I'll kill you. Slowly. I can. I've had practice.
Let us suppose that I agree to this. What then?
Then you don't die. Now, the second point. We have a chance to escape.
No.
A fair chance. Not the chance that poor Emil had, but then he had no chance at all, did he?
There will be no escape.
In order to escape, there must be secrecy. And there can be no secrecy when you know beforehand of the plan.
You will not have a chance to escape. If you let me go, I warn you, I will deal with you all. There will be no escape.
My dear Governor, I said nothing about when we attempt to make this escape.
What are you talking about? Escape now, Thibault.
Yes, of course, now.
Each to his own desire for me. It may be now or sometime later, but the opportunity, if it comes, must at least allow a reasonable margin of success. That is up to you, Monsieur Blanche.
What do you mean?
Here now, the third point. I wish to know the name of your informer. The one who has, for what must be at least 5 years, supplied you with information concerning every thought and deed of the prisoners.
There is no informer.
You are lying, Governor.
No, I have no need.
You have a great need if you wish to go on living.
What are you up to, Thibault?
Don't interrupt His Excellency Carnot. He is about to tell us something.
If I tell you, will you give yourselves up?
I cannot speak for the others. For myself, yes.
You pig. You'd sell us out?
No, my dear Carnot. You're free to do as you will. Who is the informer, Monsieur Blanche? I'm getting impatient. Who?
Him.
That is what I wanted to know. Then I ask you one favor, Governor. Do not be hard on these two. All this was done to gain what you've just told me, nothing more.
I don't understand you.
My friend Emile. I have other friends. I should not want to see them go as he went. You had better escape now, Makil.
No, Thibault. It's not true. He's lying to you.
Run, Makil, run. Or I'll throw you out of the window.
On my honor, Thibault, I'm your friend. You know me.
I know you. Run.
Gilles, Cano, you don't believe it, do you?
Run, little maggot, outside. Quickly.
Don't, Thibault, don't.
Hope that the guards shoot you.
Please.
Run.
I would have cut his throat.
That is murder, my friend. You wouldn't want that. I hope that your guards will shoot first and inquire later, Monsieur Blanc.
We all went to solitary. It was expected, but somehow things were different, a little better on the island. How do you explain it? Perhaps the governor was ashamed. Perhaps he admired something about Thibault that none of us understood. How does one know these things? There's not much else to tell. A year after we were released from solitary, Thibault tried to escape. And this time it wasn't a prison informer who turned him in. It was the native from whom he bought the boat. How do you explain these things?
Suspense, in which Mr. John Daner starred in tonight's presentation of The Stool Pigeon. Next week, the story of a man who returned home to find his people in the grip of a strange disease. We call it The Frightened City. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis, who wrote tonight's script. The music was composed by René Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Joe Kearns, Tony Barrett, Jim Nusser, and Edgar Barrier.
Tomorrow night on the FBI in Peace and War, a criminal comes up against a determined socialite who doesn't scare easy. And it isn't long before the G-men move in on the ex-con's new racket. Remember, the FBI in Peace and War, tomorrow evening over most of these same stations. Stay tuned now for George Herman in the news, followed by Disc Derby. Thursday nights, The Whistler brings mystery on the CBS Radio Network.
Hey, kid, there's a guy here to see you.
Tell him I'm busy punching this bag.
You're not too busy to see me, kid.
No? Well, that's what you think.
That's what I know. Stop punching that bag, kid. I want to talk to you.
Get lost, will you?
I leave without talking to you. It might cost you plenty, kid. Still want me to go?
What's this about costing me plenty?
I thought that would change your mind. Kid, you fight Savini Friday night in the arena. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you look good, kid. Look like you're in shape.
Never mind about me. What about you? Who are you? What do you want?
Me? I'm just a nice, quiet guy that wants to make you a present. That's who I am. A present of 10,000 clams.
Yeah? What's the gimmick?
Nothing.
Huh?
Nothing very tough, that is. All you got to do is let Savini cop the Duke Friday night.
What? You want me to throw the fight? You're out of your mind. Now get out of here and stay out. Go ahead, beat it. I got work to do.
Work can wait, kid.
Well, beat...
And don't get right hand happy with me. It just ain't right to slug a guy who offers you $10,000.
I said beat it, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. But maybe you didn't understand what I said before.
I heard you, and you heard me.
Sure. But I still think you're going to let Savini win Friday night.
Are you crazy?
But you are if you don't do like I say. Savini Friday night.
I told you to take a powder, mister.
There better be plenty doing. Better let Savini drop you, kid, or you may get dropped by something a little more permanent than a punch.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Sorry to have to drag you up to my apartment, Mary, but I have to get that report to Kingston in the mail right away.
Just what would Charlie Kingston do without you, Blackie? Go broke?
Oh, he'd get someone else to run his... Uh-oh, there's the telephone.
And I know why it's ringing, too. Somebody's in trouble.
Oh, now, Mary, not every phone call means trouble.
Can you remember one that didn't?
Sure, the last time you called me. But maybe you're right at that.
Blackie!
Hello.
Boston Blackie, please.
Speaking.
Blackie, this is Larry Dawes.
Who?
Larry Dawes, the fighter. The sports writers call me the Kid.
Oh, the Kid.
Yeah.
You're fighting in the arena this Friday, aren't you?
I don't know. I'm supposed to, but something's come up. I don't know what to do.
What do you mean?
Well, Blackie, this morning a guy offered me $10,000 to let Savini win Friday night.
What did you tell him?
I told him to get lost, and then he threatened me. And look, I'm not afraid of a right to the jaw, but I can't outpunch a bullet. What'll I do?
Go to the police and fast.
But that's asking for more trouble than I've already got, isn't it?
No. You go to the police and leave the rest to them and to me. Look, do you know this guy's name?
No, I don't. He said he'd contact me.
Good. After you've seen the police and this guy gets in touch with you, arrange to meet him in your room. And from there on, don't worry about anything but putting Savini down for the count.
Hear anything in the kid's room yet, Barney?
No, nothing yet, Inspector Faraday.
You sure the dictaphone is working?
Oh, sure, it's working all right. We tested it. It's 100%.
Well, we ought to hear something soon, then. You better give me a set of earphones, too, huh?
Yeah. Here you are. There.
Oh, hi. Come in.
Did you hear it?
Yeah. Listen.
Hello, kid. Been doing some thinking, huh?
Yeah, I have. That's why I sent for you. Sit down.
Okay. You ready to listen to reason?
Yeah, maybe. Now, what's the pitch, Mr.
The name's Larson. I gave you the lowdown at the gym.
Yeah, well, there was too much going on. I'd like to get it straight.
A school kid could figure what I want you to do, kid. Just take the first good smack Savini throws in the arena Friday night and don't get up.
Did you hear that?
What's in it for me if I do?
I told you, $10,000. That's a lot of money for a young guy.
Yeah, I know it is. And what's in it for me if I don't let Savini win?
You're too smart to let that happen, ain't you, kid?
Maybe I'm too smart to hit the canvas for a guy who isn't even figured to land a punch on me.
Now, look, kid. I told you at the gym, and I'll tell you again. If you like breathing, you better see that Savini wins.
I've heard enough, Barney. Let's go get him.
You bet, Inspector.
Better have your gun ready. This guy with the kid sounds as if he might pack a run.
Yeah, I'm all set.
Here we go, then.
I tell you, I won't do it.
You won't have to, kid. Cops, stay where you are.
Oh, no, I won't. No, you won't.
All right, Barney, let's
You don't have to, Inspector. I got him.
Nice work, kid.
Wow, what a punch you got there, kid. Do that to Savini come Friday, you'll be a one-punch fight.
Yeah, thanks, officer. I'll do it. Savini's a fighter, not a fixer. And fighters I like to mix with.
Did you post
bond for Larson, Harry?
Yeah, Mr. Thompson, just about a half hour ago.
Good. Then he ought to be here any minute.
Well, I talked to him. He said he was going to his hotel first. But he'll be up to see you soon. He's sore.
He's sore. I suppose he thinks I'm happy.
Well, he didn't say how he figured you were feeling. Here he is now.
Better be. Beat it. I want to talk to him alone.
Okay.
Stick around in there where you can hear me in case there's trouble.
I got you.
Come in. Hello, Larson.
Hello, Thompson.
Oh, now look. Take that sour look off your face. Things aren't as bad as all that.
Things aren't bad, huh? The cops got me, and what's more, they have all the proof they need to send us to jail.
Us, Larson? You're having a little pronoun trouble.
Oh, no, I'm not. Who sent me to the kid? You. Who told me to make my offer? You. Who's running this whole show? You.
But who's going to take the rap? You.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. Look, Larson, don't be a fool. We just moved into town. Nobody around knows anything about me or any of the other boys. The only one they have a line on is you.
Yeah, but the cops will put the heat on me. They know I'm not working alone.
They'll think you are if you say so and keep on saying so.
Oh, that's fine. That's great. Then I go to jail, and you and the rest of the boys go get lost someplace.
Now get smart, will you? You won't get much for this. 2 years, maybe 3. Keep your mouth shut about the rest of us. You'll be well paid.
How well?
I'll take care of you. I don't believe in double-crossing anyone. It isn't healthy. Keep your mouth shut, Larson. Tell the police you're an independent operator. Take the rap, and when you get out, you'll have a nice bank account.
All right, Thompson, I'll do it. But what about the kid? He's the real cause of all this trouble.
Don't worry about the kid. We'll take care of him. We'll make a nice example of him, just in case the other pugs in this town believe that honesty pays more than we do.
Look, Larson, yawn in my face once more, and I'll have them raise your bail so high the United States Treasury can't post your bond.
Is there a law against being bored, Inspector Faraday?
Bored, I am. But if you're bored sitting in my office, you're going to turn into stone sitting in your cell up the river. Look, Larson, I've got you. I've got the goods on you, and I can put you away for years. I'm going to throw the book at you if you don't talk.
What do you want me to talk about? The birds and the bees?
You know what I want you to talk about. Who's your boss? Who sent you to the kid to fix the Kid Savini fight? How big is your organization? Who's in it?
How much does the answer pay? $64?
Look, you're going to be put where you won't even hear a radio for 10 years, unless you get smart and tell me...
Tell me, pretty maiden.
Tell me, you grinning idiot. Are you working for a syndicate, and who's the brains?
Why don't you give up, Faraday? I told you 50 times if I told you once. I'm a lone operator. It was my own idea to go to the kid. The 10 grand I offered him was to come out of my own pocket.
I don't believe it.
Here we go again.
And we're going again and again, until you tell me the truth.
My dear Inspector Faraday, I cannot tell a lie. I did it with my own little racket. Now, will you stop asking me questions?
Will you stop lying to me? All right, Larson, you win. But believe me, when you come up for trial, you lose.
Hello, kid.
Oh, hello, Blackie.
Are you going to treat Savini the way you've been treating that punching bag?
Yeah, I hope so. The trouble is, Savini can punch back.
Everything all right? No more trouble?
No more trouble, Blackie. I'm sure glad I came to you.
I didn't do anything, kid. All I did was make a suggestion. It was the police who did all the work.
Well, anyhow, you gave me the right steer when you told me to go to the cops. I was afraid until you said it would be safe.
A lot of people in trouble would get out of trouble a lot sooner and a lot more easily if they'd go to the police with their problem.
Yeah, well, I sure got out of my jam with one punch. I hear Lawson's out on bail, though.
Yeah, they're rushing his trial. The grand jury hears the case against him today. If he is out, it won't be for long.
That's swell. You coming to the fight Friday night?
Oh, nothing will keep me.
Yes, it will. Hey, what goes on?
Nice work, pal.
What's the idea, you guys?
The idea's good, kid. We want Blackie to sleep while we take care of you.
Yeah. Oh, no, you don't.
Okay, chum. Blackie's out good. Now take this jack handle. Yeah. Let's go to work on the kid.
And now back to Boston Blackie. A prize fighter known as the Kid is offered $10,000 to throw his fight the coming Friday. He not only refuses the bribe, but calls Blackie for help. Blackie sends him to the police, who arrange a meeting between the boxer and the gambler and catch the gambler repeating the offer. Out on bail, the gambler goes to his boss, who tells him to take the rap alone and he'll be well paid. Later, while Blackie visits the Kid, Blackie is knocked out by two mugs who then attack the boxer with a jackhandle. As we return to our story, Inspector Faraday is throwing water in the unconscious Blackie's face.
Throw some more water on him, Barney.
Yes, Inspector.
Come on, Blackie, wake up. Snap out of it, pal. Come on.
Hey, what am I doing? Drowning?
You needed a little water to bring you to, Blackie. What were you hit with, the ceiling?
Why, I don't know. Oh, hello, Faraday.
You all right?
Uh-huh, I think so. But, ouch! Something new has been added to my head.
That bump will go down.
Yes, but not as fast as I did. Hey, where's the Kid?
They just took him away in an ambulance.
An ambulance?
Yeah, he was badly beaten up, Blackie. They must have used a crowbar or something on him. But he'll recover.
I hope.
Yeah, don't worry, he will. What happened here?
Well, I don't know. I was talking to the Kid when something hit me from behind and I went out. But I have an idea what happened.
Larson?
Faraday, we can pick up a dozen like Larson and still have nothing till we get the guy who's in back of this fix ring.
How do we do that?
It's going to be tough. So is my beard. I need a shave.
A fine time to worry about getting a shave.
I'm not worrying only about a shave, pal. You know that barber shop in the Rostrum building?
Sure, I know it. Why?
I understand that anybody who knows his way around that shop can place a bet on anything he likes. I'm going over there, Faraday.
Yeah?
I'm going to that barber shop to see if I can find out who's trimming the suckers in this town.
Next. Who's next?
I am.
Here you are, barber.
Shave once over lightly. No hot towel. And no talk.
No talk. In a hurry, eh? Here on the business?
Yeah.
Gonna be here long?
That depends.
Depends on what? The weather?
No, it depends on how the action is. Hey, keep that soap out of my mouth.
Oh, sorry. You got a nice curly beard. Hey, you looking for a little action?
I might be.
What do you mean, you might be?
Well, I'd like to place a few on that fight Friday night.
The fight at the arena?
Yeah.
The Kid ain't fighting, you know.
Yeah, so I heard.
Well, look, I call somebody over if you like.
I'd like.
Okay. Hey, Addy.
Yeah?
A fella here wants to talk to you.
Yeah, what's he want to talk to me about?
He'll tell you.
I'd like to place a few on that fight Friday night at the arena.
Oh, now, would you, Mike? Sorry, I don't know you. You could be the law.
Oh, do I look like a cop?
Well, the trouble with plainclothes cops is they never look like plainclothes cops. But okay, you ain't the law. So if you ain't the law, now who are you?
Just a guy looking for a little action on the fight Friday night.
Who do you like?
Johnson by a knockout. I got 15 grand and I'll take the odds. 2 to 1, aren't they?
That's right. Savini's a favorite, and you like Johnson. 15 grand worth, huh? Now, you must know something. Or absolutely nothing.
What do you have to be in this town, a genius to make a bet?
When he's getting shaved, I'll let you know.
Good enough. Where you going?
I'll write you a letter. All you got to do is be here when I get back, bud.
I'll be here.
Good enough.
Hi, Harry.
Hi, Harry. Hi, boys. $15 grand, 2 to 1, huh? Come on.
Thompson speaking.
Mr. Thompson, is Harry.
Well?
I got a guy likes Johnson to fight Friday. Likes him 15 grand worth. Do I take it?
Who's the guy?
I don't know him. Only, he ain't the law.
Okay, if you're sure.
Good enough, boss. We got about all we can carry on Savina now, ain't we?
We're loaded up to the ears. Take that bet, but no more action, Harry. And come back here when you're through.
Sure, boss. Why, what's up?
I want to get Pete, and then you and I and him are going to pay a call on Johnson. We're going to take out a little insurance on him not winning Friday night.
There he is, boss. That kid with the dark trunks. That's Johnson.
Ah. You don't look bad against that sparring partner. Maybe the guy whose bet you took did know something.
Yeah, boss. Maybe.
What's his name again, the fellow from the barber shop?
Edmonds. Jack Edmonds.
Never heard of him. Probably just another local yokel. Well, I want to make sure. Get Johnson over here.
Yeah,
Harry.
sure, Mr. Thompson.
Hey, Johnson. Yeah?
If I wanted him yelled at, I could have done it myself.
Well, what's the difference, boss? You wanted him over here. All right, here he comes.
Yeah, fellas. What's on your mind?
Johnson, how old are you?
Me? 24. Why?
How'd you like to be 25?
Oh, sure, I'd
The
like
boss
to.
means he wants to give you a birthday present. He wants to be sure you want to be around for that birthday.
What is this?
Keep your voice down, Johnson. You know what happened to the kid, don't you?
You guys?
That's right. Now, we got a lot of dough riding on Savini Friday night, Johnson. You be a good boy and see that you take one on the chin, huh?
You're the fellas who took care of the kid?
That's right, and we'll take care of you, too, both ways. One way if you play ball with us, and the other way if you don't take a flop for Savini.
Oh, now, wait a minute, you guys. I always fight honest.
Yeah, we know. But what you want to be, honest or healthy? We'll work over you like you were hit with a steamroller if you don't do what we tell you, pal.
The boss ain't kidding, Johnson. The boss never kids.
Well, Johnson?
I'll just keep those mugs away from me. I don't want to get slugged some night when I ain't looking. I don't want what happened to the kid to happen to me. I got a wife.
That's all I wanted to know. You get $5,000 for your end for taking a dive, Johnson. And take it early in the fight on account of I'm a nervous type. Here?
Yeah, I hear. You won't have to be nervous. I'll take the dive. You see, I'm a little nervous myself.
I want to introduce you to the man who fights in this arena next Friday night, the KO artist from East Chester, Billy Peters. Climb up here, Billy, Mr. Boy.
Excuse me.
Well, watch it now.
Pardon me, please. I'm sorry.
Look out.
Well, here's my seat, finally. Hey, did I miss much, Mr. Thompson?
Just the preliminaries and the semi-wind-up. How'd you know my name was Thompson? I don't know you.
You will before the main bout's finished. Take my word for that. My name's Edmonds.
You're the sucker that bet on Johnson?
That's right, only maybe I wasn't such a sucker.
Now? Want to press that bet a little?
I'm happy the way things are. Hey, the main event is going to be broadcast. There's Don Dunphy, the announcer. Hi, Don.
Hi, Blackie. You got pretty good seats there, right in back of me. But then you always do.
See you after the scrap, Don.
Okay.
Make it good so the kids at home can really know what's going on, huh?
I'll do my best.
That you do. You're tops in my book, Don.
Thanks. I'll see you later, Blackie.
Right.
Blackie.
That's right, Thompson. I just use the name of Edmonds when I make bets with sucker bookmakers.
Boston Blackie?
That's right, too. And it's about the last time tonight you're going to be right, Thompson.
And now, the main event of the evening. 10 rounds to a decision, featuring the pride of the West Side, champion of the world at his weight and wearing purple trunks, wearing black trunks in this corner, the young challenger from the Midwest, Billy Johnson.
And now the referee is calling the two men of the center of the ring for instructions. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The main event between Savini and young Billy Johnson, substituted early in the week for the injured Kid Dawes. Incidentally, and before the fight starts, I want you fans to know that the kid's injuries were not as serious as first imagined, and he'll be out of the hospital in a week. Well, the two fighters are back in their corners waiting, and there's the bell for round one. He's out of his corner. He's trying to end it in a hurry. He jabs Johnson's head with a hard left. Johnson's backing away. Savini throws a ripping right. Johnson takes a right on the head. And now Johnson leads with a light left hand, but it's short, and Savini returns a solid right to the body. The challenger is staggered. He's hurt. Johnson is in trouble.
Your boy isn't doing very good, Blackie. I don't know why you say that.
They're back in the center of the ring. Johnson is hurt, but he's holding on gamely. Savini is moving in for the kill, but he's getting careless. His guard is down. There goes his right in a roundhouse. He waits. Johnson beats him to the punch with a right cross. He follows with a left on the jaw. And now another left to the pit of the stomach. And there goes the right. It's a modern version of the 1-2. The 1-1-2. Savini is down on one knee. He's surprised, dazed. He's taking the count. I'll pick it up for you. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Savini is up. Johnson rushes at him. He hooks a right to the body, and now a left to the head, and another right to the jaw. A left to the stomach. Savini is starting to fold. Here comes the crusher, and the crowd knows it. A right to the chin, and Savini is down.
Your boy isn't doing so good, is he, Thompson?
Shut up, Blackie. There's the count, but you can forget all about it, folks. That is, if you can hear me above all this noise. It's 6, 7, 8, 9. That's it. That's all. The fight is over. It's Johnson by a knockout.
Dirty double-crosser, that Johnson. I'll take care of him, but good.
Where you going, Thompson?
I'll take care of that
Take
rat.
a look around you, Thompson.
What? Where?
See the men on the other side of you? Inspector Faraday's men.
So what? They got nothing on me.
Nothing but a transcript of the threat that you made to Johnson when he was training for this fight. You're finished, Thompson.
No, I'm not. I'll get over this row of seats.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Those guys in back of us haven't moved, or haven't you noticed? They're Faraday's men, too.
What?
You think that fighter you bet on got knocked out? Wait till you find what happens to you.
Blackie,
Yes, Mary?
I just finished reading in the papers here where Inspector Faraday's men broke up that betting ring that's been trying to fix fights.
Not only fights, Mary. That gang came to town with the idea of fixing every kind of sporting event. But Mr. Thompson and his entire organization are now definitely out of business.
And it's a good thing, too. Though, you know, maybe the fault is with people, Blackie. Maybe if they wouldn't gamble, there wouldn't be room for people like the Thompsons.
Oh, it isn't people, Mary. It's the gamblers who try to fix sure things.
It is, too, the people. They're the ones that are at fault because they bet. People shouldn't bet. People shouldn't ever bet.
Well, sometimes, Mary, there are
There
extenuating...
is no excuse for people betting on anything ever.
I think you're wrong.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Well, I'll just bet you a new hat I'm not.
What did you say, Mary?
I said I'll just bet... Oh. Oh. I see what you mean. Well, at least the Thompson betting ring is busted up. And I think for good, too, this time.
Yes, it is. You see, Mary, when I placed that $15,000 bet, Thompson began to worry a little, which is what Faraday and I wanted him to do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he wanted to be sure the money he had on Savini was protected, and he tried to get to Johnson, which is also what we wanted him to do. In fact, Faraday had men and a dictaphone taking down everything Thompson and his two stooges said when they tried to intimidate Johnson.
And then there was nothing to it but just to pick up Mr. Thompson at the fight when he told you he was going to get Johnson.
Well, there was a little more to it than that. Faraday worked on Thompson's two boys, Harry and Pete, and got them to indict the boss, even though that wasn't really necessary. The recorded conversation between Thompson and Johnson was enough.
Well, Blackie, then I guess you could say that Thompson tried to fix a fight, but wound up fixing his own wagon.
Mary.
Oh, I know.
Roma Wines present
Suspense.
Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor. Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you as star Miss Lucille Ball, who appears tonight as a Broadway lady, whom you may have often seen if you are a devotee of musical comedy. She is the third one from the left in the chorus line. And so with this little lady's narrative about the 10 grand, and with the performance of Lucille Ball as Miss Gigi Lewis, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Well, on this particular night, I'm standing in front of the Broadway Lindy's with my nose practically pasted against the window. It's late and I'm hungry. I've been pounding the pavements all day doing the rounds of the manager's offices. You'd think a good hoofer like I ought to be able to land something with all the shows on the big street. But here I am, standing like General Sherman's statue in front of Lindy's, looking at the pasted-up menu and mentally overindulging in a big, thick, juicy T-bone steak smothered with onions. A comfortable crowd inside there can toy politely with their chicken sandwiches and their shrimp cocktails for all I care. Just give me a T-bone smothered with onions. Here I am with 5 cents in my handbag, literally. Enough for the ride home in the subway, no extra charge for the empty stomach. Well, anyway, I could take my shoes off when I get in the subway. I turn around and give Lindy's one last sorrowful gander and then make for the subway entrance. It's just the time the shows are letting out. Plenty of people from the taxi set are taking the subway home these nights, being short on tires and gas. So I get in that Times Square jam that looks like 5 o'clock p.m. and feels like a Russian pincers movement on the Polish border. I'm getting shoved toward the turnstile, so I quick try to get my handbag open to reach for that lonesome nickel. All of a sudden, I feel something jerk out of my hand. My bag is gone. I try to yell, "Stop! Hey, hey, stop!" I twist around and see somebody, a little guy with short bow legs, running toward the stairs. "Stop that guy! Stop that guy! He's got my purse!" Hey, look, trying to break out of the mob and after the purse snatcher, but I'm like the ace of spades being dealt off the bottom of the pack. When I'm finally in the clear a little, I see a tall guy running after that little guy who has my purse. They both disappear around the corner and up the steps. There's plenty of commotion in the crowd. You'd think there was $1 million in my handbag for all the fuss they're making. But I don't stop to think about anything except that I lost my fare home. I take out after the tall guy. When I get to the foot of the stairs, the tall guy's coming down again. And he's got my bag in his hand. He's smiling a big, wide smile at me, and I'm gazing gratefully up into his big brown eyes and noticing the way his hairline ain't receding any. Just the guy to go around rescuing ladies in distress. Regular Sir Galahad or somebody.
Is this yours, miss?
Yeah. Gee, how can I ever thank you?
Think nothing of it. Here you are.
What about the guy, the thief?
Oh, there was a cop on the street. He'll take care of him. What about you? You're all right, aren't you?
Oh, sure, I'm all right.
You look kind of pale. I guess it would have been pretty tough to lose your purse that way, especially this late at night.
Oh, I don't know why you bothered, really. Nothing but a nickel in it, anyway. I don't carry much with me when I'm out at night.
A nickel will get you home.
He's smiling at me again, and my heart's saying, "Oh, brother." We both start towards the mob at the turnstile, and I'm busy hoping he's going my way so we can sort of get better acquainted, you know.
Well, good night. Hang on to that pocketbook now.
Well, aren't you, well, good night. I'm caught in that mob at the turnstile again, and the train's coming in. Somehow, the way you do in crowds, I lose sight of him. And I gotta concentrate on digging out that nickel to put in the slot. I open up my bag and find the nickel all right, and then my heart almost stops. There in my my handbag sits a great big wad of bills, folding money, cash. I managed to get the nickel in the slot and get myself through to the platform and on the train, all the while hanging onto that bag as if there were 10 grand in it. $10,000. Gee, it could be that much. The roll is big enough. My head's going around in crazy circles. The doors close behind me and everybody in the car is rushing to find a seat. Over the noise, I hear some contented soul whistling. I grab a seat next to a fat man who's taking up most of it. I sit there hanging onto my bag, not daring to look inside. I tell myself I'm dreaming. There's not really a big roll of bills in there. Extreme hunger is giving me the DTs. How would I get a bankroll as big as your fist? What am I doing with money? Then I remember the purse snatcher. He must have put it there. But why? The fat guy next to me tries to drum up a conversation.
Nice night, ain't it?
Yeah, cold.
You the young lady what got her purse snatched?
Yeah.
Lucky thing you got it back, ain't it?
Yeah, very lucky.
I always say it ain't good for a young lady, especially a nice-looking dame like you, to carry a lot of money around when she's out nights.
Huh? What makes you think I got a lot of money?
Well, the way you carried on when that fella snatched your purse.
Oh, yeah. I'm showing this fat palooka by my attitude that I don't go for conversing. I'm sitting there looking straight at the wall ads, and the one across from me is a big photo in natural color of Miss Subway in 1944. A Brooklyn girl, all dressed up and dripping with furs, and probably wearing Chanel No. 5. Money. All the money I need. No more pounding the pavements and waiting in outer offices for some two-bit job in a show that's due to close opening night. Clothes. A fur, maybe. Chanel No. 5, maybe. An apartment downtown with a switchboard to announce people instead of a fifth-floor walk-up in the Bronx. Food. T-bone steak smothered in onions. Just walk right in and order it. Fun. Maybe go to a nightclub and... Say, though, maybe it's counterfeit dough. Maybe.
See those guys coming through? They're cops.
How do you know? They might be the Rover boys.
I can spot a plainclothes dick in a minute. They all look alike. They all got a certain purrs and noise.
Well, that don't prove they're dicks.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way they part their hairs.
Plain clothesmen. Looking for something, Hot money, maybe. So, suppose I'm found with it. How am I going to prove somebody planted it on me? I can see them laughing at that one now. That's a good one. Ha, ha, ha. She didn't steal the dough, honest. She just found it in her purse. Ha, ha. That's a good one. Lock her up 25 years.
Well, good night, little lady. I'm getting off here. This your stop?
No, thanks. I go further uptown.
Well, good night. I'm certainly glad you found your voice.
Good night, fatso. The Rover boys pass on through, and I decide to sneak another look at my bag. I open it up very carefully. The bankroll's there, all right. Some of the bills are in big denominations, too. There could be 10 grand, and it looks like the real thing. But there's also something else, something I didn't see before, a piece of paper stuffed into the roll. I reach in and get it, looking around to see if I'm being watched. All I see in the car is sleepy people, so I unfold the paper and read what's scribbled on it. Get off at 161st Street and follow Yankee Doodle. That don't make sense. What's Yankee Doodle got to do with it? I get up and I'm making for the door when I hear it. And then I remember I've been hearing that whistling right along and didn't notice it. I back into the first empty seat and prepare to do some thinking. Somebody in this car wants that bankroll again. Could it be Sir Galahad? I just can't bear to think of him as a criminal type, but he was awful quick to go chasing after my purse. And he could have been in this car all along without me seeing him. I try to get a quick look around, but there's people in the aisles. And a dear little old lady is pushing her way forward. She sits down next to me.
I was sitting next to a man who kept snoring. Do you mind if I sit here?
No, not at all.
I didn't know there could be so much confusion in the subway this late at night.
Well, in New York, you get to confusion 24 hours a day.
Well, I guess I'm just not used to it, that's all.
Say, you look like there's something wrong. What's the matter? Do you feel sick?
I'm all right. Oh.
Hey, she's passed out. Won't somebody help me? This woman's sick.
Yeah.
Look out.
Here, give her a slug of this. This'll bring her to.
Thanks, that's swell. Now, look, lady, just take a swallow. Won't hurt you. Go on. Swallow it. That's it.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, really.
Forget it. How do you feel?
I can't imagine what happened. All at once, everything seemed to whirl around.
Sure you're all right now?
I'll be fine in just a moment.
Here's your medicine, mister. Thanks.
It's okay.
You're awfully kind. I didn't think people were so kind in a big city like this.
You better take it easy now. Where do you get off?
What's that?
Where do you get off?
Oh, 169th Street. That's where my sister lives. I'm visiting her, you see, and I just thought I'd go downtown tonight and see a show and have a good time. Evelyn told me how to go on the subway, and everything was fine until just now.
You're not hungry or anything?
Oh, no. It's not that. I have plenty of money. At least I did have.
Yeah? What happened to your money?
Somebody stole my life savings.
No, not really. Who'd do a thing like that?
Eh?
Who'd do a thing like that?
Thing like that? Oh, I don't worry about it, you understand. I'll get the money back.
How?
Well, don't you remember the old saying? It takes a thief to catch a thief.
I suppose so.
Yes. Well, that's just how I plan to catch the person who stole my money.
How much did you lose?
What's that?
How much did you lose?
Oh, lose. Well, I had been saving it all my life, and there was at least, $10,000.
Gee, that's too bad. Well, am I going to give it back to her if it turns out to be her money? How do I know she's not pulling a fast one? I remember that in shows, it's always the dear old lady who fakes a faint to get sympathy when she's really the brains of the mob. Yeah. I noticed she got a big gulp from the bottle while she had the chance. Well, supposing she is on the level, would I give her the money when I have it here? 10 grand? And me practically in the lap of luxury? Would I?
Oh, my.
Listen, do you know how to whistle?
What a strange thing to ask me. As a matter of fact, yes, I do.
Well, I'm awfully fond of whistling.
You are? Are you? Well, you know, I was judged the champion whistler of the Ladies' Auxiliary at church back home.
Well, isn't that nice?
Yes.
Won't you whistle something for me?
Oh, well, I couldn't. Not here. People would turn around and look at me.
Well, you already caused quite a stir when you fainted.
Oh, did I?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, what would you like to hear?
Yankee Doodle.
Well, I'll try.
That's fine. But I guess it doesn't prove anything.
I beg your pardon?
I meant, how was it you say you lost all that money?
Oh, the money. Why, the bank teller back home just ran off with the savings of practically everybody in town.
Oh, it happened back home, huh? When?
Well, now, let me see. Why, it must have been 5... No. It was just about 6 years ago.
Oh.
Yes, and why do you ask me?
Well, I just thought maybe you, I thought you might have just lost it tonight the way you talked.
Well, I hope I didn't alarm you, but I just keep knowing I'm going to get that money back someday.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Oh, listen. Somebody else is whistling Yankee Doodle now. That's very fine whistling, too.
Isn't it, though?
Yes.
Yeah, and this time it's no old lady. I got an idea it's somebody who just possibly could have a slight case of murder on his mind.
Tonight, for suspense, Roma Wines bring you as star Miss Lucille Ball, whom you have heard in the first act of The 10 Grand by Virginia Radcliffe. Tonight's adventure in Suspense.
Far to the south of us is our good neighbor country, Ecuador, land of towering mountains, sweeping vistas. Let's imagine ourselves there now, dining on the roof terrace cafe of the exclusive Hotel Metropolitano in Guayaquil, Ecuador. Near us, an American has just complimented his hosts on the magnificent dinner, to which his host quickly responds, "Ah, yes, it is true that our foods are famous. But from your land comes a rare delicacy also, one which has spread the fame of your own California to many far corners of the world. It is this superb wine, so excellent that we in Ecuador import it from your United States. My friend, I drink to you in your own delicious Roma wine. Our Ecuadorian friend is right, for Roma wine's superb quality has won such favor in many far places that they import it, enjoy it as a rare luxury. But not so here in America. Here, millions know and enjoy Roma wines as an inexpensive, everyday delight, at meal times and when entertaining. So many, in fact, that Roma is America's largest selling wine, with no high import duties to pay nor expensive shipping costs. You enjoy these distinguished wines for only pennies a glass. Ask for Roma wines, which bring you old-world winemaking skill, plus Roma's own modern scientific controls and testing. That's R-O-M-A, Roma wines, America's largest selling wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Lucille Ball in The 10 Grand, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Street. 161st Street.
Well, this is it.
Oh, must have been dozing. Is this your station?
Yeah, and the next stop is yours. Don't fall asleep and miss it now.
Well, I won't. You've been very kind. I do want to thank you.
No, think nothing of it. Well, good night.
Good night, my dear. Now be careful crossing the street.
Sure, don't worry. I'll be plenty careful. I get off the train. Stand for a minute on the platform looking around. I don't see Sir Galahad, but he could have gone through to another car and come out down the line. Several guys are on the platform, and they all hurry up the steps of the street. I go up, too. I look ahead at the block I have to travel. Then I hear it again, from the darkness of the street. I can't tell exactly where it's coming from, but I'm standing in the light, and whoever's after me has a pretty perfect target. I walk away, hugging my purse and shaking like 6 hangovers. I tell myself that pretty soon Yankee Doodle will grab me and take the money. Any second now. He wouldn't need to kill me. I haven't seen him, so I can't identify him. He could just take the money and leave. But suppose he enjoys killing people. Suppose he gets panicky all of a sudden and his finger slips on the trigger. Suppose he's a maniac. I think about screaming, but nobody'd hear me in time because screaming probably makes Yankee Doodle's trigger finger tremble. But why doesn't he do something? Why doesn't he take the money away from me and get it over with? Does he want me to offer it to him on a gold platter? Not Gigi. She's got a T-bone steak smothered in onions waiting for her if she ever gets out of this in one piece. But now I'm getting toward the next corner, and there's a dim street lamp on the other side. I see him. That's strange. He's been walking ahead of me all this time. Then I hear something else. Footsteps. Somebody behind me. I listen. That doesn't sound like the tread of somebody hurrying home to the little woman. That's a steady tread of somebody trailing somebody. I don't know how I know it, but I know it. There's Yankee Doodle up ahead, but here's also somebody behind me I don't like just by instinct. I'm sandwiched. I'm the ham between 2 slices of rye. I listen again. He's getting closer. By the time I reach the corner, he'll catch up with me. I try walking faster. He's walking faster, too. I turn around. I can see his dark shape behind me with a distant street lamp back of him. Then I see something else. Back away, across the street, is another man, walking fast. Now I got 3 of them. I'm in a triple-decker sandwich now. I want to scream. I want to yell help. But my heart's got all mixed up in my larynx somehow, and I know I'd never be able to project my voice past the next crack on the sidewalk. They're catching up to me fast. If this is the end, sister, this is it. I'm already imagining the cold steel on my back, and then... The 2 boys walk right on past me. Don't even give me a tumble. They're making time, and as the one on my side gets ahead of me, I see him nod to the one across the street. They're not tailing me. They're after Yankee Doodle. They heard him whistle, and they'll be catching up with him any minute now. I heave a big sigh of relief and consider a quick exit back to the subway with my 10 grand. I can just barely see the 2 of them as they come close to the next street lamp. They could be plainclothesmen, but I don't think so somehow. In that case, they got an illegal desire to get something they think Yankee Doodle's got. Or maybe Yankee Doodle's the illegal part of the deal. Suppose he turns out to be Sir Galahad. It's pretty confusing, and I ain't happy about it either way. But something, I don't know what, makes me take after the two Rover boys instead of going my own way while I got the chance. I look up ahead. Yankee Doodle's a block away now, and he stops for a second under a streetlight. He's listening, I can tell that, even though he's too far away for me to tell if he's Sir Galahad. Then quickly he disappears into the shadows again. I'm trying to keep my heels from clicking too loud, but they sound like drum beats, so I take my shoes off quick. The Rover boys are up on the corner now, but I'm making it by the time they're halfway down the next block. The street lamp must have burned out along here because it's blacker than a Schiaparelli dinner dress. If only a police car would come by or something. Maybe Winchell would be cruising with the boys, yeah, and then he'd give me a plug in his column and it'd be easy for me to get a job. Oh, what am I thinking about things like that for now? Besides, there ain't a car on the street. There hasn't been one since I got off the subway. Suddenly, out of the blackness, a hand grabs my arm, another covers my mouth.
Be quiet. Don't scream. It's me. Here, let's get down in the stairway where they can't see us against the light. Now.
You didn't need to choke me.
They'll come back this way in a minute. As soon as they found out they'd lost me.
How'd you get here? I thought you was way ahead of them.
I was. I ducked in here and let them pass. Are you with me?
Why should I be?
It's my life or theirs.
So what?
I got your purse back for you.
Yeah, Sir Galahad.
You got my money.
Well, could be their money.
Yes, but it isn't.
Wait, they're coming back. I got an idea. I'll step out and say something, and you...
All right. Get up there quick. They're coming.
Well, hiya, boys. Fancy seeing you here. Nice night, ain't it?
Never mind, sister. We ain't got time to chat.
Well, you needn't blind me with that flashlight. I just wanted to pass the time of day.
Well, it ain't that time of day, so step aside and let's...
Hey, what?
Hey, he was trying to get up.
Let's make sure they're really out.
Are you kidding? They're both out farther than the 12-mile limit.
Then let's get away from here fast. Come on.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter? You don't want to be picked up around here, do you?
Well, I got to put my shoes on first, don't I? Say, do you know I broke my heel on that heel? So, here we are, 15 minutes later, sitting in an all-night restaurant after running practically 12 blocks and me forgetting all about the fact my feet was killing me a couple hours ago. Sir Galahad's breathing just like normal, but I'm still sounding like a pair of bellows trying to catch my wind. He's looking at me and laughing in a nice way, and I don't mind.
You know, what you need is a little regular exercise. It would get you in condition.
A nice, steady job hoofing somewhere will do that for me.
I wonder how long it will be before the cops find those guys.
Maybe you ought to report it first, just to be on the safe side.
No. It would be too dangerous. I have to get rid of the money first.
Oh.
No, I did not rob a bank.
Well, there's other illegal ways to get 10 grand.
Here comes the waitress. Better order, and then we can talk. Eh?
I can't believe I'm really going to get a steak inside of me instead of hot lead.
Wait until you see what the steak's like before you feel too happy.
Know what you want yet? Yeah, a long time ago. T-bone steak, rare, smothered in onions.
Make it 2, please.
2 T's, rare and buried.
All right, shoot. What am I saying?
I'm a Greek.
Yeah?
I came over here when I was about 15. My father and mother are still in Athens. I couldn't get them out of the country when the Italians invaded. So I don't know where they are now.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Oh, I'm like a lot of people over here. I want to do something for my mother country, even though I am a naturalized American. So, in my spare time, I collect contributions from other Greeks living over here.
Oh, you mean for the Relief Society?
Oh, no, that's different. This money supports the Greek underground. It has to be gotten and sent very quietly because certain people over here would like very much to know who's operating the underground in Greece. You see?
Yeah, I'm beginning to. What about the Rover boys?
Who?
The 2 kids we lulled to sleep back there.
Oh, well, I can't prove it yet, but I think they're Axis agents. They've been following me ever since I left home this morning. Today was my day off, and I've been making the rounds collecting.
You did pretty well. How much is in that bankroll?
$10,415.
Oh, boy, you're quite a salesman.
I've got a good product to sell. Anyway, I thought I could shake those guys in the subway. But then when you got your purse lifted, I did a little quick thinking and decided the money would be safer with you for a while. And I do want to thank you.
Oh, that's all right. Always glad to help out. Well, I guess you'd like to have your 10 grand back now, huh?
You know, in Greece, they have a law that whoever finds money gets to keep 10% as a reward.
No kidding.
Yes. So the way we'd figure it, you get $1,041.15.
Say, that's wonderful. That's a great custom. I wonder why they don't adopt it in America.
Well, I guess America has a lot of things that Greece doesn't have. T-bone steaks, for instance.
Yeah, that's true. Well, here you are. I hope you get the dough into the right hands.
Thank you very, very much. Aren't you going to count out your 10%?
Mm-mm. I got to contribute something to winning the war, ain't I? Say, miss.
You want me?
Yeah, what happened to them 2 T-bone steaks?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but when I took your order for the steak, I forgot this was Meatless Tuesday.
Oh, no.
And so closes the 10 Grand, starring Lucille Ball. Tonight's tale of suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Have you had the thrilling experience of enjoying a meal prepared and served with delightful Roma wines? Well, tomorrow evening, we suggest that when preparing your dinner, whether it be fish, meat, or poultry, just add a generous portion of your favorite Roma table wine, Sauterne, Burgundy, or Claret. Then simply put the same bottle, well chilled, on the table with the meal. You'll be in for a new experience in just how good even the simplest everyday foods can be when prepared and also served with superbly flavored Roma wines. Don't put off discovering how much these delicious and inexpensive Roma wines can add to the pleasure of everyday living. Remember, thousands make Roma wines their daily standby for greater enjoyment at a cost of only pennies a glass. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Lucille Ball. I always enjoy my appearances on Suspense, and tonight I'm particularly proud because Mr. Spear has just counted up, and he says that tonight I said more words per minute than any actress he has ever had on the show. Well, here's just a few more, and I hope you will give heed to them. Don't let tomorrow go by without buying an extra war bond.
Lucille Ball appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers at the White Cliffs of Dover. Next Thursday, same time, we will present the best-selling novel, The Walls Came Tumbling Down, and Mr. Keenan Wynn will be your star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Post Ghosties, or Host Posties, or that is Roast Toast Posties presents.
Hey, get that name right, my confused friend. It's Post Toasties. Post Toasties. Crisp, delicious Post Toasties present The Adventures of the Thin Man, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon. A basic 7 food with whole grain nourishment. Post Toasties. It's early evening, and we find our old friend Sheriff Ebenezer Williams ringing the doorbell of Nick and Nora Charles' apartment.
Nicky, darling, I didn't expect... Oh, Eb Williams.
Howdy, Nori.
Eb, darling, come in.
Well,
Where's Essie?
oh, she's coming on a later train. And don't let Essie hear you call me darling.
Everybody's a darling tonight, Eb. This is going to be the most wonderful anniversary Nicky and I ever had. If he remembers about it, the big goon.
Well, did he forget?
He didn't mention a word about it all day.
Oh, well, I reckon he's trying to tease you.
You look lovely, Eb.
Yeah, I got on my best bib and tucker. I saved these clothes for funerals and weddings. You look mighty spruce yourself, Nori.
Do you really think so, Eb? I got this evening gown especially for tonight.
Yeah?
Do you like it?
You seem to fill it out fine.
Oh, that must be Nicky now. Eb, don't you remind him that this is our anniversary. I want to see if he forgot.
What'll you do if he has?
Well, I can't make up my mind. Shall I blow his brains out or slit his throat?
Oh, slit his throat. Because if you try to blow his brains out, you might miss the target. It being so small, you know.
Nicky, darling.
Hello, baby.
Didn't you forget something, dear?
No, darling. Here's the half-pound of butter you asked me to bring home.
Oh.
When I promised the grocer I'd marry his daughter, he let me have it. Oh, hello, Ed.
Howdy, Nick.
Well, awfully nice to see you again. What brought you to town?
Steam cars?
Oh, I thought there was something up.
Well, there is.
What?
Oh, I come in to see a fellow's throat slit.
Oh, whose?
Friend of mine.
Oh. Well, Nora and I haven't seen an interesting throat slitting in a long time. Can we come along?
Yes, be glad to have you.
Say, Nora, what are you all dressed up for? And Ed, you're all dolled up, too. Why?
For the funeral of the fellow that's going to get his throat slit.
Oh, well, I guess I better change. I'll see you in a minute.
Oh, Eb, he completely forgot.
Oh, I don't think so. See if that package really has got butter into it.
Oh, I didn't think of that. Oh, Eb.
Huh?
It is butter.
Well, what you crying for? Butter has its points.
Oh, that big goon. He'll see if I'll ever marry him again. Oh, why do I love the husband I hate so much? Oh, just a minute.
Oh, Mrs. Charles?
Yes.
I'm Mr. Squiller of Squiller Incorporated. Flowers for the dead, dying, and married. Where shall I put this?
Oh, the flowers. Oh, over there.
Very well.
Do you have a cold?
No, I'm allergic to blossoms. Miss Charles.
Yes.
May I extend my deepest and heartfelt condolences on this occasion?
Oh, well, thank you. What did you say?
I saw you crying when I came in. Perhaps he's happier in another world.
Hmm?
Who can tell? My deepest sympathies, madam. My heart bleeds for you. You'll get my bill in the morning. Goodbye.
Allergy in a country churchyard. Look at that bunch of posies he sent.
Wonder if I'm celebrating an anniversary or winning a horse race. Let's see what the ribbon says. Oh,
darling, how do you like the flowers? Aren't they lovely?
Beautiful, dear. I'm just mad about the inscription. Rest in peace.
Huh?
So appropriate for an anniversary.
What are you talking about?
That there ribbon, Nick. Couldn't they get you one that said success?
Here, let me see. Lilies. This is a funeral bower. Where are the jewels?
What jewels, dear?
I bought a necklace and told him to send it with the flowers.
You expect me to believe that?
But I did.
You forgot our anniversary entirely.
Oh, darling, don't you see? I did send you flowers.
They were delivered here by mistake.
But I bought a gift for you, too.
You're just making that up. You don't love me anymore.
But I do love you.
You hear that, Eb? He's shouting at me now.
Oh, I'm going back to the flower shop and find out what happened.
You mean you're running out to buy me something? Oh, I know all your little tricks.
All right. You can come along. And you can come, too, Eb, as a witness.
Maybe that funeral wreath isn't so inappropriate for our wrecked marriage. Rest in peace. Oh, Eb.
Oh, please, don't scream at me so. I can't bear it, Mr. Childs. It drives me mad.
The son died.
Oh, look, Mr. Squiller, all I want to know is who got the necklace I left with you.
If he left any necklace.
Which I'm beginning to doubt.
Don't confuse me so, please. I'm suffering acutely from allergies. I'm sneezing my brains out. I hardly know what I'm doing anymore.
All right, look, I'll make it simple. I got a funeral wreath. Now, you must have delivered my flowers and the jewelry to somebody else.
Do you suppose that's what I did?
Yes, I do. Probably you sent it to the person who was supposed to get the funeral wreath.
Why, of course, I remember now. How perfectly idiotic of me.
Yes, well, where did you send my jewels and the flowers?
Let me see. Now, here's the card. Mrs. Gwen Gray Gilroy, 1408 East 86th Street.
Gwen Gray Gilroy. Nicky, isn't she that showgirl who threatened to commit suicide when you married me?
Which one do you mean, dear?
The one you nicknamed Strikeout, because she had so many curves. She called you Sugar Man.
Oh, I'm sure it's not the same person.
She married a millionaire named Gilroy. I read it in the papers. Nick, have you been sending her flowers and jewelry?
Oh, look, what am I getting into here? Nora, this is just a simple mix-up. Probably due to Mr. Squiller's allergy.
I'm so sorry all this happened. My nose is just driving me crazy.
Why don't you quit the flower business if you're allergic to flowers?
Well, how can I quit when I'm losing money? It's a vicious circle, starting from my nose and ending with my bank account. Believe me, when I think of my troubles, I could weep.
Oh, come, Nicky. We're going to Mrs. Gilroy's. And if what I suspect is true, you're going to be dead before morning.
Oh, will he really, Mrs. Charles?
Yeah, you can depend upon it, Mr. Squiller.
In that case, remember where to buy your flowers for the funeral, Mrs. Charles.
Just a moment. Why, Sugar Man.
Oh, Strikeout.
So, it is her. Sugar Man, you found out about poor Virgil dying and you came back to me.
No, not exactly Strikeout. This is my wife, Nora.
Oh, how do you do?
Not as well as you seem to be doing.
And this is my friend, Sheriff Ebenezer Williams.
Howdy, Strikeout. Does that coffin contain the remains of your late spouse?
Yes.
Now, look, Gwen. There's been a kind of mix-up. Did Mr. Squiller deliver some flowers to you?
Yes, Nicky, they're at the head of the casket. Why?
Was there a package with them?
I don't know. I wasn't here when they arrived.
Let's take a look, Nick. Maybe it's with the flowers.
Yes, come on.
How did he work out as a husband, Nora?
Not badly.
Don't seem to be here, Nick.
I'll open the casket, Ed. Maybe that idiotic florist put it in there.
Maybe he was playing treasure hunter.
Say, look. The casket's empty.
Godfrey, nobody home.
What are you talking about?
Strikeout, your husband's body isn't here. The casket's empty.
Virgil gone? Say, that jerk can't do this to me.
Too bad Nick didn't send that package by post.
Toasties, Ted.
Huh?
Whenever you say post, follow up quick with Toasties. Post Toasties. You know, delicious, crisper cornflakes.
Oh, yeah, but I'm talking about a package.
Large or small. You know, Ted, Post Toasties come in different size packages.
Well, sure they do. And, my friend, when you always buy the largest package instead of the smallest size, you save up to 17 cents on every dollar spent for Post Toasties. Now, that's something you can count on, a basic saving.
Hey, did you say basic 7?
But, you know, Post Toasties are a basic 7 food, one type of food our government urges us to eat for wartime strength and fitness. Post Toasties are a swell source of quick energy with whole grain nourishment, including iron, niacin, vitamin B1.
Oh, what do you know? I've been eating Post Toasties just because they taste so good.
Well, you keep right on, my friend. Enjoy that good ripe corn flavor, that toasty crispness, that valuable whole grain nourishment. Enjoy Post Toasties. A delicious, nourishing, crisper basic 7 food, Post Toasties.
back to tonight's adventure of the Thin Man. Mrs. Gwen Gray Gilroy, known to Nick and Nora as Strikeout, has just found that her husband's body is not in the coffin. We heard her say,
Virgil gone? Say, that jerk can't do this to me.
Maybe he stole the necklace and beat it.
He couldn't. He was dead.
Are you sure of that, Gwen?
Sure, certainly. I saw him croak with my own eyes.
Well, somebody stole that necklace.
Somebody stole my husband's body.
I reckon there's a crook around here, by Godfrey.
Well, come on, Eb. We're going to turn this place inside out. I'm sure it's... Say, here's the body.
Where?
Behind the sofa.
You must have misplaced it, Strikeout.
Well, how did it get there?
I reckon he was just hiding to scare us. Say, Strikeout, is that a picture of the deceased?
Yes. And he didn't die of disease. Heart attack, the doctor said.
Looky, Nick. That there ain't a picture of the corpse.
Let me see. Oh,
Gwen, is that Virgil?
no, it's somebody else.
Where'd you get him, Gwen?
I don't know. Oh, this is awful.
Hey, wait a minute. I found something here.
What is it, Nick? Another cadaver?
No. It's a bill from the Luxury Deluxe Hotel in this fellow's pocket. For $1.25 for a week's board.
Reasonable.
Yes, this hotel's down on the Bowery.
Sugar man, won't you find poor Virgil's body for me? The funeral's all arranged, and I have a lovely black dress already.
Never mind about that body, Nick. You'd better find that necklace. If there was one stolen.
Nick, do you think the same crook that stole the body stole the necklace?
You've got something there, Eb. We're going to the Luxury Deluxe Hotel right now.
Oh, this is awful. This is terrible.
No. Don't take it too hard, Strikeout. Your husband had to go sometime.
That's not why I'm crying. Suppose Virgil is alive. I won't collect a penny. Oh, he's just got to be
Good evening, friends. Welcome to the Luxury Deluxe Hotel. No opium smoking and no murder allowed.
Oh, a respectable joint.
I thought we was coming to one of these here low dives. Awful disappointing.
Well, friends, would you like a room with a window or just a room?
Not exactly. You see...
Here, my friend.
Where'd you get my watch?
Oh, that's just to show how honest we are. Don't you recognize me, Nicky?
Oh, Dippy Danny, the pickpocket. What are you doing here?
Well, I decided to go straight for the duration. My contribution to the war effort.
Danny, this is my wife, Nora.
Oh, how do you do? Are you a very experienced pickpocket, Mr. Dippy?
Nora, I've had me hands in some of the most well-greased pockets in this country. Here's your change, please.
Oh, thank you.
And this is my old friend, Eb Williams.
Howdy, Dippy.
Hello, son. Here's your wallet.
Mr. Dippy looks so... Godfrey, how do you do it?
I'll show you later if you want to know. Hey. How you got in that sheet over your shoulder, son?
All right, Eb. Put him down there and uncover him.
Okey, baby, dokey. Easy does it.
You recognize him, Danny?
Kind of stiff, huh? Yeah, I know him.
Who is he?
Fellow named Joe Jones. Died here 3 days ago.
We found him in a swanky apartment uptown. How'd he get there?
Well, it's kind of a queer story. A dame come in and wanted a dead body.
What?
Yeah. She wanted to rent one. I told her I had one, so I rented them to her for $2.
Is renting bodies part of your regular line of business here?
No, but I don't mind picking up a little spare change now and then. A fella needs it, you know, what with taxes.
Yeah, sure. Well, what else do you know about this woman?
Well, she rented a room here. It's right down the hall. You want to see it?
Yes, I certainly do. What's her name?
Mrs. John Smith, she says. You think she was lying, Nick?
What does she look like?
I couldn't see. She was wearing a black veil. Here's the room.
Oh, it looks like an ideal honeymoon suite for a couple of zombies. Oh, look, Nick.
Well, say, what do you know? That's the body of Strikeout's husband.
Yes, and he's been struck out, all right. But good. Here, look at the eyes, Ed. He's been poisoned.
Murdered, by Godfrey.
I knew it. Can't we ever have an anniversary without a murder?
Nora, you and Eb go home. There's some checking up I want to do. I'll be there in an hour.
All right, Nick. I'll be glad to get out of this terrible place.
Wait a minute. Did you say he was poisoned, Nick?
Yes, Danny. Why?
He should have known better. It's against the rules of the hotel.
The only way we'll find out who stole that necklace is by solving this murder. I'd like to have a nice, cozy talk with Strikeout.
Oh, no, you don't. Not on my wedding anniversary.
But, Well, Eb, you
Yeah.
think you can find out what I want to know from Strikeout?
Sure thing. You know how I handle women, Nick.
All right, Eb. You get her to tell you everything she can about Barton Bellows.
Yeah?
She's been seen around with him. Find out if she's got a black veil and find out just what happened when her husband died.
All right, I'll go right now.
And be careful, Eb. Strikeout can be dangerous when she's cornered.
I'll keep her away from corners then. See you later, Nick.
Bye.
Who are you calling, Nick?
Barton Bellows, baby.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Bellows' residence.
Oh, are you Mr. Bellows' maid?
Yeah?
Are you happy working for Mr. Bellows?
Well, I don't know. Why?
Well, my name's Nick Charles. Maybe I can offer you a better job. Do you like it there?
Well, Mr. Bellows ain't married, so we don't have a wife who'll let me wear a fur coat like in the last job I had.
Oh, well, my wife would let you wear hers.
Can I speak to your wife?
Why, sure. Nora, get her to quit her job right now. Not only is it necessary, but we can also get a maid.
Oh. Hello?
Your husband says I can wear your fur coat if I work for you.
Well, of course.
What kind of a coat have you got?
Persian lamb.
Oh, Persian lamb. I can get lots of jobs with a Persian lamb coat.
Oh, but I also have a mink coat.
Oh, mink? That's more like it. How much will you pay?
Well, how much do you get?
$30 a week.
I'll give you 40.
2 nights off a week, and can I use the telephone when I want?
Yes?
Also, can I have my boyfriend in Saturday night?
Yes, of course.
That's the kind of a job I want.
Then you must quit right now and come over here. The address is 409 Park Drive.
Okay, I'll be there right away.
I hope you don't think it's odd, my stealing you from Mr. Bellows over the phone this way.
Oh, no. That's how he got me. It's wonderful being a maid these days, Mrs. Charles. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, we've got a maid. So now what?
So now, Nora, you're going to find out a few things about Barton Bellows for me. You are going to be a Swedish maid applying for a job.
Oh, you mean a vain girl who scrubs clean like anything by Jumpen Jiminy? Good evening. Are you Mr. Bellows?
Yes?
A vain expert Swedish maid, cook, housekeeper, nurse, a laundress, and dishwasher. I have used quit a job and told my madam to go to... maybe you have a job for me?
Do I have a job for you? Come right in. You were sent from heaven.
No, I come from Brooklyn.
I mean, my maid just quit. I need someone to take care of my house. I'll pay you anything you want.
Oh, is that picture of your wife?
Well, no, not exactly.
This beautiful woman, she writes, to Barton, the one and only in my life, all my love, Gwen. If she's not your wife, why does she love you?
Well, she's a kind of a friend of mine. I'm not married.
Oh, not married? I am not married, too.
Well, I hope you'll like this job. I'll do anything you want to make you happy.
Will you marry me?
Well, no. But...
I think I go home.
No, please. I mean, I'll be nice to you. That won't be hard. You're very pretty.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, I think maybe I stay. Ah, look at this drawer, so messy. Full of old letters.
Oh, what are you doing there?
I must see if you pay your bill. I don't work for a man who does not pay his bill. Ah, here is interesting letter. Dearest Barton, I don't think poor Virgil can live very much longer. The old goat is due to kick the bucket soon, and we can get married.
Give me that.
It is from that Gwen. So you want to marry her?
Well, that's none of your business.
Where I work, everything is my business. Aha. You have a little bottle here. A little bottle of pills. I wonder what they are.
Here, don't open that.
Take your hands off me or I smack your face. Here is your bottle of pills. I don't think they would be so good for me anyway.
I think you'd better leave. I'm afraid I can't use it.
Leave? You bet by Jiminy I leave. They will not work such filthy place. Look at these dishes. Dirty. Dirty.
Get out of here.
You insult me. I quit. Look at this vase. Filthy. Ye are a beast. Good night.
Are you sure he was poisoned?
Yeah. Now, you better tell me all you know about it, Strikeout. This is murder. You can go to jail for that, by Godfrey.
Have you told the police yet?
No.
Don't tell them, Abby. I'm sure they'll suspect me. You will be a nice little boy and not mention a word about it.
Well, it ain't easy to keep a thing like this secret.
I know, but won't you do this for poor little me?
If you kept the thing like... Ain't you misplaced your arm, Strikeout?
Oh, don't misunderstand, Abby. I'm just telling you because I'm frightened. You're just like my daddy. You know what he used to do when I was frightened?
Don't knock my derby off. What?
He used to hold me in his arms like this and then kiss me like this.
Your daddy done that?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet papa.
You're sweet, too, Abby. You won't call the police. Will you, Daddy?
Well, I reckon I'll think about it. Where's your clothes closet, Strikeout?
There. Why?
I just want to take a look. You wear this black veil very much?
What do you want with that veil?
Hello, darling. Oh, I see you have company.
Barton, I didn't hear you come in. Eb, this is Barton Bellows.
Howdy, Barton.
Hello. Gwen, I've got to talk to you.
And I got to see you, too. They found Virgil's body.
I'll open it.
Oh, hello, Eb.
Why, Nora and Nick, come in.
Eb, your lipstick's smeared.
Oh, I reckon I got that comforting Strikeout here.
Sugar man, you won't let him call the police, will you? Just wait a day until I see my lawyer.
Strikeout, is that man Barton Bellows?
That's him.
The Swedish maid. Say, what is this all about?
You'll find out in a minute. Mr. Bellows, you better sit down.
Sugar man, what are you going to do?
Strikeout, who was here on the night that your husband got killed?
Just Barton and me and Virgil. Why?
When did he die?
About 9 o'clock. We had brandy in this very room. And Virgil stood up and collapsed.
What did he do with the body?
Barton put a sheet over him. I was hysterical, so Barton gave me a sedative, and I went to bed.
I see. Ed, did you find anything here?
Yeah, this black veil, Nick. Just like the kind that your pal Dipper see.
Nicky, sugar man, what's the veil got to do with all this?
Gwen, the person who murdered your husband tried a very slick trick. The killer obtained the body of a man who died naturally and put it under that sheet to deceive the examining doctor. Your husband's body was hidden in the luxury deluxe hotel in the barroom.
It was hidden there by a woman who wore a black veil, Gwen.
The killer had only one problem. The bodies had to be exchanged again. The poisoned man's body would have been buried, and nobody would even know your husband was murdered, Gwen.
Isn't he brilliant?
Only one thing went wrong with this almost perfect murder, Gwen. The killer planned to change the bodies tonight. But after the corpse of the Bowery derelict was removed from the coffin, there was an interruption. Flowers arrived. The flowers that were sent here by mistake. So the killer quickly hid the corpse behind the sofa.
Well, how do you know that?
I checked with Mr. Squiller, the florist. He heard something being moved about just before he came in. Now, whoever moved that corpse is the killer. Now, Gwen, the elevator boy said you left word when you went out to let Mr. Squiller in with the building's passkey. That sounds like a good alibi, but can you prove you were out of the house at that time, Gwen?
You're not going to get away with this. Grab her, Nick. She's going for that drawer.
Strikeout, don't
Get
try
her
it.
up.
Good, by Godfrey.
Stand back, all of you. First one who makes a move to touch her, he's going to get killed. I'm getting out of here. Lights! Who turned out the lights? Nick, you're going to get away. No, let go. Don't.
Eb, light a match.
Okay.
Nora, turn on that switch. That one over there.
All right.
Ed, take this gun and cover Bellows. Shoot the kill if he tries anything.
Are you crazy? She was trapped and she committed suicide. The gun's still in her hand. She shot herself.
Nicky, is she dead?
No, baby, it's just a flesh wound. She'll be okay. Phone the police and tell them to send an ambulance.
All right.
Bellows, you're under arrest for murder.
You don't know what you're talking about. Her attempt to kill herself proves she's guilty.
You see Gwen's wristwatch? The crystal doesn't get crushed when you try to commit suicide. It got crushed when you grabbed her arm in the dark and twisted it and turned the gun on her. You murdered her husband. Nora got one of the poison pills you used when she went to your apartment.
You'll never be able to prove this.
I got the proof already, pal. For instance, you're the only one that would be familiar enough with this room to know where the light switch is. And what's more, you left fingerprints all over that room at the Hotel Luxury Deluxe when you come down there in the dress and clothes that you stole from Gwen.
Yes? What else have I done?
You stole your necklace, Nick. Here it is.
Where'd you get that?
Out of your pocket.
Why, Eb, I didn't know you were a pickpocket.
I got Danny the Dipper to show me how to do it.
Well, that about clinches it, Bellows. That proves you were here when the flowers arrived. You murdered Virgil Gilroy because you wanted to marry Strikeout after she inherited his dough. And stop shivering, Bellows. You'll be warmed up soon enough.
Will you pull the covers up, darling? It's getting chilly.
Okay. There, is that better?
Mm-hmm. What made Barton Bellows steal the necklace?
Well, he got cold feet when he was interrupted by Squiller. He figured it would come in handy if he had to clear out in a hurry and needed money fast.
Why'd Strikeout pull that gun?
Well, she thought she was being framed, and she lost her head. There, does that clear up everything?
Mm-hmm. Darling, it was a lovely anniversary. Even if we did have to celebrate rather late.
Uh-huh. Shall we go to sleep, dear?
No. Let's stay up and remember old times. That's what people should do on anniversaries.
Oh, but Nora, I want to sleep.
You didn't feel that way on our wedding night.
No?
You're getting old, Nicky.
Who's getting old? I can stay awake forever if I want to. Me getting old? It's ridiculous. I can stay up all night for a week if I want to. I just don't want to now.
You're fibbing. You can't.
Okay, I'll show you. Let's talk about anything you want to, as long as you want to.
Nicky, do you remember what you said when I first met you?
Mm-hmm.
What did you say? Well? Nicky. Nicky, are you sleeping? Silly goose. Good night, Nicky, darling.
Now, when that sleepy pair wake up in the morning, they'll be ready for breakfast. So I'll just slip out the kitchen and see what's there. The icebox, there's cream, milk, pears. Oh, yeah, there it is, right up there on the pantry shelf. Post Toasties, all the makings for a swell breakfast dish. Crisp Post Toasties with juicy, ripe sliced pears on top and rich milk over all. Boy, these delicious cornflakes taste so good and stay so crisp. Why, there's a wake-up smile in every tempting spoonful. Yes, and Post Toasties are a swell source of quick food energy and valuable nourishment. Whole grain nourishment, including iron, niacin, vitamin B1. Post Toasties are one type of cereal nutritionists say we should be sure and eat every morning. Yes, a breakfast including fruit, milk, toast, a beverage, and a generous helping of Post Toasties is a nourishing, adequate breakfast. One that'll help prevent mid-morning fatigue, help promote good spirits and real working efficiency. So keep that in mind, won't you? And tomorrow, well, every morning, help yourself to get off to a good start with a really good breakfast, including Post Toasties, a delicious, crisper, Basic 7 food. Post Toasties. Tune in next week to radio's most popular mystery comedy, The Adventures of the Thin Man, brought to you by Crisp Post Toasties, a Basic 7 food. Listen next week when Nick and Nora investigate the stolen jewelry racket and discover it's a short step from hot rhinestones to cold tombstones. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Here we are, Mary. All out for the 10th Street Gymnasium.
If what you say about this place is true, Blackie, I'm going to be all in.
I get exhausted watching the kids myself. Here, I'll get out your side.
Okay.
You want to referee one of the basketball games or a boxing match?
I'll just sit and watch, thank you. How many boys in the club now, Blackie?
Exactly 100, and we started with only 5 6 months ago.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Isn't that swell? Here, this door over here. We'll go right into the gymnasium itself.
Okay. 100 boys. How does Tom Allison, the gym instructor, handle so many at one time?
He doesn't. The place is like a madhouse half the time, with
bet.
100 kids yelling to do the same things all at once. Well, hold your ears.
Okay. 100 kids yelling and screaming.
Quiet in here, isn't it?
It's quiet and empty, too. Are you sure we're in the right place?
In the right place, on the right day, and at the right time, but something's wrong.
Oh, well, somebody just came through that door over there now.
There's the gym instructor. Oh, Allison!
Oh, hello, Blackie. Miss Wesley.
Hi, Tom.
Allison, what's the matter? Where are all the kids?
I don't know, Blackie. They didn't show up yesterday or the day before that.
Why not?
I don't know. They've just stopped coming here. They started quitting in 2s and 3s a couple of weeks ago. We don't even get enough now for a basketball game.
I don't understand this at all.
Well, maybe the boys stopped coming because they couldn't afford it.
No, Miss Wesley, everything is free. Blackie pays all fees and has bought all their equipment.
Oh, Blackie. Oh, Blackie, you never told me that.
I didn't think it was important, but this is. Those kids were having a good time here. I know it because I've watched them. I could tell. Why have they stopped coming here all of a sudden? Now, why?
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I can't understand why the boys have stopped coming here, Allison. The gym was built especially for them, and they seem to appreciate it.
Yes, I know they did, Blackie. They were screaming for a place to play their games, have their contests, besides out in the street. That's where they are now, out on the street again.
Mr. Allison, have you talked to any of the boys to find out what the trouble is?
I've tried talking to them, Miss Wesley, but they just say they're not interested in gym anymore.
That can't be right. I'm going to find out about this.
Well, here's one of the boys.
It's Bobby Barton, isn't it?
Yes. Hello, Bobby. I haven't seen you for a long time.
Well, you ain't going to see me for a long time again. I just came by to get my sweater. I must have left it here. Oh, hiya, Blackie.
Hello, Bobby. What's the matter? Why aren't you guys coming to the gym anymore?
We're tired of gym, Blackie. We got something better to do.
You have? What?
Oh, plenty. Come over here to the window. I'll show you.
This ought to be interesting. What's out there, Bobby?
Oh, take a look for yourself. See the kids over there across the street by the big car?
Yes, I see them.
Look, Blackie, those boys they're picking up something off the sidewalk.
Yeah, scrambling for money, Mary. That big fellow by the car is tossing it to them.
That's Joe Easton, Blackie. Yeah, he says there are a lot better things to do than waste time in a gym playing games. And he's right.
Oh, he is he?
Blackie, who's Joe Eastman?
Joe Easton? Ex-racket guy, just out of jail.
Yeah, he's in the chips, Blackie. He's really making dough. And he says if we'll string along with him and he likes us, well, maybe he'll show us how we can make plenty of dough, too. Well, he hasn't yet, but we're hoping.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and anybody knows you can't make any money fooling around in a gymnasium. This stuff is out for us, Blackie. Easton's got the right idea about things. And Jim ain't it.
Hey, Bobby, listen, wait a minute, will you?
No, nothing doing, Blackie. Some of the kids may find out I've been hanging around here and tell Joe Easton I'm going soft. So long.
So that's what it is. Joe Easton.
Yes, Allison, that's it.
Blackie, if those boys do what Easton tells them to do, they're asking for trouble.
Well, Easton doesn't know it yet, Mary, but he's asking for trouble himself. I tell you, Faraday, you've got to do something about Joe Easton.
Do something about Easton, huh, Blackie? What? I don't have a thing on him. Now go away and don't bother me.
Look, I'm not kidding, Faraday. Easton's been out of jail just about, a little over a month, and he's already throwing money around as if he owned the U.S. Mint.
Well, it's no crime to have money. You don't have to... Faraday speaking.
Faraday, this is Blake.
Oh, hello, Commissioner. Just a minute. No wisecracks, Blackie. This is the police commissioner.
Talk to him, but then you're going to listen to me.
Quiet. Yes, Commissioner?
Faraday, have you been paying any attention to the number of automobiles stolen the last few weeks?
Well, I've seen the reports, Commissioner Blake.
Well, take another look. In the last 30 days, more than 200 cars have been stolen off the streets of this city.
Well, I thought it was something
Listen,
like
Faraday,
that.
I want you and your department to get to work.
On stolen cars, Commissioner? But this is the homicide department.
I know it's the homicide department, but this is a big racket. And you know what happens in these big rackets.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, there's a killing. And there's work for the homicide department.
But, Commissioner Blake...
Look, Faraday, do you know how many of those stolen cars have been found? None. And do you know why?
Yes,
I'll
I
tell
was
you
talking
why.
to the...
Because they aren't being sold. We can't trace one of them. This is something different in car thefts. This is something new and big. The cars just don't show up. Not one of them. And do you know where we've checked?
Yes,
I'll tell you where. We've checked every agency, every car lot, every storage garage. And every police force in the country is doing the same thing. We've even kept an eye on the export trade. But not one of the stolen cars has shown up anywhere. Do you know what that means, Faraday?
Sure,
I'll
Commissioner
tell you what
Blake.
it means we're up against big-time thieves, smart operators, with a brand-new way of getting rid of stolen cars. They aren't taking those cars for the fun of it. Now, get your men on it right away. And you go to work on it, too. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Now, about Joe Easton, Faraday.
Get out of here with Joe Easton, Blackie. I've got to start worrying about 200 stolen automobiles that just disappeared into thin air. How could 200 cars disappear, Blackie? And why can't it happen to you?
Your temper's worse, but your humor's improving. Look, Faraday, I'll work on those stolen cars with you if you will help me take care of Joe Easton. Now.
Will you forget Joe Easton?
Do you want to forget why you're on the police force?
I'm not forgetting it. My job is to protect the people of this city.
The teenagers of this town are people, Faraday.
Who said they weren't? And what's Easton got to do with teenagers anyhow?
Plenty. They think he's a great, big, wonderful hero, and maybe they're going to want to be like him. Before long, Joe Easton will be the idol of every teenage boy in this town. And if we don't show them what's wrong with this guy, Easton, the town's going to be overrun with juvenile delinquents.
You don't have to tell me that, Blackie. I know it. Well, I better get the commissioner on the phone. I think he'll agree that the kids in this town are more important than stolen cars. Then we'll get to work on Easton.
That ignition box attached to the engine, Harry?
Yeah, Johnny, it's all hooked up. Well, you can check another 1947 Buick off the list the boss gave me.
With great pleasure, my friend. This makes our quota for the day. 3 Buicks, 1947 variety.
Yeah. Hey, we're sure short one 1941 Payson. Well, I guess I better close up this hood, huh?
Well, we'd attract a lot less attention if we drive this thing off with the hood down. Ready to get in the car?
Yeah, I'm ready. The hard way.
Yeah. Shame to break such a nice, pretty window, ain't it?
Yeah, breaks my heart. People will lock car doors, though.
Well, let's go.
Yeah, let's get going. What are you laughing about, John?
This racket of ours. So easy. No risk once we get the cars.
Yeah, it's slick, all right. Yeah, but we got every cop in town going crazy trying to figure out what happens to the cars we snatch.
Uh-huh. And this is another one they'll never find. But never.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Easton.
Yeah?
Mr. Easton, this is John Waters.
Hello, John. How'd it go today?
Fine. We got 3 1947 Buicks, all right. But only one of the Paysons we wanted.
Not bad. Not bad at all. But look, we want to keep up our quota. Add another patient to your list for tomorrow.
All right. They're hard to find, Mr. Easton.
No, they're not. You're just not going in the right neighborhoods. Try Uptown tomorrow.
Won't that be a little risky?
Not if you and Harry are careful. Get your quota with Amara. +1.
Well, we try.
Do better than try. Do it.
Yes, sir.
Someone at the door. Call me again tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Goodbye.
Bye. Come in.
Hello, Easton.
Well, Boston Blackie. Come in, stranger. Have a chair. Cigar. This is certainly a welcome visit.
Drop the act, Easton. You know why I'm here.
Sure, I know.
Lay off those kids, or I'll take care of you personally.
Ah, threat. Well, what do you know? Threat from Boston Blackie means only one thing. I've arrived. I'm successful. I'm on my way up.
You're on your way down and out, Easton. I've just decided that. I'll find out what kind of racket you've got going for you, and I'll take care of it and you.
Oh, Blackie, you're hurting my feelings. Why, you know I'm not doing anything wrong, or should I say, you'll never find out what I'm doing wrong.
Don't bet. Only that's not important right now. You're a hero to the kids of this town with your car and that big bankroll of yours that you keep flashing. I don't happen to like that.
Jealous, Blackie? That's too bad. But kids always admire a successful man. And I'm just beginning. I'm only just beginning.
That's what you think. Easton, take my word for it. I'm going to bust you and your racket wide open. I'm going to do it for those kids. And I'm not kidding.
Harry. Huh? Hey, look just up ahead of us. 1941 Payson. Just what Easton wants.
Yeah, John, but look a little closer. Something in it the boss don't want. A guy.
Sim. Got to get that car. We're behind on Payson's. Come on. Go around to the driver's side. I'll open the door. You let him feel your gun on his ribs.
Now, let him know it's loaded.
Don't worry. Here goes.
Hey,
drive this car for you, mister.
What are you talking about? What are you trying to... your back isn't a water pistol, bud.
Come on, get out, pal. Don't start any trouble.
I will not.
Oh, kid, and we drag you out. Get out of there.
Police! Shut him up, John. This neighborhood's lousy with cops. Here comes one already.
This guy's a describe us, Harry. So you know what?
Yeah, I know. Well, I know what to do with this cop, too.
Look out, Harry. He's going to open up on us.
All right, beat it, John. I'm going to get this cop out.
You got him. Now let's go.
All right. What about the car?
Never mind the car.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Joe Easton, big-time racketeer, is becoming the idol of increasing numbers of teenage boys. Blackie and Inspector Faraday fear a wave of juvenile delinquency unless Easton is sent to prison. But so far, no one knows what Easton is doing. To make matters worse, there's been a wave of automobile thefts, and the stolen cars have just disappeared into thin air. During one theft, however, a car owner is killed and a policeman wounded. As we return to our story, Inspector Faraday is at the hospital, questioning the wounded cop, while Boston Blackie listens.
Can't you give us a better description of those car thieves, Callahan?
I'm sorry, Inspector Faraday, but I didn't get very close, and then I passed out when that bullet hit my shoulder.
Yeah.
All I know is those fellows were both tall. There was one blonde and the other dark.
Not much to go on, Faraday.
No, it isn't, Blackie. Well, don't worry about it anymore, Callahan. You just stay here and rest and do what the doctor tells you. I'll be back to see you in a day or two, huh?
Thanks, Inspector. So long, Blackie.
So long, Callahan.
I'm burning, Blackie. It isn't enough those guys are swiping cars by the handful and making them disappear. Now they've killed a man and wounded a policeman. Commissioner Blake was sure right when he said homicide would be in on this stolen car case.
Funny thing, Faraday. You showed me the list of stolen cars this morning, and I noticed something.
Huh?
The list showed about an equal number of all the major makes of cars.
So what?
So these cars seem to be stolen according to, well, some kind of a plan. As if the thieves just didn't steal any car, but only certain cars. Now, what kind were they after when they killed that man?
Well, 1941 Payson, with a guy in it.
Mm-hmm.
A guy they killed. And there were two other cars, brand new, with nobody in them, on the block.
They didn't get the Payson, did they?
No, they didn't.
Well, I'd like to borrow a 1941 Payson car, Faraday, and one of your men.
Why?
I'm going to use that car as bait. And you just wait to see what I catch. Getting impatient, Johnson?
No, Blackie, but we might have picked a more comfortable doorway to hide in, something a little better neighborhood.
Don't worry, Johnson. The first 5 hours of waiting are the hardest.
Oh, it's going to be light again pretty soon. You think they'll steal that Payson out there after the sun comes up?
They've stolen cars in daylight before. I think we're making progress. The same two men drove by a minute ago and slowed down.
They've done that 5 or 6 times already, Blackie, and then driven on. Maybe they're just curious about that Payson we parked out there. Maybe they think something's wrong, maybe.
I think they're casing the car to make sure that everything's all right.
Well, all I hope is my wife believes my story when I get home. I've never stayed out all night before.
I'll vouch for you, Johnson.
That'll do it, Blackie. She's heard about you.
Hey, hold it, Johnson. Here comes the car again.
Slowing up again, too?
It's doing better than that. It's stopped this time.
Maybe this is it, huh?
I think it is. Oh, they're getting out. Well, one of them's getting out.
Yeah, it's just what we want, Harry.
Hear that, Johnson?
Yeah.
They're going for the car.
Well, let's grab it then. The key's in it.
I don't know. I'll have a look.
When do we take them, Blackie?
In a minute.
Well, the key's in it.
Yeah. Just too easy. You go on. I'll collect this one by myself.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Too bad, Johnson. We're only going to get one of them.
Won't one be enough, Blackie?
For now. We'll give this guy enough time to prove he's what we want. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Come on, let's grab him.
You stay back, Blackie. You may try to shoot it out.
I've been shot at before. Come on, let's go. Quick, he's getting in the car.
All right, you. What are you doing in that car?
What do you care? Oh, cop, huh?
Keep your hands away from your pockets.
Yeah, you want to stop
Look
me?
out, Blackie. He's going for a ride.
Oh, no, he isn't. He's going for a ride.
Hey. That was some punch, Blackie. Hate to have you mad at me.
I wasn't even mad at this guy, Johnson. In fact, I like him. He's one of Easton's old gang, John Walters. And he's going to be very helpful to us when he wakes up. But let's not disturb his sleep until we get him to Faraday's office.
Come on, Walters, talk. Talk, or I'll keep you in jail so long, you'll start getting your mail there.
Leave me alone, will you, Faraday?
Sure, I'll leave you alone. When you talk.
I'll take over, Faraday. You relax.
No, Blackie, no. It isn't one of you, it's the other. Let me get some rest, will you? Let me get some rest, will you?
Hold your head up. I said hold your head.
No, Blackie, let me alone. I'll talk.
That's being a smart boy.
I'm not smart. I'm tired. I gotta sleep. What do you want to know?
Who are you working for?
Easton. Joe Easton.
What
I thought so.
are you doing with those stolen cars, Walters?
I can't tell you that, Faraday. Get Easton. Make him tell you. Only go away now so I can sleep.
Okay, Walters. Have a nice long sleep and pleasant dreams. Come on, Faraday. Let's see to it that Joe Easton has a little nightmare. Here, Faraday. Here's Easton's room right here.
How do you know, Blackie?
I was here once before. Put that stuff down just outside the door here and set it up.
Right.
Okay, set it up and turn it on. Then I'm going in to see Easton.
You're going in. Oh, no, I'm going in.
You're coming in after I've had him alone for 5 minutes.
Well, what am I supposed to do for 5 minutes? Twiddle my thumbs?
No, keep that thing running. Just stand right here, just outside the door, so Easton can't see you. I'll have to leave the door open.
Blackie, sometimes
Sometimes you don't understand what I'm doing because I don't have time to explain. But turn on that machine when I turn on the charm for Easton.
All right, Blackie, but...
Here goes.
Come in.
Duck Faraday.
I'm out of sight.
Hello, Easton.
Oh, hello, Blackie.
Easton, I want to have a little talk.
Quiet, fellows. Quiet.
Are all the boys here, Allison?
Yes, Blackie. All the kids that used to come to gym here and a lot that didn't. I really did some rounding up.
You sure did. I'll be ready for them just as soon as I plug in this machine.
Here's a wall plug, Blackie.
Oh, thanks, Mary.
Hey, the gang wants to know what this is all about, Blackie.
I'm just about to tell them what it's about, Bobby. Now, here we are. It's all plugged in. Hey, you want to handle the machine, Mary?
Right, Blackie. You just tell me when you're ready.
I'll be ready in just a minute. Now listen, fellas. Listen. You quit coming here to the gym because Joe Easton told you to. And Joe Easton looked like a tough, brave guy, a hero. That was a mistake, believe me.
What do you mean?
Look, you guys. I know what I'm talking about, and I know Joe Easton. He's no good. He's a crook. And all crooks are yellow. Now, if that's the kind of a man you want for a hero, all right. Go ahead. Suit yourself.
Yeah, who says Joe Easton's yellow, Blackie?
I do, Bobby. And I'm going to prove it to you, too. A little while ago, I had a little chat with your brave friend, Joe Easton. And while I talked to him, Inspector Faraday of the police stood just outside the door with a recording machine, and we made a record of our little chat. Put the needle on the record, will you, Mary?
You bet I will. Here it is, on the record.
Quiet, boys. Quiet.
Easton, I want to have a little talk with you.
What if I don't want to talk?
Oh, but I think you do. This is all about you, and you like to talk about yourself, don't you?
What do you want?
I want to know what you do with those stolen cars.
What stolen cars?
There are a lot of things you don't know, Easton, but you do know about those cars. We have your stooge, John Walters, in jail. He admits he's been stealing cars, and he admits he's working for you.
Hey, Sly.
What's
Hey.
the matter, Easton? Are you nervous? Or do you always shake when you have a gun in your hand?
Maybe you better get out of here, Blackie.
I'm not getting out of here until I get something out of you.
The only thing you're going to get is a slug out of this gun.
I doubt that. See what I mean? And now I'll take that gun.
No, you won't.
Come on.
No.
Blackie, put it
Stop my wrist. I can't stand. Blackie, stop. Stop.
Drop it. Come on, drop that gun. Yeah. That's better.
Let go of me. I dropped the gun. Let go.
All right, I'll let go of you. But you leave that gun on the floor, please. I think Inspector Faraday would like to have it.
What's Faraday wanted?
Because that's the gun that killed a man and wounded a policeman during an attempted car theft yesterday.
Oh, Blackie, I didn't kill anyone. Honest, I didn't. It wasn't me.
Who was it killed that man and wounded that policeman?
Harry. It was Harry Daniels. He killed him, Blackie. John Wallace was...
Hear that, you guys?
Yeah, I'm telling the truth.
There's a hero for you.
How do you kill that man?
Harry is his friend, but look how fast he rats on him.
I want my men not to use their guns, but Harry lost his head and John didn't help much. John was in it, too. John and Harry killed that guy. I had nothing to do with it.
That better be the truth, Easton. And now let's have the truth about those stolen cars.
No.
Look, do I have to knock everything out of you, including your teeth? Come on, Easton, or I'll start swinging.
All right, all right. Just don't hit. I'll tell you all about it.
Fast, come on. Where are those cars?
In the bottom of the outer bay.
Bottom of the bay? Why?
Oh, we stole them with their parts, Blackie.
You stole them just for their parts? Not much money in that, is there?
There's plenty if you got volume. We were getting volume on new parts, too.
That's making money on stolen cars the hard way, isn't it?
Maybe it's the hard way, but it doesn't have the risk involved in trying to get rid of a hot car.
Now, fellas,
Look, Blackie.
get a load of your hero trying to make a deal.
I'll touch him. It's a cinch racket, nothing to it. I'll touch him for 50%. The boys won't have to know it. I'll just say we're not getting as much for the parts as I thought we would.
Nothing doing, Easton. Come on, you're going to headquarters.
You won't make a deal?
You know better.
Look, Blackie, I've told you the truth about the car. I didn't kill that man or shoot that cop. I swear I didn't. I didn't even steal it.
Listen to this, Bobby, and all you guys who think Easton is a great guy.
You've got to help me get off, Blackie.
Does this sound like a hero?
I want to round them up with the whole gang. I'll even help out.
Save it, Easton, save it. I don't care what happens to you as long as it's bad. Come on.
What if I won't?
Don't make me answer that. It's not polite to talk with my hands.
No, don't hit me. No, don't hit me. No, don't hit me.
Oh, dear, the needle's
No,
stuck.
don't hit
That's all right, Mary. That's enough.
No, don't
Turn it off now.
Okay,
No,
Blackie.
don't hit me.
Well, you guys, fellas, there's Joe Easton, your hero. There he is. I see a lot of changed faces in here, don't you, Allison?
Yes, Blackie, I do think these boys have a slightly different opinion of Joe Easton than they did a few minutes ago.
Hey, Mr. Allison, can I say something?
Why, certainly, Bobby.
Let me through, Jack. Let me through there.
What's on your mind, Bobby?
I guess what's on everybody's mind, Blackie. Guess we sort of figured wrong about this Joe Easton.
Yes, Bobby, you did. You all did. Now, look, you guys. Easton looked good to you because he drove a big car and had a lot of money. And he sounded big because he talked big. Well, he wasn't very big when he was backed into a corner, was he? He was yellow, like all crooks are yellow. He didn't have courage enough to make a living like everybody else. No, that was too tough for him. Fine character, wasn't he?
He sure was a rat, Blackie. And we wanted to be like him. Hey, look, gang, there's a swimming meet scheduled for tomorrow. Are we going to be here? You'll be here to watch it, Blackie?
Why, sure, Bobby. I'll be here, and may the best man win.
Well, all I know is that when you went after Easton, the best man did win. Right, Blackie?
later, the emblem may be worn only for the duration of their assignment. Both as individuals and as members of military units, America's servicemen have proved themselves worthy of medals and worthy of admiration by their countrymen.
And now, Rub Down and Out, starring Lloyd Bridges. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You'd think that Southern California would be the last place where a health club would pay off. With all that fresh air and sunshine, Pacific Ocean they advertise. But there's always guys that want to put on muscles and dames that want to take off pounds. So my little enterprise on the Sunset Strip was paying off real good. Zach's Sunset Health Studio, I called it. Of course, you get all kinds of trade on the Strip. Legitimate and the other kind. Big Willie Spang was one of the other kind. A lard tub, but loaded. Big Willie was known around town as a promoter, but nobody seemed to know what he promoted. He used to come in every Friday night around 7 for a sweat in the steam room and a rub-down just before he left for the fights. That's how I found out at least one thing that Big Willie had promoted. A beautiful wife.
Pardon me.
Yeah? Well, what can I do for you?
Is Mr. Spang through yet?
I think he is. He ought to be out any minute now,
Mrs. Spang.
Oh, well, Mrs. Spang. My name is Zach Weston. It's nice meeting you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, there he is now.
Joycey. There you are. Hey, Zach, this is my wife, Joycey.
Yeah, we just met.
This is Zach's partner, Joycey. This is Frankie Schatz.
Well, howdy, Mrs. Spang. Glad to know you.
Hey, Zach, I gave Frankie some tips, boy. You bet him, I say. You make a few bucks, huh? Make yourselves $1 million.
We appreciate it, Big Willie.
Yeah, you oughta. It's good advice. Well, let's go, Joycey. I don't want to be late. Good card tonight. Got a kid in the second bout. Gonna win it. You bet on him, boys. You bet like I tell you, and you'll make a buck, huh? Come on, Joycey. See you guys.
Yeah, good night, folks. Am I seeing things?
Oh, you got 20/20 vision, kid. That was for real.
Ooh, Papa, buy me something like that.
Class, Frankie. Class.
What does it take? I'm 5'10" with an electric personality.
And a thin wallet.
Yeah. Look, Zach, let's get rich, huh? Let's make a buck like Big Willie says. Let's make $1 million and get something like that, one for each of us, just like Big Willie.
I didn't tell Frankie, but I didn't think that it'd take $1 million. It wasn't what she said. She hadn't said anything, really. It was just the way she looked at me. The kind of a look that tells you this is a beginning. The kind of a look that tells you the phone will be ringing soon. Tomorrow, next day, as soon as possible. Hello?
Is this Zach?
Uh-huh.
This is Mrs. Spang, Zach.
Yeah, I know, Mrs. Spang.
Big Willie talks about you all the time. You've done wonders for him.
Oh, well, I'm glad he thinks so.
Zach, how about doing something for my muscles?
Well, I'd say your muscles are fine, just the way they are, Mrs. Spang.
Well, you do advertise for men and women, don't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, then, can I make an appointment?
When would it be convenient for you, Mrs. Spang?
Wednesday afternoon, about 3.
All right, that'll be fine, Mrs. Spang.
Oh, Zach, why not forget the missus? I feel I've known you a long time. Through my husband.
Wednesday afternoon at 3 for your workout, Mrs. Spang. Wednesday, she showed up at 3. Frankie had taken the afternoon off, and the place was empty except for Benny, the punch-drunk fighter who helped out around the joint. Hey, Benny. Benny?
Yeah, Zach, yeah. Hey, you see that, Zach, huh? I'm getting good, huh? Hey, maybe one of these days, huh, Zach?
Yeah, Benny. One of these days, you'll be back in the ring.
Hey, what do you want, Zach, huh?
The gym, huh? I want to use the gym. You go back and rinse out the steam room. Go ahead, Benny. Take 5.
Oh, sure, Zach. Hey, you bet. Yeah, I'll take 5. Rinse it out. You bet. Yeah.
Well, Zach, you all ready for me?
Yeah, all set.
Well, how do we begin?
Well, I think we'll start off your first day kind of light. Mm-hmm. It's not good to exert yourself too much the first day. Let's try this horse first, huh? Can you get up on it?
Oh, sure, with a little help.
All right, here. Use my hands for a step.
Okay. Oh, I'm falling.
kiss wasn't soft. It was hard and demanding. It was a kiss that yelled hunger. She held on to me like she was fighting for her life. Finally, I broke away from her, and she looked up at me as if she were really surprised.
Is that a regular part of the course?
That's a part of it you bought, isn't it?
What else can you teach me?
Mrs. Spang, I've suddenly noticed that your muscles are in good condition. They're fine. We can't do a thing for you.
All right. Send me a bill.
No, you're not satisfied. My clients never pay when they're not satisfied. Thursday went by, then Friday. Finally, Saturday afternoon, she called. Big Willie was out of town for a few days, she said. At 7, she picked me up at the joint in her red convertible, and a little after 8, we were eating lobster in a quiet place on the beach near Malibu.
What is it, Zach?
What's what?
What is it about you? What is it with the way you look at me and the way I look at you?
It's a fire, Joyce. A fire that never should have been started.
Well, how do we put it out?
I don't think we do.
Oh, say nice things to me, Zach.
You're another man's wife.
He's not a man, he's a... Oh, I hate him, Zach. You know it's possible for a woman to hate a man she's married to?
You made a promise, remember?
People who are desperate make all kinds of promises. Oh, I've honored him and I've obeyed him. But I broke my promise to love him. Zach, tell me what I want to hear, please.
You want me to say I love you? I love you. Wrong? Of course it was wrong. But a thing like this doesn't end in just one night. There were other nights when Willie had to leave town because of the boys from back east. We found ourselves taking long drives along the coast. Then when the heat was off and he came back, we couldn't see each other. I was like a caged animal waiting. I couldn't call her when he was in town. She had to call me. Hello?
Oh, Zach. Listen, Zach, I've got to talk to you.
What's the matter?
Well, I can't tell you over the phone. I think he knows, Zach. I think he knows about us, and I've got to talk to you.
Oh, all right, where?
Well, I'll pick you up in front of the signboard at Sunset in Doheny. 8 o'clock.
Okay.
I'll drive the sedan.
All right, I'll be there. 8 o'clock came fast. I planted myself in front of the signboard and waited. A little after 8, the big sedan pulled up next to the curb. I walked over.
Hey, Weston.
What is this?
Get in the car before I blow your head off.
In a moment, we continue with the second act of Suspense.
I have never read a collection of American folklore which had a section devoted solely to the downtrodden commuter, but there should be. There are legends galore about the miseries of these poor folk. For example, there was this train in Idaho that was a mite slow. Once an impatient passenger asked the conductor why the train had stopped.
"There's a cow on the track," he said. "We have to chase her away."
A little later, when the train stopped again, the passenger roared,
"Now what's wrong?" "Oh," said the conductor serenely, "we just caught up with that cow again."
Folklore belongs to every nation's legendary past, and I guess we Americans have our share of some good ones. Like the one about... but we'll have to save that one for the next time we travel your way. See you then.
And now, starring Lloyd Bridges, Act 2 of Rub Down and Out.
Nobody said anything. This big moose in the back held a gun on me, and the little guy in the front seat drove out Sunset, then up Beverly Drive and on into the hills near Franklin Reservoir, where there aren't any houses, and there aren't any lights, and no traffic.
All right, get out. Go on, get out.
Will you tell me what this is all about?
Some advice, Mr. Weston. We've been asked by a friend to pass on some friendly advice.
What friend?
Don't you know, Mr. Weston? A friend who thinks you're a homewrecker.
Oh, homewrecker?
Oh, you have very bad manners, Mr. Weston. But you know it's impolite to interrupt while I'm giving you such important advice, Mr. Weston.
Wait. Just...
My friend Henry here, he hates home wreckers too, don't you, Henry?
Yeah, I sure do. Oh!
What's the matter, Mr. Muscle Man? Can't you take it?
Double-crossed me. She
Oh,
double-crossed.
that's a very bad thing to say about my friend's wife.
Oh!
Very bad.
Oh, please.
You oughtn't to go around wrecking homes, Mr. Weston. You can get into a lot of trouble. All right, hold it, Henry.
Oh, I hate home wreckers, Opal.
Oh, sure you
Just
do.
once more.
All right, Henry. That's enough, I said. I think Mr. Weston gets the point.
You can get over cuts and bruises and internal injuries. But can you get over a double-crossing dame? Well, you can bet that I was going to try. The next night was Friday, and Big Willie came in on the dot of 7. He got his steam and his rub-down and left, acting just the same as he always had. I'd have thought that I dreamt it all up, except for my split lip and the mouse under my eye. Then the phone rang, and I was sure that it had happened. Hello?
Zach? Oh, Zach, baby, what did they do to you?
Oh, what do you care?
Oh, Zach, honey, baby, darling, listen to me. He made me do it.
Yeah?
You think it was me, don't you?
Oh, what am I supposed to think?
No, it was him, Zach. He made me call you. There was nothing I could do. He was acting so crazy.
Well, I can't say that I blame him. This whole thing was wrong from the beginning. Never should have happened.
Oh, Zach, darling, that isn't true. We've done nothing wrong.
We haven't.
Oh, no, no, darling, because I love you. Did you hear me, Zach?
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you.
I've got to see you, darling. I've got to see you tonight.
Now, what happens tonight? If I get the rest of my teeth kicked in?
Oh, Zach, darling, you've got to believe me. I just can't go on living with him any longer.
All right, Joyce. Pick me up at sunset in La Cienega. It was no use. I couldn't get away from her. Just the sound of her voice, and I was a goner. I told her that. Parked on the Palisades, looking out over the moonlit ocean.
I just can't stand him, Zach. I can't stand him a minute longer.
He was in tonight, same as usual.
Sure. He'll keep coming back.
Why? He hates my guts.
He gets us kicked that way. He's making fun of you, Zach. He's scared you, and he wants to keep on scaring you.
Well, I don't scare easy.
He hates you. Do you hate him?
You know I do.
Enough to kill him?
What?
For me? For us?
Yeah.
When? When will you kill him?
Oh, Joyce. How could I do a thing like that?
Make it look like an accident.
Like an accident?
Uh-huh.
Oh, baby, look, I don't know. Now, let me think about it, huh? Maybe I can figure out something.
Oh, Zach. Oh, baby, what would have happened to me if I hadn't found you?
In a moment, we continue with the third act of Suspense.
Memo on medals. Information about our military awards and decorations. Service medals are given for honorable performance by military personnel in specified geographical areas between specified dates. Unit decorations are those awarded to cited units of the armed forces for exceptional performance in armed conflict. In most cases, they are worn centered immediately above the right breast pocket, while individual decorations and service medals are worn over the left breast pocket. Many American awards and decorations may be presented to people of other countries, but not the Purple Heart. This distinguished and cherished medal was first conceived by George Washington during the Revolutionary War, the purpose being to demonstrate, in his own words, that the road to glory in a patriot army and free country is open to all. Awarding of the Purple Heart was discontinued after the Revolutionary War until it was revived in 1932 as a memorial to our first president on the occasion of the 200th anniversary of his birth. As recognition for special acts of public service, medals are among the most coveted of all awards.
And now, starring Lloyd Bridges, Act 3 of Rub Down and Out.
What are you going to do? Well, a broad like that, you do anything. Only murder is something that you don't commit every day of the week. It takes a little thought, a little planning. And I was an amateur. And one night, I got the answer in a hot flash. I was sitting all alone in the steam room after hours trying to figure out a way to kill Big Willie when I suddenly realized that it was hot. Too hot. The steam burned my nostrils, and I was so weak that I hardly made the door. Benny.
Yeah?
Hey, Benny.
Yeah?
Hey, were you monkeying with that steam valve?
Oh, yeah. I turned on full to rinse the room down.
Oh, boy, you nearly cooked me. Cooked me. Yeah. Sure. There was only one door to the steam room. It was big, heavy, and it locked from the outside. And tomorrow was Friday. Big Willie's night for a steam bath. The next morning, Joyce called. I knew she would. She called every day now with the same question.
You got an idea yet?
Yes, I have, honey. At last.
What is it?
I'll tell you when I see you after the inquest.
Now, you're sure it'll work.
It can't miss.
Are you scared?
Not with you in my corner, baby.
Well, that's where I'm going to be, honey, from now on.
Scared? Yeah, sure I was scared. But I wasn't going to let on. There were a lot of things that could louse it up. But as the day dragged on, everything worked out my way. Frankie had a dinner date, so he was leaving early. Benny wanted to go to the fights. Finally, I had only one last worry. Maybe Big Willie wouldn't show up at all. But he did, right on the dot of 7. I told him that Benny would take care of him. He grunted at me and showed me his cigar-stained teeth. 20 minutes passed, then I heard Benny in the locker room. Big Willie was taking his steam bath. Benny?
Yeah?
I'll go take care of Big Willie. You take off, kid, huh? Go to the fights?
Yeah? Hey, thanks, Doc. Thanks.
Then I walked across the gym and stepped up into the steam room. Big Willie was sitting on the tile ramp, a big towel wrapped around his middle. How you doing, Willie? Oh, we're not speaking, huh?
I got nothing to say to you.
Well, I got plenty to say to you. Now, sit down.
What do you think you're pushing around?
Shut up and listen.
Maybe you got a short memory. Maybe you forgot what happened to you the other night.
I remember.
Are you sucking around for some more of the same?
You know, Big Willie, you don't look so hot, all wrapped up in a wet towel. No wonder she hates your guts.
I'm getting out of here. I don't have to listen to this.
You ain't going anywhere, Big Willie, ever again. This is your last stop.
Benny! Benny!
Won't do any good, Willie. There's nobody out there. Just you and me. You got nobody to back you up now. And I don't need anybody. How you like that, Willie, huh?
Why, you...
Willie! You're out of condition, fat man.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute, son. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, well, make it fast.
You ain't the first.
What do you mean?
With her. And you won't be the last, either.
With that, you get another one.
No, listen. Listen, I tell you, she ain't worth it. But if you want her, you can have her.
Yeah, well, that's really generous of you, Willie.
But you won't keep her long.
Well, you are a rat, aren't you? A dirty, miserable rat.
No. No, please, no more. No more.
You can take your steam bath now, Willie. A nice long one. In private. Hey, what the... Hello?
Zach? Zach, don't do it.
Huh? What?
Don't do it, Zach.
It's done. He's in the steam room now. Maybe you can hear him screaming.
Oh, let him out, Zach. The police.
Police?
Yes, they were here looking for him.
Well, why?
Well, I don't know, but they wanted to know where he was, and I told them.
You told them?
Well, I had to. Zach, I didn't think you'd do it so soon. I didn't want you to get into trouble. Oh, Zach, don't do it.
I'll talk to you later, baby. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, Willie. Yeah, just a minute, Willie, boy. Oh, no. It's stuck. The valve's stuck. Just a minute, Willie. Just a minute. I'll open the door, Willie. It's locked. It's locked. The lock sprung when I closed it. The key. Where's the key? Wait a minute, Big Willie. Now, wait. The key must be here somewhere. No, the key. I've got to find that key.
Is this the key you're looking for, Weston?
What?
Police Lieutenant Arnold. Here, Sergeant. Unlock the door.
Willie was still alive when they got him out of the steamroom. So they put him away for a long, long time. On, of all things, income tax evasion. After the judge heard my story, I ended up with 1 to 2 years for assault with a deadly weapon. Sentence suspended. I bet it's the first time that a steam room was ever called a deadly weapon. Joyce? Well, Big Willie was right about her. I hear she's in Chicago now with one of the boys from back east. I guess they had more than one reason for wanting to get rid of Big Willie. And when I stop to think of it, in a way, I can't blame them.
Suspense, in which Lloyd Bridges starred in William N. Robeson's production of Rub Down and Out by Richard George Pedicini. Supporting Lloyd Bridges in Rub Down and Out were Tracy Roberts, William Conrad, Eddie Marr, and Jack Crucian. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
And now, stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L. Signal. Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, the Whistler's strange story, Death in 16 millimeter.
The buzz of conversation in the little seaside cafe was low enough to permit the nearby sound of the surf to be heard. Paul Benton looked past the girl sitting across from him, watched the water for a moment, quietly and thoughtfully, remembering the first time he'd told her that he loved her.
It was 2 years ago, Cynthia.
2 years, Paul?
The first time we came here. After your uncle died and I began to manage the estate.
Oh, yes. You did so much more, Paul. I don't know what I would have done.
I have tried, Cynthia.
It can't just end. After these weeks of not seeing you, I know I couldn't stand it.
It must end. You know that, too. Why, if Edith ever found out that things have gone beyond a mere attorney and client relationship,
But she hasn't found out, Paul. She doesn't have to, ever.
I'm sorry, dear, but I think too much of you to just go on and on this way.
You really mean that, Paul?
Can you question it?
No. No, only... Oh, Paul, I can't give you up.
But, darling, there's just nothing else to do. Nothing else for either of us. That is, as long as Edith is my wife.
Oh, Paul, darling, there must be a way out. We've got to find that way.
There must be a way out. Yes, Paul. You have her thinking in the right direction, haven't you? The way the tears mounted quickly to her eyes. Then that odd little look of determination, of hate almost. The plan you figured out is beginning to work, isn't it, Paul? It's like those waves outside the Cove Cafe, almost ready to break out into the open, smash against the rocks, wash everything clear. Your unhappy marriage, your confused, disinterested relationship with Cynthia, a relationship that would have remained strictly attorney and client if it hadn't been for Cynthia's money. Wouldn't it, Paul? Yes. But money is all important to you, and some of Cynthia's is almost within your grasp as you carefully urge things further along, increase the tide of Cynthia's emotions, urge her to the brink of murder.
I've thought and thought about this, Cynthia. You know how much I want you. Last night I begged Edith for a divorce.
Paul, you risked letting her know about us?
Oh, I didn't mention you. I just said I was in love with someone else.
Oh, darling.
Oh, I'd have risked anything if I thought it would do any good. But it won't. She refused me. She'll always refuse me as long as she lives.
I wish I dared talk to her.
No, Cynthia. Don't ever let her know it's you, Cynthia. Because talking to her won't do any good. I'm certain of it.
Edith and I have become fairly good friends, Paul. If I could get her out someplace where just the two of us...
It's useless, I tell you. There's no way, Cynthia. No way in this world.
I'm not so sure, Paul. I'm not so sure.
Cynthia, what do you mean?
Nothing. Nothing, Paul. It's late. You'd better take me home.
It's going well, isn't it, Paul? Smoothly. And you know exactly what's in Cynthia's mind. You're certain of it the way she kisses you goodnight. No, Paul, she hasn't any intention of giving you up. If you had any doubts, they're dispelled the following day when you overhear a telephone conversation from the extension in your den. A very interesting conversation between Cynthia and your wife, Edith.
Hello? Edith, darling, it's Cynthia.
Cynthia, I haven't heard from you in weeks. I've been wondering if anything was wrong.
Oh, I've just been busy, that's all. I wondered, dear, could you go sailing with me tomorrow, out off the point?
Oh, I'd like to, Cynthia, but, well, you know I'm not a good sailor. Being such a poor swimmer,
Darling, you'll be with me, an expert skipper.
Oh, could we do something else? Maybe go for a drive?
Edith, we must talk someplace where we won't be interrupted.
What?
I wasn't going to say this until I saw you, but it's important.
Why don't you
Please
tell me now?
don't question me over the phone. Meet me at the boat tomorrow at 10.
All right.
And Edith.
Yes?
I wouldn't say anything about this meeting. Don't let anyone see you.
I won't, Cynthia. I'll be there tomorrow. 10 o'clock.
I'll be waiting, darling. I'll be glad to get this off my mind. Goodbye.
Dorothy Elliott of South Pasadena is the Whistler fan who sent in tonight's limerick. There once was a man from Portland, whose car was sluggish and mighty slow, till he tried his first tankful of Signal Ethel, and is he thankful? Now that old car has real get-up and go.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
Tonight's limerick really doesn't exaggerate the wonderful things that happen to most cars' performance when they switch to Signal Ethel. For whether your car is a new high-compression beauty or a bit on the tired side, this Signal Super Fuel is scientifically engineered to help you enjoy the very maximum in pickup, power, and ping-free smoothness. In fact, many drivers never realize what a sweet automobile they own until they try their first tankful of Signal Ethel. That's why I'd like to suggest this little experiment. Wait until your gas tank is almost empty, then fill up and see if you don't agree that your car is a better car with Signal Ethel.
Well, Paul, so Cynthia is planning a sailing trip with Edith, a secret one, with a promise of telling us something about you. You're certain that it can have all but one meaning, and it can't happen soon enough to fit in with your own plans for some of Cynthia's wealth. At least $100,000, Paul. Perhaps even more later on. But there's still one more move, isn't there? That evening takes you downtown to an out-of-the-way studio apartment, which serves as a base of operations for a client and friend of yours, a commercial motion picture producer, Fred Mason.
I'm afraid I don't get this, Benton. I don't get it at all.
What's the matter, Fred? You've never questioned any other deal that's been offered you. This isn't nearly as unusual as most.
Sure, I take pictures of lots of things. But this doesn't sound so good.
$10,000 sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, but sometimes it depends on how you earn it.
You could afford to move away from all that racket.
Oh, it doesn't bother me. Just the milk train. Lets a guy know what time it is.
Quit stalling, Fred. Business hasn't been good, and you know it. All you have to do is take a half a reel or so of movies for a client of mine.
Yeah, movies of what? Not commercial, I'll bet.
Not exactly. You see, my client believes the wife of a friend of his is going to meet with an unfortunate accident.
Wait a minute. If this is murder, I don't want any part of it.
Who said anything about murder? Besides, you wouldn't be involved. I just want your pictures for proof in case it should happen.
Why doesn't your client's friend save himself a lot of trouble and just get himself a divorce?
He thought of that. His wife won't give him one. Now, it seems that he has a girlfriend who's the jealous type, and she's taking the wife sailing tomorrow.
Where?
Off Fisherman's Point. You know the spot. Tomorrow morning, sometime after 10. My friend has a feeling something will go wrong. So I want you around in another boat with a movie camera to get pictures of the whole thing.
What for?
Well, like I said, for proof.
Sounds more like blackmail. Look, suppose I did go along and nothing happened.
There's still $1,000 in it for you.
But if there is an accident, your client will pay me $10,000 for the picture?
And for keeping your mouth shut.
Why don't you do it yourself? I've seen some pretty good stuff you've shot.
I want a professional job. It's safer. Then there's the developing of the film.
Look, I'll do a lot for dough, but like I said, you can handle it. I don't figure getting mixed up in any murder.
You're forgetting something, aren't you, Fred?
What?
That little hit-and-run accident you were involved in last week? The one you came to see me about?
You told me to keep quiet unless something came up.
Yes. At the time, silence seemed like the best defense. But since the victim died, I'm not sure it isn't my duty to report it to the authorities.
You can still count me out, Paul. There's not enough money in the world to mix me up in a deal like that. But I'll forget you were here tonight, if that'll help any.
All right, Fred. If that's the way you feel about it, just forget it. Forget the whole thing.
Well, Paul, Fred Mason wasn't as easy as you thought he'd be. You're surprised and disappointed that he wouldn't go through with the deal. For it leaves just one answer, doesn't it? You'll have to use your own movie camera, develop your own film. Do the whole job yourself. In a rented fishing boat, you follow Edith and Cynthia's course. A mile down from the point, there's a vast formation of rocks, and Cynthia skillfully sails amidst them to gain protection from anyone watching from shore. Approaching the area behind them, you cut the motor. Allow the current to carry you along quietly until you drift into a commanding but protected position. A telescopic lens does the rest as the whole scene appears in the camera finder. Cynthia pointing suddenly to divert Edith's attention, then quickly shifting the sail. Edith is hit squarely and topples overboard. Cynthia dives in as if to help, but actually she merely watches Edith's feeble struggles until she goes under. Then it's all over, with Cynthia sailing off, alone. Minutes later, piloting in and out between the rocks, you navigate to the spot. React excitedly as you see Edith struggling back to the surface, the tide helping her toward the rocks. She might make it and hold on, but you take care of that. You swing the boat around. You catch her with a bow. Yes. Yes, it's really complete now, isn't it, Paul? All over. For good. It isn't easy in the week that follows. The recovery of the body, your seeming grief, the funeral. A couple of weeks later, you decide it's time. Phone Cynthia and drop by her apartment.
Another cocktail, Paul?
No, thanks, Cynthia. Just a cigarette.
Light?
Thanks.
Why did you ask me to set up my movie projector, Paul?
I have some pictures, some last shots of Edith.
Oh.
I developed them myself. Quite a process.
Poor Edith.
The stuff came out a little rough, but clear enough to make me glad I have them.
I understand, dear. Paul, you do need a drink. I'll get more ice.
Okay. Maid's off tonight, isn't she?
Taking advantage of Cynthia's absence, you open a desk drawer, take out Cynthia's .22 revolver, and slip it into your pocket. Cynthia bought it a year ago after a series of robberies of wealthy women. She's never touched it since. You're sure she's even forgotten it. But you feel safer knowing it's no longer in her possession. You're sitting down again as she comes back into the room.
There. Just help yourself if you want anything.
Okay, thanks, Cynthia.
Paul, you've been wonderful about everything. I know what a shock Edith's death was to you. Was to me, too. I can't help but feel I'm to blame.
Drop the act, Cynthia. Edith's death wasn't an accident.
Wasn't an accident? I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do, Cynthia. And I have the evidence to prove it.
Paul, you're not inferring that...
As I said, I have the evidence. I'll switch off the light and you'll see what I mean.
Why, it's a movie of Edith and me.
Sure. You're the star.
But how did you...
This scene coming up is my favorite. It's the one where you deliberately push Edith overboard. What's the matter, Cynthia? Don't you like it?
Stop it! Shut up!
Okay.
Paul, you won't believe it. I planned to tell you about everything later. You said you'd marry me if anything ever happened to Edith.
I know, and it turned out exactly as I thought it would when I said it. Something did happen to Edith.
Yes, darling. And in a little while we can get married. That's what we wanted.
Well, not exactly. I never figured on marrying you, Cynthia. Not at all. You see, I'm in love with someone else.
Oh, you can't... Oh, you planned it. From the beginning. All the things you said about loving me. It was a big joke with you, wasn't it? You never cared about me at all.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I like you a lot. So much that if you were to give me, say, $100,000, I wouldn't even tell the police about what happened. I'd even give you the pictures, too, the negative.
100,000.
I've already picked out the stocks you can sell to raise the cash amount.
But
Paul... you can sell the first thing in the morning. Then you'll have plenty of time to get the cash for me before the banks close. Let's say tomorrow evening, shall we, Cynthia?
Back at your apartment, you congratulate yourself. The money is as good as yours, isn't it, Paul? You pour yourself a drink, settle back in your favorite chair, and think of all you can do with $100,000. And then...
Hello, Paul.
Well, Fred Mason.
How about asking me in?
Oh, sure. Come in. Sit down. I'll mix you a drink.
Oh, no. Don't bother. This isn't a social visit. I got to thinking over the little deal you offered me. Decided it was an easy way to pick up $10,000 after all.
You're a little late, Freddie. I didn't want to disappoint my client, so I took the pictures myself.
Maybe you like mine better.
What?
I was fishing further down, you see.
You took pictures, too?
Mm-hmm. Of you, Paul. Finishing Edith off with your bullet.
How much do you want?
$10,000.
When?
Tomorrow, soon enough.
And if I can't raise the $10,000?
Oh, I know another party who'd come across right away. A lady named Cynthia Winters.
Okay, Fred. I'll have it for you tomorrow.
Good. Bring it to my apartment. Around 5 o'clock.
I'll be there. Okay, here's your money, Fred, and let's have the picture.
Sure, as soon as I count this. Looks pretty. Well, okay, your film's on the desk. Projector's in the other room. If you want to run it, make sure it's all there.
No, I'll check on that later. Right now, there's a little favor I'd like to ask you to do for me.
What kind of favor?
I want you to write a letter to Cynthia saying you won't give her the print or the negative of the film she wants unless she pays you $100,000. That if you don't get the dough by tomorrow, you'll take the pictures to the DA.
What are you trying to pull? I'm not that crazy.
You won't write it?
Not on your life.
Maybe this will help you change your mind.
What? No, wait a minute. Put down that gun.
Fred, I won't put it down until you write the letter. Now walk over to that typewriter and sit down. Very good. Now, one other thing, Fred. This print you gave me of the film, it isn't enough. I'll have to have the negative.
Well, that'll cost you more.
I figured you'd pull something like that, Fred. That's why I made you write the letter before I brought the matter up. And that's why I brought along this gun.
You won't shoot as long as you don't have the negative.
You're wrong. I will.
You'd never get away with it. Somebody would hear you.
You've forgotten about the milk train, Fred. The one that tells you what time it is. I timed it over very carefully. It will cover the sound of a shot easily.
No.
And this is Cynthia's gun. They'll pin this on her. Maybe figuring you were blackmailing her.
You've got it all figured, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
There's still the negative.
Oh, I know it's here in your apartment someplace. You'd better play it smart, Fred, and give it to me. Then I won't have to shoot.
You're bluffing.
There's not much time left. How about it? Okay, Fred, if that's the way you want it.
No, wait, don't. I'll give it to you. The negative's there in the middle desk drawer.
Yeah. You're all right? Well, thanks, Fred. That's all I wanted to know.
Oh, wait, you said you wouldn't do it.
Sorry, Fred, I say a lot of things.
You make sure you have the negative and all the prints of Fred's film. Then you walk to the fireplace, touch a match to the edge of the blackmail note which Fred typed, and snuff it out quickly so that the police will think Cynthia attempted to burn it. You're having to alter your plans as far as Cynthia's money is concerned, aren't you, Paul? You'll have to be satisfied with $100,000 because Cynthia's arrest for the murder of Fred Mason will close the source of any future supply. You decide to get the money as soon as possible. You're sure Fred's body won't be discovered for several hours. So you look quickly around the studio, Wipe the fingerprints from everything you've touched. Shut the door and hurry outside. You hurled Cynthia's gun into a small flower bed as though Cynthia had hidden it. But where you're sure the police will find it. Then you hurry home, destroy Fred Mason's films, and phone Cynthia.
Yes?
Hello, Cynthia.
Oh, Paul.
How are things? Ready to complete our little deal?
Yes, Paul, I'm ready.
You've got everything for me?
Everything. Paul.
Good. I'll be there in just a few minutes.
I'll be here, Paul. Goodbye.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. You're used to having announcers try to sell you something, but tonight we're turning the tables. We want you to sell your signal dealer something. And that something is the unused mileage in any smooth old tires you have on your car. What's more, signal dealers in most cases pay you more per mile for that unused, unsafe mileage in your old tires than you now pay for safe, carefree miles in new first-line Lee tires. Now, that probably sounds amazing. In fact, it is amazing. So amazing that signal dealers are now selling more new Lee Super Deluxe tires than at any time since the war. And what super tires these are. Made of cold rubber, toughened still further with patented Phil Black O, today's Lees actually wear 30 to 40% longer than ever before. So don't be penny wise and pound foolish if the tread on your present tires is getting smooth. Don't miss this opportunity to sell that remaining unsafe mileage for today's highest price. Ask your signal dealer for his trade-in offer. You'll be surprised how little it will cost to trade your old unsafe tires for safe new Lee tires at Signal service stations.
So, Paul, at last your plan is going to pay off. As you sit across the room from Cynthia in her Malibu beach house, you're sure everything is going to be all right. Yes, because you're completely in the clear, and then...
I have a disappointment for you, Paul. I'm not giving you the money.
No, wait a minute, Cynthia. The police will be very interested in that film.
They'll be more interested in the last half. The part where you kill Edith with your boat.
What?
You see, Paul, a man named Fred Mason came to see me a few days ago. His price was a lot cheaper than yours, and his merchandise much better.
Double cross.
Clever picture man, isn't he? Why don't you see how clever, Paul? I have the projector set up for you.
Another print. He made another print.
I wouldn't be surprised if he made several prints. And the part where you become the star is ready to go. Go on. Run it off, Paul.
What are you going to do, Cynthia?
I haven't quite decided.
You're in the first half of this film. If you showed it to the police, you'd only implicate yourself.
Uh-huh. But the picture also proves I didn't really kill Edith. I might be able to talk myself out of my part in it. You couldn't.
Look, Cynthia, Who's that?
How would I know? Whoever it is, you're the impatient type.
Miss Cynthia Winters?
Yes?
Lieutenant Blake, homicide.
Oh?
After what you did this afternoon, I somehow didn't expect to find you home.
What do you mean?
You're under arrest, Miss Winters, for murder.
Oh, but there must be some mistake.
No mistake. We know you did it.
What's going on, Cynthia? Who's this man?
Who are you?
I'm Paul Benton, Miss Winters' attorney.
You better be a good one. She's going to need it. I'm Lieutenant Blake, homicide.
Well, what's wrong?
My boys and I stopped by Fred Mason's apartment a few minutes ago. We got a tip he was mixed up in a hit-and-run accident last week. We found him buried dead.
But, officer, why would I have anything...
You got a little careless when you left his apartment. The blackmail letter you left didn't burn up.
But I didn't kill Fred Mason.
We found a gun outside, too, hidden in a flower bed. A 22, the kind ladies like to use. You ever see this gun before?
Yes, but I didn't have...
Easy, Cynthia. We'll straighten this out.
Paul, you did it and fixed it so I get the blame.
Cynthia, you're hysterical.
Afraid you can't put the blame on anyone else, Miss Winters. The evidence against you is too strong. Well, now here's a coincidence. A movie projector, all set up. That blackmail letter we found mentioned some film. We couldn't find a trace of it in Mason's apartment. Now, this wouldn't be it in the projector, would it?
No, Lieutenant, it's just...
Snap off the lights and run it.
Yes, Lieutenant.
But it isn't anything, I tell you.
Keep it going. Well, you've been fishing, eh, Mr. Benton? Looks like you're going to have a chance to make a rescue. You're a pretty good skipper. You can turn a boat on a Turn on the lights. Well, that's the first time I've ever seen anyone murdered by a boat. I don't think you'll do her much good defending her for that Mason killing, Mr. Benton. You're going to need an attorney yourself for the murder of your wife.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Ted DeCorsia, Virginia Gregg, and Jack Petruzzi. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Nancy Cleveland, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional. All characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
Signal gasoline.
This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. William Powell in tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, a story based on fact. The true report of a chase through a city in an effort to find a killer. It's called The Barking Death. Our star, Mr. William Powell.
This is Harlow Wilcox. Say, could your church use as much as $50,000? Well, you can help your church, hospital, school, or any other recognized local or national charity share in a total of $100,000 by registering now in the Autolite Family Charity Drawing. A total of $100,000 in cash awards to the recognized charities selected by the 25 persons named in this drawing. Now, it is our privilege to have you hear what the head of one of America's finest organizations says about this great event. Here is Mr. William Ziegler, president of the American Foundation for the Blind.
This unique and generous Autolite offer deserves your attention. And when it comes to picking your favorite charitable group, remember that the American Foundation for the Blind needs your help to help our sightless people of all ages.
To enter the Autolite Family Charity Drawing, print your name and address on a registration form at any of these Autolite Family car showrooms: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. There's no obligation.
And now, Autolite presents The Barking Death, starring Mr. William Powell, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
It's over now, and the town has settled down. Most of what happened I know because I was a part of it. The rest I must imagine for you. Our town is not very large, 25,000 people last census. Good town, proud of its police and fire protection, proud of its city administration and its health center. Then a thing happened to it. Terrifying thing. And this is the way it began.
Right in here, Doctor. Massive bite. Here. Cheek.
How long ago?
10 days ago. Medicated it himself. A few hours ago, his wife called me.
She wouldn't speak to me when I came in, Doctor. Upset.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Garrison here has been a patient of mine for a long time. Whole family. Well, she called me and said her husband was complaining of headaches. Then had a spasm when he tried to drink a glass of water. And a certain excitability. I didn't know about the dog bite until I came over. What do you think?
Where's the dog?
That one you hear out in the backyard. He's on a leash, attached to a clothesline.
Yeah, I'll get him down to the lab and run a saliva test. Observe him.
What about Garrison here? Passed you treatment?
You need me to say it for you, Doctor? If this man's got rabies, it's too late for anything at all. The dog was a mongrel, mostly beagle, spotted black and white, both ears and its muzzle white. A man from the Animal Society was called in, and he took the dog to the health center. It was shortly after midnight. Mr. Garrison was kept under sedation, his symptoms being very painful. I got to the center about 8:30 the next morning and went immediately to the laboratory where the dog had been quartered.
Yeah, I got the list right here, Lieutenant. 3 microscopes. That's right, Lieutenant. 3 microscopes, binocular. Dissecting instruments, so must have taken a couple of fistfuls of them. I don't know exactly what. Scalpels, probes. I guess that's about all.
Hey, what's the matter?
Oh, hi, Paul. Hold it a minute, Lieutenant. Dr. Miller just came in. Robbery here last night, Paul. Got 3 microscopes.
Yes, I heard you.
Must have picked the lock. I found a piece of tin on the sidewalk when I came in.
When you finish up with the police, then you can tell me about it.
Hello, Lieutenant. Yeah, you got that? Oh, the way I figure, it couldn't have been just one man. Those microscopes are pretty heavy, so there must have been a couple of them. Oh, yeah, sure. I'll leave everything alone.
Joe?
Hold a minute, Lieutenant. Yeah, what, Paul?
The dog.
Huh?
In that cage. The lock's been sprung in that cage. Did you...
Why, I don't know anything about it.
Now, give me that phone. Hello?
Yes?
This is Dr. Miller.
Yes, sir?
Something's important. Something...
Dr. Kramer's just gave me a list of things that were stolen.
Listen, there was a dog here, a rabid dog, and he's gone.
What?
A dog, a black and white spotted mongrel. And chances are 1,000 to 1 he had rabies. And whoever stole those microscopes stole that dog. If that dog bites, well, rabies is 100% fatal.
I guess you'd better let me have that description, Doc.
Black and white spots, mostly beagle, I think.
Where'd you get them crazy black and white spots, doggy? Doggy. Doggy, pooch. It's more hamburger, doggy. Look at him. Look at him, Harry.
Cliff.
Nice doggy.
What'd you take the dog for, Cliff?
Pretty doggy.
Merchandise ain't enough for you, Cliff? Microscopes, all that junk, you gotta take that there
I
hound?
like pooches, Harry. Now leave me alone. I like pooches.
That dog's got to go.
Oh.
Got to go.
Now listen.
Out with that dog, Cliff. I ain't gonna live in the same room with no animal.
Now wait a minute,
So
Harry.
you like the dog. Well, both of you, good day.
Cliff's
You
got it.
and the pooch.
Doggy. Doggy, you're not liked. Gotta lose you, doggy.
Now.
Poochie, little Poochie. We gotta go for a little walk, Poochie.
And a petty thief took a walk with a dog, holding him in his arms against the chill autumn air. Took a walk while the town alerted itself, made aware of a danger, had leaders and interested people who came together and were briefed. Now, everyone, find a chair and sit down, please.
Dr. Miller,
Yes?
my name is
Mrs. Stone, there'll be ample
I've
opportunity
written down a question here, and I'd like to ask you. Is it the habit of this foundation to house a mad dog? The second part of my question is, who is responsible for the laxity in letting this dog escape so that he is a menace to the community and its people? That's my question, Dr. Miller. And as a housewife and a woman who, well, I would like to hear what you have to say.
Mrs. Stone, this meeting was called for the press and any interested parties just to answer that kind of question. The dog was under observation to make certain he was rabid.
But the fact remains...
What fact remains?
Somebody was incompetent. That's all I have to say.
Dr. Miller?
Mr. Collins.
My paper is questioning your methods.
What about?
All this publicity.
A newspaper man and you...
The duty to the community. What about panic?
What about it?
Well, scaring people about an animal on the loose, an animal that might kill you. People from the health department ringing doorbells, police, people up in the hills with guns hunting for a dog, a spotted black and white dog. Little ridiculous, huh?
Is it?
That's the question I asked you, Doctor.
Yes, you did. Dr. Kramos,
Yes, Doctor.
are you ready with the film?
All ready.
Will one of you people switch off that light, please? Now, in this projector is just a few feet of film of a child suffering from rabies. I think all of you should see it. Okay, Doctor. All right. Now, will someone turn on the lights again, please? And I see Mrs. Stone walked out. Well, I didn't show that film to scare anyone. Just so we can get into a frame of mind. Just so we can be deadly serious. Somewhere in our town is an animal which has a deadly disease. And whoever he bites, if that person does not receive immediate treatment, that person will surely die.
You mean anybody who gets rabies?
Will surely die. Without treatment, it's 100% fatal. Now, Dr. Kramos, can I have that chart?
Of course, Doctor.
Drawing of human nervous system. To make a simple point, the virus of rabies attacks the nerves, travels them till it reaches the brain. The closer to the brain the bite is, the less time it takes for the awful symptoms you just saw to appear. Then death. And I'll repeat it. Once the virus reaches here, it is 100% fatal.
Want a doggy, Sonny?
Huh?
Pretty little doggy. You can have him.
Honest?
Just you be nice to him, that's all.
My mother wouldn't let me have him.
Oh, pretty little pooch. Here, feed him. Feed him right back here between his floppy little ears.
Couldn't keep him in the garage, though, and not tell Mom.
Now, just so you be good to him.
That's my house right over there, and right in back's a garage, and nobody hardly goes in there. We use it for storage mostly, and Mommy wouldn't know I had
Now,
him.
he likes meat and bones.
I know about doggies.
He needs something warm. Put a cushion down.
Yes, sir.
Well, handle him nice.
What's his name?
Pooch.
Ah, what kind of
Look,
name?
you want him or don't you want him?
Come here, doggy. Come here, pretty doggy.
The boy, whose name was Peter Barrett, took the dog in his arms and walked away with it. And a half-mile away, a jeep, outfitted as a sound truck, blared a warning. The three men's clubs of the town held an emergency meeting together. Searching parties were organized. The civil defense system was alerted. And a man, a health officer, directed all of it. A man who became tired.
Paul,
Yeah?
some coffee.
Oh, thanks.
I got it black.
Yeah. Put it down.
Now who should take it easy?
What do you want, Joe?
Just take it easy.
16 hours.
Well,
Nothing.
probably... Oh, I'll get it. Dr. Miller's office. This is Dr. Kremar speaking. Oh, yes. Oh. Oh, that's too bad. Yes, of course, I'll tell him.
Well, tell me what.
Mr. Garrison died, rabies. They'll send some samples over to pathology for negri bodies, but there's no question about it.
Now we're sure of it. Rabies.
Yeah, now we're sure of it.
And the dog hasn't been found. And somebody's going to irritate that dog, and he'll bite. And the rabid dog is very easy to irritate.
Hi, doggy. Hi, sweet doggy. Brought you a bone, doggy, and some milk. Gee, you look funny, Poochie. What's the matter? Oh, come here and snuggle up. Is that better?
Autolite is bringing you Mr. William Powell in The Barking Death, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
This is Harlow Wilcox. Tonight we are privileged to salute the Studebaker Corporation as a distinguished member of our Autolite family. So I've got a date at my Studebaker dealers, and here I am.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi. Say, what's this model? A car of the future?
Well, it's a car of the future, all right, but you can buy one today. It's the new Studebaker for 54. You know, Mr. Wilcox, while other makers are talking about their dream cars, Studebaker is building and selling them. But, of course, the pace-setting Studebaker styling means more than just beauty. It eliminates needless dead weight and excess bulk. Now, that means terrific gas mileage and superb handling ease.
Well, can you get power steering on the new Studebaker?
You sure can, and overdrive, too, if you wish. And, of course, our new Studebakers use many Autolite products, too.
Well, thanks, Mr. Dealer. Autolite is proud of its long association with Studebaker and you Studebaker dealers everywhere.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. William Powell in Elliot Lewis's production of The Barking Death, a story based on fact and well calculated to keep you in suspense.
A child of the town nuzzling his cheek against death. Something he was hiding away. Child's secret. As every child has and is entitled to a secret. And in another place of the town, the place of test tubes and experiment and statistics, the town's health center. And my office.
Hello,
Yes?
Dr. Miller.
Yes? What can I do for you?
I'm Mrs. Roki.
You sit down.
All those advertisements about a dog.
Yes?
On the radio and the newspapers.
Yes? You know where...
Oh, yes.
You know where it is? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, but first you must understand something, Dr. Miller.
What?
That I alone am responsible for catching the animal.
You caught him?
I certainly knew the risk I was taking.
Where is he, Mrs. Roki?
Well, now, after all, if that animal's as dangerous as you say he is, I did a pretty brave thing.
There you are, Mrs. Roki. Come on, let's leave Dr. Miller alone.
Oh, you think you're smart.
What's all this?
She came up the back way.
Just take your hand away.
Come on.
So what is all this, Joe?
Mrs. Roki got past the police, she got past the information desk, and she got to me, and she told me she caught a black and white spotted dog. She's got one, all right.
I have.
Yes, you have, Mrs. Roki.
In my car.
Yes, you have, Mrs. Roki.
Then you go right down there and destroy him.
We don't destroy animals, Mrs. Roki. Never.
Dr. Miller.
Yes?
Now, you listen here. I caught a mad dog, and
She's got a little chihuahua down there, not the dog we're looking for. Mrs. Roki wants her picture in the paper, don't you, Mrs. Roki? You don't really know what's going on right now, do you? Now, come on, let's get out of here.
All that bother about a dog. Oh, probably no such thing as rabies anyhow.
Come on.
Mrs. Roki. Mrs. Roki, pray that that animal doesn't bite anyone.
What'd you do that for? Why did you bite me? Why did you bite my arm for, Poochie? Mama! Mama! Mama? Mama? Mama!
Which happened in a white-clabbered house, 1647 Whittier Avenue, garage detached, near the railroad yards. And down Main Street, close to its east end, where there's more grass, the group of municipal buildings. The office of the Lieutenant of Police.
From my point of view, Dr. Miller, police point of view.
Which is that?
What we seem to have forgotten. 2 microscopes were stolen and various instruments. The disposal of same. That's my point of view, Doctor. Procedure.
You care to tell me about it?
Yeah, we're looking for the wrong thing.
What do you mean?
It's easier to find microscopes than a dog. Anyhow, I told you, procedure, routine. We've questioned men with known records, alerted... Oh, excuse me. Lieutenant Stevens speaking. Oh, where? Well, good. Bring him down here. I said routine, Doctor, and you didn't seem impressed.
Suitably so, Lieutenant. Listen, there's only one thing that could make me jump up on this desk and shout hooray and go through all the antics you...
Oh, no, just take it easy.
It's not a time to get cryptic, that's all.
Oh, thanks, Sergeant. That'll be all. Sit down. What's your name?
Wood. Harry Wood.
Vagrancy.
Started out like that, sir.
Yeah, that's what the sergeant told me over the phone. He said you yelled you weren't a vagrant, and they took you home to find out. And they found a microscope.
Then he's the...
I said routine, Doctor, and you didn't seem impressed. Spotting a vagrant is routine.
Is it all right if I...
Sure, go ahead.
You stole the microscope from the health center, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
3 microscopes and instruments and a dog.
Yes, sir.
Where's the dog?
I don't know.
Now, listen, you. What did you do with that dog?
I said I didn't know. Cliff took the dog.
What's he talking about, Lieutenant?
Cliff, the other man. There was more than one, remember? And he took the dog.
And I made him get rid of it.
How?
I didn't ask him how he got rid of it. He got rid of it.
Well, where is he? Where is this Cliff? Lieutenant, ask him where...
Now, look, the sergeant said he went back to this man's room. No one was there, or the 2 other microscopes, or the instruments.
I don't know where he went.
I'm going to say it to you again, Doctor. Routine. Mostly that pays off more than anything else. Now it's a matter of finding a man named Cliff.
And 12 blocks away, across Main Street and down 2 blocks, there was a store. And there was a man in the store he had owned for the last 20 years. Smallish man, nothing extraordinary. Citizen of the town. About to become a hero.
Yes, sir? Pawn it. Listen to microscopes.
Yes, I see.
How much?
2 microscopes.
I'm throwing over my entire practice and getting rid of everything. And I'll tell you something.
Oh?
Give me a good price on these 2, and I got another one.
Doctor.
Huh?
I said, doctor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah?
Mr. Harding, our instrument man, is in the back. He should see these. Well, you understand.
Oh, sure. You're just the violin and suit man, and Mr. Harding's...
The instrument man.
Oh, sure.
Wait here. I'll be right back.
Well, you just tell Mr. Harding the doc's in a big hurry.
Quickly, the police. Hello? This is Carl Roberts on 3rd Street, pawn shop. A man just came in, a little bit drunk, came in with 2 binocular microscopes, both of them Bosch and Loom. Says he has another one, claims he's a doctor, but... oh, yeah. Oh, just a second. Serial number G1135...
Ain't no Mr. Harding. Talk to the phone. Give me those.
Now, sir.
Get out of the way and give me those microscopes.
You're a dirty little thief, that's what you are, breaking into the health center and stealing, and that's where these microscopes come from.
Get out of my
that
way.
animal you stole, that dog, the whole town is looking for.
I said get out of my way.
Oh, no, you don't.
Okay, you asked for it.
Oh, help. Stop him! Stop that man! Stop him!
The man who owned the pawn shop had been in business for the last 20 years. A smallish man, nothing extraordinary, citizen of the town, who became a hero. Who caught a thief named Cliff Loomis. And Loomis confessed to his thefts. And a little later, I had a chance to speak with Loomis. About a dog.
Look, I've been on it too.
A dog with black and white spots and white muzzle.
What do you want from me? You got your junk back? What's so important about a lousy dog?
Look, the police have been to your room and he's not there.
I asked you a question. What's so important about a
Did he bite you?
You crazy.
Did he?
Bones he bit. Me, he wagged his tail for. A very nice dog.
I want to show you something.
Huh?
Here, look at them. Go on, take them, Cliff.
Pictures?
Go on.
No. Doc.
Yes?
You must be crazy carrying around pictures like these.
Pictures of people dying, Cliff.
That's what I mean, pictures like these.
People bitten by a rabid animal,
What does that mean?
like that dog you stole.
What?
It had rabies,
Bit somebody, they'd...
unless they were treated in time.
Doc,
Yep.
I gave the dog to a little boy.
Where? Where, Cliff?
Doc,
Where?
I don't know.
Listen, Cliff.
No, I'm not kidding, Doc. I don't know. I told you I've been looped. This is the jolt that makes me all of a sudden not looped, and I'm telling you true. I don't know where the kid is.
Yeah?
Doc, it was somewhere near where our room was. I remember Harry said get rid of the pooch, so I went downstairs, and the first kid I met, it's hazy, Doc.
Listen, we'll take a ride, Cliff.
Police, too?
Afraid so. We're going to take a ride, and we're going to try to find that boy. Ring a lot of doorbells and ask a lot of questions. And find him, right?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Tinker Doll. I didn't see you. I didn't mean to kick you. And now don't you cry. My mom isn't home, and I won't know what to do if you cry. I know. I'll play you a tune. Better? I got hurt, too. It doesn't hurt so much anymore. Poochie didn't mean to bite me. Should we play records, Tinker Doll? All right.
Diddle, diddle, dumpling, my son John went to bed with his stockings on. One shoe off and one shoe on. Diddle, diddle, dumpling, my son John.
Hello?
Hello.
My mother isn't home, mister.
Why are you holding your arm like that?
It hurts a little.
Why?
Poochie bit me.
Then he told me where the dog was. The dog with the black and white spots. deadly animal who had bitten no one else. We had gotten there in time. The boy was treated and got better in a town that slept well that night.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. William Powell.
This is Harlow Wilcox again. Have you signed up in the $100,000 Autolite family charity drawing? Well, if you're 18 or over, visit one of the following car dealers: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Just print your name and address on a registration form and have the dealer sign it. You don't have to own one of these cars. You don't have to solve or buy or write anything. So help your local church, hospital, the American Foundation for the Blind, or any other local or national recognized charity share in this huge sum. Remember, if you are one of the top 25 names in this drawing, the recognized charity of your choice can receive a big part of $100,000. So visit any of these Autolite family car showrooms: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Make sure to sign up tomorrow.
Next week, the story of a man who wanted to apologize for threatening a stranger. And when he got there, the stranger was dead, and the police were waiting. It's called Circumstantial Terror. Our star, Mr. Ronald Reagan. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Barking Death was written for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Featured in the cast were Junius Matthews, Dick Beals, Ted Bliss, Joseph Kearns, Jack Crucian, Gene Wood, Paula Winslow, and Hy Averback.
This is the CBS Radio Network.